Chapter 101 The Curse of Death. Does it also include murder? Song Xiuwen pressed on step by step. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was extremely tense. Even Zheng Lao couldn't help but glance at Yi Linsheng again, not to mention the others. However, among this group of people, there were still many supportive eyes. These people were all from the members of the End religion. They all knew how hard and great Yi Linsheng's efforts were. Although they did not agree with crime, they supported Yi Linsheng's efforts. Luo Ji still stood up. He expressed his support in this way. Professor Hu Baiyan, with a messy hair, also stood up. Then stood Niu Disao, Li Zongsheng Wang Durong. Even academician Zhao Liyong, who always had a bad face towards Yi Linsheng, also stood up. Although they were not many in number, they formed a deterrent force for the people present. Yi Linsheng did not answer directly, but asked, "If you were in my situation, what would you do?" "I would not choose to commit a crime," Song Xiuwen said proudly, in order to show his integrity and justice. Song Xiuwen straightened his chest and looked determined. It seemed that he wanted to use this momentum to tell Yi Linsheng, "Evil cannot defeat good." Yi Linsheng was unmoved. He still said, "I have another question for Director Song. A famous philosophical question. A freight train is running on the rails at high speed, and you are a switchman. Now, on the rails where the train is running, someone has tied up 5 hostages. Now you have a choice. Switch off the switch. The train will drive to another track, and these 5 people can be rescued. But, on another track, someone has also tied up a hostage. I ask you, what choice would you make?" There was a lot of discussion in the meeting room. This is a very famous philosophical question. It is also a very old philosophical question. But there are many answers. If you pull the switch, 1 person will die. If you don't pull the switch, 5 people will die. It seems simple, but it is difficult to make a choice. Song Xiuwen said contemptuously, "For this kind of question, I have already had the answer a long time ago. Tell me your answer. Don't pull the switch." Except for a few people, most people did not speak. It seems that everyone has obviously guessed Song Xiuwen's answer. Why? You know, although 1 person died when you pulled the switch, you saved 5 people. I can do nothing. But I can't commit murder. Song Xiuwen stared at Yi Linsheng. The moment you pulled the switch, you committed the crime of murdering that person. Not pulling the switch is the right choice, because you have no right to decide who lives and who dies. Yi Linsheng said lightly, "It's just as I guessed." Yi Linsheng turned his head and glanced at everyone. I guess many people present also made the same choice as Director Song. Right? Gu Shifu, a well-known professor of the Department of Philosophy. Bai Wanda, director of the Inspectorate, and others said loudly, yes. They chose to support Song Xiuwen and condemn the crime. Yi Linsheng remembered these people in his heart. He looked at Song Xiuwen. "What do you think I would choose?" "Of course you would choose to push it down," Song Xiuwen said with contempt. Yi Linsheng smiled calmly. "Yes. Of course I would choose to push it down. Because I choose to bear the blame, rather than hiding aside and doing nothing to avoid getting mud on my body. In order to save more people, I will bravely take my responsibility. This is my choice and my responsibility." Yi Linsheng talked freely. Who doesn't know how to protect themselves? Only those who dare to take responsibility are the most real men. If our actions cause accidental injuries, I will take the blame. But I will still stick to my choice. This is also my answer to your first question. In order to save mankind and continue human civilization, I will pay any price, even if all creatures are extinct. Because, if everyone is as prudent as you are, everyone will die. Not just a few people will die, everyone else will die. In order to save the majority of people, I would rather bear the blame, take responsibility, than stand idly by. Everything I have done so far is also working towards this goal." The venue was silent, because no one can refute it. Although people think that Yi Linsheng's statement is debatable, they cannot blame Yi Linsheng, because they can't think of a better way. At this time, someone raised his hand and asked, "Yi Linsheng, I have always had a question. According to what you said before, detonating volcanoes, artificially creating volcanic eruptions, actually cause very limited harm to the blue planet. No matter from which angle, it is not enough for aliens to determine that the blue planet is no longer habitable. After all, the conditions on other planets in the solar system where civilizations may exist are much worse than those on the blue planet after the volcanic eruption. The blue planet is already the most likely place for life to exist. After listening to your speech, I feel that you should have considered this point. So, you should have stronger means to destroy the environment of the blue planet, right? Yi Linqing stared at the man and asked, "What's your name? What do you do?" "Shurzui, I'm engaged in natural science research." The man pushed his glasses and said. Yi Linqing slammed his hand on the table. "There is something I didn't want to say. But since it has come to this, I will just say it directly. In order to save mankind and continue human civilization, I have not only done the above work, but also done something that you may think is crazier and more brutal. I have placed a thruster on an asteroid and set up a propulsion program. This asteroid has changed its orbit and is heading towards the blue planet. 1 year later, this planet will fall to the blue planet. This planet is enough to cause the end of the world, destroy the ecological environment of the blue planet, and completely turn the blue planet into an uninhabitable planet. And the only hope for mankind is to move into the underground city." Yi Linqing's current appearance reveals a hint of madness in his calmness. "Madman. Madman." Philosopher Gu Shifu stood up suddenly and accused Yi Linqing loudly. "You are really a madman." Director of the Inspectorate by Wanda also stood up. "Yi Linqing, stop the program quickly. Are you going to murder the entire human race?" Song Xiaowen snorted coldly. "Sure enough. There is only a difference between killing one person and killing countless people. Such a lunatic cannot stay here." The order in the meeting place was almost out of control. This had never happened before. Yi Linqing became calmer. "Everyone, I'm sorry to tell you that the program we set is that once the thrusters are working, they will no longer accept ground control. I can no longer control this wandering planet. We don't have much time left. Everyone, hurry up and build the underground city, which is our only way out." Yi Linqing's voice floated over the meeting room. Some people thought it was a human voice. Some people thought it was a devil's death spell. Chapter 102 then remove him from his position. The situation was a little out of control. Even Zheng Lao and Chang Guangxiong, who were sitting next to him, were shocked. Because Yi Linqing had never revealed this news. Even other experts of the End religion had not revealed it. This news was too huge and would cause panic among people. Only when the time was right, it would be announced. Zheng Lao said to the microphone, "Everyone, this is a serious matter and must be reported urgently. The meeting is temporarily suspended. Please take a break. We will continue later." He said to Yi Linqing, "Xiao Yi, follow me." Chang Guangxiong also stood up, and the three of them hurriedly walked out of the meeting room. The meeting room was also boiling. Many people were discussing this meeting. Today's meeting was unusual. Yi Linqing's news was more explosive than the other. The three of them walked to a VIP room next to them, and Zheng Lao and Chang Guangxiong stopped. "Xiao Yi, wait here. Let's go in and report first." Zheng Lao looked a little solemn. Yi Linqing nodded. He had understood that the people in this conference room were the main force that determined the fate of mankind. After just a few minutes, Chang Guangxiong came out and waved. "Xiao Yi, come in." Yi Linqing took a deep breath and followed Chang Guangxiong in. "Don't be shy later. Just say whatever you want to say. And say your thoughts and goals." Zheng Lao whispered in Yi Linqing's ear. Yi Linqing nodded. A group of people were sitting in the room. Mr. Zheng briefly introduced them. "This is Yi Linqing." He turned to look at Yi Linqing. "Where did your prediction come from? Why are you so sure that aliens will exterminate all humans?" Yi Linqing knew that. Here, he could no longer hide anything. "Because I am a reborn person. This has happened once. I am not predicting, but just telling the past." Yi Linqing looked at everyone with a firm gaze. "Humanity has no way out. Only by giving up everything can you save yourself. Being fussy and hesitant will only lead to your own destruction. I will never regret what I have done. Give up your illusions and face reality. This is the only way to save mankind." The meeting room was silent. Obviously, everyone was shocked by the words of Yi Linqing. The reborn. The next moment, Yi Linqing was taken out of the meeting room by Chang Guangxiong. The moment the door was closed, a heated discussion began in the meeting room. Obviously, everyone was arguing about Yi Linqing's behavior. However, Yi Linqing was not worried. The underground city project can only be completed with the power of all mankind. Without the support of the whole society, such a huge task cannot be completed. Human beings will definitely make the right choice. Not long after, the door opened again. Zheng Lao and Chang Guangxiong walked out with serious faces. It was obvious that the people in the room had reached the final conclusion. As for what the conclusion was, Yi Linqing did not want to ask. The three of them walked into the conference room again. Seeing the three people return, The experts attending the meeting returned to their seats one after another. The heated debate just now came to an abrupt end. The three people sat down again. Zhang Lao stood up. This was the first time he spoke standing up. He glanced at the people present and said slowly, "The top leaders reached a unanimous decision to form the Nirvana Command. Lead all mankind to complete the construction of the underground city. The meaning of Nirvana, everyone should understand, is to be reborn from the ashes, to complete the sublimation of life in the ruins. The arrival of aliens is a crisis, but also an opportunity. We must be reborn from the Nirvana and regain our glory." There was a roar. There was a commotion in the audience. The establishment of the Nirvana Command headquarters means that the country has recognized Yi Linqing's approach. This is a bit surprising, but it is reasonable, because humanity has no way out. Rebirth from the Nirvana is the only way out. In the crowd, the members of the Yin sect who were just criticized by everyone apparently straightened their backs a lot, and their faces glowed. But Song Xiuwen, Gu Shifu, Bai Wanda, and others looked unhappy. Yi Linqing was very calm. He had expected this result. Those who achieve great things do not pay attention to small details. It would be strange if the person in charge of the direction could not distinguish the important from the unimportant. The Nirvana Command will have the highest authority, including personnel, military, construction, materials, funds, and other matters. It has the right to dispose of all property rights, including state-owned property rights, collective property rights, joint venture property rights, foreign property rights, and private property rights. The Nirvana Command will report directly to the highest level and be responsible. The staff composition of the headquarters: Chang Guangxiong will be the general commander. I will be the chief inspector, and the deputy general commander will be. Mr. Zhang turned his eyes to Yi Linqing. Yi Linqing was shocked. Could it be that he was the deputy commander? People in the meeting were also a little surprised, because, with Yi Linqing's age and qualifications, it is impossible for him to take on such an important position. This is not the Noah group. This is a major event for all mankind. Yi Linqing, is he too young? Especially Song Xiuwen, his face was even more livid. As the director of the police station, he would definitely enter the Nirvana Command. If Yi Linqing's position was higher than his, how would he deal with it? However, the result still disappointed him. Yi Linqing will be the deputy commander-in-chief. Boo! The audience erupted in a commotion again. Yi Linqing can be said to be the youngest person in history to hold such an important position. You know, this level of command is held by people with high moral character and outstanding achievements. Not to mention an octogenarian, he must be at least 60 years old. Yi Linqing is only in his 20s. Isn't this too much of a joke? However, soon, most people dispel this doubt. Because, there is no one more suitable than Yi Linqing. Noah Group is Yi Linqing's company. The Yin Church was established by Yi Linqing. The underground city project was developed by Yi Linqing. So far, all the preparations made by mankind have been completed under the leadership of Yi Linqing. Only Yi Linqing could be qualified for this position. In Luo Ji's usually calm eyes, there was a hint of excitement. Old Professor Hu Baiyan was even more excited. All members of the entire Mojiao all stood up excitedly. At this time, Yi Linqing spoke. Nirvana Command has the power of personnel, right? Mr. Zhang nodded. Okay, then exclude Song Xiuwen, Gu Shifu, Bai Wanda, and others from Nirvana Command. Yi Linqing said coldly. Wow! The venue erupted in a commotion again. Song Xiuwen's face turned pale, but he held back this time and said nothing. Because he knew that, in front of Yi Linqing now, he was nothing. Gu Shifu and others did not dare to speak, but their faces either turned red or turned pale. Obviously, they were not convinced. But due to their positions, they did not dare to express their opinions. The Commander-in-Chief Chang Guangxiong said, in a low voice with some embarrassment, Song Xiuwen is the director of the Security Bureau. According to his position, he must enter the Nirvana Command, then remove his position as the director of the Security Bureau. Yi Linqing did not give Chang Guangxiong any way out, and directly retorted. Chapter 103 Site Cleanup. Mr. Zhang, who was sitting on the side, was not as excited as Chang Guangxiong. Instead, he smiled slightly, and he seemed to admire Yi Linqing's methods. Xiao Yi. No. Deputy Commander Yi. The Nirvana Command has just been established. Isn't it inappropriate to make such a big fuss? Besides, Song Xiuwen did nothing wrong. He just has a different opinion on your behavior. Chang Guangxiong was still persuading him. You can't exclude all those who hold different opinions from the Nirvana Command. Right? Yi Linxing didn't give him face at all. Why not? Ah? Chang Guangxiong was obviously surprised by Yi Linxing's answer. Commander-in-Chief, I think that the Nirvana Command should be an efficient department. Our task is arduous, and we must unite as one, and not tolerate any noise. I personally have no opinion or hatred towards Song Xiuwen. But Song Xiuwen and others will definitely have prejudices against me, which is not conducive to the work. Our command cannot take risks. Letting someone who may not strictly follow orders in is the biggest risk. Any small mistake may lead to the extinction of mankind. So, my request is to exclude these people from the Nirvana Command, otherwise. Yi Linxing's eyes were cold. Even the veteran Chang Guangxiong, who had been through many battles, could not help but shudder when he met his eyes. I will not participate. Chang Guangxiong was a little angry. Yi Linxing made him feel uncomfortable. After all, he was an evergreen in the political arena, and his status was very high. It was really uncomfortable to be criticized like this. Just when he was about to speak, Mr. Zeng said, I agree. This sentence made Chang Guangxiong's words that were already on the tip of his tongue blocked again. He looked at Mr. Zeng in confusion, but Mr. Zeng smiled gently. You should know now, why Yi Linxing can accomplish such a big thing? Without murderous aura and courage, how could he lay such a solid foundation for us? But, this is too unlike a qualified politician. Yi Linxing was not a politician to begin with. Seeing that Chang Guangxiong wanted to say something, Mr. Zeng said, Mr. Chang, what time is it now? If we still insist on being comprehensive and stable in officialdom, there will be no hope for mankind. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Otherwise, why would the higher-ups let Yi Linxing be the deputy commander-in-chief? Chang Guangxiong was awakened by this and took a deep breath, thanks to Mr. Zeng's reminder. I was obsessed. Then I will announce that they will be removed from their positions. Mr. Zeng shook his head slightly and turned to look at Yi Linxing. Deputy Commander Yi, you come. Yi Linxing nodded solemnly, took a deep breath and stood up, scanning the crowd below. And finally his eyes stopped on Song Xiuwen. Song Xiuwen, you are not suitable to stay in the Nirvana Command Center. And leave the venue immediately. Song Xiuwen's face was pale. This shows that he has ruined his future. I declare that you will be dismissed from your position as Director of the Security Bureau, and someone else will be elected as your successor. Song Xiuwen finally couldn't help it. You have no right to deprive me of my position. Yi Linxing waved at Zheng Jiqing, who was standing outside the field, and then said to Song Xiuwen calmly, I have it. Zheng Lao also spoke. Nirvana Command has the power to appoint and dismiss administrative personnel. Song Xiuwen was completely desperate. Zheng Jiqing walked straight to Song Xiuwen with a subordinate. Song Xiuwen's face was pale. He had not expected the result today. He had not expected that the upper management would reuse Yi Linxing and allow Yi Linxing to deprive him of his position. His momentary unwiseness actually ruined his career. Remember, I am not talking about your ability, nor about your character, but because your attitude may cause problems in cooperation. I have no prejudice against you personally. All this is to save all mankind. This sentence is not explained to Song Xiuwen, but to the others present. The Nirvana Command must be efficient and cannot harbor any grudges. Just like the last religion, it is also important to eliminate the doubts in everyone's mind. Yi Linxing turned his gaze to Bai Wanda, the director of the inspectorate. Bai Wanda, you are not suitable to enter the Nirvana Command. You will be dismissed immediately and leave the venue. Next, Yi Linxing named the names of all the people who had just questioned him. There was an uproar in the venue. This Yi Linxing was indeed vicious. In order to maximize the efficiency of the command center, more than a dozen powerful people were fired in one go. This courage is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Everyone present began to understand the intentions of the upper echelons. Burning the boats and slashing the boats. Risking everything. And risking one's life. This is the current situation of mankind. The only hope left for mankind is to destroy the blue planet. Turn it into an uninhabitable planet. And let all mankind hide in the underground city. So that there is a glimmer of hope. In order to achieve this goal, it really is at all costs. Now, everyone present here will be a member of the Nirvana Command. From today on, put all your energy into it and struggle to save humanity. Mr. Zeng said to the microphone. I declare that the first plenary meeting of the Nirvana Command officially begins. With Song Xiuwen's previous experience, the following meeting went very smoothly. Please ask Deputy Commander Yi Linxing to arrange the work. Mr. Zeng was the first to applaud. There was warm applause from the audience. Yi Linxing quickly stopped the applause. No need for applause, let's get to the point. Time is our enemy, but also our friend. We can't waste even a minute. Next, I'll arrange the work. Yi Linsheng was not polite at all, and he couldn't be polite. Because of his arrest, many tasks have been delayed for a month. These tasks can't be delayed any longer. Chairman Ning Yongsheng, I see you. I want to ask. Has the shield machine production line stopped? Ning Yongsheng was extremely excited. He actually felt like he was being spotted by a mentor. Although Yi Linsheng was several dozen years younger than him, he had an urge to admire him, and an excitement of being valued by a big shot. He stood up and said excitedly, "Report to the Deputy Commander-in-Chief. The shield machine project has not stopped until yesterday. But I'm afraid it will be dismantled today." "Why?" "I was relieved of my position as chairman by the shareholders meeting yesterday. The new chairman plans to dismantle the production line today," Ning Yongsheng said excitedly. Director Zhong Hanliang. "Here. You will immediately accompany Ning Yongsheng to the production line site, and you must keep the production line. The shield machine production line is our lifeline." At the same time, the nationalization of the shield machine manufacturing company was announced. A temporary working group was formed, with Ning Yongsheng in charge of the overall work, to ensure that upstream and downstream enterprises resumed work and production quickly. Use half a year, and use the greatest strength to produce enough shield machines. Chapter 104 Chapter 104. Persistence is worth it. Yes. Although Yi Linsheng is several dozen years younger than him, Zhong Hanliang did not feel uncomfortable when he was assigned to do something by Yi Linsheng. The world is so wonderful. One second Yi Linsheng looked up to Zhong Hanliang, and the next second Zhong Hanliang looked up to Yi Linsheng. Everyone thought it was normal and natural. Is the head of the propaganda department here? Yes. Take action immediately and broadcast the truth on the morning news. It's time to let the people know the current situation. At the same time, declare a state of emergency for the whole nation. People of the whole country, prepare for war together. Instructions were issued one after another quickly. The speed was so fast, the thinking was so comprehensive, it was amazing. After a series of orders were issued, Zhang Lao couldn't help but secretly asked, "Deputy Commander Yi, how did you arrange so many plans in such a short time?" Yi Linsheng was silent for a while, and sighed again. "That's because, when the alien fleet appeared, that's how the country responded at that time. Unfortunately, it's too late. It's too late for everything." Mr. Zheng suddenly realized. If Mr. Zheng had some doubts about Yi Linsheng's identity as a reborn person just now he has no doubts at all. A person who has never experienced an emergency cannot issue such detailed orders. The long-awaited morning news is finally about to be broadcast. People from all over the country have been waiting in front of the TV. Even those who should have gone to work early would rather be late once. Although the news has not been broadcast, there are various signs that aliens may have really come. There are all kinds of news flying around on the internet. But everyone knows that things on the internet cannot be trusted. The most authoritative release is to read the official news. The familiar music sounded, and the morning news began. At this moment, the attention of the whole country was focused on the TV. Even Luo Qingyu, who had known the result for a long time, couldn't help but stare at the TV. In the Security Bureau Detention Center, Ning Saixia, Maozi, Xiao Dao, and Lao Chong were also released by Xu Weiman for the first time, and gathered in front of the TV. These days were very hard, but everyone survived. Because they all had a belief in their hearts, that is, to hold on until the 9th. By the 9th, everything was revealed. Now, it was time to reveal the answer. Although they believed in Yi Linsheng very much, they were still a little worried. What if history did not repeat itself? However, the first sentence of the news anchor made the three people completely put their worries to rest. Important news. According to the National Astronomical Observatory, at 2:30 this morning, an unidentified flying object appeared outside the ecliptic plane of the solar system, and it was moving towards Saturn at a very high speed. Based on the characteristics of the flying object, it was confirmed to be a flying object of an alien civilization. Boom! The people sitting in front of the TV were suddenly shocked. Whether they were watching TV on the bus, or at home, or workers in the factory, all were shocked at this moment. The shoe has dropped. And it is a foregone conclusion. Aliens really came. Xiao Dao, Maozi, and Lao Chong breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, they were on edge again. Aliens are coming, and the destruction of the blue planet is inevitable. Humanity is in the most dangerous time. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. Everything they did was worth it. Even if they were imprisoned, even if they were charged with crimes, even if they were misunderstood by people all over the world. It was worth it. At this time, Old Chang suddenly said, "We have only been here for a few days, and we feel so wronged and under so much pressure. Do you think Xu Ye is an Iron Man? How did he survive?" Maozi and Xiao Dao were also sad. They have been feeling great pressure for a while, and now they are relaxed. As for Yi Linsheng, he has even greater pressure on his shoulders. But he is still able to make plans without any confusion under the huge pressure. Yi Linsheng is not an ordinary person. His psychological endurance far exceeds that of the others. Ning Saixia was in a completely different mood. She bit her lips lightly, stared at the big screen, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Because her persistence was right. She was also right to trust Yi Linsheng. At this moment, all the pressure on her shoulders was released. However, at such a beautiful time, Yi Linsheng was not around, which made her feel a little disappointed. Moreover, she also noticed that Luo Qingyu was not there either. Luo Qingyu should have left with Yi Linsheng. This seemed to indicate that Luo Qingyu was more important to Yi Linsheng than herself. No. Maybe Yi Linsheng didn't even know that she had come in. So he didn't take her away. Yes. That must be the case. Women are the best at deceiving themselves. Ning Saixia was no exception. Xu Weiman was in a very complicated mood. He finally confirmed one thing now. That his arrest of Yi Linsheng was a crime. He committed an unforgivable crime against humanity. It seems that he did nothing wrong, but he did something wrong. No matter what the reason, he did something wrong, it was wrong. What he did, at least delayed humanity's preparation time for a month. Now he only hopes that everything can be redeemed. In the conference room, when Luo Qingyu heard the news, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She wasn't crying for herself, she was crying for Yi Linsheng. She knew very well that the outside world must be scolding Yi Linsheng. But she had no choice but to watch the person she loved being treated as a devil step by step. Now, Yi Linsheng has finally changed from a devil to a human being. A hero who should be respected and admired by people. All of this is worth it. In a dim little room, Chu Zixin stared at the big screen with bloodshot eyes. He had already known the news that Yi Linsheng was taken away. This made him feel that he might have turned from a messenger of justice into a public enemy of mankind. This made him even more frustrated. He thought he had a clear conscience for what he had done. But the news on TV clearly told him that he had done something wrong. Very wrong. But he couldn't turn around. When did he become the enemy of the people by sticking to principles and following the rules? He was dissatisfied. But he had nowhere to appeal. In a community somewhere, his wife brought a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of Xiao Shahai. Xiao Shahai had no appetite at all. He was very scared now. If he had not stopped Chu Zixin from acting impulsively, if he had not handed the case over to the security bureau, then he would have really become a sinner. Fortunately, his hesitations had bought a lot of time for humanity. However, he had no idea how his superiors and the people would view him. No more, I can't eat. Xiao Shanghai put on his coat. Now, he would atone for his sins with his actions. Chapter 105 Entering a State of Emergency. On TV, the news continued. The country has set up a Nirvana Command. It will lead the people of the country, and even the world to prepare for war. The Nirvana Command urgently announced that from now on, the entire nation will enter a state of emergency. Please proceed with your work step by step before receiving the notice, until you receive new instructions. Especially related industries, immediately resume work and production, and actively prepare. Now is the most dangerous time. Every citizen should devote all their strength to work hard to continue the flame of civilization. Please do not believe in rumors, do not panic, and wait for the latest notice. The morning news continued, and the following news was all about human preparations. People with heavy hearts began to pack up their belongings and prepare to go to work. Because this is what the country requires. Before receiving specific notice, everything must continue to work step by step. As a citizen, you should obey the arrangements. Especially at this most dangerous time. If you don't panic, the people will not be in chaos, the country will not be in chaos, and everything will not be in chaos. This is the bottom line that everyone must abide by. Every sober-minded person is quietly doing things in the usual way. This is the quality of the Chinese people. This scene is being played out in almost all cities. The Chinese people choose to accept reality, face it calmly, and actively respond to the call. On the contrary, abroad, it is a different picture. Many countries have already entered the end of the world in advance. National Convention Center. The conference is still going on. However, It is no longer a large-scale meeting, but a group meeting. Yi Linsheng walked into the conference room, where a group of scientists were holding a seminar. As soon as he sat down, Yi Linsheng received his first most important and challenging question. Deputy Commander Yi, how can you be sure that we can hide this alien probe? How can you be sure that the alien fleet will not appear in 3 years? The person asking the question was Zui, a leader in the field of natural sciences. He is cautious, thoughtful, calm, and a researcher who is very strict with himself and others. The entire conference center is now divided into 3 venues. The first venue is the scientific research venue. The main discussion is about things related to aliens. The participants are all scientists and academic celebrities. The second venue is to discuss matters related to the underground city. It is mainly attended by officials from the Construction Bureau, the Civil Affairs Bureau, the Industrial Bureau, and the Economic Bureau. The main topic of discussion is how to restore and carry out the construction of the underground city. The third venue is led by the Foreign Affairs Bureau, to discuss how to cooperate with foreign countries and carry out joint matters with foreign countries. For example, the detonation work in Yellowstone Park, the continued advancement of the volcanic drilling platform in the Southern Sea area, and the docking and cooperation with the Blue Star National Alliance. The 3 main leaders participated in 3 venues respectively to discuss related work. Yi Linsheng was in charge of the scientific research venue, because Yi Linsheng knew the most about aliens. Zui's questions continued. We have too many loopholes. First of all, there is space debris. In the orbit of the Blue Star, there are all kinds of space debris of all sizes. Among them, some space debris is huge, with strong impact, and is difficult to recycle. Some space debris is very small, just a small circuit board, which is even more difficult to collect. And any small thing will expose our existence. Another example is the various radio signals we have sent into space. You also said that the jammer can only work for 3 months. But the signals we send out, if diffusely reflected between various celestial bodies, will last for a long time. Sooner or later, alien probes will detect human signals. Also, the probes we sent to other planets, such as the Voyager probe, the Discovery probe, etc., have already entered far into space. We can't recover them in such a short time. In addition, the Mars rover, Lunar rover, etc. we launched cannot be recovered. Their existence shows the existence of the blue planet civilization. These loopholes are full of holes, and cannot be covered up at all. As long as the alien probe pays a little attention, it can find these loopholes. How should we deal with them? These questions, one after another, point to Yi Linsheng. The experts attending the meeting are also looking forward to Yi Linsheng's answer. It can be said that Yi Linsheng is the only person in this room who is not a scientific researcher. If there is no rebirth, Yi Linsheng is at best a businessman. However, these scientists all hope to get answers from Yi Linsheng. If this problem is not solved, all the efforts made by mankind will be in vain. They hope that Yi Linsheng can give the best solution. But Yi Linsheng's answer makes everyone feel disappointed. Yi Linsheng looked solemn, and he said slowly, I have thought about everything you said. My answer is, I can't confirm it. Boom. There was a commotion in the meeting. It can be said that everyone regarded Yi Linsheng as a savior. They believed that all problems could be solved by Yi Linsheng. But Yi Linsheng's answer was undoubtedly a bucket of cold water on people's heads. Some people rushed to say, I think, since this detector is following the established procedures, it should not be able to directly contact the aliens. Then we can completely shoot down this detector and prevent it from sending messages out. As soon as this proposal came out, some people agreed, some people opposed. And the meeting place fell into chaos. Yi Linsheng raised his hand to stop the chaos. He said slowly, destroying the probe is useless. Think about it. If the probe does not return as scheduled, what will the aliens do? The man thought for a while, and came to his senses. Send another one? Yes. Maybe send a few more probes. Even send an interstellar fleet directly. Humanity will still perish. Just a little delayed for a year or 2. Zui frowned. Then is there any point in us doing all this? This sentence made everyone fall into deep thought. At this time, Yi Linsheng spoke again. Everyone, I believe that what we do is meaningful. Although we cannot completely cover up the traces of our civilization, it is not important. And there is no need to cover it up completely. What do you mean? People were once again aroused by Yi Linsheng. I will answer Professor Scher's questions one by one. That's right. We can't clean up all the space debris. There should be some fish that slip through the net. And at the same time, we can't retrieve the probes that have been launched. We can't clean up the reflected radio waves in the universe. These will reveal that the Blue Star civilization once existed. But who knows when these civilizations existed? Yi Linsheng looked at everyone. Chapter 106, Yi Linsheng's unauthorized command. Many people immediately understood what Yi Linsheng meant. Humans can create an illusion that there was once a civilization. But because of the harsh environment of the blue planet, this civilization has been destroyed. This can make the aliens retreat. This is not a problem. Instead, it will let the aliens know that although the blue planet was once habitable, the environment has been destroyed. It is no longer habitable. They will also completely lose interest in the blue planet. So, the most important thing for us now is to clean up the traces that may expose the existence of our civilization. Clean up those satellites that are still in operation. Stop emitting new radio waves. And most importantly, turn the surface of the blue planet into an uninhabitable frozen planet. This gives the aliens an illusion that although the blue planet gave birth to civilization, it was terminated in the harsh environment. Yi Linsheng said affirmatively. I believe that in the vast universe, there must be many such planets. They created civilization at first, but because they could not fly out of their own galaxy, they were finally destroyed by the increasingly harsh environment. Astronomer Wang Durong agreed. This is certain. Even our blue planet will become an icy planet when the sun becomes a white dwarf. And human civilization will also be destroyed. We are just bringing this process forward now. After hearing Wang Durong's words, the scientists at the conference fell silent, seeing the atmosphere in the meeting hall become dull. Yi Linsheng suddenly smiled. There is another reason. No matter whether aliens will find us or not, we have to do something. We can't just wait to die. This is not my character. Yi Linsheng. I believe it is not what you want to see. Yes, man proposes, God disposes. Hubayan is a madman in the scientific community, and his personality is the most eccentric. He immediately stood up and said, as long as we work hard, there is a glimmer of hope. But if nothing is done, there will be no hope at all. The atmosphere in the meeting hall became heated again. The scientists were no longer restrained and began to let loose. Everyone began to discuss substantive issues enthusiastically. Seeing that the meeting was on the right track, Yi Linsheng quietly came to another meeting room, where the relevant discussion meeting on the underground city project was held. As the representative of the last religion, architectural expert Ma Xingkong was explaining the structure of the underground city to everyone. We have designed nearly hundreds of underground city construction modes in total, and each underground city will be a unique landscape. Moreover, even after the asteroid falls to the blue planet, our construction will not stop. We will also open underground passages between the various underground cities, and connect all the underground cities in series. In terms of technology, we have also considered it more comprehensively. Heat exchange systems, food factories, daily necessities, etc. will all be completed underground. The first underground city, the Datong Town Underground City, was originally scheduled to be completed in 2 months. Because of reasons that everyone knows, the construction period has now stopped. However, it is not a big problem. We will try to complete the construction within the original planned time. We will also recruit the first batch of residents to live in the underground city. This underground city will become a model room, providing practical experience and help for our subsequent underground city construction. At this point, Ma Xingkong saw Yi Linsheng coming in, and he quickly waved and said, for this underground city, Deputy Commander Yi knows more than me. Please let Deputy Commander Yi introduce it. Applause broke out in the venue. Yi Linsheng came over with a frown, nodded to Chang Guangxiong, and then said, I believe Professor Ma has just told everyone about the structure of the underground city. As for me, I will not introduce the underground city anymore. I think the most urgent task now is not to get familiar with the underground city, but to start construction quickly. We have selected 1,000 underground cities across the country, and have started preliminary construction. Although it has been temporarily scheduled for a month due to various reasons. It doesn't matter. Before, we fought alone. But now, we are fighting as a whole nation. I believe we can make up for the lost time and complete this task on time. Yi Linsheng changed the subject, and his tone became extremely serious. Now, I will start issuing orders. Immediately form 1,000 underground city working groups. Go deep into the underground city construction site, and quickly resume the underground city project. At the same time, keep the air meeting, And I will tell you the details in the next meeting. This sentence surprised everyone, especially Chang Guangxiong, who was a little shocked. Because Yi Linsheng violated a taboo in the officialdom. He actually skipped over him, as the commander-in-chief, and directly issued an important order. If it were someone else, they would definitely give Yi Linsheng a hard time. At the very least, they would make things difficult for Yi Linsheng. There are many people who share the same idea as Chang Guangxiong. The participants in this meeting are all political elites. And the heads of various deployments are all old officials. They are very sensitive to Yi Linsheng's behavior of taking over other people's business. However, Yi Linsheng didn't seem to notice anything wrong with himself. What are you looking at me for? I'll give you 1 hour. I need to see the list of 1,000 supervisory groups formed by various departments. Yi Linsheng said hurriedly. He was really anxious. It's not that he didn't want to consider Chang Guangxiong's face, but he chose to believe in Chang Guangxiong's tolerance. Otherwise, the upper level would not agree to let Chang Guangxiong serve as the commander-in-chief of the Nirvana Command. Sure enough, Chang Guangxiong was relieved soon. He shouted at the officials who were still in a daze. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and act. After 1 hour, those who fail to hand in the list will be dismissed immediately. The meeting room was in turmoil. 1,000 working group lists. This workload is not small. Yi Linsheng turned to Chang Guangxiong and said, while they are preparing the list, let's go to Zheng Lao's meeting room to have a look. Okay. Let's go. Chang Guangxiong stood up and walked to the next meeting room first. As soon as he walked out of the door, Yi Linsheng said, I'm sorry, Commander-in-Chief. I was a little anxious, and I didn't report to you, and I issued the order directly. Chang Guangxiong couldn't help but stop and looked at Yi Linsheng suspiciously. So you knew it? I'm not a fool. I thought it was because you were young and didn't understand the ways of the world. So you didn't go through me and issued the order directly. I didn't expect you to do it on purpose. Aren't you afraid of offending me? Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. No. If you were a vulgar person who sticks to formalities, I would do everything I can to squeeze you out and replace you with a new commander-in-chief. Chang Guangxiong couldn't help but stop the steps he had just taken. He was a little amused, Xiao Yi. I really don't understand you. Aren't you afraid of making me angry? Yi Linsheng smiled again. No. You are not such a person. I have verified it just now. Oh. Are you testing me? Chapter 107. Move to the Blue Star National Alliance meeting. It's not a test. Nor is it intentional. Time is really running out, but your meeting has no effect. This makes me anxious, so I didn't discuss it with you and directly issued the order. Yi Linsheng said as he walked. The briefing can be held online, but the establishment of the supervision team must be carried out as soon as possible. My goal is to have all 1,000 supervision teams in place before 3 o'clock today, and all construction sites must start work tonight. Yi Linsheng looked solemn. We can't afford to waste a minute. 3 o'clock today? Start work tonight? Chang Guangxiong was a little uncomfortable. Yes. That's why I issued the order directly without you. Time is tight. There is no time to waste. Yi Linsheng turned to look at Chang Guangxiong. If it comes to playing tricks, I can definitely do it. But it's a waste of time. So, I chose to do it directly, and also see if you and I can cooperate well. Chang Guangxiong shook his head slightly. What's the result? Did I pass your test? You haven't been angry until now, and you are still cooperating with me, which shows that the superiors have good vision. You are a person who understands the overall situation. Yi Linsheng pushed open the door of the conference room. Fuck, why do I feel like we are reversed? You are the elder, I am the junior. I am accepting your teachings? Based on your national curse, you are a person worthy of being treated. I think you are not a hypocrite, but a real villain. Commander-in-Chief, you have a sharp eye. I am a real villain who speaks his mind. Seeing Yi Linsheng and Chang Guangxiong coming in, Mr. Zheng waved. Come on, you came at the right time. We have just communicated with the Blue Star National Federation. The League of Nations has sent a notice requiring all countries to arrive at the headquarters tomorrow morning to hold a special meeting to discuss countermeasures. Mr. Zheng looked at Yi Linsheng. I am old, and it is not convenient for me to travel. The commander-in-chief needs to stay in the country and cannot be away. Therefore, the important task of participating in this League of Nations meeting is handed over to you. Yi Linsheng felt a sense of pride in his heart. Although before today, he was just a civilian and had never entered the officialdom. But he was not timid at all. Whether it was the Nirvana Command Center or the League of Nations Conference, he was confident. because he believed that he was the best candidate to lead humanity in the fight against aliens. Only he had experienced the brutal massacre and extinction. Only he had experienced the end of humanity. Okay. Our permanent mission of the League of Nations will fully assist you in your work. However, time is running out, and you have to get on the plane now. Sun Lao asked with concern. Are you not tired? Yi Linqing smiled. You are not tired. And I am so young? Moreover, I will tell you a secret. I slept until 2:30 yesterday, so I am not tired at all. Production line of the Shield Machine Manufacturing Company. The new chairman, Wu Dafu, walked into the workshop, surrounded by a group of people. Although the aliens really came, and Yi Linqing's predictions were all true. However, it was also true that he became the chairman. This has become a fact. Before the next shareholders' meeting, his position will be very stable. In order to make his succession legitimate, he had to dismantle the newly built production lines, because these expanded production lines were the achievements of the former chairman Ning Yongsheng, and had nothing to do with him. Demolishing it would erase Ning Yongsheng's traces. Even if the country needs a new production line, it doesn't matter. At worst, he can rebuild the production line. At that time, it would be his political achievement and would have nothing to do with Ning Yongsheng. The workshop was full of workers. They all rushed to the company after hearing the news in the morning. Since Yi Linqing's prediction was confirmed, the resumption of the production line should be a high probability event. The workers here don't want to lose their jobs. Early in the morning, they came just to wait for the resumption of work. Wu Dafu walked up to the platform, holding a megaphone in his hand, and said, I declare that the production line will be dismantled now. Get started. After the order was given, few workers took action. Dismantling the production line means they will lose their jobs. Moreover, Yi Linqing's prediction has come true, and dismantling the production line now is obviously wrong. The workers looked at each other, and they didn't dare, nor did they want to take action. Wu Dafu was furious. He knew very well that the production line could not be dismantled. The state would most likely take over. However, he also had to make his own calculations. After all, the state had not officially taken over yet, so before that, he could do some small things. Generally speaking, even if it was a special case, it would take several weeks to 1 or 2 months for the state to take over an enterprise. He could dismantle the production line first, and then rebuild it before the state took over. All of this is my own achievement. It has nothing to do with the former chairman Ning Yongsheng. Although it will delay 3 or 4 months, my political achievements have been improved. The superiors can't say anything. Especially when it comes to demolition, I can still put on a show, saying that I once overcame all objections, turned the tide, requested protective demolition, and prevented the production line from being violently destroyed. This saves time for future reconstruction, thus gaining a good reputation, and making another political achievement. This was his wishful thinking. Officials, that's how you can climb up the ranks faster. Seeing that no one else was moving, Wu Dafu winked at several executives. These executives symbolically fiddled with the demolition tools for a few times, then called out, Everyone, forklift, go. The workers couldn't stand it anymore, and had to pick up the tools and get ready to start. Suddenly, there was a huge roar of machinery outside. After a while, a helicopter dropped from the sky. The workers had never seen such a scene before. They all came out of the workshop and watched from a distance. Even Wu Dafu came out with a nervous mood. The helicopter stopped steadily, and a man got off the helicopter. Everyone present knew him, Ning Yongsheng, who was the chairman yesterday. However, Ning Yongsheng seemed to have become a different person after not seeing him overnight. He became more confident and more domineering. The sales manager was a smart person. He immediately rushed out of the crowd and greeted him. He felt that Ning Yongsheng, who could come to the company by helicopter, was no longer the Ning Yongsheng of the past. It was the right choice to follow Ning Yongsheng. Wu Dafu's face turned pale. He had a premonition that something was wrong. The speed of the country's actions far exceeded his expectations. It was less than half a day since the alien detection satellite was discovered. How did Ning Yongsheng suddenly appear? A plane took off. This was a special plane. The people on the plane were all participants going to the headquarters of the Blue Star National Alliance. Yi Linqing was also among them. Chapter 108 Overview of the League of Nations. Currently, civil aviation flights around the world have been temporarily suspended. The International Air Transport Federation is planning a new way of flying. This flying method will not use radio wave communication. Instead, it will use manual sorting to arrange flights. Flights around the world will be greatly reduced. And then the global flight schedule will be arranged like a train schedule, sorted according to time and altitude. All flights will be silent. It's just still in preparation, and it hasn't been implemented yet. Now only special planes for special missions can fly. The special plane Yi Linqing took was this one. Luo Qingyu gently walked behind Yi Linqing, extended her delicate hand, and pressed it on Yi Linqing's head, gently massaging. Yi Linqing opened his eyes. He didn't need to look back to know. This was Luo Qingyu. Pulling Luo Qingyu's hand, Yi Linqing pressed her on the seat. I guess you haven't slept well during this period, you look thinner. Don't say anything now, and have a good sleep. But, I see you are very tired. I am not tired. It is just easier for me to think when I close my eyes. And, I need an assistant, who is clear-headed and energetic. Yi Linqing smiled gently. A sweet feeling rose in Luo Qingyu's heart. She hummed softly, and closed her eyes. She was really tired. She was tired physically, and even more tired mentally. She was just concerned about Yi Linqing's health, so she had been holding on. Yi Linqing put a blanket over her. And soon, Luo Qingyu began to breathe heavily. This should be the best sleep Luo Qingyu had had in recent times. Yi Linqing sat down, closed his eyes, and began to review today's decision, to see if he had missed anything. The burden on him was very heavy. Among the nearly 10 billion people on Blue Star, he was the only one who had seen the cruelty of aliens. 10 billion people. Not one was spared. And all died at the mouths of terrifying creatures. Those scenes, Yi Linqing will never forget them. He definitely doesn't want humans to face such a desperate situation again. People's peaceful lives have quietly changed. The biggest change is people's mood. They become panicked and unable to calm down. Although everyone tries to suppress their inner uneasiness, this subtle atmosphere envelopes the entire sky. People walk, talk, do things, and communicate carefully. It's like they are afraid of breaking something. News was released one after another. The more news was released, the more tense the atmosphere became. Chu Zixin was walking on the road. He felt that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes, whether they knew him or not. This made him feel very depressed. He knew that. He was probably too sensitive, but he couldn't help thinking so. Captain Chu, you should go back and rest. Rest? Chu Zixin asked anxiously. What about the case on my hands? Before receiving the order from the top, all the cases, we will temporarily put them on hold. Xiao Shahai sighed. Can't you see the current situation? Everything has changed. The economic case, it is no longer important. Don't let the case take up too much of your energy. Wait for your superiors to notify you. Chu Zixin lowered his head and said dully, I won't rest. No matter what happened, the criminals should be brought to justice. Xiao Shanghai was stunned for a moment. Chu Zixin's words obviously meant something else. This was also him expressing his attitude. Chu Zixin was a stubborn person, a person who sticks to principles. Such a person is hard to convince. Okay, here is an economic case, you go and handle it. Xu Weiman took out a file from the folder and handed it to Chu Zixin. Chu Zixin took the file and turned to leave. When he left, Xiao Shanghai shouted at him, Let the past be the past, life must go on. Chu Zixin's face was gloomy, and he whispered back, You can say this to Xiao Li in front of his grave. This made Xiao Shanghai feel very uncomfortable. He knew very well that Chu Zixin was not convinced. However, the general trend was unstoppable, and he had to accept it even if he was not convinced. Yi Linqing had now transformed himself from a suspect in prison to a national hero. Everything he did was to save all mankind. Yi Linqing was charged with many crimes. But he had only one goal, which was to lead mankind to avoid this crisis of destruction. Did Yi Linqing do anything wrong? Obviously not. Without Yi Linqing's efforts, mankind would now have no choice but to wait for death. Did Chu Zixin do anything wrong? No. There is no absolute right or wrong in the world. Xiao Shanghai had a profound understanding of this sentence. Alas, it's going to rain. And my mother is going to get married. Let him be. Xiao Shanghai shook his head, forgetting Chu Zixin. However, he felt that Chu Zixin would definitely make some trouble. But he was powerless. When the plane was about to land, Luo Qingyu came to the opposite side of Yi Linqing with a man who looked calm but had a sharp gaze. Deputy Commander Yi, the meeting will start soon. Only one representative from each country can attend the meeting. I am worried that you are not well prepared. Otherwise, I will introduce you to the situation of the Blue Star National Alliance. This man is one of the spokespersons in the diplomatic mission abroad. And his name is Gung Whiting. He is a famous iron-tongued person in the diplomatic corps. Yi Linqing sat up straight. I just want to communicate with you. After all, I have never attended a meeting of the League of Nations. Gung Whiting began to talk about the situation of the Blue Star National Alliance. The Blue Star National Alliance is an international organization initiated by 7 major countries. It is called the League of Nations for short. It aims to maintain world peace. But after so many years, the League of Nations is like a joke. Wars break out every day all over the world. The League of Nations is like a firefighter, always busy putting out fires between warring countries. But when one fire is put out, another fire breaks out there. The main reason lies in the 7 major initiating countries. Among the 7 initiating countries, only 2 countries rarely have wars, and do not participate in the battles of other countries. But the other 5 countries have been fanning the flames everywhere. This has caused endless disputes in the world. Among the 7 initiating countries, except China, the other 6 countries are Chu, the world's largest economy and military power. It is also the biggest fanner. Shou State, once the world's largest country, has fallen behind in the past 100 years. In order to show its strength, it is unwilling to become a second-rate country, and now it is tightly holding the thigh of Chu State, forming an alliance of interests with Chu State. Jiao State, a tough country. It has strong military strength, but its economy is lagging behind year by year, and it is no longer as brave as it used to be. Yin State, like Qin State, is the only country that does not fan the flames everywhere, and is also a country with a high self-esteem, and its ambition is seriously mismatched with its strength. Wei State and Qi State are old and powerful countries, but with the rise of Qin State, Jiao State and Yin State, they are gradually marginalized, but they rely on their seniority from time to time, and want to jump out and point out the country. This is the overview of the 7 founding countries. Chapter 109 Debate of the League of Nations. There are also camps among these countries. Qin, Yin, and Zhao are each in their own camp, sometimes cooperating with each other, but also confronting each other. The other 4 countries belong to one camp. As for the nearly 200 participating countries, they also join these camps according to their own interests. This is the current state of the world. This time, your task is arduous. Other countries will definitely launch attacks against us. After all, we are the initiators, and our underground city work has been launched for a year. But they just found out about it. They are behind now. But they are definitely unwilling to fall behind, and will definitely create various obstacles. Gung Whiting said worriedly, when you speak, we can't help you. And you have to rely on yourself. You have to be careful. They are a group of politicians who make a living by debating. They can make the dead alive. If you can't stand it anymore, don't talk. Too much talk will lead to mistakes. Luo Qingyu rolled his eyes at him. Our chairman has seen all kinds of storms. He has never lost in a quarrel with others. Don't worry. Gung Whiting said seriously. This is not a debate among the people, it is a debate between countries. This group of old foxes is very arrogant and powerful. Especially because they have so many people. They will definitely besiege us. Yi Linsheng didn't say much, he stood up, stretched. We have an old saying, called 1 force can defeat 10 skills. Don't care how good they are at talking. I have the core secrets, and this alone can crush them. Seeing that Gung Whiting was still worried, he smiled and said, Don't worry. I know what's going on. Gung Whiting saw Yi Linsheng's confident look, and he was still worried. Yi Linsheng was too young. If he was squeezed out at the League of Nations, it would not only be Yi Linsheng's face that would be lost, it would be the face of the entire country. But he couldn't say anything more. After all, Yi Linsheng is much higher than him in terms of official position. As the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, his words are almost final. Previous meetings of the League of Nations were very loose. Every time, some countries were missing. And some countries were missing. But this time, the Blue Star National Alliance was surprisingly united. All national representatives rushed to the headquarters of the League of Nations as soon as possible, and started this cooperation meeting between countries. As the representative of Qin, Yi Linsheng also came to the headquarters of the League of Nations as soon as possible. Yi Linsheng knew that if he wanted to unite the world, he had to first deal with the 6 initiators. Only when the 7 initiators were united could they talk about unity. This was very difficult. But Yi Linsheng was confident. The conference hall of the League of Nations was full of people, and more than 200 seats were occupied. Even some small countries that never participated in the League of Nations sent important figures to attend the meeting, because this was a matter of life and death for mankind. No one dared to neglect it. Quiet. The meeting officially begins. The Qin representative Yi Linsheng will make a proposal. The rotating president nodded at Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng looked up at the other representatives. People here are of all skin colors and ages. However, the youngest is still Yi Linsheng. I thought I would be nervous, after all. He represents the entire Qin. It's not like before, when he was embarrassed, he was only embarrassed by his own people. But now, he is not allowed to be embarrassed. Because it was embarrassing, the entire country was embarrassed, the pressure was very great. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Yi Linsheng's nervousness disappeared, and he was still full of confidence. He was the only reborn, the only one who knew the future direction. Confidence was a must. Everyone, I am Yi Linsheng. I am also the prophet about the alien exploration spacecraft. In the meeting hall, there was a burst of discussion. The prediction of this time had long been spread all over the world. Especially when the exploration satellite appeared outside the solar ecliptic, Yi Linsheng's name became a household name. Seeing the real person now, everyone is still a little surprised. Shocked by Yi Linsheng's youth. I have successfully predicted the appearance of alien exploration satellites. Moreover, no one knows more about the future than me. I can tell you responsibly that the arrival of aliens will bring a devastating blow to mankind within 5 years. If we do not respond positively and correctly. 1 year later, the exploration satellite will leave with all the information of mankind. 3 years later, the alien fleet that has mastered the secrets of human civilization will arrive on the blue planet. The backwardness of technology has left us completely helpless. It will only take 1 year for all of us humans to perish. Although representatives of other countries have long heard these words from Yi Linsheng, they still feel shocked when they hear Yi Linsheng's words now. For the continuation of civilization. For the survival of mankind. At this moment, it is time for us humans to abandon our prejudices and work together to overcome the crisis. So, I propose that we reorganize the League of Nations and make it a highly efficient, highly united, highly centralized organization. As soon as Yi Linsheng's proposal was put forward, it caused a sensation in the audience. Because Yi Linsheng's tone was too big, he actually wanted to reorganize the League of Nations. The League of Nations has been established for nearly 100 years, and it has always been an organization that tries to smooth things over. It is not easy to make the League of Nations an efficient and centralized organization. In fact, Yi Linsheng did not want to run with all the people in the world, it was too tiring. Some countries cannot be taken with them at all. Now, except for a few countries, the whole world has already fallen into doomsday in advance. Everywhere is in chaos. But Yi Linsheng had to take these people with him. Because, if someone sabotages, the Qin people alone cannot cover up the traces of human civilization. If someone waits until the jammer fails and secretly sends signals to the aliens, then everyone's efforts will be in vain. There is such a group of people in this world. If I can't live, I will drag you to die together. This is the basic logic of this kind of people. There are quite a few people like this. Therefore, Yi Linsheng must bring all the countries in the world together to build the underground city. Although helpless, it is necessary. Sure enough, the representative of Chu spoke. This is a white-haired old man. He stared at Yi Linsheng and said, "Your prediction is indeed correct. But, I have deep doubts about your judgment. Can't aliens be kind?" He spread his hands exaggeratedly. Just like our Chu, we always explore the whole world with the greatest goodwill, spreading the fire of civilization all over the world. If our Chu discovers alien civilization, we will definitely not think of destroying it, but passing on the most advanced civilization to them, helping them to develop rapidly. Because we have always been peace-loving. I think aliens, maybe like us, are also peace-loving? This statement won the approval of Zhou, Wei, and Qi. They all spoke out to agree with this statement. Some small countries also expressed their agreement. Yi Linsheng sneered in his heart. This is the style of Chu. They always regard themselves as saviors, and impose their will on other countries. They also call themselves messengers of civilization. For such people, we must fight back fiercely, just like you discovered the New World, and then built the New World together with the indigenous people? This sentence is very ironic. Chapter 110. A strong dose of medicine. Everyone knows that Zhou, Chu, Wei, Qi and other countries, including some small countries, such as Song, Lu, etc., all rose in history, destroyed other civilizations, occupied the land of other civilizations, and established powerful countries. The establishment of civilization has always been based on bloody history. Even the races on a planet are like this, let alone foreign civilizations. As soon as this sentence was said, the venue fell into silence. Gung Whiting, who was in the audience seat, heard this and couldn't help but cheer secretly. "Oh my God! The young man is really sharp." And he destroyed the arrogant Chu people with just one sentence. Hearing someone praising Yi Linsheng, Luo Qingyu was happier than if she had been praised. This is just the beginning. Wait and see. Yi Linsheng can sometimes make people angry to death with his words. His tone was full of pride. Everyone, don't be lucky. Civilizations have always spoken with fists. From ancient times to the present. How many civilizations have been lost in a long river of history? Your Chu civilization. Isn't it built on piles of bones? Not to mention interstellar civilization. From the perspective of flight technology alone, our human civilization is far behind aliens. When the strength is unequal, annihilation or enslavement is the only outcome. This point, flipping through your history textbooks, is very clear. This sentence once again stabbed the hearts of representatives of Chu like a knife, leaving them speechless. Because, in history, many weak civilizations were destroyed by the Chu state, Zhou state and others. This is also their stain. Although they tried their best to whitewash it, they could not cover it up. The only way for us humans to survive is to burn our boats and survive. First, we will destroy the blue planet and turn it into an uninhabitable planet. We humans all move to underground life. Wait until the aliens evacuate and the blue planet becomes a habitable planet again. Yi Linsheng slammed the table fiercely. Time is running out. We, the Qin state, have now united as one and have begun to build the underground city. If you want to survive, unite now, put aside your hatred, and end the war. The Yin state spoke. As the poorest country among the initiating countries, they felt very insecure. Although they were always tough verbally, they knew in their hearts that they did not have the ability to build an underground city that could accommodate the entire population of the country. You have already started the construction of the underground city. We have not started yet. Why didn't you tell us in advance? We wasted a whole year. I think you should compensate us. I think this is the way of thinking of the Yin people. I don't want your opinion. I want my opinion. Yi Linsheng glanced at the Yin representative coldly. The construction of Qin's underground city is all my personal work. You want technology. No problem. I will share it all. You want equipment. We can help you build it. But the most important thing is that you still need to mobilize all the people to participate together. Instead of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor like a master. If you don't want to work hard and want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, that's a dream. Yi Linsheng's eyes were like lightning, and he glared at the representative of Yin State. I think that motivating your people is what you should do most. Instead of asking for compensation from anyone, the representative of Yin State shrank his neck and dared not speak. However, no matter how good Yi Linsheng's words were, it was useless. Other countries still spoke one after another, and their targets were all directly aimed at Qin State. These problems are nothing more than a few points. Their people are scattered. It is difficult to respond to the call of the country. They seem to be rich, but the country cannot provide enough funds in order to keep the seats under their buttocks. They dare not push the voters too hard. Equipment is in short supply. Time is not enough, etc. But the most questions are about Yi Linsheng and Qin's decision to build an underground city. Especially Chu, Zhou, Qi and Wei. They have always been domineering and used to letting the whole world obey their command. When will they tolerate Qin to lead them? I think there is no need to build an underground city. It is useless even if you build it. Even if you detonate our Yellowstone volcano, or even detonate the underwater supervolcano at the same time, it is useless. That can only make the surface temperature of the blue planet enter the ice age. Although it will cause a large number of animals and plants to die, there will still be many creatures that can survive. At that time, the blue planet, although the conditions may be a little worse, it is still considered a habitable planet. The representative of the Chu state was obviously well prepared. He said, even if we don't build an underground city, people can avoid the ice age by hiding in caves. After all, our ancestors came out of the ice age. There is no need to build underground cities. He looked at Yi Linsheng with contempt. Have you never thought of this? Or do you Qin people have a tradition of burrowing underground to hide? This sentence is also very ironic, because in the history of the Qin state, there was also the experience of living in caves. Even now, there are very few people living in dug caves. This point is often ridiculed by developed countries. Yi Linsheng didn't care. He glanced at everyone and said calmly, it seems that it's time for you to know all the secrets. He pointed to the sky and said, a few months ago, I launched a batch of thrusters into space. These thrusters have been placed on a small planet. The thrusters will push the asteroid away from its original orbit and fall to the blue planet. And humans can no longer control the operation of these thrusters. Even I can't. In another year, this huge asteroid will fall on the blue planet, completely destroying the living environment of the blue planet. The asteroid's impact on the blue planet will trigger a tsunami and produce a lot of dust. The dust will cover the sky and reduce the surface temperature to below -100 degrees. Except for a very small number of organisms. The absolute majority of species, including humans, will perish. Ladies and gentlemen, you only have 1 year left. Whether to build an underground city with Qin State, you decide for yourself. After saying this, Yi Linsheng stopped talking. The venue was in chaos. This news shocked everyone, because it showed that Qin State was serious. If this news was true, if you didn't build an underground city quickly, you would die. Now no one cared about the debate. One by one, they left the table and went to their own teams to check the situation. For a while. Except for some small countries that did not have the ability to observe the universe. Most of the national representatives left their seats. Chapter 111 Selection of the Research Group Leader. Luo Qingyu and Geng Whiting hurried over. Geng Whiting gave Yi Linsheng a thumbs up. Sure enough, one force can defeat 10 skills. An asteroid pushed to the ground can really put an end to all arguments. Yi Linsheng smiled. If we don't take some drastic measures, these people will always be entangled in trivial matters. I believe that, when they recognize the reality, this meeting can start to get down to business. Although the meeting of the League of Nations has not yet entered the main topic, the country has already taken intensive action. The location of the Nirvana Command Center has been determined. With super efficient work, it took only 1 day to complete the decoration of the headquarters of the command center. This is the efficiency of the Chinese people. Since the news was broadcast yesterday morning, the whole country has entered a state of preparation for war. The command center has started to operate at full capacity. The Nirvana Command Center has 7 major groups. They are the Astronomy Group, Scientific Research Group, Construction Group, Logistics Group, Foreign Affairs Group, Special Operations Group and Military Group. Many of these team leaders are members of the N teaching team. The astronomy team is led by Professor Wang Durong, an astronomy expert. This leader in the astronomy community is also the most qualified candidate to be the team leader. The construction team is led by Zhong Hanliang, director of the Construction Bureau. His position as team leader is also popular. After all, he was also the leader of the emergency team. He is very familiar with the underground city project and Yi Linsheng's other projects. It won't be a big problem for him to lead the people of the country in construction. The head of the logistics team is economist Li Tsosheng. As a nationally renowned economist, he is also a member of the last teaching team. After Yi Linsheng was arrested, he supported the NOAA group for nearly a month in a difficult environment. His ability is beyond doubt. The head of the Foreign Affairs team is Wu Xiangang, the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is also an undisputed candidate. The head of the Special Operations team is Zheng Jiqing of the Special Operations Department of the National Security Bureau. The military team is led by General Dong Xusheng. The selection of the 6 group leaders above is relatively uncontroversial. However, the selection of the research group leader is highly controversial. Zheng Lao and Chan Guangxiong both proposed that Shi Zui, a leader in natural sciences in China, should be appointed. Yi Linsheng had no objection. However, after Luo Ji talked with Yi Linsheng changed his mind. Before Yi Linsheng set out, Luo Ji found him and had a half-hour conversation with him. Luo Ji said straight to the point, Yi Linsheng, the research group leader must be one of ours? Yi Linsheng was a little surprised. Because, of course, the research group is selected based on the research results as an important measure. As a natural science researcher who almost won the Nobel Prize, Shi Zui is not too old, is in good shape, and is cautious, thoughtful, and calm. No matter which aspect you look at, he meets the requirements of the team leader. He is even the best candidate. Why? I know him very well. He is rigorous in his work, and he will not easily draw conclusions without sufficient evidence. Isn't this an advantage? Luo Ji looked at Yi Linsheng strangely. When did our last teacher become cautious? Yi Linsheng was speechless. The N sect is an organization that brings together a group of crazy people. From top to bottom, it is full of madness. However, it is precisely because of this madness that the current situation has come about. But now it is the country that is in control. Crazy is no longer our only label. Rogi looked calm, but his eyes were still crazy. We are fighting a war with only a 1/10 chance of winning. Failure is a high probability event. Calm people will lose their fighting power early. Only crazy people can find a glimmer of hope in a deadly situation. Yi Linxing hesitated. We also have to consider other people's thoughts. In the face of life and death, how can you care so much? To be honest, as one of the earliest initiators, I know very well that the probability that we can deceive the aliens is no more than 10%. Although you and I have not said this, the other members of our N sect are actually very clear in their hearts. But the reason why we persisted until now is that is, we believe that as long as we work hard, we will definitely achieve something. If Shurzhui is the team leader, once he understands this, he will soon be in trouble. We may even become pessimistic and disappointed. And finally despair. But the people of the whole country are watching us. If we despair first, then we are really finished. Yi Linxing frowned tightly. The research team may not seem to have much responsibility, but in fact it plays the role of a weather vane. Because all human preparations are based on the conclusions made by the research team. If the research team despairs first, others will definitely despair. There will be no hope for mankind. Don't look at Yi Linxing's confident look now. In fact, Yi Linxing knows very well that their preparations have many loopholes. This is why Yi Linxing must go to the League of Nations. If any country makes a small move, all of Yi Linxing's efforts will be wasted. It is very difficult to cover up human actions. All aspects must be considered. But it is very simple to expose human whereabouts. A satellite phone, a radar station, and a deep space rocket are enough. Yi Linxing and the members of the N sect knew this in their hearts. But they chose to ignore it. Moreover, they continued to rely on their crazy energy to try to cover up all traces of human beings. If Shurzhui became the team leader, would he have such crazy energy? The members of the N sect were carefully selected by Luo Ji. In the field of natural science, Shurzhui's achievements were definitely higher than Xue Weidong, a natural scientist of the N sect. But Luo Ji chose Xue Weidong instead of Shurzhui at that time. From this point of view, it is very telling. What do you mean? The research team is a top priority group, which will lead the direction of human progress. The members of this group must be members of the N religion who have experienced the last test. Luo Ji's eyes were firm, and his tone was serious. Yi Linxing analyzed the members of the N religion, and couldn't help shaking his head slightly. The members of the N religion have more attributes of scientists. There is absolutely no problem in doing scientific research. But leading a team, especially leading a national team, is a little bit lacking. But I don't have the right person. Yi Linxing sighed. Luo Ji stared at Yi Linxing with burning eyes. Think about it again. Yi Linxing met Luo Ji's eyes, and understood at once. You? Me? You are recommending yourself. Who else but me can do this? Yi Linxing hesitated again. Luo Ji did have no problem organizing people. All the members of the N sect were found by Luo Ji. But Luo Ji was too crazy and uncontrollable. The incident of Chuzishin was just like that. Chapter 112. Let me be your cruel official. You caused Chuzishin's car accident, right? Yes. Then give me a reason. Chuzishin must stop investigating, otherwise. That's not the reason I'm talking about. Give me a reason why you should be the team leader. Yi Linxing said calmly. He would not dwell on Chuzishin's matter at all. Whether Luo Ji was right or not, the thing had already been done. It was meaningless to pursue it. Moreover, Luo Ji achieved his goal. Because of the car accident, the investigation of Yi Linxing had to be stopped. Yi Linxing would not have any prejudice against Luo Ji in this matter. Luo Ji smiled. This time he smiled easily and relievedly. This smile was a recognition of Yi Linxing. Okay. I'll give you a reason. Do you know why Emperor Wu, as a woman, could be the emperor for 15 years in peace? This was a rare thing in the ancient times, when men were superior to women. Do you know the reason? Yi Linxing did not comment. He knew that if he did not speak, Luo Ji would continue to speak. That's because she used cruel officials. When criticism was flying everywhere, using cruel officials could suppress public opinion and accomplish what she wanted to do. And once there were problems and contradictions, she could put all the blame on the cruel officials. She used several cruel officials, and these cruel officials became the best targets for blaming, and they resolved social contradictions very well. So, she was able to maintain her reputation and prestige all the time. It is a big project to conceal the traces of human civilization. Some things cannot be put on the table, because it is not morally acceptable. And you are the savior of mankind, the savior. You cannot have any stain on you. You need a cruel official to divert the conflict. Luo Ji pointed to his nose. I am the best cruel official. I can do many things that you cannot do, especially things that are not so just. The cruel officials all end up miserably. For the continuation of human civilization, I am willing. Yi Linsheng frowned and glanced at Luo Ji. I am very curious. You don't seem to be the kind of hero who sacrifices himself for justice. What are you doing for? Luo Ji said coldly. For the continuation of human civilization, so that my research will not be destroyed by the extinction of mankind. I don't understand. They regard you as a public enemy, and you still care about the continuation of human civilization? Luo Ji smiled slightly. You really don't understand, because you are not a scientific researcher. Some people are willing to die to find answers. Some people are willing to remain single for life to explore the truth. And I, just to continue my research, was willing to lose my reputation. I understand. Finally, after Yi Linsheng argued, the position of the research group leader was taken by Luo Ji. Among the 7 leaders, the members of the last sect occupied 3 seats, and Yi Linsheng's power was strengthened again. However, compared with domestic affairs, international affairs gave Yi Linsheng a headache. The people of Qin are a united nation, but the countries of the world are more like a pile of loose sand. It is too difficult to get this group of scattered people to unite and act together. Some drastic measures must be taken. Yi Linsheng just can't abandon these countries. When the meeting started again, all the participants looked unhappy. We have just verified that. There is indeed an asteroid flying towards the blue planet. The representative of the Chu state looked livid. You are committing suicide. This is a terrorist act. You will cause the death of hundreds of millions of people. Yi Linsheng was very calm. You are wrong. It's not hundreds of millions. If you don't build the underground city, you will all die. You are kidnapping. No, it's not kidnapping. It's giving you the only chance to survive. Life towards death. This is the only way for us humans to save ourselves. Yen Gui interrupted. We can also install thrusters on it to push the planet to turn. That's no different from suicide. If there were a spacecraft that far into the deep space, it would have been discovered by alien exploration satellites long ago. Humanity would be doomed. You might as well let the planet fall, at least die heroically. Yi Linsheng turned around with contempt and glanced at all the participants. Everyone, stop dreaming. Humanity now has only one chance. That is for people all over the world to unite. Build underground cities. And move all humans underground. In order to help people all over the world. Our Qin country is willing to disclose all information and do its best to help all countries. In fact, we have always done so. Yi Linsheng pointed to the representatives of the countries in the Black Continent. I believe you know very well that we never hesitate to show our kindness. When the world was in crisis and you had nowhere to go, it was our Qin state that lent you a helping hand. This time, we will do the same. We will help you build the underground city and lead everyone through the crisis together. Yi Linsheng's voice was loud and powerful. In order to achieve this goal, we must reorganize the League of Nations and make it a truly actionable and binding organization. I hope everyone will support my proposal. Unfortunately, although Yi Linsheng has made the interests clear, most countries are still hesitant. The main reason is that Chu and other countries have not expressed their views. Yi Linsheng sighed secretly. He still underestimated the resistance of the League of Nations. In the League of Nations, Chu, Zhou, Qi, Wei have an absolute advantage. Most small countries, fearing their power, generally stand on the side of Chu. And Yao and Yen have their own evil intentions, and are not in harmony with Qin. Therefore, Qin's proposals generally do not get the response of most countries. This time, it was no exception. In the entire venue, only 1/3 of the countries responded to Yi Linsheng. Most of them were representatives from the Allies and the Black Continent, because they were all beneficiaries. As for the other countries, they were all in a wait-and-see state. This time, the proposal ended in vain. Yi Linsheng sneered, these people still can't recognize the reality. However, forming a strong League of Nations is a must. Otherwise, the Qin state alone cannot cover up the traces of human civilization. Yi Linsheng didn't want to lead any of these stupid teammates, but he had to. In the audience seat, Luo Qingyu asked anxiously, what should we do? It seems that no one wants to respond to Yi Linsheng's proposal. Deng Whiting sighed. This is the situation of Qin state in the international community. Even the call for justice cannot get much support. These stupid teammates can't be led. Is it invalid just like that? I don't know. We can't enter the venue now. nor can we provide him with suggestions. We can only rely on Yi Linqing's own adaptability. Yi Linqing's eyes turned to the representative of Chu State. The representative of Chu State, with gray hair, raised his head arrogantly. It was obvious that he was watching all this with the mentality of making fun of Yi Linqing. Yi Linqing's heart moved, walked out of his seat, and came to the seat of the representative of Chu State. Sometimes, in order to achieve the goal, some compromises must be made. Only by retreating to advance can we go further. Chapter 113, we are also family-oriented. Ambassador Yi, what can I do for you? The representative of Chu was called Ma Long. He asked with a hint of arrogance and complacency on his face. Yi Linqing suppressed his disgust. Ambassador Ma, let's make a deal. Ma Long asked suspiciously, do you Qin also do on-site transactions? This kind of on-site transaction is not so sunny, and Qin representatives basically don't operate it. However, Yi Linqing doesn't care now. Humanity has reached a critical moment of life and death. Who cares about whether it is sunny or not? Yi Linqing's purpose is that as long as the goal can be achieved, the means are not a problem. Our two countries jointly initiated a proposal to reorganize the League of Nations. How about it? Ma Long, the representative of Chu, did not speak. Yi Linqing was a little annoyed. Do you really want to wait for aliens to deal with us? Ma Long finally spoke. Who will lead this proposal? Whatever. Our request is that after the reorganization, a general secretary position will be established, and this position will be held by our personnel. Ma Long said cunningly. Yi Linqing said without hesitation, as long as it can unite mankind. No problem. Deal. I have an idea. Please speak. Why bother to seek the opinions of those small countries? Just deal with the 7 initiators. Everything will come naturally. Yi Linqing smiled bitterly. This is the bandit logic of Chu. In their eyes, small countries have no say. Fortunately, Qin has been preparing for war in recent years and has developed into a powerful country. Otherwise, it would only be an existence that is ignored. Among the initiating countries, I will be responsible for persuading Zhou, Wei, and Qi. You go to persuade Zhao and Yin. It's enough for the 7 initiating countries to agree. What if those small countries protest? Ma Long said with a gloomy face. If they don't agree, then we will fight until they agree. Yi Linqing was silent again. He finally learned about the powerful diplomatic methods of Chu. Ma Long said seriously, actually, I know very well. Our country's scientists and research institutes have also carefully analyzed it. Your choice is the only correct choice. Only by destroying the blue planet can mankind have a glimmer of hope. Yi Linqing's face darkened. But you didn't agree with my proposal just now. A proposal without our Chu State's participation is not a valid proposal. The arrogance and conceit of the Chu State were fully exposed at this moment. During the break, hearing Yi Linqing's story, Luo Qingyu said angrily, Damn Chu people, it's time, and they still want to fight for the boss. Gung Whiting asked, Deputy Commander Yi, what should we do next? If Chu State really takes the lead, I feel very bad. Especially the position of Secretary General. If it is given to Ma Long, it will definitely be very dangerous. Yi Linqing sneered. I am pulling them in now, just to get my reorganization proposal passed. After the reorganization of the League of Nations is passed, I will definitely strive for the position of Secretary General. But they have many allies. We may not be able to win. Gun Whiting sighed. This is the truth. The Chu State is powerful. Whether in economy or military, it is the world's #1. In this era where strength is respected, strength represents everything. Therefore, they have a group of younger brothers and allies. Humph. In the face of life and death, allies are empty. Yi Linqing said confidently. When the time comes, let's see how many reliable allies he has. Also check them, and see how many real friends they have. Yi Linqing smiled at Luo Qingyu and Gun Whiting. I bet there are definitely not many. The League of Nations is still in the midst of open and covert struggles. But the domestic situation is already in full swing. The world has completely changed because of Yi Linqing's prediction. The old way of life is gradually being changed. The first change in particular has had a huge impact on people's lives. This change is to ban all wireless terminal devices. The Nirvana command issued a radio ban as soon as possible. Whether it is a mobile phone, tablet, drone, walkie-talkie, or wireless computer, all are banned. In terms of communication, human beings have regressed 30 years in an instant, from the mobile phone era directly back to the wired telephone era. It is even worse than the days when PHS, mobile phones, and pagers were all the rage. Now, if you want to find someone, Apart from a landline phone, you can only rely on your legs. In this era, some people are happy and some are sad. The boss wants to work overtime, but can't contact his subordinates. The girlfriend wants to check on him, but can't contact her boyfriend. If you want to watch videos, there are no resources. If you want to be lazy and don't want to cook, you can't order takeout. Even the mobile payment that everyone loves is completely over. People's lives have really been turned upside down. There is a joke on the internet many years ago that has become popular in reality, which is, your mother calls you to go home for dinner. When the window is opened, a tough woman shouts downstairs, "Dead child, come back for dinner." This communication method is also contagious. After one woman shouts, other women will shout one after another. One after another, it has become a spectacle. There is no way, if you don't shout, you can't call back these wild children. Amidst the shouting, Mousie walked alone on the road to his residence. He was very frightened. After being away for so long, would the child still remember what he looked like? Would the child miss him? As a father, he was really incompetent. Moreover, he was a thief. And now, he was involved in a murder case. He could not give the child a stable home. With such an identity, how could he see his little daughter? His little daughter was everything to him now. But he was a little afraid to see her. Although Yi Linsheng had already gone to the Blue Star National Alliance, Mousie had just been released. There were also many controversies in the Security Bureau regarding his stay or departure. The biggest controversy was that Mousie was responsible for a human life. It was not appropriate to release him just like that. In the end, the director rejected all objections and announced that Mousie would be released. Although Mousie admitted that he had done some things that might affect driving safety, such as putting a drug that dilated the pupils in coffee and puncturing Chu Zixin's tires. However, these were not the direct causes of the accident. The director insisted on letting Mousie go on the grounds of insufficient evidence. This was actually a way to show goodwill to Yi Linsheng. Although Yi Linsheng had never asked about Mousie's case, the director of the Security Bureau was not a fool. Yi Linsheng could dismiss his immediate superior, Song Xiuwen, the director of the Security Bureau, on the spot. And of course, he could also dismiss himself directly. A man of insight is a hero. The director would not make things difficult for Yi Linsheng at this time. In this case, the safety of mankind is the most important thing. Releasing Mousie is the general trend. Due to the delays caused by these reasons, Mousie was not released until today. Passing an intersection, someone held a loudspeaker and shouted, "Recycling mobile phones, tablets, walkie-talkies and all radio equipment at the original price. Please consciously abide by the regulations of the command center." Mousie stopped and took out his mobile phone. "Will you recycle my mobile phone too?" "Yes." The staff with the red armband put down the loudspeaker and said to Mousie, "Recycling at the original price, you won't lose a penny. This is all paid by the state. We ordinary people must respond to the call of the country." Just as Mousie was about to turn on the power, the staff quickly stopped him. "Don't turn it on. There are detectors everywhere. If you are detected by the detector, not only will your device be confiscated, you may also be arrested for violating the state of emergency law." Mousie hesitated. "I still have some numbers saved in my phone." "Haha, the numbers are useless." The staff took the phone skillfully, checked the model. "Xiaomi, the price is 2,000. Don't you think about it, what use can the numbers in your phone have? All mobile phones are invalid, telecom base stations are all shut down, these numbers can't find people." Mousie scratched his head. "What should I do if I have important people to contact?" The staff counted out 2,000 yuan in cash and handed it to Mousie. "It's simple, use your feet." Mousie took the money, smiled bitterly. "I can only use my feet." "Dad." Suddenly a crisp call came. Mousie turned around and was stunned. A tiny little person was running towards him. Mousie's eyes were a little wet. He squatted down and hugged the little person. "Dad is here, Dad is back." "Dad, are you really a hero?" The little person hugged Mousie's neck. Mousie was a little speechless. "Everyone says you are a hero, a big hero." "Who said that?" "Aunt Xiao Luo, Uncle Xiao Yi, Uncle Xiao Dao, and Uncle Chang, they all say you are a big hero." When the little person spoke, her voice was very loud. Obviously she felt very proud. She gestured fiercely with both hands. "So big, such a big hero." Mousie's eyes were completely covered with tears. "All my efforts are worth it." In the eyes of the children, he is no longer a thief, no longer a useless person, he has become a hero. His comrades in arms also regard themselves as heroes. No matter how high the price is, It is worth it. And Song also said, you are a great hero. Mousie raised his tearful eyes and saw Aunt Song standing not far away. Go home, the food is ready. There is your favorite braised pork. Home, it turns out that I also have a family. Mousie's chest straightened up, and his short stature also became taller at this moment. Shu Weiman was very busy. He was so busy that he couldn't stop working. But his busyness seemed to be meaningless. He was now leading the entire team, carrying a signal detector and walking around the streets. Except for the particularly serious cases, the original cases were basically stopped. Compared with the survival of mankind, these cases were not worth mentioning. The most important task was to confiscate the communication equipment in the whole city. Of the first 20 orders issued by the Nirvana Command, 15 are related to radio communications. Because the thing that most easily exposes the existence of human beings is radio. Now, telecommunications base stations across the country are being demolished. In space, all controllable satellites are falling under human control. Now, as long as you look up, you may see meteors streaking across the sky and falling to the ground at any time. These meteors are satellites that are controlled to self-destruct by humans. The satellites launched by the country for decades are now being destroyed. Although there are radio jammers working in space, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, destroying all radio equipment is the top priority. Chapter 114 Researchers who violated the ban. All radio stations stopped broadcasting, and all TV signals were converted to cable signals. Some places were so exaggerated that even toy remote control cars and TV remote controls were banned. Although it is not ruled out that some people are lazy in politics and have overcorrected, it is also known that the upper level is very strict in banning radio signals. A familiar figure appeared in front. Shu Weiman drove over and said, Chu Zixin, are you investigating the case? Chu Zixin turned his head and took a look. He looked not very good and seemed very listless. He didn't answer, just nodded. Do you want me to give you a ride? Chu Zixin finally spoke. No. My car is right next to you. Watching Chu Zixin hurriedly turn into the alley next to him, Shu Weiman felt that this guy seemed a little weird. However, he didn't care too much. After all, the whole society has become very weird. In the era without mobile phones, everything is changing dramatically. Captain, there is a strong radio signal nearby. Hurry up and locate it, and arrest it. I am not guilty, Yi Linsheng is guilty. He is the most evil, you can't be fooled by him. An elderly man in shabby clothes was escorted out and locked in a car. Shu Weiman pinched his nose and walked into the man's room. It was filled with an indescribable complex smell. The colleagues invited several porters, who were unloading the items onto the law enforcement vehicle. Captain, this room is full of wireless communication equipment. This guy simply doesn't take the emergency order seriously. The subordinate walked over and said. Shu Weiman scanned the entire room, which was filled with all kinds of equipment. Where did he get these equipment from? Shu Weiman asked. The signal just now came from this room. This man clearly violated more than a dozen orders issued under the state of emergency, operating privately and transmitting radio signals. I asked a porter, and he said it was dismantled from a nearby telecommunications base station. The subordinate pointed to a base station being dismantled not far away. Base stations are being dismantled all over the country now. And he pretended to be a telecommunications company to dismantle it, which would not arouse people's suspicion. Why does he want to go against the country? I also asked questions. And I personally feel that he is either a genius or a lunatic. The subordinate shrugged. Shu Weiman's heart moved. It seemed that not long ago, Yi Linsheng was also considered a madman. But he was recognized as a genius by the country. After the news broadcast on March 9th, his reputation changed from a century's biggest criminal to the savior of the Chinese people. But before that, people basically said that Yi Linsheng was a madman. Shu Weiman turned and left the room filled with strange smells, came to the front of the car, and knocked on the window. The escort opened the window. Shu Weiman tilted his head and took a closer look at the older man. He was about 50 or 60 years old, and his hair was already Mediterranean, but he stubbornly pulled a few strands of long hair from the side to cover his bald scalp. It was a bit like trying to cover up something. Name. Loomingly. What do you do? Cosmology researcher at the Academy of Sciences. Shu Weiman was stunned for a moment, and this news caught him off guard. Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you can go to the Academy of Sciences to investigate, the man said angrily. It's all because of that idiot Yi Linsheng. Otherwise, you can find my information with any mobile phone. Xu Weiman changed the subject. Why do you use and collect these communication equipment in violation of regulations? Lu Mingli raised his head and said with a firm look, save humanity. Xu Weiman was shocked. Although Lu Mingli and Yi Linsheng were very different in appearance, his eyes just now were exactly the same as Yi Linsheng's when he was detained. This kind of person is determined and should not be underestimated. Let me tell you, Yi Linsheng is a big liar and a big fool. The orders he issued will only lead to the death of mankind. Lu Mingli's expression began to become excited. He is planning a massacre that will kill all mankind. Someone must stop his actions. Xu Weiman frowned and signaled the escort to close the window. The window was closed, and the people inside also closed their mouths. Xu Weiman frowned again. If the window was closed, and Lu Mingli was still yelling and cursing wildly, it meant that he was either a lunatic or his emotions were out of control because he was arrested. But it didn't. As soon as he saw the window closed, he quickly shut up. This shows that he was not in an irrational state. Moreover, just now, he had a sympathetic and angry expression on his face. This shows that he was very sober and knew what he was doing. Captain Xu, what case? A familiar figure flashed his ID past the obstruction of the outsiders and walked in. It was Chu Zixin. Chu Zixin must have heard the noise here, so he came to check the situation. Xu Weiman shook his head. It's a small case. Someone secretly hid communication equipment and secretly sent out radio signals. Xu Weiman handed a cigarette to Chu Zixin. You know, several departments under our police department are not doing their jobs now, and they are catching people who send out wireless signals privately. Chu Zixin smiled very far-fetchedly. Me too. It can be seen that the smile was forced. This made Xu Weiman very strange. It seemed that he had never seen Chu Zixin smile. Today was the first time. Who was arrested? A person who claimed to be a researcher at the Academy of Sciences and hid a bunch of communication equipment in the room. Xu Weiman irritated Chu Zixin. Oh, what's his name? Lu Mingli. I don't know if it's true or not. Chu Zixin looked up. Lu Mingli, I think this name is on my key monitoring list. Otherwise, transfer the case to our Economic Investigation Department. Forget it, it's very troublesome. It's just a small case. He will be released after a few days of education. Xu Weiman felt something was wrong. There are too many cases like this now, and they are all mainly criticized and educated. Chu Zixin did not insist. That's right. Then I'll take my leave. Watching Chu Zixin leave, Xu Weiman felt uneasy again. Although he had not known Chu Zixin for a long time, Xu Weiman knew Chu Zixin's personality, which was paranoid, stubborn, and even a little stubborn. But today he gave up his request very easily, which was very strange. However, Xu Weiman did not think much about it. After all, after such a big blow, his personality may have changed. Chu Zixin walked slowly to his car. He was not interested in handling his case now. Lu Mingli's words just now attracted all his attention. He said that Yi Linsheng was a big liar who would harm all mankind. He agreed with this point. In Chu Zixin's cognition, if a person can commit crimes without bottom line, it means that everything about him is unreliable. How can a person who does not hesitate to kill people in order to achieve his goal be a hero or a savior? Yi Linsheng's madness will only bring destruction to people. However, he has no evidence. He can't convince anyone. However, this man named Lu Mingli seems to be able to prove this. Chapter 115 Election of the Secretary General. At the League of Nations. After reaching a cooperation in private, the 7 initiating countries unanimously agreed to reorganize the Blue Star National Alliance. The original National Alliance was just a guiding organization. It was not binding on each country. After the reorganization, the nature of the National Alliance changed. It became a centralized organization. The League of Nations has the power to directly intervene in countries around the world. The 7 initiating countries each sent 10,000 troops to the League of Nations to execute the orders of the League of Nations. At the same time, it also accepts 1,000 to 5,000 troops from other member states to form a national alliance. The reorganization of the League of Nations means that a thunderstorm is coming. The first decision after the reorganization of the League of Nations is to select the candidate for the Secretary General. This is also the first topic of the League of Nations today. The host said, now we will nominate the candidate for the Secretary General. If any country has a suitable candidate to recommend, please stand up and speak. Mark, the representative of Chu, stood up first and said, members of the League of Nations, the candidate I nominate is myself. As a Chu citizen, We have always taken a responsible attitude as a major country in international affairs. I believe that I can lead the League of Nations forward. Generally. In this case, Chu, as the main initiator, recommends candidates, and other countries will not recommend anyone else. Even if they do recommend, there is no threat, unless it is the Qin state's recommendation. Ma Long is confident about this. According to the agreement between the two parties, Qin will not recommend anyone. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the agreement between the two parties. As long as Qin does not recommend anyone, the candidates recommended by other countries will not be competitive. This Secretary General, Ma Long, is determined. Everyone, does anyone recommend? The host asked. After asking several times, no one stood up. Just when everyone thought that no one would stand up, the representative of Zhao stood up. Everyone, we have a candidate to recommend in Zhao. Ma Long snorted. As a declining great power, Zhao's international influence is no longer what it used to be. Its allies are only a dozen countries at most, which cannot form any competitiveness. However, the next sentence of the Zhao representative shocked Ma Long. The candidate I recommend is more suitable and more appropriate than the candidate of Chu. The Zhao representative glanced at Ma Long with contempt, and his tone was full of gloating. That is Yi Linsheng from Qin. As soon as this sentence came out, Ma Long felt that he was being calculated. According to past practice, the person nominated by Zhao must be from his own country or an allied country. Who knew that he actually nominated Yi Linsheng from Qin? This obviously smells like a conspiracy. Qin obviously had a private deal with Zhao. Yi Linsheng was the first person to promote the construction of the underground city. His foresight far exceeded that of other candidates. It is for this reason that Qin's underground city construction can be at the forefront of all countries. With Yi Linsheng's rich experience in building underground cities, he will definitely lead the people of the world to overcome this doomsday crisis together. I believe that everyone is very clear about this. The representative of Yin also stood up and said, we also think that it is most appropriate to nominate Qin Representative Yi Linsheng as the general manager. This is in the interests of more people. At this point, Ma Long completely understood that Yi Linsheng had played a trick on him. Although Qin did not recommend a representative, it colluded with Yin and Zhao. The two of them pushed Yi Linsheng out to confront Ma Long, which did not violate the agreement between Yi Linsheng and Ma Long. However, Ma Long was not in a hurry. In this world, most countries were allies of Chu. Qin had very few allies. Even if the allies of Yin and Zhao were added, the number was limited. He believed that Yi Linsheng could not defeat him. There were 5 candidates this time, in addition to Yi Linsheng and Ma Long. The Ocean Nations Alliance, the Petroleum Alliance, and the Black Continent Alliance saw Yi Linsheng being pushed out, and they also put forward their own candidates. The first round of voting started and ended quickly. Ma Long won first place with 41% of the votes. Yi Linsheng only got 23% of the votes, far behind Ma Long. Other candidates got even fewer votes. According to the rules of the League of Nations, if no one gets more than half of the votes in the first round, the second round of voting will be held. The candidates will only be the top 2 representatives, that is, Ma Long and Yi Linsheng. What should we do? Our votes are so far behind theirs. Luo Qingyu asked nervously. Geng Whiting was also a little worried. The votes of other candidates, except for those countries in the Black Continent, may flow into the hands of Chu. Especially those maritime island countries. They are small, but there are many of them, and everyone has the right to vote. And our country's maritime power is not enough to compare with Chu. These maritime countries will definitely turn to Chu. I am afraid that our position as the Secretary General will not be secure. In the current overall situation, the allies of Yin and Zhao, and the allies of Qin occupy 23% of the share. The Black Continent can bring about 15% of the votes. But those ocean island countries and oil countries are all biased towards Chu. After the representatives they recommend lose the election, most of the votes in their hands will fall into the hands of Chu. The votes that Yi Linsheng can get will not exceed 40%. Yi Linsheng glanced at Ma Long opposite him. As if sensing Yi Linsheng's gaze, Ma Long also looked over. Obviously, he was very sure of the current situation, and his eyes looking at Yi Linsheng were full of arrogance and disdain. Obviously, he was very disdainful of Yi Linsheng's private tricks. Don't worry. It's not time to reveal the real purpose, Yi Linsheng said nonchalantly. The second round of voting is the key. Jianghai City Economic Investigation Department. Department 1, Department 2, the Security Bureau wants to call our people to assist in the investigation. Who is willing to go? Xiao Shanghai walked into the office quickly and shouted to everyone. If no one goes, let's draw lots. No one is willing to go for this kind of job of assisting in the investigation. Not to mention the exhausting work, the results are also someone else's. Generally, this kind of work is assigned to newcomers. Xiao Shanghai didn't expect anyone to sign up, so he started to prepare the paper balls for drawing lots. I'll go. Xiao Shanghai didn't react, then draw lots. I'll go. Chu Zixin stood up, with a hint of joy in his seemingly calm eyes. You'll go? Xiao Shanghai still didn't understand. Yes, I'll go. Xiao Shanghai was a little uneasy. Are you sure? I'm sure. Okay, you can report later. I'll go now. Seeing Chu Zixin walk out, Xiao Shanghai still couldn't understand. Strange, the sun came out from the west today. Chapter 116 Yi Linsheng was elected as the Secretary General of the League of Nations. The meeting of the League of Nations has been delayed for several days. Every minute is precious now. Today, the candidate for the Secretary General must be selected, and then a series of arrangements must be made. Soon after the first round of voting, the second round of voting began immediately. Host, time is tight, so our second round of voting will be carried out immediately. Before the second round of voting, the two candidates will announce their plans, so that the participants can choose who to vote for more clearly. Ma Long was the first to stand up and give a speech. You can guess the content of his speech without listening. It is nothing more than preaching that their country has the strongest military force and the strongest economic strength in the world. For leading the League of Nations, it has the greatest advantage. He also greatly publicized his past achievements. When it was Yi Linsheng's turn to give a speech, he said with a grim expression, I will only tell you one thing. When the asteroid falls on the blue planet, many countries will have to migrate as a whole. We, the Qin state, will work hard to resettle these countries. I will do what I say. This sentence immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Because, for such a major event related to infrastructure, only the Qin state can be trusted. As for the Chu state, although it has money, it is obviously unreliable in large operations such as resettlement and migration. A representative of an ocean island country stood up and asked, I have a question. May I ask the representative of the Qin state? Where will this planet fall? Yi Linsheng said, it is most likely in the Southern Ocean area. Then what is the point of us building an underground city? Representatives of several other ocean island countries stood up in horror. Such a huge asteroid falling on the blue planet would at least cause a tsunami of hundreds of meters, or even higher. And almost all the island countries in the ocean would be submerged. Building an underground city on the island would definitely be submerged by seawater backflow, which is extremely dangerous. Even low-altitude countries would be like this. Yi Linsheng nodded. So, we need a strong League of Nations to evacuate your citizens to countries with conditions. The representatives of these ocean island countries looked panicked. They also understood that if they relied on the League of Nations led by Ma Long to coordinate, they would have no way out. Only if Yi Linsheng served as the Secretary General and fulfilled his promise, they would have a way out. Moreover, the Secretary General should be a national candidate who really does practical things. The arrogant Chu people are obviously not suitable for the position of Secretary General. For infrastructure construction, Qin still has to be relied on. Qin representative. Our country votes for you. We vote for you too. We vote for you too. Almost all the representatives of the island countries expressed their attitudes. In normal times, they would generally choose to stand on the side of Chu because they were afraid of offending Chu, Zhou and other countries. But this was a matter of life and death. They knew very well that the most trustworthy country in the world was Qin. Qin would take the lead in restructuring the League of Nations. This was their only hope. People would only make the right choice when they were truly facing death. Ma Long's face changed. However, he was still able to keep his composure. Because the number of these island countries is not large. They only account for about 10%. Adding most of the countries in the Black Continent, Yi Linsheng can only get about 45% of the votes, which does not pose a threat to the Chu state. But when the voting results came out, Ma Long was shocked. Yi Linsheng was elected with a high vote of 70%. This puzzled Ma Long. Because, even his staunch allies, many countries switched to Yi Linsheng. However, no matter how angry he was, Yi Linsheng's election as the Secretary General of the League of Nations was a foregone conclusion. After all, everyone was afraid of death. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, who would dare to offend the state of Chu? But now it was different. Choosing Ma Long from the state of Chu as the Secretary General might really push humanity into the land of death. In the face of life and death, allies are nothing. Security Bureau Detention Center. Chu Zixin walked in with a familiar look. And he was already very familiar with the environment here. Your task is to assist us in the investigation of these arrested suspects. Xu Weiman handed a pile of files to Chu Zixin. I didn't expect that you would come to assist us in handling the case. Chu Zixin said calmly. They all have heavy tasks. But I don't have any big cases. This is the truth. After Chu Zixin returned to the team after recovering from his injury, he did not take on any big cases. His main focus was on tracking Yi Linqing's case. Now Yi Linqing's case has been left unsolved. Yi Linqing himself also changed from a public enemy to a savior. It seems reasonable that he was seconded here. Okay. Take a close look at these files, and close the case as soon as possible. Xu Weiman patted Chu Zixin on the shoulder. Actually, it's not a big case. Most people accidentally turned on wireless communication equipment and violated the emergency regulations. Educate them, and the case can be closed. Chu Zixin did not answer. He walked to his workstation with the files and began to look through them. Seeing Chu Zixin's look, Xu Weiman was still a little worried. He whispered to his subordinates, those big cases with problems haven't been put in? The subordinates nodded. Captain, don't worry. They haven't been put in. Especially the file of Lu Mingli. You specifically instructed that it should not be given to him. But I will personally review it. That's good. Xu Weiman glanced at Chu Zixin again. He was now fully engaged in his work. But his every move made Xu Weiman feel that something was wrong. This Chu Zixin is too quiet. This is not his style. During the evening news, the people who were working suddenly cheered. Because the latest news was being broadcast on TV, Yi Linqing was elected as the Secretary General of the League of Nations with an absolute advantage, and will lead people all over the world to build underground cities together, to avoid alien reconnaissance. This is the first time in history. Although the country is becoming more and more powerful, its international influence is also growing. However, it is the first time that such an important position is held by a Chinese. Yi Linqing's status in the hearts of the people is getting higher and higher. And it also makes the Chinese people more proud. It can be said that Yi Linqing's current influence is rising sharply. He has secured the title of savior. Xu Weiman glanced at Chu Zixin, and found that Chu Zixin just raised his head slightly, and then went back to work. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Xu Weiman shook his head. This Chu Zixin obviously has not let go of his knot. Yi Linqing now is no longer someone Chu Zixin can deal with. He hopes that Chu Zixin can give up as soon as possible, and stop thinking about dealing with Yi Linqing. Chapter 117 Man is good at birth. When Xu Weiman got off work, he saw Chu Zixin still working. So he walked over and said, hello, Captain Chu. There is no need to work so hard. You should have gotten off work long ago. Chu Zixin raised his head and smiled strangely. It's okay. There is nothing to do when you go back. Besides, such a big thing as radio silence must be resolved quickly. Otherwise, it will affect the overall situation. Xu Weiman shrugged and had to leave first. When the clock struck 12 o'clock, Chu Zixin finally put down the pen in his hand. He stood up and looked around the office vigilantly. There was no one. He walked quickly and walked into the detention room at the back without seeming to be tired at all. I have a few questions to ask the suspect Lu Mingli. Please open the cell door. Chu Zixin said calmly. Please register. Chu Zixin picked up a pen and wrote his name. The two of them walked into the detention room one after the other. When they arrived in front of the room where Lu Mingli was imprisoned, Chu Zixin raised an ambiguous smile at the corner of his mouth. Is it God's will that I am in the same room with Yi Linqing? Lu Mingli, get up. The guard opened the door. Lu Mingli stood up silently, glaring at Chu Zixin. I have nothing to say. You are all a bunch of stupid accomplices. You are helping that bastard to destroy humanity. The guard knocked on the iron door with a key. Stop shouting. Put on the handcuffs. And follow Captain Chu. Chu Zixin didn't say anything. Just stood behind the guard, quietly looking at the man. Chu Zixin didn't speak until he entered the interrogation room. The guard asked, Captain Chu, do you need a transcriber? It's hard to find one now. Everyone on duty has gone out. And there is only one person who is answering the phone and can't leave. No. I'll just ask a few simple questions. Chu Zixin was still very calm. He sat down, tidied his clothes, waited until the guard closed the door, then said, Are you Lu Mingli? You can go to the Research Institute to investigate. I am Lu Mingli who studies cosmology at the Research Institute. Lu Mingli was obviously very angry. Absolutely true. Why do you say Yi Linsheng is extremely evil? That's because he is. Lu Mingli said angrily. Every decision he makes is wrong. It will force humanity into a desperate situation. Tell me in detail. Lu Mingli was stunned. What did you say? Didn't you say Yi Linsheng is extremely evil? Tell me in detail. Chu Zixin looked very calm, but his slightly shaking hands exposed his true thoughts. This is the first like-minded person he found. Are you willing to listen? What else? I am sitting here with nothing to do. Lu Mingli was very surprised. But you all don't believe me. No one listens to me seriously. As long as you hear the 3 words Yi Linsheng, you don't even dare to take notes. You are obviously afraid of Yi Linsheng. Chu Zixin's tone became cold. I am not Chu Zixin. Lu Mingli's eyes lit up. Are you Chu Zixin? The one who almost stopped Yi Linsheng's conspiracy? Have you heard of me? Yes. It's just a pity for you. If there was someone around you to help you with your plan, Yi Linsheng would be a prisoner now. He wouldn't have caused such a big wave, and wouldn't have caused such a dangerous situation now. Lu Mingli became angry. It was obvious that he really hated Yi Linsheng. Then tell me in detail, what big crime did he commit? Chu Zixin pointed to the cameras around. Don't worry, I have turned off all the surveillance. What you said, only you and I can hear it. Lu Mingli snorted. I wish everyone in the world could hear it. Yi Linsheng. This is pushing humanity to death. Chu Zixin stood up, walked to Lu Mingli's side, and opened his handcuffs. Lu Mingli moved his wrists, and said excitedly, Yi Linsheng knows nothing about cosmology. He has read too many science fiction novels, and thinks that aliens are so bad and so scary. Especially the Dark Forest Law. That is a completely wrong understanding. Finally found a listener. Lu Mingli seemed very excited. In our human race, there have been 2 sayings about human nature since ancient times. One is that people are born good. One is that human nature is evil. The mainstream opinion is, of course, that human nature is good. Our ancients said that if a person sees a child fall into a well, no matter if the person is evil or good, or if he knows the child or not, he will rescue the child. This is the goodness of human nature. Chu Zixin spoke. Just a few days ago at the League of Nations, Yi Linsheng made a speech. He said that countries like Chu, when developing the New World, would kill all the local indigenous people, without any humanity and without mercy. Isn't this the evil nature of human beings? Lu Mingli shook his head. Wrong. The Chu people at that time were, at best, a society of barbarians. They didn't know what propriety, righteousness, and honor were. If you go and see now, you will find that they are now trying their best to protect the indigenous civilization. This is not a change of conscience, but their society has improved, and their civilization has improved. Our Qin state is known as a country of etiquette. When dealing with foreign guests, we have always maintained the demeanor of the Celestial Empire, and are a country of etiquette that welcomes all nations to come. We have always been magnanimous to weak countries and civilizations. As long as they do not infringe upon the rights and interests of our Celestial Empire, and pay tribute on time, we will return the favor 10 or 100 times. Even if they are backward, it is still the same. There is only one reason. More than 1,000 years ago, our level of civilization far exceeded that of barbaric countries like Chu State, and we became a developed civilization. The more civilized people are, the more kind they are. Look at the Chu State and other countries now. There is no such thing as extinction of civilization anymore. This shows that their civilization has also improved. Although it is not as good as our Qin state, it is still a big improvement. In cosmology, it is also the same. According to Yi Linsheng's prediction, alien civilization is obviously far higher than our civilization. In this case, they will be more civilized. For a weak blue star civilization, they will never think of extermination, but protection and help. Destroying weak civilizations is something that barbarians would do. Alien civilizations are obviously not barbaric civilizations. Therefore, the so-called extinction of mankind. This kind of thing is impossible to happen. Put yourself in their shoes. If we humans discovered a weak civilization in the universe, what would we do? Chu Zixin shook his head and did not answer. He could not answer it either. Chu Zixin's thinking is not as high as Lu Mingli's. During this period, his spirit and energy were focused on dealing with Yi Linsheng. As for aliens, he basically did not think about it. Lu Mingli asked himself and answered, of course we will help them grow. It's like we found a Stone Age tribe in the primeval forest. Will we kill them? Of course not, because it's meaningless. Killing them instead makes the world lack a bit of diversity. Not only will we not kill them, we will also build barriers to protect them. At the same time, we will slowly provide them with medical care and supplies, so that they can enter the modern society as soon as possible. Chapter 118. Yi Linsheng is not a hero, but a heinous villain. Chu Zixin understood. Professor Lu, you are absolutely right. This is indeed the case. Lu Mingli said confidently. A civilization that has mastered the folding space technology looks at us like an indigenous civilization. They can't even protect us in time. So why would they want to destroy us? If they want to plunder our resources, there is no need. With their technology, wouldn't the energy they get from the sun be more sufficient? If it comes to colonization, Mars, Venus, Mercury, which one can't be colonized? We humans also want to colonize Mars. Is it necessary to destroy a weak civilization? Lu Mingli sighed. The country has been deceived by Yi Linsheng. Aliens will not attack us, but they may help us achieve technological breakthroughs. You may not understand. Our scientific research has reached a bottleneck. On a microscopic level, we cannot break through the limitations of quarks. On a macroscopic level, we cannot even fly out of the solar system. There are too many cosmic phenomena that we cannot explain. And there is no theoretical support. Even relativity and quantum mechanics are products of 100 years ago. Our science has stagnated until now. We now need the help of alien civilizations to break through the development of science and technology. But Yi Linsheng is a man with wolfish ambitions. He wants to push humanity to death. Chu Zixin suppressed his excitement and asked, Professor Lu, you said that everything Yi Linsheng did was wrong? Wrong, very wrong. Lu Mingli sighed. He was influenced by pessimism, especially the dark forest law in the three-body problem. He believes that alien civilizations are full of hostility. Chu Zixin asked, what is the dark forest law? The author of the three-body problem. Lu Zixin said, in the universe, it is like a dark forest. And every civilization is like a hunter with a gun. When an unusual noise is found, the first thing the hunter does is to shoot at the place where there is movement. Yi Linsheng regards aliens as this kind of civilization. This statement seems reasonable, but it does not stand up to scrutiny. Lu Mingli's eyes are burning. He has been holding back these words for a long time. Today, he can finally speak them out. Think about it. If the dark forest law is correct, then such a developed alien civilization, after they discover us humans, will shoot at us as soon as possible and launch a weapon like a two-dimensional foil into our solar system. Directly knock the solar system from the three-dimensional world to the two-dimensional world. Why do they have to send out probes to detect so much? Do they need to send out alien fleets to conquer humans? Wouldn't this expose their own whereabouts? Lu Mingli said with great sorrow. This dark forest law is simply untenable. The alien civilization obviously has good intentions, but it was maliciously distorted by Yi Linsheng. Chu Zixin suppressed his excitement and asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Yi Linsheng's prediction is amazing. He has accurately predicted all the major events of this year. Is there a possibility that his prediction is true and aliens will really come to destroy the human race on Blue Star? Lu Mingli stood up and said, you have asked the right person. If it were anyone else, they would probably believe Yi Linsheng's prediction. After all, he successfully predicted the appearance of aliens, and successfully predicted many major events of this year. Even the prediction that aliens will destroy humans is, to some extent, correct. Chu Zixin was dumbfounded. If Yi Linsheng's prediction is correct, then why is this old man so excited? This seems to contradict what he just said. Lu Mingli took a deep breath. This is the terrifying thing about Yi Linsheng. Because, if humans make all kinds of preparations under his leadership, his prediction will come true. And this is why I will try my best to stop his plan. Chu Zixin was confused. Professor Lu, I'm sorry. I don't understand. What do you mean? Lu Mingli sighed. Let's use the same analogy. Suppose we found an indigenous tribe in the primeval forest. If the people of this indigenous tribe are very fierce, with spears, bows and arrows, they will fight us to the death. Even if we show goodwill, they will still attack us desperately. What will we do? Chu Zixin understood a little. Then we can only kill them. Yes. This is our current situation. The aliens had no ill will towards us. But because of Yi Linsheng's wrong response, it angered the aliens. We even did not hesitate to hurt ourselves to guard against aliens. Later, Yi Linsheng might take the initiative to attack the aliens. This would attract the aliens' attack. Lu Mingli slammed the table fiercely. This is the most hateful thing about Yi Linsheng. Lu Mingli suddenly lowered his voice. you may not know it yet. Yi Linqing has another crazy plan, which is to push an asteroid to fall to the blue planet and destroy the blue planet. This Yi Linqing wants to destroy the entire human race. Lu Mingli was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Since Yi Linqing announced at the League of Nations that he had pushed an asteroid to the blue planet, the news has begun to spread among the elite. Although ordinary people don't know much. In the scientific community, many people know about it. Such a crazy plan. Will the country allow it? Chu Zixin was shocked. His level is not yet high enough to know this secret. That's because Yi Linqing is eloquent and convinced the higher-ups. Lu Mingli sighed. But his words can't stand up to detailed reasoning. Lu Mingli took the teacup on Chu Zixin's desk and took a sip. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about the thrusters he launched. These thrusters were manufactured by a private enterprise, and their product quality and functions have not been verified. The operating procedures have not been tested for many years, even if the quality is not a problem. With the strength of Yi Linqing's civilian technical team, it is impossible to accurately control the flight and fall of this asteroid. It can be said that he did install the thrusters, and it is indeed flying towards the blue planet. However, where this asteroid will fall, I guess Yi Linqing himself doesn't know. Lu Mingli's eyes sparkled. If this asteroid falls in the heart of our country, do you know what the consequences will be? Chu Zixin took a breath. This was the first time he had heard of this inside story. There are too many uncontrollable factors when such a huge asteroid falls. Even if we use national technology to control the thrusters, we cannot accurately control the landing point. In addition, this asteroid may explode at low altitude and split into several fragments of different sizes. The range of the fragments falling to the ground may cover our entire country. Chapter 119, The Conspiracy to Crush Yi Linqing's Plan. The impact of these iron-nickel alloy fragments is uncontrollable, as long as they hit the ground. Even if they don't create a 2,500-meter deep pit, the earthquake and compression caused by the fall will directly cause the underground city to collapse. If we are unlucky, our 2 billion people may only have less than 100 million left in the end. Lu Mingli sat down and said with great sorrow, Yi Linqing is a man who takes human life lightly, and kidnaps our 2 billion people to gamble together. Chu Zixin finally exploded. No wonder I always disliked this guy. He is really a fanatical thug, doing things without considering the consequences. Such people really deserve to die. New and old hatreds came together, making Chu Zixin burst into swearing. Not only does he deserve to die, he also drags all of us humans to die with him. This intention, how sinister. Lu Mingli said angrily. Chu Zixin sighed. Yi Linqing is now extremely powerful. Even the League of Nations has elected him as the Secretary General. Who can touch him now? He is the Secretary General? Yes, it was just announced. Chu Zixin took out a cigarette and handed it to Lu Mingli. He is too powerful, we can't touch him. Lu Mingli took the cigarette, lit it and took a puff, and immediately coughed violently. I haven't smoked for decades. I don't even know how to smoke. He stomped the cigarette hard, his eyes were full of determination. Who said he can't be moved? It's not difficult to stop his actions. Chu Zixin also put out the cigarette he had just taken a puff of, and asked in a low voice, What can I do? Lu Mingli looked up at the surveillance camera again. Don't worry. I've turned them off. Lu Mingli then said, There are 3 ways. The first one is that we also launch a rocket carrying a thruster to change the asteroid's flight trajectory. This is unrealistic. Yi Linqing was able to succeed because his actions were very secretive. Now even airplanes can't take off casually, let alone rockets. Chu Zixin shook his head directly. Lu Mingli didn't care. He said, Second, Yi Linqing must have left a backdoor in the control of the thruster. We hacked into his control system and controlled the thrusters to change the course. Chu Zixin was a little disappointed, because these 2 methods were very naive and could not be realized at all. Lu Mingli smiled grimly. Do you think these 2 methods are impossible to accomplish? Yes. Chu Zixin did not hide it. Yes. It is extremely difficult. Lu Mingli took a deep breath. So, only the 3rd method is effective. It is also the method I have been preparing. Chu Zixin's eyes lit up. What method? Lu Mingli did not answer directly, but asked back. Yi Linqing built an underground city, engaged in radio silence, pushed asteroids to fall to the blue planet, detonated volcanoes, etc. What is the purpose of all these things he did? Chu Zixin understood. It is to prevent aliens from discovering human traces. Yes, in fact. There are many measures, which he has not announced yet, because he is afraid of causing public outrage. Lu Mingli said bitterly. Next, he will demand the destruction of all human buildings. For example, the Great Wall, the pyramids, and skyscrapers, all the glorious relics of human civilization. He will destroy them. He dares. Chu Zixing gritted his teeth. What is there to be afraid of? He will do it in the name of saving all mankind. Lu Mingli sat down and sighed. Now he is afraid of causing public outrage. So he dares not do it for the time being. But when his power reaches the peak, he will definitely do it. We must stop him. Chu Zixing clenched his fists tightly. Don't let him destroy human civilization. He stared at Lu Mingli. Professor Lu, tell me, what is the third method? Lu Mingli spread his hands. It's obvious. Yi Linxing did all this because he was afraid that aliens would discover our traces. But what if aliens had already discovered us before Yi Linxing did all this? Is what he did necessary? Oh, no wonder you prepared so many communication equipment. Chu Zixing finally understood it thoroughly. Yes, the best way is to let aliens know the existence of human beings. Lu Mingli punched hard. As long as aliens know that there is civilization on the blue planet, then everything Yi Linxing did will be meaningless. Chu Zixing also became excited. This difficulty is much smaller. If we want to let aliens know of our existence, there are many ways. For example, launching rockets into space, lighting up the blue planet, attracting the attention of aliens, etc. But the simplest way is to emit radio waves. Launching rockets is too difficult. Now the whole world controls power and lighting. It is also very difficult to light up the blue planet. But to emit radio waves, you only need a high-power signal station. Chu Zixing quickly suppressed his excitement, however. Didn't Yi Linxing set up 8 radio jammers in the outer sky? The signals you send, the aliens can't receive them at all. Yes, these jammers do block our signals, making them unacceptable to the aliens. I tried my best to send radio signals, but the alien probes did not respond at all. However, these jammers are the signal sources themselves. They cannot work for too long. When the alien probes fly close enough to these probes, they must stop working. I also learned this through various channels. Yi Linxing said in person that the jammers are effective for 3 months. We just need to find a device that can send high-intensity radio signals into space, and survive 3 months, no, plus a month of buffer time, and survive this period of 4 months. When all the jammers fail, we will use powerful equipment to send signals to the aliens. This way, the aliens will receive them. Lu Mingli became excited. Once the aliens receive the message, everything Yi Linxing has done will be meaningless. At that time, the country can openly launch missiles to either destroy the asteroid or force it to turn. Humanity will be safe. Chu Zixing suppressed his inner ecstasy, walked out of the door, opened it, looked around carefully, and made sure that no one was eavesdropping. Then he walked to Lu Mingli's side. Professor Lu, you said it very well, but we should learn from Yi Linxing. What to learn? Lu Mingli was shocked. Are you trying to trick me? Chu Zixing held his shoulder. Don't get excited. Think about it. Why can Yi Linxing succeed? Isn't it because he has been developing in a sneaky way and didn't tell others about his ideas? In this regard, we should learn from him. We don't say anything and prepare quietly. After 4 months, we will explode in one fell swoop and catch them off guard. Our plan will succeed. Lu Mingli suddenly realized. He suppressed his excitement. You are more experienced than me. What do you say? What should we do? Chu Zixing looked around. First, you must admit your mistakes. Chapter 123 billion people cannot enter the underground city. Why? Lu Mingli was puzzled. From now on, you don't have to force them, you have to actively admit your mistakes. Given your identity and your repentant attitude, you will be released soon. Chu Zixing emphasized again. Remember, you must have a good attitude. Hide your strength and bide your time, that's the reason. Lu Mingli understood. I'll listen to you. When you get out, we will secretly look for a base station, and at the same time find some related technicians to prepare secretly. 4 months is enough. We must save all mankind, and let everyone know that Yi Linxing is a devil. Chu Zixing raised his head excitedly. His bloodshot eyes were not sleepy at all. Not only was he not tired, but he was full of excitement. He began to understand Yi Linxing now, because he found that he and Yi Linxing had switched positions. At first, he was in the light, and Yi Linxing was in the dark. Yi Linxing made a big move and turned the tide. Now I am in the dark, Yi Linxing is in the light. I can also make a big move that will shake the world. Let everyone know that. Yi Linsheng is wrong, and he is right. Yi Linsheng is not the savior he is. Yi Linsheng can stick to his own views, so can he, and even do better than Yi Linsheng. Office of the Secretary General of the League of Nations. Ma Long pushed open the glass door, looking at Yi Linsheng with cold eyes. Yi Linsheng stood up enthusiastically. Ambassador Ma is here, please sit down. Please sit down. Ma Long shrugged. I don't know what else we have to talk about. I really didn't violate the contract on purpose. This position of Secretary General was really recommended by the friendly forces, and I can't refuse the kindness. Yi Linsheng said words of apology, but there was no sign of apology on his face. Stop talking nonsense. I don't know your tricks, your little thoughts. I can't see through them. You are only in your 20s, and I am in my 50s, and I have eaten more candy than you have eaten rice. Be careful of diabetes. Yi Linsheng joked. Ma Long really couldn't understand this young Yi Linsheng. Why did you ask me to come here? Cooperation. Is there any need for us to cooperate? Ma Long was a little angry. Yes. The League of Nations has more than just the position of Secretary General. This Secretary General position is elected. I can't give it to you, but there are so many positions, you can choose any of them. Yi Linsheng threw out his bait. Especially the commander of the United Nations Army. This position is very important. It must be held by a capable person. Ma Long smiled contemptuously. Yi Linsheng, do you take me for a fool? The commander of the United Nations Army, that is a thankless role. Ma Long was right. The commander of the United Nations Army was indeed a thankless role. Basically, it is equivalent to the role of the bad guy in the League of Nations. If you don't want to, forget it. You can choose someone else. I will give the position of the commander of the League of Nations to the representative of Yin or Zhao. They should be happy. Yi Linsheng shrugged. The previous League of Nations, although it also had peacekeeping forces, the power was very small. But the reorganized League of Nations is different. It has military power, and can use force against countries that violate the regulations of the League of Nations. This is very different. Although this position is thankless, it is really powerful. He believes that Ma Long will not give up. Yi Linsheng's plan is to use Chu as a pawn. He wants Chu to be used as a pawn. As expected, Ma Long had to agree. Chu will not easily hand over the military power to the Zhao people. Seeing Ma Long walk out, Geng Whiting asked hesitantly, why give such an important position to Ma Long? Yi Linsheng sighed, because the world is going to be in chaos, and there will be wars everywhere. As for fighting, no one is better than Chu. Fighting? Hasn't the League of Nations been formed? Why do we still need to fight? Geng Whiting was a little confused. Yi Linsheng walked back to his seat and sat down. The news that the alien exploration satellite entered the solar system has not been fully digested by the Blue Planet people. Wait a few more days, and some people will come to their senses and start to think crookedly. He sighed. War? And a large-scale and tragic war is about to begin. Geng Whiting didn't understand this sentence, but he would understand it soon. Nirvana Command Center. Yi Linsheng walked into the conference room tiredly. Ever since the alien probe satellite arrived in the solar system, Yi Linsheng has not had a good sleep. Every day his nerves are tense. The matter is of great importance, the responsibility is great, and there can be no mistakes in any place. Yi Linsheng really felt what Alexander was like. There were only Zheng Lao and Chang Guangxiong in the conference room, and none of the other core members of the command center were there. Aren't you at a meeting? Where are the others? Yi Linsheng sat down. Let's have a small meeting first. Mr. Zheng motioned for Yi Linsheng to sit down first. I heard that you gave the position of commander of the National Alliance Army to Ma Long. Yes. Why? Mr. Zheng and Chang Guangxiong asked together. Yi Linsheng looked at Mr. Zheng, and then at Chang Guangxiong, and then whispered, Mr. Zheng, Commander-in-Chief, there is something I have not told you. The research team has calculated a result. Of the nearly 10 billion people on Blue Star, the number of people who can safely enter the underground city is less than 7 billion. Mr. Zheng and Chang Guangxiong looked at each other, and saw shock in each other's eyes. This question, no one has ever asked carefully. Even if it was asked, there is no answer. Because no one has calculated it. It's not that they don't know how to calculate, but they don't want to, or can't bear to calculate it. Yi Linsheng, Luo Ji, Li Zhongsheng, Hu Baiyan and other core figures know this very well. After Luo Ji became the leader of the research team, he calculated it immediately, and the conclusion he came to was that, even if the world's human beings worked at full capacity, the underground city that could be built could only accommodate 7 billion people. As for how many of these 7 billion people can safely survive the doomsday, no one knows. Lu Mingli's guess is correct. Yi Linsheng cannot completely control the landing point of the asteroid. If the asteroid falls on the Qin territory for various reasons, how many people in Qin can survive, only God knows. Even if it does not fall on the Qin territory, falling on any continent, it will cause hundreds of millions, or even billions of casualties. This is a later story. Before the asteroid fell on the blue planet, there were nearly 3 billion people who could not enter the underground city. Once the asteroid falls, the living environment of the blue planet will deteriorate sharply. Those who did not enter the underground city can only wait for death. And there is no other way. This number is still the most ideal number. If there are more minor accidents in various countries, and some unexpected things come out, then the capacity of the underground city will become smaller. Chapter 121 Construction of Ground Jammers. How could this happen? Mr. Zhang asked solemnly. It goes without saying that the people of Qin can certainly complete the resettlement of 2 billion people through our own efforts. We can even help other countries dig out a few more underground cities. Yi Linsheng sighed. It's a pity. Which countries in the world can have strong infrastructure capabilities and discipline like our people? Especially what we advocate is the spirit of collectivism. The spirit of sacrificing the self and taking care of everyone. Most people can actively participate in the construction and devote themselves to the work. But what about other countries? They are just a mess. Yi Linsheng sighed. Developed countries like Chu and Zhou are better. They have a small population, developed industry, and are basically self-sufficient. But the Black Continent, the Southern Continent, and the Oil Continent, their infrastructure capabilities and the spirit of struggle of their people are far behind. Therefore, in the near future, riots will definitely occur around the world. At that time, someone will have to step in to clean up the situation. Yi Linsheng looked at Zheng Lao and Chang Guangxiong. Zheng Lao. Commander Chang. Now, you understand. There is no one more suitable than Ma Long to command the National Alliance Army. Chang Guangxiong said with some melancholy. Ma Long will definitely use the power in his hands to suppress and exclude those weak countries. Yi Linsheng sighed. Let me say something selfish. The only thing we can guarantee is to protect our 2 billion citizens. As for other countries, we can only do our best. If these countries are willing to follow my arrangements and follow us, I will definitely protect them. But if they have their own little thoughts and make their own calculations, they will be courting death. And I can't help them. If it weren't for the fear that they would reveal the whereabouts of humans, I really wouldn't want to lead these stupid teammates. Yi Linsheng spoke his mind. Chang Guangxiong was still thinking. And Zheng Lao had already stood up. Xiao Yi. You did the right thing. Even a married couple would flee when faced with a disaster. Let alone other countries. Mothers-in-law who are indecisive cannot accomplish great things. We support your decision. Now, notify the core members to come to the meeting. Deputy Commander Yi. How can we be sure that our action is successful? Did we really hide it from the alien detector? Natural scientist Shurzhui asked first. He is a rigorous person, and the questions he raised are also very targeted. I am a reborn person, and everyone here already knows this. In my previous life, an alien exploration satellite came to the blue planet. After observing for 10 days, it directly left the orbit of the blue planet and the orbit of the solar system, flew straight out of the ecliptic plane, and then disappeared. I infer that they should have discovered that a higher civilization appeared on the blue planet. In a star system, there is usually only one civilization. Therefore, once the probe discovers a civilization, it will complete the exploration mission and needs to report to the mother planet quickly. How to judge whether the aliens have detected our traces depends on whether the exploration satellite continues to move towards Mercury and Venus after exploring the blue planet around June 15th next year, or directly leaves the solar system. If it continues to move towards Mercury and Venus, it means that we may have escaped their detection. If the alien exploration satellite leaves the orbit of the blue planet again and flies back to the mother planet, it means that we have failed to hide. Shurzhui pondered for a moment, and then asked, I want to correct you. Even if the exploration satellite continues to move towards Venus and Mercury, it cannot be confirmed that they have not discovered us. After all, it still brought back a lot of data. As for how the aliens analyze this data, you actually have no idea. Right? Yi Linsheng stood up and said generously, Professor Sure. I know what you mean. I also know what you are worried about. I can't give you an accurate answer either. But I want to tell you that my rebirth must be meaningful. As long as we have tried our best, it must be valuable. I believe that our human civilization will definitely continue and escape this disaster. Shui stopped talking. He actually had doubts about what Yi Linsheng did. Because the possibility of not being discovered by alien civilizations is too low. There are too many uncertain factors. Any small mistake will cause everyone's efforts to fail. Space debris, radio waves, the Mars rover that has landed on Mars, the lunar rover that has landed on the moon, the human exploration satellites that are traveling in the solar system, and the magnificent buildings built by humans on the ground. These are all loopholes. All bugs. Any point intercepted by aliens will be fatal. Shui even pessimistically believes that the possibility of humans escaping alien detection will not exceed 1%. Even the confident Yi Linsheng believes that the chance of human beings escaping alien detection is only 10% at most. However, even if there is only a 1% chance, Yi Linsheng will work hard to fight for it. He firmly believes that his rebirth must be meaningful. As long as there is faith, the effort must be worth it. If we are pessimistic and disappointed and do nothing, what awaits human beings is only death. Shui was infected by Yi Linsheng's spirit, and he nodded solemnly. I hope what you said is true. Yi Linsheng looked at everyone confidently. We will succeed. I have no doubt about this. Physicist Niu Deso raised his hand and asked, I also have a question. When the jammer fails in mid-June, how can we prevent the transmission of wireless signals? Yi Linsheng turned his head and glanced at Luo Ji, team leader Luo. You answer it. Luo Ji stood up and said, It turns out that the jammer manufacturing team under Noah Group has never stopped research and development. They have been developing land jammers. Now we have the first generation of products. After ground installation, they can block all wireless signals within a 10-kilometer radius. When the space jammer fails, we will install such equipment all over the world to ensure that radio signals will not be transmitted into space without interference. Niu Deso frowned. Is this a lot of work? No problem. Hundreds of thousands of engineers in my country's telecommunications industry are working overtime day and night to complete this task. Moreover, we have recruited millions of new employees and are currently conducting systematic training. In our Qin state, we can't say anything else. But we have enough people, and the speed of infrastructure construction is sufficient. Zhong Han Yang from the construction team said confidently. The main thing is that building a jammer is much easier than setting up telecommunications equipment. Zhang Andy, director of the Industrial Bureau, added, There is no need to lay lines. As long as sufficient power supply is guaranteed. As long as the output keeps up, we can install it in time. Niu Deso and other experts were relieved a little. Chapter 122 The Most Serious Forgotten Incident. Yi Linsheng turned to look at the leader of the Special Operations Team, Zheng Jiqing, and the leader of the military team, Dong Xuxing, and said, Two leaders, I predict that the news about the asteroid fall will soon spread among the people. This may cause a commotion. Your task is very heavy. You must appease the people and ensure the smooth progress of the underground city project. At the same time, you must set up sentries at every jammer placement site to prevent anyone from deliberately destroying the ground jammer. This task is very difficult. I hope you can complete it on time and successfully complete the transition from space jamming to ground jamming. The two older soldiers stood up and saluted Yi Linsheng. Please rest assured, Deputy Commander Yi, I will ensure that the task is completed. Although Yi Linsheng looks so young, the two people who saluted are much older, but no one thinks it is unreasonable. Yi Linsheng is now the savior of mankind. He is also the backbone and leader of everyone. Security Bureau. Xu Weimin looked at his deputy in surprise. Why, is the trial over? The deputy nodded. It's over. So fast? Lu Mingli realized his mistake. He wrote a self-criticism, admitted his mistake, and I am going to let him go according to the implementation standards. The deputy handed the file to Xu Weimin. Xu Weimin flipped through it and felt very strange. He was always stubborn and refused to give in before. How come he suddenly admitted his mistake? The deputy smiled. Intellectuals, that's how it is. At the beginning, they were very violent. But once they saw that we were serious, they became weak. Someone next to them interrupted. Last time we caught an intellectual looking for a prostitute. He was very stubborn at first, and kept saying that he would report us to his superiors. Later, we showed him the confession of the prostitute, and said that we would notify her family. He immediately knelt on the ground and confessed with tears. He would not get up until we let him go. Intellectuals are like this. It takes 10 years for a scholar to rebel. This is the truth. Yes, many of those traitors in the past were intellectuals. Shu Weiman rolled his eyes at them. Don't forget. Most of the strong men are intellectuals. Individuals are individuals. Don't discriminate against them. Everyone stopped talking. Are you still going to talk to him? The deputy asked. Forget it. Just admit your mistake. Shu Weiman was just about to return to his office. When he suddenly remembered something, he walked quickly to the detention room at the back. When he came to the guardhouse door, he asked the guard on duty, Has Chu Zixin ever interrogated Lu Mingli? The guard shook his head. I didn't when I was on duty. Do you want me to ask the brother on night duty? Shu Weiman pointed to the roster. Why don't you just look through the interrogation record? The guard smiled embarrassedly. I forgot about this. He opened the interrogation record and started looking for it. There was a commotion outside. Shu Weiman turned his head and looked behind him. The office in front had already started to make a commotion. He didn't know what had happened. He yelled. What happened? The deputy ran over and said, It's bad. There was a run on the bank. And there was panic buying in the supermarket. The worst thing is that there were riots on the street. And people were looting everywhere. Some people went to the city hall to make trouble. The superiors notified us to go out quickly to maintain public order. Shu Weiman turned around and left immediately. What happened? Wasn't everything fine these days? The guard behind him raised the list in his hand and shouted to Shu Weiman. Yes, there is a record. But Shu Weiman didn't hear a word. Now there is a rumor that Yi Linxing pushed an asteroid towards the blue star. In another year, the asteroid will hit the ground. The big impact in science fiction movies is about to happen. It will be the end of the world. People are panicking. Many people are rushing to the supermarket to buy things and going to the bank to withdraw money. It's a mess. The deputy walked and danced excitedly. This news is even more shocking than the discovery of aliens. Someone beside him added, There is another important news. They said that the underground city of Datong Town has been built. The first batch of residents began to move in. However, the first batch of residents were all officials. There was no common people. And the rumor was that, out of the 2 billion people in the country, only half of them could enter the underground city, the rest of them could only be killed by asteroids. Some people have already protested at the city hall, and the higher-ups want us to quickly maintain order. Shu Weiman cursed. What is going on? Hurry up and gather, and set off. It was dark. Shu Weiman tiredly pushed open the door and laid down on the bed. He felt vaguely that he seemed to have something very important to do. But he couldn't remember what it was. Just like that, he fell asleep in a daze. 3 months later. Meeting room of Nirvana Command. Yi Linxing was holding an emergency meeting. Everyone, there are 2 very important time nodes, which are related to the safety of mankind. The participants were the main figures of the Special Operations Team and the military team. The first time node is between June 9th and 15, which is an important node when the jammers in space fail, and the ground jammers have not yet been fully installed. At this time point, the security settings of the ground jammers are not in place, and the protection of the jammers is also very weak. It is easy to be used by the Adventists. This is a major event concerning the safety of mankind. I want to know, how are your preparations going? Yi Linxing turned his gaze to Zheng Jichong of the Special Operations Team. Zheng Jichong said, The first priority of the various departments under the Security Bureau is to actively detect radio signals. At the same time, we also collect information from the public, arrange undercover personnel to infiltrate the Adventists, and listen to their actions. Military Team Leader Dong Xuxing also said, Our military team is closely monitoring the ground jammer equipment in various places, and is also closely monitoring the ground radio signals. Once a problem is discovered, strike immediately. Yi Linxing's expression was serious. During this period of time, there must be no mistakes, otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted. These days, everyone must remain highly alert. The military team must keep the soldiers highly alert at all times, and be ready to strike hard at any time. I have a hunch that we are going to go to war with the Adventists. Yi Linxing's eyes became murderous. If you are still plotting at this time, you are committing a serious crime, and a serious crime that endangers human safety. Those who commit serious crimes must die. Now a bad phenomenon has appeared both domestically and internationally. Since the news that the asteroid is about to fall to the blue planet came out, the domestic public opinion about Yi Linxing began to change. Yi Linxing's image is no longer just the image of a savior. There is an undercurrent that is deliberately discrediting Yi Linxing. There are many messages circulated among the people. These messages all say that Yi Linxing is forcibly tying the fate of all mankind to him. He deliberately used the fall of the asteroid to force people all over the world to follow him to build an underground city. Chapter 123 The Advent Sect appears. Some people are like this, they believe everything they hear. They don't believe official news, but they like to believe this kind of gossip. The image of Yi Linsheng also began to polarize. People who love him to death, think he is the savior. People who hate him to death, think he pushed humanity into the abyss. Although there are not many people who hate him, they are gradually increasing. In addition, there is another direction of change that is quietly changing, that is, the emergence of the Advent sect. No matter when, the surrender faction of the Adventists will always exist. Although most people in Qin are rational, some malicious arguments always pop up from time to time, and are also pursued by some people who do not know the truth. These people have formed a large-scale organization, which is named the Adventists of the Three Bodies. The military group and the special operations group have been paying attention to this information, and have also placed undercover agents to lurk in the Adventists organization. But so far, they have not achieved very good results, because the Adventist organization structure is very strict, especially the core organization, which is not easy to penetrate. Yi Linsheng knows very well that if these Adventist organizations are not dug out, humanity will always be in a very dangerous situation. Yes, we will definitely dig out all these hidden hostile elements, and will never tolerate them, Zheng Jiqing said confidently. Jianghai City Security Bureau. Xu Weiman wiped the sweat from his head and walked into the office. A seconded young team member saluted Xu Weiman. Report to Captain Xu, I am the Economic Investigation Team member who came to assist in the investigation today. My name is Gao Ziyuan. Xu Weiman glanced at the young face and casually asked, what is Captain Chu Zixin busy with now? Gao Ziyuan was stunned. I don't know him. Xu Weiman stopped suspiciously. It's the captain of your Economic Investigation Department. Our captain's surname is Bai. There are only 3 captains in the Economic Investigation Department, and none of them is named Chu. Xu Weiman felt something was wrong. How long have you been working here? 2 months. Just got a full-time job. Xu Weiman was full of suspicion. A newcomer who has been in the Economic Investigation Department for 2 months doesn't even know Chu Zixin? He picked up the phone. I'm looking for Director Xiao Shanghai. After about half a minute, Xiao Shanghai's familiar voice came from the phone. I'm Xiao Shanghai. Xu Weiman. Old Xu, long time no see. The voice on the phone became relaxed. I have a question. Has Captain Chu Zixin been transferred? No. He resigned. He said he was going back to recuperate. Xu Weiman's heart suddenly lifted. When did it happen? Almost 3 months. Xu Weiman covered the microphone and turned to ask, Hey, how many days was Chu Zixin seconded here? Just 1 day. And he didn't come the next day. The subordinate replied. Xu Weiman quickly asked the microphone. I remember he was assigned to work here for a day. Did he resign during that period? Xiao Shanghai thought for a while before saying, It seems so. He came back from your place and resigned the next day. Is there any problem? Maybe there is a problem. Wait a minute. Xu Weiman hung up the phone and hurriedly walked into the guard room at the back. He found the interrogation record from 3 months ago, quickly flipped through it, and soon found what he wanted. The interrogation record clearly showed that Chu Zixin had interrogated Lu Mingli that night. The time was after midnight. He had doubts at the beginning, but because there were too many things to do, he forgot about it. Not good. Xu Weiman took the record book and hurriedly called again. Director Xiao, the problem may be serious. Please check it quickly to see if you can find Chu Zixin. Remember, don't alert the enemy if you find him. I'm going to find you now. I want to talk to you. What do you suspect? Chu Zixin may have a big problem. He may be a member of the Advent sect, or even a core member. After hanging up the phone, Xu Weiman yelled at the guards in the interrogation room. Hurry up and find the interrogation records and surveillance footage of this day, and send them to Director Xiao of the Economic Investigation Department. I'm going to the Economic Investigation Department now. He had a bad feeling that Chu Zixin must be plotting something. People like Chu Zixin, seemingly loyal to his duties, are actually very stubborn and easily go to extremes. Xu Weiman had this feeling from the first time he saw Chu Zixin. After the car accident, Chu Zixin always gave people a very gloomy feeling. Adding to his hatred for Yi Linsheng, he might make a big mistake. And Chu Zixin himself was seconded to assist in the case, which was very suspicious. How could the captain personally assist in the case? The case he handled was a trivial one. He obviously had ulterior motives. Most importantly, Chu Zixin also interrogated Lu Mingli, who he shouldn't have interrogated. All this was even more suspicious. Lu Mingli privately collected so many communication equipment, and his motives were very suspicious. It was just because at the beginning, many people violated the radio silence regulations, and the higher-ups meant to focus on education, so they let him go after he admitted his mistakes. And Lu Mingli didn't make any mistakes later, so everyone relaxed their vigilance against him. Now it seems that releasing Lu Mingli was a mistake. He did not really realize his mistake. It is very likely that Chu Zixin taught him to admit his mistake, and to avoid punishment. Chu Zixin and Lu Mingli are mixed together. Just think about what they want to do. Captain Chu, I just received a call from your security bureau, saying that they did not find the interrogation record and interrogation video. There is only video surveillance in the corridor. Xiao Shanghai is also a practical person. He took Xu Weiman into his office, called up the surveillance footage and said, according to the surveillance time, it can be determined that Chu Zixin and Lu Mingli were interrogated for several hours in the interrogation room. Xu Weiman looked at Xiao Shanghai seriously. What do you think about this? Xiao Shanghai was also serious. I have always been worried that Chu Zixin would do something irrational. Now it seems that he did have some actions with Lu Mingli. I have sent people to investigate the whereabouts of Lu Mingli and Chu Zixin. I will get back to you soon. Xiao Shanghai poured a cup of tea for Xu Weiman. Chu Zixin is too persistent, and is not popular in our bureau. Otherwise, with his ability, he would have been promoted long ago. As for Lu Mingli, I know very little about him. Xu Weiman drank the tea in one gulp. Alas, I was careless. When Lu Mingli was detained, I should have paid more attention. Lu Mingli is a professor of cosmology. He secretly hid a lot of communication equipment. We detected the signal and caught him. He kept saying bad things about Yi Linsheng in the car, saying that Yi Linsheng took human life lightly and dragged the people of Blue Star to their deaths. His own actions were all just, and were all for saving mankind. He also told us not to believe Yi Linsheng's words. Xu Weiman slapped his head hard. I was very anxious at the time. I was looking for these violators in the streets and alleys every day, and I didn't listen to him seriously. Now think about it. I was really careless. The phone rang, and Xiao Shanghai picked up the phone. After a long time, he hung up the phone and said gloomily, Chu Zixin and Lu Mingli are both missing. People nearby said that they haven't seen their whereabouts for several months. Chapter 124 Key Notes. Now it seems that Lu Mingli should have known about Yi Linsheng's plan to push the asteroid to fall to the blue planet. He collected communication equipment with the purpose of sending messages to aliens, exposing the whereabouts of humans, so as to prevent the asteroid from falling. Xu Weiman tugged at his hair fiercely. I was careless. What should we do now? Xu Weiman's eyebrows moved. When Chu Zixin had a car accident, was there anyone else in the car? Xiao Shanghai nodded. There was one, and this person was also the only person he could talk to in the department. Ask him to come in. The door was pushed open. A young face pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Lu, has Captain Chu contacted you recently? Xiao Shanghai asked. He called yesterday. What did you talk about? Nothing, just some small talk. Small talk? Chu Zixin has small talk with you. Xiao Shanghai's face became serious. Chu Zixin is not a person with much interest in life. Talking about small talk, that's not his style. Xiao Lu quickly said, we also talked about work, just asked what actions we are taking now. What did you say? Xiao Lu wiped the sweat from his head. Xiao Shanghai and Xu Weiman's eyes were like lasers, staring at him a little bit. I told you we are very busy. The higher-ups demanded that all wireless communication equipment be completely cleared before June 15th. He quickly added, this is not considered a leak. After all, he is my old boss. He used to be in our line of work. Did he tell you where he is now? He didn't tell you, but he said that after the 15th, he would treat me to a drink. He said that by that time, humans would be safe, and we could drink to our heart's content. Xiao Lu said. Xiao Shanghai and Xu Weiman exchanged glances. No escape. Chu Zixin and Lu Mingli really wanted to use this window period to cause trouble. Yesterday, the top leaders issued a notice, again emphasizing that we must guard against and defend during the window period, and intercept all wireless signals. The last date of the window period is June 15th. The document clearly stated that, between June 9th and 15th, the space jammer could explode at any time, and the last protective barrier of mankind would be completely lost. The protection of ground signal jammers will also be fully deployed before the 15th. By then, all the jammers will form a huge network to isolate all radio signals on the ground. The 15th is a key node. This point is emphasized by the Nirvana Command from top to bottom. The Economic Investigation Department and the Security Bureau under the Security Bureau have also received this notice and should pay attention to this key node. Chu Zixin also got this key information from Xiao Lu. Director, did I say something wrong? Xiao Lu saw the serious expressions of Xiao Shanghai and Xu Weiman and became a little nervous. No. You can go back. If Chu Zixin contacts you again, don't tell us that we asked you. Pretend that nothing happened, and then inform me of the content of your conversation in time, Xiao Shanghai said, watching Xiao Lu walk out anxiously. Xu Weiman leaned heavily on the back of the chair. It seems that our worries are not wrong. He should be planning something. Xiao Shanghai stood up and kicked the bench hard. This Chu Zixin just won't listen to advice. In the real society, there is no such thing as black and white. Adhering to principles is not an excuse for him to mess around. Society is very complicated. It's not a movie or TV series, let alone an online novel. There is no distinction between good and evil. He is so old, and he still doesn't understand this truth. Xu Weiman stood up. I must report to the Nirvana Command. The combination of Lu Mingli and Chu Zixin is very scary. It must be taken seriously. A detection plane flew over, leaving a long flight trail. It was particularly conspicuous in the empty sky. The leader of Weigua, Lin Sen, put down the telescope, turned to the staff around him, and said, the detection planes of the League of Nations are flying more and more frequently. Weigua is a small country in the south. The country has been in a situation of warlords fighting each other. Until 3 months ago, after the reorganization of the League of Nations forced them to cease fire by force. Then the Wei Kingdom was divided into 3 regions. And the 3 warring warlords used their respective regions to start building underground cities. Lin Sen had the largest territory and governed the largest population. The other 2 warlords had already started building underground cities. However, Lin Sen's progress was very slow. According to the construction specifications, an underground city can accommodate tens of thousands to millions of people. Due to the long-term wars in the Wei Kingdom, the technical facilities were backward, and the underground cities built could only accommodate 100,000 to 200,000 people at most. Therefore, at least 20 underground cities need to be built to accommodate all the people. This task is very difficult. The experts sent to support the League of Nations are very anxious, but the workers here are still lazy, and the progress is very slow. Most importantly, Lin Sen, as the leader, is not in a hurry. Not only is he not in a hurry, but he is suspected of deliberately delaying time. Leader, do we really not need to speed up the construction of the underground city? It has been 3 months. The staff asked nervously. No need. But, don't worry, when the time comes, they will naturally prepare a super underground city for us, and it must be able to accommodate all my people. Lin Sen smiled coldly. Otherwise, I will drag everyone to death. Nirvana Command. Zheng Jiqing hurried into Yi Linqing's office and handed him a document. According to the observation of our reconnaissance aircraft, we found that there are at least 7 or 8 backward countries, and the progress is very slow. 3 months have passed, and they don't seem to be in a hurry at all. What are they thinking? Are they waiting for us to build it for them? Zhong Hanliang was a little angry. The Nirvana Command Center is not only responsible for various domestic construction projects, but also has to help foreign countries, which makes Zhong Hanliang a little exhausted. We have received some information through various channels. These small countries believe that with their capabilities, they cannot dig out enough underground cities. So they simply give up and want to get support from other countries. Zheng Jiqing said, we have sent supervisors to various countries, but the cooperation of some countries and regions is very low. What exactly do they think? Zhong Hanliang said angrily. After Yi Linqing carefully read the document, he gently placed it on the table. They want to get something for nothing. Get something for nothing? Everyone looked at Yi Linqing. Yi Linqing's tone was calm, but his eyes were sharp. Yes. Get something for nothing. Wait. In half a month, all the monsters will show up. Zhong Hanliang understood. You mean? They want to threaten capable countries and build underground cities for them. Otherwise, they will wait until the jammer fails and send messages to aliens to threaten the League of Nations? Yes. What should we do then? Don't worry. There are people who are more anxious than us. Yi Linqing said lightly. Chapter 125 Window Period. It's just a trap that you fall into. The headquarters of the United Nations Army. Ma Long flipped through the information in his hand. His eyes gradually became fierce. Qin State built countless ground jammers all over the world, almost covering all the population settlements. But many small countries are ready to move, want to use the sending of radio signals as a bargaining chip, to ask other countries to provide underground cities for them to live in. This is a blatant blackmail. According to the news from China at present, a large number of jammers in many backward countries have been destroyed. And the leaders of these countries, without exception, applied to the League of Nations, requesting developed countries to provide humanitarian assistance, providing their citizens with underground cities, so that these residents can live safely. These countries have one thing in common, that is, in the construction of underground cities in their countries, either they concentrate all their efforts to build only 1 or 2 underground cities, or simply do not build any, and all the citizens collectively give up. According to the latest survey data, there are nearly 10 countries with extremely slow construction speed of underground cities, and more than 20 countries with relatively slow construction speed. For these so-called humanitarian applications, everyone knows that they are putting pressure on the League of Nations. They want to threaten the League of Nations by revealing the whereabouts of humans to aliens, and demand the underground city. To get something for nothing is their goal. For these countries, the most severe measures must be taken. Malone called the Secretary-General Yi Linxing. Some people have violated the League of Nations regulations. How do you plan to deal with these people? Ma Long, you are the commander of the League of Nations. As long as it does not violate the League of Nations charter, I will support you in all your decisions. Ma Long felt a little surprised. Aren't you trying to stop me? Yi Linxing's faint voice came. The safety of mankind is more important. Those who wantonly use the safety of mankind as a bargaining chip must pay the price. Ma Long laughed wildly. It's really rare that we have such a consensus. Well, you just wait, these clowns must pay the price. Office of the Deputy Commander of the Nirvana Command. Luo Ji was giving a work report. Luo Qingyu walked in and said with a strange look, Deputy Commander Yi, there's a call for you. Yi Linxing looked up and said, if it's not important, ask him to call me later. Luo Qingyu's expression became strange, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Linxing was startled. Who? Chu Zixin. How did he know the phone number here? Yi Linxing stretched out his hand and prepared to press the hands-free button. He got it from Mauzi. Yi Linxing had a bad feeling in his heart. Chu Zixin got his phone number from Mauzi, but it was obviously not that simple. He pressed the hand-free button. I am Yi Linxing. Deputy Commander Yi. I am Chu Zixin. I have nothing else to do. I just came to chat with you. At the same time, I will also peel off your painted skin and expose your true face. Your conspiracy will never succeed. You want to drag all mankind to be buried with you, but you are just dreaming. People can't see your true face now, but you can't hide it for long, and it will be exposed soon. Chu Zixin's voice is strange, as if he is a little proud and a little angry. Yi Linxing calmed down. Is that what you want to say? Tell you. I will definitely avenge Shaoli. The law can't punish you. Then let justice punish you. The phone was hung up. Yi Linxing frowned. Is he drunk? No. Luo Ji shook his head. I just received a call from Xu Weiman, and I haven't had time to tell you. About Chu Zixin? Yes. Chu Zixin may be a member of the Advent sect. They should be planning something, which will definitely be bad for us. Luo Ji's tone was cold. I have issued an order to Captain Xu. If Chu Zixin really violated the emergency regulations, he will be dealt with to the maximum extent. If he resists, we can just kill him. Luo Qingyu asked in confusion, what can he do? He hooked up with a professor who studies cosmology, and this professor has a history of illegally collecting communication equipment. What do you think he wants to do? Luo Qingyu exclaimed, they want to send messages to aliens? Yes. So, his phone call just now was a threat to us. Right? What should we do? Yi Linxing was very calm. He is just a small figure. At the beginning, he had so many resources, but he couldn't beat us. Besides, we have completely changed our identities now. I have the country behind me and hold great power. He hides in the dark and has limited resources. What can he use to threaten me? Luo Ji thought of something and dialed. Check. Where did the call just now come from? Check quickly, I'll wait. After more than 10 seconds, Luo Ji hung up the phone. The call came from a county town in the deep mountains of the southwest. The ground jammer equipment there has just been built, and security measures have not yet been put in place. Moreover, there are many primeval forests there, and the jammer cannot provide full coverage. Luo Qingyu understood. They want to use equipment such as satellite phones to transmit wireless signals from the mountains to space. Luoji looked solemn. This Chuzishin is indeed very cunning. However, his success rate is not high. Satellite phones transmit 2 weak signals, and the possibility of alien detection satellites receiving them is very small. We can't take risks. If they are received, all our efforts will be wasted. Luo Qingyu turned to look at Yi Linsheng. Deputy Commander Yi, you must catch this guy. Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. Don't worry. In the past, he was in the open and I was in the dark. And the conditions were so difficult. He couldn't beat me. Now we are in the open and he is in the dark. And he can't beat me even more. Don't worry about it. Leave this matter to Xu Weiman and Xiao Shahai. I have great confidence in them. Luo Ji and Luo Qingyu looked at each other, both a little uneasy. Yi Linsheng, are you hiding something from us? Luo Ji looked at Yi Linsheng with some suspicion. Of course. The so-called window period is just a cover. If I am not 100% sure, how can I be so assured? Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. A cover? This is the bait I threw out, to make all those people with ulterior motives show up. Yi Linsheng raised his water glass calmly. If we don't give them a reliable opportunity, how can those bad-intentioned forces, and the Adventists hiding in the dark jump out? Luo Ji suddenly realized. So, all these are flaws you deliberately exposed. Not only Chuzishin, if those restless forces abroad want to take advantage of this opportunity to threaten the League of Nations, Ma Long will have a reason to send troops. All this, is it your plan? Yi Linsheng nodded. My flaw is actually not worth scrutinizing. But those opposing forces will definitely seize every opportunity to attack. The so-called window period is their best opportunity. Luo Qingyu, is there really no window period? Yes, but the real window period, no one will guess it. Yi Linsheng said confidently. A hotel on the edge of the deep mountains in the southwest. Chuzishin hung up the phone, put on his backpack and hurried out. In a public telephone booth on the platform of the station, Chuzishin made a phone call. The plan has been completed. Yi Linsheng must have thought that our target was in the southwest. But he would never have thought that our real target was right under his nose. Lu Mingli's voice came from the phone. Come back quickly. The communication equipment has been debugged. Everything is just waiting for the time to come. Chapter 126. The underground city of Datong Town has been built. In the deep space, a strange-looking aircraft is slowing down. This aircraft is very narrow and long, looking like a long stick. This is the alien exploration satellite. Its deceleration target is not a planet, but a probe flying towards the depths of the universe. The Interstellar Express 2 exploration satellite. The Interstellar 2 exploration satellite is a deep space exploration satellite launched by the Qin state, and its detection range is the outer layer of the solar system. But now it has become the target of an alien exploration satellite. Compared with a huge alien exploration satellite, Star Express 2 seems so inconspicuous, like a small Lego toy. Although small, it is still exposed to the alien exploration satellite. Not long after, as if it had collected enough information, the narrow and long aircraft accelerated again, left Star Express 2, and flew directly to Enceladus. This scene, no one on the blue planet noticed. No one knew that aliens had discovered human aircraft. Because all human space telescopes and observation equipment fell into the atmosphere and became a meteor. Is there any point in hiding? No one knows. The small country in the south. Weigua. The convoy drove into a deep underground cave. It was not until it reached the depths of the cave that the convoy stopped. Linson walked out of the car and looked up at a huge device. Haha. Take a good video. And make sure to take a clear picture of the model. Let the League of Nations know that I have a giant signal transmitter. If they dare not obey me and give me a modern underground city, I will send a signal to the aliens, and we will all perish together. Several cameramen filmed from various angles. The subordinate handed Linson a bottle of water. Chief, what if they attack us? Linson smiled coldly. This is why I want to hide these devices in the mountains. As long as they can't find my equipment, they can only agree to my request obediently. He stretched out his hand and patted his subordinate's shoulder. From now on, you will stay here in my place. When the time comes, if I don't show up in person, send a signal immediately. I will drag everyone in the world to be buried with me. The subordinate straightened his chest. I understand. However, Chief, why should we set the time on the 30th? Instead of before the 15th? Linson sneered. Although I have never dealt with Yi Linsheng, I have carefully analyzed his experience. He is a person who will never reveal his secrets to others. The key nodes he mentioned are definitely fake. But I have inquired, and several countries are preparing to ask the League of Nations to give a clear answer between the 9th and the 15th. It is obvious that they are preparing to make trouble at this time, the subordinate said. Linson walked to the monitoring station and looked at the sample film carefully. Those idiots think that Yi Linsheng is young and easy to bully. I can clearly say that Yi Linsheng's so-called critical window period is fake. He wants to use this window of opportunity to lure out the troublemakers, and then suppress them directly with a big stick. His real window of opportunity is not before the 15th, but probably the 20th, or even the 25th. The jammer in space may last for 10 more days, which is a high probability event. The subordinate asked puzzledly, if that's the case, why don't we move the time back? Which is safer? Linson shook his head. The League of Nations has already set its sights on us. The troops they sent are already on the way. When the United Nations army takes over our army, it will be difficult to deal with it at that time. The explosives we buried under the ground jammers will definitely be destroyed by them. They will send people to guard the jammers, and it will be difficult to take them back with our military force. The most important thing is that the jammers will be connected together, and if we want to send out signals, we will need to destroy several jammers, and the difficulty will increase several times. Our most favorable time point is around the 30th. At that time, the jammer in the sky failed and fell, but the jammer on the ground was still under our control. They had to give us what we wanted. Otherwise, Linson clenched his fist fiercely. If we die, they will die too. We will all die together, and we won't be reborn in the next life, because human civilization will be extinct. The subordinate saw Linson's sinister eyes, and shuddered involuntarily. Remember, when I get out of here, I will cut off all contact. All of you are to be locked up in this cave. There is only one condition to relieve your guard, that is, I come here in person. Linson patted his subordinate's shoulder heavily. Whether we can live well, I hope it all depends on you. Don't let me down. The subordinate quickly saluted. I promise not to disappoint the leader's high hopes. Watching the convoy drive out of the cave, the subordinate waved his hand, and the heavy door was closed. If the goal is not achieved, this door will be opened on the 30th, and at the same time, several interference signal towers within a radius of dozens of kilometers will also be blown up. The huge signal transmitter will send human information to the alien detection spacecraft. At that time, it will be meaningless to build an underground city. The only thing humans can do is to wait for the aliens to come. Datong Town. A helicopter landed slowly. Yi Linsheng got off the plane and looked around with emotion. In just 1 year, this place has changed a lot. The originally desolate mine is now prosperous. The underground city of Datong Town has been completed, and the first batch of residents have officially moved in. Some of the news on the internet is true. That is, the eligibility to move into Datong Town is not open to the public, and only a certain group of people are selected. Datong Town can currently accommodate 1 million people, and with the continuous excavation in the cave, the territory is still expanding in all directions. In the future, it can accommodate more residents. This time, the number of residents moving in is 1 million, including 100,000 local Datong Town residents, 100,000 construction workers, 100,000 scientific researchers, 100,000 employees in various experimental factories, and the rest are workers in various industries and positions selected from nearby cities, letting them move in with their families. In the past few days, the 1 million people have begun to enter, and the underground city of Datong Town has begun to operate. After all the personnel have moved in, they will start to seal it, isolate it from the outside world, and start an independent life. This city carries the hope of mankind. Every data of life here will be uploaded to the ground and transmitted to the construction team and scientific research department of the Nirvana Command. The experts of the construction team and scientific research department will make partial adjustments to other underground cities based on the experimental results. It can be said that the Datong Town underground city is the first test field of the underground city. It is also crucial to the subsequent construction of the underground city. Therefore, ordinary people cannot live here. Everyone here must participate in the experimental data. Deputy Commander Yi, I will be the guide. Zhu Tianming, the person in charge of the underground city project, stretched out his hand. Please follow me. The entrance is a tunnel, and from the outside, it looks like an ordinary tunnel entrance. There are 2 ways to enter the underground city. One is to take the elevator directly, and the other is to take the shuttle bus and walked down the tunnel dug by the shield machine. Zhu Tianming looked at Yi Linxing inquiringly. Deputy Commander Yi, which one do you choose? Take the shuttle bus. From the moment I got on the shuttle bus, the whole car began to move down the slope. The whole tunnel is not like an ordinary tunnel, because the walls are not decorated, and only simple lighting is installed. The tunnel is not wide, which is the width of a 2-lane road. Next to the wall, a conveyor belt for transporting earth and stone is set up. These conveyor belts extend all the way to the underground city. This side is the downway, and all vehicles go down. The other tunnel is the upway, which is specially used for vehicles to pull goods up. Zhu Tianming explained. The design of the double tunnels is simply amazing. It greatly speeds up the construction of the underground city. Zhu Tianming flattered him. Deputy Commander Yi, I heard that you came up with this idea. Luo Qingyi rolled her eyes. Since Yi Linxing became the deputy commander of the Nirvana Command, few people flatter him. I didn't expect to see my former subordinates, and the long-lost feeling of flattering came back. I just made a suggestion. The key is the experts and you actual builders, who can make this idea come true. Yi Linxing said. Zhu Tianming wanted to flatter him, but was stopped by Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu pointed to the conveyor belt against the cave wall and asked, There is a conveyor belt. Why do we need to use trucks to pull the stones? Yi Linxing said casually, Small stones are pulled by conveyor belts, and trucks pull large stones. Right? Zhu Tianming flattered him again. Yes. Deputy Commander Yi is indeed far-sighted and sees it through at a glance. Another point. Using trucks and conveyor belts together can save time. After all, time is our enemy. You did a good job. I am very satisfied. Yi Linxing praised casually. Zhu Tianming was immediately happy and sweet as if he had eaten honey. It is all thanks to Deputy Commander Yi. Under the leadership of Deputy Commander Yi, we can achieve today's results. Luo Qingyu leaned close to Yi Linxing's ear and whispered, You haven't been flattered for a long time. Now you should enjoy it? Yi Linxing shrugged. It feels good to be flattered. Luo Qingyu rolled his eyes at him and stopped talking. There was not enough light in the tunnel, and there was nothing to see. Zhu Tianming tried to find a topic to flatter Yi Linxing. Yi Linxing accepted it calmly. Otherwise, it would be too boring on the way. Although the underground city was 2,500 meters underground, it took the bus nearly an hour to reach the underground city because it was spirally descending. Along the way, Yi Linxing saw countless blockades. After all residents entered the underground city, these blockades would be closed, isolating all threats from outside. When the crisis was over and these blockades were opened again, it would be the day when humans returned to the surface. When the road began to flatten, Yi Linxing saw a scene that made his blood boil. Chapter 127 Adventist Headquarters. The entrance to the Datong Town underground city has arrived. After passing the last blockade door, what appeared in front of us was a huge underground space. It was about 70 to 80 meters high, and the width was comparable to a high-speed rail station. This is the transfer station. All the residents of the underground city pass through here, then get their own living space, and then enter the core underground city. Zhu Tianming's tone was very proud. As early as the time when Yi Linxing secretly built the underground city, he was the person in charge of the Datong Town underground city project. Everything here was built step by step under his own eyes. There was nothing here at the beginning. Only darkness and stones. Let's go to the central dome. That is the core area of the city. Offices, entertainment, supermarkets, administration, public security, firefighting and various functional departments are all in this area. Zhu Tianming took Yi Linxing to a place full of balance bikes and said, There is no traffic in the underground city. All travel is done by balance bikes. Yi Linxing also noticed that there were no main roads in the underground city, and all passages were 2 or 3 meters wide. There are stone houses and stone floors everywhere, which has a retro feel. In order to save space, there are no roads in the underground city, only sidewalks. Zhu Tianming took the lead in stepping on a balance bike and leading the way. The transfer station is not long. After a few minutes, everyone appeared in a slightly depressing place. The entire underground city is built around the central dome area. The surrounding areas are all functional areas. Here is the food production area. It mainly uses synthetic methods to directly produce starch and protein, responsible for supplying the lives of the entire city's residents. A group of people came over. Each of them was riding a balance bike. Zhu Tianming immediately introduced to Yi Linxing. This is the mayor of the underground city of Datong Town. The mayor jumped off the balance bike and stretched out his hand to Yi Linsheng from a distance. Deputy Commander Yi, a rare guest, a rare guest. Yi Linsheng took a look and immediately smiled. The person who came turned out to be an old acquaintance. The mayor of a certain city had dealt with Yi Linsheng several times in attracting investment. Yi Linsheng also invested in building an underground city in his jurisdiction. Deputy Commander Yi, I knew back then that you are a talented person. I was right? The mayor said excitedly. Look, such a grand project, only you, Deputy Commander Yi, can build it. Flattery never wears out. This sentence is not wrong. Yi Linsheng waved his hand with satisfaction. Don't say polite words. Lead the way. Today we will close the Tongshan underground city for testing. I hope you can overcome the difficulties and set a good example for other underground cities. With a mouthful of official rhetoric and exaggerated actions, he looked like a successful official. Jianhai City. In a dilapidated building. A group of people are busy. A man wearing a hat and a mask and carrying a backpack walked in. After passing the guard's inspection, he walked straight into the building. Captain Chu. You're back. Someone greeted him. Chu Zixin took off his mask and responded to the person who greeted him with a smile. Since he started working with Lu Mingli, he has smiled more often. Because he has found the meaning of life. He wanted to prove to everyone that Yi Linsheng was not the savior. But he was. He firmly believed in Lu Mingli's statement that alien civilizations had no ill intentions. As for the rumors that Yi Linsheng was a reborn person who had witnessed the destruction of mankind with his own eyes, and that aliens came to destroy mankind, Chu Zixin scoffed at them. He believed that the reason why humans were extinct was that humans had brought it upon themselves. According to rumors, in the previous life, humans had started to commit suicide since they discovered the alien detection satellite. Before the alien probes arrived at the blue planet, humans launched various attacks on the alien probes, including missile attacks, laser attacks, etc. But all the attacks failed. Later, when the alien fleet appeared in the solar system, humans attacked the space fleet without knowing the consequences. They even formed a space fleet to attack the alien fleet. This caused the aliens to counterattack. It also brought about the destruction of mankind. If humans did not attack the alien civilizations at the first time, but lowered their posture, took the initiative to show goodwill, and asked them for help, then humans would definitely live better. At least, in scientific research, major breakthroughs can be made. If the folding technology of space is mastered, it will be even more amazing, and humans can start the great voyage in the universe. It is clearly an opportunity to promote scientific and technological progress, but it was caused by humans themselves to destroy it. Now humans are seeking death again. They listened to Yi Linsheng's instigation, and wanted to escape by self-mutilation. This is wrong. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. What humans should do most is not to resist, not to avoid, but to welcome with respect. Lower your posture and welcome the arrival of aliens. Not only Chu Zixin, but everyone in this building believes in this. They also believe that Yi Linsheng is the public enemy of mankind. Because this is the headquarters of the Advent sect. They originally called themselves the Savior sect, but the people called them the Advent sect, because the name of the Advent sect is too loud and popular. Later, they simply accepted this name themselves. This organization was initially led by Chu Zixin and Lu Mingli. Operated by Chu Zixin. And Lu Mingli was responsible for attracting like-minded scientists to join. Academic disputes in the scientific community have always been normal. Even the universally recognized law of gravity, there are people who disagree. Not to mention Yi Linsheng's doomsday theory. In today's world, there are still more than 1 million people who insist on the flat earth theory. They believe that the earth is a plate, the center is the North Pole, and the surrounding is the South Pole wall. People live on such a plate. They also form the Flat Earth Association, which has more than 1 million loyal believers. Such absurd remarks have so many believers. There are also many people who deny Yi Linsheng's doomsday theory. In the scientific community, there are even more people. Lu Mingli contacted these scholars with different opinions, and after confirming that they were trustworthy, he pulled them into the Adventists. At first, there were not many people, but in the past month, the number has increased to thousands. Chu Zixin also found business experts, who had previously engaged in micro-business and e-commerce to carry out network operations. These operation experts used the internet to smear, attack Yi Linsheng, criticize Yi Linsheng's doomsday theory, spread their ideas that human nature is good, and at the same time recruit like-minded people, and develop into peripheral elements of the Advent sect. These methods have made the Advent sect reach its current scale. Walking into an office, Lu who was working, looked up and saw that it was Chuzashin, and immediately stopped his work. It's going well. It's going well. I am an old economic detective. Their little tricks can't find me at all. Chuzashin put down his backpack, picked up the teacup and took a big sip. How is the preparation of explosives going? Lu pressed the intercom. Professor Mao. Come here. Chuzashin is back. An older man hurried in. His hair was all white. He was skinny, but his eyes showed a fierceness. This is Professor Mao, an expert in explosives technology. He is also a firm believer in denying Yi Linqing's doomsday theory. Xiao Chu, you're back. Chuzashin nodded. How are our explosives prepared? We've made all the necessary preparations. According to the information from the Telecommunications Bureau, there are a total of 10 signal jammers in Jianhai City. We've also prepared 10 pickup trucks. They're loaded with high explosives. When the operation begins, these trucks will approach the signal jammers and explode at the same time. This will remove all obstacles to our signal transmission, Professor Mao said as he rubbed his hands excitedly. Chuzashin looked at Lu Mingli. How is the communication equipment? Everything has been checked, no problem, can be started at any time, and can send a strong signal into space within a few seconds. Lu Mingli gave Chuzashin a thumbs up. Xiao Chu, you are really a talent. How did you think of using the TV station's transmitting equipment? Chuzashin sat down. After listening to your analysis, I first rejected the satellite phone method. Satellite phone signals are too weak, and the alien detection satellites cannot receive them at all. As for your idea of collecting communication-based station equipment from various places and building transmission-based stations, it is also not feasible. The equipment of the communication-based station is only suitable for ground transmission of signals, and the range is limited. There are not many equipment that can really transmit signals to space. The TV signal transmission tower is the best choice. Chuzashin looked at a dilapidated building opposite the building. It was a satellite TV station in Jianhai City that had long since fallen. Since the 4G era, satellite TV has long been outdated. The once booming Jianhai satellite TV has also fallen. In the 5G 6G era, Jianhai satellite TV was closed due to poor management. This TV tower has been abandoned for more than 10 years. Chuzashin set his sights on this TV station. Using the satellite equipment here, it is the easiest to send signals to space. Lu Mingli is now convinced by Chuzashin. Xiao Chu, when is the time set to start? Chuzashin smiled slyly. Yi Linqing publicized that the period between the 9th and the 15th is the key window period, and I have also verified this statement from my former colleagues. But didn't you say that it can't be set before the 15th? Professor Mao asked. It is because Yi Linqing advertised the 15th that we cannot set the time before the 15th. Chuzashin's eyes became gloomy. I know Yi Linqing too well. He is cunning and scheming. He will never expose such a big flaw to others. The real window period must not be this time period. Professor Mao and Lu Mingli looked at each other. In terms of planning, they could not compare with Chuzashin at all. When will we start? Don't worry. I have already stimulated them. Yi Linqing will definitely make adjustments and precautions. I will go and ask around to see when the real window period is, Chuzashin said. Chapter 128 Shameless Blackmail. Jianhai City Security Bureau. Xu Weimin and Xiao Shanghai are discussing the case. This time, Yi Linqing handed the case to Xu Weimin and Xiao Shanghai to work together. This surprised Xu Weimin and Xiao Shanghai. Deputy Commander Yi told me a new piece of news. Chuzashin called him recently and threatened him, Xu Weimin said. Xiao Shanghai was stunned. This is not Chuzashin's style. Xu Weimin nodded. Yi Linqing also said that this is not Chuzashin's style. He traced the place where Chuzashin made the call, which was in a small county town in the deep mountains of the southwest, which was very remote. Could it be that he wanted to use a satellite phone to transmit radio signals in a remote mountainous area? Xu Weimin shook his head. Yi Linqing reminded us that Chuzashin was deliberately sending us false information. He felt that Chuzashin's destination should be the place he was most familiar with. Xiao Shanghai suddenly realized, I know. Chuzashin is not good at socializing, has no friends, and does not like traveling. Since graduating from university, he has been in the economic investigation department. If he talks about familiar places, Jianhai City is the most familiar to him. Yi Linqing also means this. Yi Linqing said that the place where Chuzashin made his move should be where he was born and where he worked. Only in this way can he hide and make us unable to find him. Xiao Shanghai took out a map of Jianhai City and began to look for the place where Chu Zixin might make his move on the map, exploring the underground city of Tongzhen. Yi Linsheng rode on a balancing car and drove into the central dome hall. He had been here before, but when he first came, it was still a construction site, messy and dark. Now many small sun-like lighting devices have been installed on the central dome, illuminating the entire municipal center. The mayor pointed to the rows of high-rise-like buildings and said, "These buildings are not built, but carved out of stone. Almost all buildings are formed in one go. This saves us a lot of time for construction. What's better here than on the ground is that you can use your mobile phone here, and the Wi-Fi signal covers the whole city. This is much better than on the ground." He pointed to the many curved arches around. Behind these arches, there are functional areas. Currently, a total of 20 functional areas have been built, including residential areas, department store production areas, food production areas, air filtration areas, heat exchange areas, water recycling areas, nuclear power generation areas, etc. These functional areas are still being expanded. With these functional areas, the underground city can be self-sufficient and safely survive for at least 100 years. At that time, the surface should be able to return to normal, and we humans can also switch to living on the ground. The mayor pointed to a place that was still under construction, where a shield machine was working. That is the future rail transit area. We are digging towards other underground cities. This shield machine will continue to work until other underground cities are opened. This is also part of Yi Linsheng's grand plan. Yi Linsheng didn't want to just build individual underground cities. He wanted to build a huge underground network that could connect all the underground cities. When all these channels were opened, the cities could be connected by rail transit. At that time, the people in the underground cities would no longer be alone. People could start to move between cities. Yi Linsheng was very excited. All this was built because of him. He had accomplished nothing in his last life. But in this life, he had already stood at the top of humanity. Nirvana Command Center. Luo Qingyu pouted and set a post on the computer to Yi Linsheng. This post was obviously a gathering place for the Adventists. Many people expressed their opinions under the post. The title of the post was, Yi Linsheng. Is he the savior or the great disaster? There was a comment that received more than 10,000 likes. This comment said that when such a weak civilization as human beings was discovered by a highly developed alien civilization, they should not hide, nor fight back, but should open their arms and embrace the advanced civilization. Humans should lower their posture and welcome the arrival of aliens. Everything humans do now is anti-human. This title is eye-catching enough, but the comments below are even crazier, making Yi Linsheng a public enemy, the culprit that hinders the development and progress of human civilization. Some people say that Yi Linsheng, with his own strength, blocked the progress of mankind. Some people say that when facing a powerful enemy, giving up weapons and surrendering is the best choice. Some people also talk about the establishment of the Chu state, saying that the original indigenous people did not choose to surrender, did not actively integrate into the more powerful Chu civilization, and were exterminated. Humans cannot follow this old path. There is a popular joke now that talks about this situation. If you can't beat the enemy, join them. This kind of Adventist speech has received a lot of likes from people. Luo Qingyu angrily walked to Yi Linsheng's office, pointed at the post and said, "Deputy Commander Yi, look, are these people who liked it stupid?" Yi Linsheng glanced at it, and a smile appeared on his lips. Some people, after kneeling for so long, can't even stand up and speak. Welcome. What kind of beast would say such a thing? Luo Qingyu said angrily. This kind of person is a ball traitor. Yi Linsheng was amused. You have invented a new word. Ball traitor. Ha ha ha. Very vivid. Luo Qingyu rolled his eyes. You can still laugh. They are obviously trying to build momentum. The Advent faction is gaining momentum now. If we don't fight back, we'll be in big trouble. Zheng Jichong, the leader of the Special Operations Team, walked in and said, according to the information obtained by the undercover, Chu Zixin and Lu Mingli are indeed the core figures of the Advent faction. They are likely to have a big action in the near future. It's just that we can't be sure of the specific time of the action. Don't you have an undercover in the Advent faction? Didn't you get the time of the action? Luo Qingyu looked at Zheng Jichong with some contempt. Luo Qingyu is now familiar with everyone in the Nirvana Command. Zheng Jichong is the youngest person in the core of the Nirvana Command, except Yi Linsheng. He has spent a lot of time with Luo Qingyu and Yi Linsheng. and they are already very familiar with each other and can talk casually. Our undercover agents have inquired from many sources, but have not been able to find out the specific time. Zhang Jiqing's face was a little red. Yi Linsheng was a little surprised. It seems that I still underestimated Chu Zixin. I thought he would set the time before the 15th. Obviously, he has guessed my intention. We must ensure the absolute safety of the window period. He picked up the phone and called the first team of Jianhai City Security Bureau. Captain Xu. I have an idea. Jianhai City Economic Investigation Department. Xiao Shanghai and Xu Weiman are discussing the case. I have found a total of 15 places that may be used by Chu Zixin. Among them, there are 3 radar stations used by the military, 2 radar stations used by civil aviation, and the TV signal tower of Jianhai City TV station, the signal transmission tower of the radio station, and the weather station. There is also a research institute, which also has radar. Finally, there are several signal transfer stations reserved by the telecommunications company. Xu Weiman looked up at Xiao Shanghai. Time is running out. We must speed up. I estimate that Chu Zixin will start between the 9th and the 25th. Before the 9th to the 25th? Xiao Shanghai asked suspiciously. Isn't the dangerous window period said to be before the 15th? Xu Weiman shrugged. This is what Yi Linsheng said himself. Got it. Let's divide the work, and try to clear all the hidden dangers in these places before the 9th. Xiao Shanghai looked at the map. The TV tower, radio station and military radar station are more suitable for your security bureau to investigate. Leave the rest to us. Okay. Time is running out. Let's do it separately. Xu Weiman stood up, picked up the information and turned to leave. Today is June 5th. It's very close to when Chu Zixin might take action. We must dig Chu Zixin out as soon as possible. Nirvana Command Center. Mr. Zeng looked at Yi Linsheng with some worry. When is the real window period? Yi Linsheng now. His expression is no longer relaxed. After the jammer in space stops running, it's all the window period. The task is arduous. Mr. Zeng was a little emotional. It is really difficult to stop all actions of sending signals to space in such a long time. And the space jammer has to be destroyed as soon as possible. So, I must give them a little stimulation, so that they can be exposed as soon as possible. Yi Linsheng's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Anyone who dares to send signals to aliens will be convicted of treason. They are all traitors. Chang Guangxiong was still worried. Can we really hide it from the aliens? It's too difficult. Yi Linsheng gritted his teeth. I don't know either. But what I know is that my rebirth is definitely not meaningless. Yi Linsheng looked up at the sky outside the window. Blue sky and white clouds. Who doesn't like it? However, we must destroy everything that exists. My intuition tells me that burning our boats is our only choice. Mr. Zeng patted Chang Guangxiong on the shoulder. We are all military men. Once we have determined our goal, we must firmly carry it out. Don't worry about it. He turned to look at Yi Linsheng. Xiao Yi. I heard that the Adventists have been making small moves. Can you defend against them? Yi Linsheng's confidence returned instantly. I really have no idea how to deal with aliens. But I have no problem dealing with the Adventists. I have dug a few holes for them, waiting for them to jump in. The Adventists' headquarters in Jianhai City. Chu Zixin hurried in and took a big sip of water. The latest news is that Yi Linsheng has issued a death order, requiring all personnel to be on guard before the 25th. At the same time, in the small southern county where I called, a large number of soldiers appeared, and there were planes detecting wireless signals circling in the sky every day. Their mission execution time is also until the 25th. Loomingly understood, this shows that the real window period of the signal jammer is before the 25th. We should set the action time before the 25th. Chu Zixin shook his head. No. I suspect that the 25th is not the last window period, and Yi Linsheng may have done it on purpose. Why do you do this on purpose? To lure the snake out of its hole. Chapter 129, Take the Initiative. Chu Zixin looked out the window. Yi Linsheng has 2 ways to block wireless signals. One is the jammer in space. The other is to build a jamming network on the ground to block the signal from being transmitted to space. I guess, the jammer in space will be turned off on the 25th. And the jammer network on the ground will be completed on the 15th. There is no window period. According to Yi Linsheng's cunningness, he can't set any window period. But the term window period comes from him. Loomingly was a little confused. That's how cunning he is. Chu Zixin snorted coldly. I know him too well. He deliberately advertised that the window period was between the 9th and the 15th. with the purpose of taking advantage of the jammers in space to trick out the Adventists and oppositionists around the world, and then destroy them in one fell swoop. Lu Mingli said suspiciously, "Is Yi Linsheng so cunning? With my ability, I couldn't arrest him. What do you think?" Chu Zixin said, gritting his teeth. "But it's not that I didn't see through his trick, I just lost to time. If you give me another month or two, I can catch him." Chu Zixin looked up at the sky. "Now Yi Linsheng is in the light, I am in the dark. I want to see if he can catch me." Lu Mingli asked, "According to what you said, Yi Linsheng has no window period. What should we do?" Chu Zixin smiled. "Wrong, he still has a window period. After the 25th, it's all window period. At that time, the space jammer was turned off. We only need to destroy the jammer on the ground and start the signal transmitter of the TV tower to achieve our goal." Lu Mingli suddenly realized, "I understand." Lu Mingli said nervously, "However, we still have to hurry up. The signal must be sent as early as possible. If we wait until the asteroid approaches the blue planet, we will not be able to intercept it at that time. I have decided not to delay. The sooner the better. If we delay, it will not be good for us." Chu Zixin said. "The time is set on the 30th. A technician said, "I have the latest news. The military has installed jammers on helicopters. If someone blows up the ground jammer, the mobile jammer carried by the helicopter will arrive within half an hour. Our action must send out the signal within half an hour of blowing up the ground jammer." Chu Zixin said confidently, "That's no problem." He suddenly looked at Lu Mingli hesitantly. "Professor Lu, how do we judge whether the detection satellite has received our signal? If the detection satellite receives the signal and there is no response, how can we prove to everyone that we have successfully sent the signal?" Lu Mingli, "It's not complicated. When transmitting signals, we also transmit signals to the moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies. At the same time, we turn on the receiver to receive the signals reflected from the moon and Mars. Then we submit these evidences to the Academy of Sciences and make them public to the world. The Academy of Sciences will understand that aliens have received our signals, and it will be meaningless for humans to build underground cities and push asteroids down. Our goal has been achieved." On the 8th, a heavy news came. The League of Nations attacked several poor countries governed by warlords. There was only one reason. They asked the League of Nations to provide them with 10 to 20 underground cities for free. At the same time, they also mentioned implicitly that they violated the League of Nations regulations and retained powerful radio equipment. This is blackmail. They also believed that by the time the League of Nations held a meeting to discuss and negotiate, and then let the League of Nations go, it would have entered the window period, and the League of Nations would not dare to act rashly. They will definitely surrender. But they didn't expect that the National Alliance would act so quickly and react so strongly. Ma Long, the commander of the National Alliance, directly declared these warlords as anti-human organizations and ordered them to be wiped out. The National Alliance troops, which had already assembled, used the most advanced air strikes combined with ground advances to directly destroy the headquarters of these warlords. Just kidding. A joint force composed of Chu, Qin, Zhao and other countries. What effect would that have? Moreover, in order to deter the villains, the United Nations Army used as much force as possible this time, except for not using the ultimate weapon. All the weapons that should be used were used. The small country in the south defended its country. When Lin Sun saw the news, he was shocked and despised. He was shocked by the speed and efficiency of the United Nations Army. He despised the stupidity of these small warlords. Threats should also be used at the best time. The subordinate walked in and said, "Chief, the United Nations has sent a message that they will send an assessment team to the construction site tomorrow. If our construction progress does not meet the standards, they will announce a full takeover, including the army, engineering team and management." Lin Sun's eyebrows jumped. Yi Linsheng, Ma Long. These two cunning guys finally took action. "Chief, what should we do? Drag it out. What if it can't be dragged out? If it can't be dragged out, hand over everything." Lin Sun's face regained calm. "But if you hand it over, you will be a commander without troops." The subordinates were a little panicked. "I will show my cards on the 25th. At that time, they will return everything they have stolen to me, plus a super underground city." Lin Sun said confidently, "I have this trump card. Headquarters of the Advent sect." Chu Zixin turned off the TV. In the next few days, it will be very lively, and the situation in various places will be very tense. Inform the brothers, be restrained, don't show up. Showing up at this time is to seek death. Loomingly, don't worry, our people have been very quiet recently. However, I feel that the Security Bureau seems to have realized something. They recently dismantled the satellite transmission equipment of the TV station. If it weren't for the fact that the local satellite TV transmission tower has been abandoned for many years, they might have dismantled this one too. Don't worry, sooner or later they will remember this abandoned local satellite TV transmission tower. What should we do then? Loomingly was a little panicked. All the equipment is now on the TV tower. We will dismantle it ourselves first. Chuzashin smiled, but his smile was a little gloomy. We dismantle it ourselves first? Loomingly didn't understand. I've calculated that if we dismantle it ourselves, it won't be destructive. And the equipment can be kept intact. When we reinstall it, it will only take 1 or 2 days. This way we can hide it from Xiao Shahai and Xu Weiman. After the 25th, we will install it again. On the 30th, without anyone noticing, we will send the signal. Chu Zixin walked out of the window and looked at the busy crowd under the building. At that time, everyone will know that I am the real savior. I saved the blue planet, saved the blue sky and white clouds, saved the green mountains and clear waters. I will also bring the aliens' high technology to humans, helping humans achieve a real technological explosion. Loomingly stood beside him, looking down at the busy crowd, also full of emotion in his heart. I now understand Yi Linsheng a little. I guess he was the same at the beginning, thinking he could become the savior, and always moving forward according to his own beliefs. Chu Zixin glared at him. His belief is wrong. People like him are the most dangerous. They bring only disasters to mankind. On the 10th, Xu Weiman led a group of police officers to the building of Jianhai Satellite TV Station. The building was dilapidated and had been abandoned long ago. 30 years ago, Jianhai Satellite TV Station was popular for a while. At that time, many local satellite TV stations emerged in the country, and each program was very popular. But later, with the development of the internet, the advertising revenue of satellite TV stations plummeted. Later, all the columns became a concentration camp of cheap advertisements. More than a decade ago, Jianhai Satellite TV Station was completely closed. This building has been abandoned ever since. In the first round of cleanup, Xu Weiman missed this TV tower. It was not until yesterday that he remembered that there was a local satellite TV tower in Jianhai City, which might also have equipment to transmit radio waves. In addition, someone reported that there were frequent people coming and going here recently, which was very suspicious. He then hurried over with his men. Bang! The door was pushed open, and what appeared in front of Xu Weiman was a mess. Everywhere was dismantled. Only garbage and heavy equipment that could not be moved were left. Captain, everything here has been dismantled, and judging from the traces, it seems to have been dismantled not long ago. The subordinate reported. Xu Weiman was a little surprised. He found a nearby telephone booth and called the Economic Investigation Department. Old Xiao, did you lead people to dismantle the local satellite TV tower? Xiao Xinghai's voice came from the phone. No. We have a division of labor. The TV station is yours. That's strange. When we got here, it had already been completely dismantled. Just dismantle it. Why bother so much? But I feel something is wrong. Is there anyone in our city responsible for dismantling these equipment? Nirvana Command, Underground City Construction Group, Municipal Execution Team, seems to be doing this. Xiao Shahai said. Xu Weiman breathed a sigh of relief. It's probably done by our brother units. By the way, did you find any abnormality in the ground jammer launcher? No, everything is normal. Don't worry, I have arranged heavy troops to guard around each jammer. We will not withdraw until after the 25th. Xu Weiman said hesitantly. I still feel something is wrong. This guy Chu Zixin will definitely make a move. It's so quiet, something is wrong. Maybe his people are really in the southwest town. Then we can only rely on the brothers in the southwest. After hanging up the phone, Xu Weiman waved his hand. Withdraw? When he turned to leave, he looked up at the TV transmitter. The transmitting antenna and steel beams on the top of the tower are still there, which seems to be a hidden danger. Thinking of this, he ordered, arrange a secret sentry here. Keep guard until the end of the 25th. On a high-rise building several blocks away, Loomingly saw Xu Weiman and his men withdrawing, and said with lingering fear, fortunately you took action first. Otherwise, these equipment would have been taken away by them. Chu Zixin smiled faintly. This Xu Weiman is just a name. If it were me, I would definitely dismantle the steel beam, which would be a permanent solution. Chapter 130 Secret War. 29th. This day seems to be no different from any other day, but for many people, it is very different. Especially for Lu Mingli, this is even more so. He got up very early, and came to the TV transmission tower early. Last night, all the equipment had been quietly transported into the transmission tower. From now on, they will take 2 days to install all the equipment and debug it. When the installation and debugging are completed tomorrow, their big plan will be officially launched, the Breaking the Fog Plan. This name was given by Lu Mingli himself. He believes that the people of the world are now kidnapped by Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng created a layer of fog, which blocked people's vision. It also blinded everyone's reason. People in the world are all bewitched by Yi Linsheng. The Breaking the Fog Plan he led is to break the fog created by Yi Linsheng and make the world clear. Lu Mingli came to the breakfast shop opposite the TV tower and bought a breakfast. Lu Mingli, who usually never ate breakfast outside, ate breakfast outside for the first time, because Chu Zixin was also in front of the breakfast stall. What's the situation? Lu Mingli stuffed a bun in his mouth, but he couldn't taste it at all. I have checked. There are no familiar faces nearby. There are no suspicious people. Chu Zixin was very calm. He slowly drank soy milk and ate pickled vegetables. There are no plainclothes officers. No patrols. The people from the security bureau have all withdrawn. That's good. The weather was very hot, and Lu Mingli was sweating a lot. A few months ago, he was just a cosmology researcher, but now he is engaged in a highly dangerous underground activity. This makes him feel like an underground agent, a hidden hero. Outside the abandoned TV tower is a wall that isolates the surrounding area. There are some stalls against the wall, and there are not many pedestrians coming and going, but not too many either. Just right. I have deployed our people to guard the nearby intersections. Once an accident is discovered, we will retreat urgently. Chu Zixin looked up at Lu Mingli. Is the engineer okay? No problem. He is my student, and a firm believer in the Adventist sect. Lu Mingli wiped the sweat off his face again. However, after the debugging is completed, it is better for the two of us to press the start switch together. Such an important historical moment. Neither you nor I can miss it. Chu Zixin did not speak. Lu Mingli was a little excited. The first astronaut to land on the moon said that his small step was a big step for mankind. But he was wrong. Landing on the moon was not a big step for human civilization. But the signal we sent to aliens was a historical moment for mankind. At that time, it was a big step for human civilization. At this moment, we too must participate. Okay. Chu Zixin stood up. I have also inquired whether it is the Security Bureau or the Security Bureau. Their main attention during this period has been on guarding the jammer. Blow up the jammer? Is there any problem? Absolutely no problem. The people I arranged are the ones I trust the most. Lu Mingli said seriously. They will drive the pickup truck to the designated location at the designated time. Then let's do it. Chu Zixin threw down the napkin in his hand and strode towards the TV tower. Lu Mingli quickly threw down the breakfast in his hand and hurriedly followed. The two people were full of vigor and ambition. However, they were only handsome for 3 seconds, and they were quickly stopped by the owner of the breakfast shop. You too, pay. How come you two gentlemen want to eat a free meal? The southern country defends the country. The temporary headquarters of the National Alliance Army. A group of people walked in aggressively. The guards were about to stop them. But when they saw the people coming, they stopped immediately and saluted respectfully. The leader walked directly into the tent, sat down opposite Zhuang Xiongjie, and crossed his legs. Chief Lin, what can I do for you? Zhuang Xiongjie looked at the man warily. Weigua was the place that Yi Linsheng specifically pointed out to focus on. Because the progress of Weigua's underground city was very slow, this showed that Chief Lin Sin had ulterior motives. As early as the beginning of the month, everything here had been taken over by the National Alliance Army. Whether it was the army or the construction of the underground city, they were all taken over by the National Alliance Army. And the original leader Lin Sun now has been sidelined. Zhuang Xiongjie is the person in charge of taking over here. The company under him now belongs to the National Alliance Army. I want to see your supreme leader, Lin Sin said bluntly. I am. You are not qualified. It is better to let Yi Linsheng come to see me, or Ma Long is also fine. Lin Sin's attitude was very arrogant. Zhuang Xiongjie had already guessed Lin Sin's intention. Before departure, Yi Linsheng specifically told Zhuang Xiongjie to be careful of Lin Sin. Whether I am qualified or not, you have no say. Zhuang Xiongjie said neither arrogantly nor humbly. Zhuang Xiongjia's eyes collided fiercely with Lin Sin's. After a while, Lin Sin turned his eyes away. Okay, then I'll tell you first. He took out a camera, turned it on, and handed it to Zhuang Xiongjie. Take a good look, this is the wireless signal transmitter I hid in the mountains. You will never find the hiding place. Zhuang Xiongjia's face darkened. Privately hiding a wireless signal transmitter is a crime against humanity, and will be severely punished. Lin Sin sneered. Let's not talk about the punishment first. This transmitter. You definitely don't know where it is hidden. As long as I give an order, the transmitter will start working and transmit human information to the alien probe. I guess you also know what the consequences will be after this transmitter is activated. Zhuang Xiongjie became nervous. He knew the consequences very well. If someone penetrates the blockade and sends a signal to the aliens, then everything that humans are doing now will lose its meaning. Building an underground city will lose its meaning. Detonating a volcano will lose its meaning. Pushing an asteroid to fall to the blue planet will lose its meaning. What do you want to say? It's very simple. Give me the control of Weigua now. At the same time, allocate a super underground city to me, and I want my people to take over now. At the same time, your national coalition forces withdraw from Weigua. Zhuang Xiongjie calmed himself down. Even if there is a signal transmitter, you can't send it out. The jammer we built has blocked all the surroundings. When your signal is sent out, it will be blocked or interfered into meaningless noise. Lin Sin suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! There was an explosion in the distance. I want to blow up the ground jammer. It will take a minute. Zhuang Xiongjia's face became serious, and he winked at a soldier. After the soldier went out, he came back soon. Captain. The ground jamming tower was blown up. Lin Sin laughed wildly. To tell you the truth, I have installed bombs under many jamming towers. Especially the jamming tower near my wireless transmitter, which is full of explosives. I want to pass a message to the aliens, which is a matter of minutes. Lin Sin arrogantly put his feet on the table. I advise you to report to your superiors as soon as possible. If you can't meet my requirements tomorrow, the aliens will immediately know that there is civilization on the blue planet. At that time, all human beings will die. If we have to die, we will die together. Zhuang Xiongjie walked out with a solemn expression and dialed the phone. Deputy Commander Yi, something went wrong. Yi Linqing's calm voice came from the phone. Did Lin Sin show his hand? Zhuang Xiongjie was stunned. Yes. When is his deadline? Tomorrow. Okay, then execute him. What? Execute him on the spot. But just do it, there's nothing to worry about. Zhuang Xiongjie hung up the phone in a daze. Lin Sin said with a smile, What do you think? Should we do the handover now, or wait until tomorrow? Zhuang Xiongjie looked at Lin Sin strangely. No need to do the handover. Lin Sin frowned. What do you mean? Zhuang Xiongjie sighed. Lin Sin, you have committed crimes against humanity. I am now on behalf of the League of Nations to formally execute you. Without waiting for Lin Sin to say anything more, he raised his hand and shot. Bang! After a gunshot, Lin Sin fell to the ground. The well-trained soldiers around them quickly pointed their guns at Lin Sin's followers. These followers immediately knelt down in fear and raised their hands in surrender. Lin Sin had never expected that Yi Linsheng would not play by the rules at all. Not only did he not agree to his request, he did not bargain. And he shot himself directly. This was too unreasonable. All this was not according to his script at all. You are not worried that I will die with you. Lin Sin shouted with his last strength, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Zhuang Xiongjie shrugged. The Director General said, Don't worry. Lin Sin's face was hideous, covered in blood. He struggled to raise his head and shouted, Then you just wait to die with the aliens. Tomorrow, the wireless signal will be transmitted to the aliens. After saying that, he died. But his eyes were wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. Zhuang Xiongjie was very uneasy. Looking at Lin Sin's appearance, it was obvious that he was not lying. He should really have hidden a radio transmitter underground. Lin Sin is dead. Where is the transmitter hidden? Catch these people, use all means, and find out where the transmitter is hidden. Zhuang Xiongjie said with lingering fear. He felt that Yi Linsheng handled this matter too hastily. If the location of the transmitter cannot be found, wouldn't humanity be in danger? On the 30th, in the deep underground cave of the small southern country Weigua, Lin Sin's subordinates have been staring at the surveillance screen. The cave is very hidden. Ordinary people can't find it at all. The agreed time is 6 o'clock this afternoon. If Lin Sin doesn't show up at 6 o'clock, It means that the negotiation has not been concluded. Even Lin Sun may have died. At that time, I will face a difficult choice. Should I turn on the device, press the radio signal transmitter, let all mankind die together, or disobey? Both paths are difficult to take. Send the signal, all mankind will die. If he doesn't send a signal, Lin Sun is a very cruel person. He will definitely kill him. Either way he chooses his death, and neither choice is right. Now his only hope is to see Lin Sun appear on the surveillance camera. That means the extortion is successful, and everyone can survive. This is the best result. However, he still can't see Lin Sun, which makes him very entangled. Chapter 131 We are the saviors of mankind. Jianhai City. Inside the abandoned TV tower, Chu Zixin, who had not slept all night, stood on the high tower and looked down at the ground. People were coming and going below, just like usual. Chu Zixin could also be sure that there were no people from the Security Bureau or the Security Bureau below. With his many years of experience, as long as there were plainclothes officers, he would definitely be able to identify them. It's installed. Lu Mingli wiped the sweat from his head and walked over to say. Chu Zixin was full of pride. Yi Linxing is just like this. Xiao Shanghai is as stupid as a pig. And Xu Weiman is just a show-off. In a place like the TV tower, they don't even send a secret sentry. Lu Mingli stared at the crowd below. Are you sure there is no one? Definitely not. Chu Zixin let out a long breath. If there is, I will definitely find it. Notify them, and start the action according to the plan. Lu Mingli took out a colorful flag and waved it at the opposite side. Someone at the Adventist headquarters saw it and responded with a colorful flag. This means that the signal has been transmitted. In less than a minute, 5 or 6 pickup trucks started and drove slowly on the road. Chu Zixin turned to look at Lu Mingli. Check the equipment again to ensure that the signal can be sent out accurately. The headquarters of the League of Nations. Luo Qingyu handed a document to Yi Linxing. This is the result of Ma Long's investigation. In these days, a total of more than a dozen suspicious ships violated the marine ban and sailed into the sea. Malone suspected that these ships were all wireless transmitters carried by the Adventists. What are you waiting for? Just blow them up, Yi Linxing said calmly. Malone said that they had been intercepted and blown up. But he was worried that some fish might slip through the net. Then send out all the troops and block all the ports. Use all means to block the ports and let all the grasshoppers that jump out die, Yi Linxing said calmly. With a population of nearly 10 billion, at most only 7 billion can enter the underground city. Those Adventists who have ulterior motives, let them go to the underworld to welcome their new master. The time came to the agreed time, but there was still no sign of Lin Sun. The subordinate was desperate. He knew that Lin Sun must have had an accident. Now a huge problem was placed in front of him. Should he send a signal or not? The officer next to him looked at his watch. Boss, it's time. The subordinate turned his head in confusion, looking up at the huge radio wave transmitter, feeling very conflicted. The fate of mankind is entirely in his hands. If he issues an order, nearly 10 billion people will die. This huge pressure and responsibility makes it impossible for him to make a decision. Leader Lin has not appeared yet, which means that his plan has failed. And he may even be dead. Is there any point in launching now? The subordinate was sweating profusely, staring at the launcher, and kept muttering. Launch, all mankind will die. If he doesn't launch, Lin Sun will not let him go. No. Since Lin Sun has not come yet, it means that Lin Sun is either imprisoned or dead. Maybe, if he does not launch, he still has a chance of survival. Thinking of this, the subordinate finally made up his mind not to launch. Not only not to launch, but also to open the door. To surrender to the headquarters of the League of Nations. To report. He breathed a sigh of relief. Not having to shoulder the burden of human survival. He felt much more relaxed in an instant. The headquarters of the League of Nations for the defense of the country. Zhuang Xiangjie was as anxious as a rabbit with its tail on fire. And he couldn't stop for a moment. Just now, everyone confessed. But nothing was gained. Only Lin Sun knew the location of the underground transmitter. It was getting dark. And if the transmitter couldn't be found, it would be too late. He picked up the phone and quickly dialed Yi Linxing's number. Deputy Commander Yi. We still haven't found the whereabouts of the transmitter. Here. Boom, 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 boom. There was an explosion in the distance. And Zhuang Xiangjie shuddered. Quick. Let the helicopter go to check. What happened? He had a hunch that this was a sign that the ground jammer had been blown up. In the cave, the officer raised the gun in his hand, blew the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle with contempt. Chief Lin has known that you are unreliable. He specifically asked me to be on guard against your betrayal. He walked to the body of Lin Sin's subordinate, kicked it with his foot, confirmed that it was dead, and then asked, has the ground jammer been detonated? It has been detonated successfully. Now there is nothing that can prevent us from sending radio signals. Start, prepare to fire. The officer put back the pistol and walked quickly to the huge equipment. A soldier pressed the switch. A rumbling sound was heard, and the whole earth began to tremble. The originally closed mountaintop now had a crack. The crack became bigger and bigger, and then from the crack, a huge radio signal transmitter rose. This kind of thing was originally needed for electronic warfare, and after the warlord Lin Sin got it, it was never used. Now that he is dead, this thing is used for the first time. The officer pressed the start button, and the entire radio transmitter began to operate. With the adjustment of the angle, the transmitter has been aimed at the direction of Saturn, which is also the direction where the alien probe exists. Continue to launch. Since the League of Nations will not agree to our request, let's die together. The officer pressed the launch button. After a flash, a strong wireless signal began to be transmitted, continuously sending regular signals to the sky. Jianghai City. 5 or 6 huge explosions suddenly came from the originally quiet and noisy city. This sound shocked Xu Weiman and Xiao Shanghai, who were resting. Soon, the news came that the explosion came from various ground signal jammers. These jammers were all destroyed. Now the sky above Jianghai City is blank. Radio signals can be sent out unimpeded. Several helicopters equipped with jammers took off urgently, trying to shield the sky above Jianghai City as quickly as possible. However, it would take at least half an hour to block the entire Jianghai City. Half an hour is enough to launch countless radio waves. Xu Weiman and Xiao Shanghai both felt a deep sense of frustration. They both guessed that the mastermind behind the explosion was Chu Zixin. Inside the TV tower, Chu Zixin saw with his own eyes a large cloud of smoke rising from different places in Jianghai City. This was a signal to take action. An engineer took out a detector and detected it, and said happily, the interference signal source has disappeared. And now it is a real window period. Chu Zixin and Lu Mingli exchanged a happy look, and Chu Zixin waved his hand fiercely. Launch. Lu Mingli and Chu Zixin walked to the launch pad, and the two of them solemnly stretched out their hands and pressed the button. Someone nearby took a video camera and recorded this solemn moment. For the Adventists, this is the most critical first step in contacting aliens. It is also the most historically significant moment for humans. Humans can finally take the first step and officially welcome the arrival of aliens. At this moment, we have pressed the button for the advancement of human civilization, which also indicates that human civilization has taken a big step forward. Lu Mingli posed, announced excitedly, and then pressed the switch together with Chu Zixin. Ding, the machine started, and then frequently sent signals to Saturn, the Moon, and Mars. And the machine next to it recorded all these signals. Report, a strong radio signal source was found in the city. What direction? Southwest. Xu Weiman was shocked. Oh no, it's the TV tower. Quick, everyone, rush to the abandoned TV tower. Don't let anyone go. Order the helicopter. Fly to the TV tower quickly. Stop their transmission. The transmission of wireless signals. What does it mean? Xu Weiman didn't dare to think too much, just ran hurriedly. National Defense Command. Report, the monitor detected a radio signal, very strong. The inspector rushed over and reported to Zhuang Xiangjie. Zhuang Xiangjie's heart sank. It's over, the radio signal was still sent out, wouldn't humanity be finished? He quickly called Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng was still calm on the phone. Find the source of the signal, bomb it directly. Don't let anyone escape. But, the signal has been sent out. Don't worry, it can't be sent out. Yi Linsheng's tone was still calm. There seemed to be a kind of magic in Yi Linsheng's tone. It calmed Zhuang Xiangjie's heart. Fighters ready. Combat helicopters ready. Find the signal source. Bomb. Don't leave anyone alive. The officer looked up at the sky and heard a familiar whistle. Bomb. Bomb. Run. The officer's face changed instantly. He was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of bombers dropping bombs. But it was too late. Several huge bombs were accurately thrown into the belly of the mountain. After several explosions, the people in the cave were all engulfed in flames. The abandoned TV tower in Jianghai City. Chu Zixin and Lu Mingli proudly puffed up their chests, and walked out slowly with their hands raised high. Xu Weimin and Xiao Shanghai saw Chu Zixin, whom they had not seen for a long time, and were speechless for a moment. Chu Zixin spoke first. "You better tell Yi Linxing immediately, his plot failed. We have sent the radio signal to the aliens. There is no point in humans hiding anymore. Now, it's time to turn that little celestial body around." Xiao Shanghai whispered, "Why are you so stubborn? Aliens definitely have bad intentions. This has already happened. Why don't you believe it?" Chu Zixin shrugged. "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The signal has been sent out. If you don't believe it, we have the records here. Give these records to the experts, and they will know that we didn't lie. And the signal has been delivered to the aliens." He turned his head to look at Lu Mingli. "Professor Lu, I'm right." "Right?" Lu Mingli also smiled. "Yes, we have recorded the entire process of our signal transmission. And to verify our actions, we also sent signals to the Moon and Mars. Now, the reflected signal should have been received. All your efforts have been wasted." Chu Zixin looked at Xiao Shanghai and Xu Weimin arrogantly. "You will soon know that Yi Linxing is not the savior. I am." He looked at Lu Mingli and added, "Professor Lu Mingli and I are the real saviors of mankind." Chapter 132, Only I Know the Real Window Period. Lu Mingli straightened his chest, trying to make himself look like a hero. "Yes, we saved all mankind." After that, he said to a technician next to him, "Go and get the received signal records, give them, and let them submit them to the Academy of Sciences." The technician was a little hesitant. Lu Mingli was a little suspicious. "What's the matter?" The technician then said, "Professor Lu, I didn't dare to say it just now. In fact, we have not received any regular signals. What we have received are all messy signals that have been interfered with and shielded." Lu Mingli was stunned. "It is not difficult to send signals to aliens. As long as we continue to send regular and rhythmic signals, we can prove the existence of civilization. Similarly, as long as we receive regular diffuse reflected signals from the Moon and Mars, we can prove that the radio signals they sent have penetrated the blockade of the jammer and entered the space. But the fact is, the signals they received were all messed up. It was obviously a signal that had been disrupted by a jammer. How could this happen?" Lu Mingli turned pale. Chu Zixin's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized, "It's over, I was fooled by Yi Linxing. The real window period is not on the 30th. Deputy Commander Yi, this operation has thwarted hundreds of malicious attempts to send radio signals." Zheng Jiqing asked curiously. "But I want to know, is there a window period?" Yi Linxing smiled faintly. "Yes, but not now." "When is it?" "This is a secret. Except me. No one will know." Yi Linxing stood up. "Has Chu Zixin been caught?" "Yes." Zheng Jiqing asked. "How should we deal with him?" "According to the law," Yi Linxing said calmly. "There is no need to make an exception for him." Although Chu Zixin regarded Yi Linxing as his biggest enemy, but in Yi Linxing's eyes, Chu Zixin was just a paranoid little person. As for the window period, it actually does exist. However, it is not the end of June, but the end of September. The reason why Yi Linxing concealed the real window period from everyone was that he wanted to stimulate the grasshoppers hidden in the bushes to jump out. Those Adventists would definitely seize the time to use the window period to send information to the aliens. Those warlords with ulterior motives would also want to use this window period to blackmail the League of Nations. Therefore, he moved the window period forward by 3 months. He wanted to make these jumping clowns jump out on their own initiative. 3 full months would be enough to catch all the big and small fish in one net. After this rectification, he believed that there would be much less noise at home and abroad. Those hostile elements, who were ready to make a move, would all stop. Even if there were some who slipped through the net, they would not dare to act rashly. So far, the plan is going smoothly. Everything is going in the best direction. However, what Yi Linxing didn't know was that the whereabouts of human beings had been leaked. His efforts seemed to be meaningless. In space, the long stick-like probe has entered the orbit of Enceladus and started a 10-day observation. Humans don't know that Chine's Interstellar Express 2 probe has exposed the whereabouts of humans. However, the probe is running in a fixed mode. It will continue along the current route until it reaches Blue Star in almost a year. At that time, the people of Blue Star will know that they have been exposed long ago. All of Yi Linxing's efforts seem to have been in vain. After this attack, the Adventists were almost wiped out. And the Adventists were like a flash in the pan, and were submerged in the tide of construction. Time is running out, and there is not much time left for humans. In another 8 months, the asteroid will approach the blue planet, and the plan to detonate the Yellowstone volcano is still before the asteroid falls. Now, every bit and every second is a race against time. Nirvana Command Center. A meeting is in full swing. 7 groups are reporting on their work in the first 4 months. The first report is from the astronomy group, whose leader is astronomer Wang Durong. We are currently recalling satellites, especially Starlink's more than 40,000 satellites. More than 35,000 have been recalled, and there are still 4,000 to 5,000 being recalled, but due to the influence of jammers, the recall work is progressing slowly. Especially there are still thousands of out-of-control satellites, which can only be cleared by laser shooting and net pulling. The jammer is a double-edged sword. With the existence of the jammer, the space fishing nets that have been launched can only operate according to the established mode. This will definitely have an impact. We are now building high-power lasers to track these satellites, burn them, and make them fall into the atmosphere. The most important task of our astronomy team is to track and observe the movements of alien exploration satellites. This is very difficult. We expect that, after the volcanoes explode and the asteroids fall, the entire blue planet will be covered by thick dust and smoke. Our means of observing alien probes will become very few, especially the inability to conduct direct observations. In order to track the alien probe in time, we have prepared 2 plans. Please make a choice. Please speak. Yi Linxing is now accustomed to the position of deputy commander, and his tone is also a bit majestic. Because of this change, Luo Qingyu has been despised recently, thinking that he is too arrogant and has an official air. The first plan is to launch a short-term recoverable observation satellite. After each observation satellite is launched, it will automatically track the alien probe and then return to the atmosphere for recovery. Naturalist Shui immediately retorted, "This plan is not feasible. After the volcano explodes, without wireless signals, we cannot track the recovery of the satellite. Moreover, the target is too conspicuous, and it is easy to expose the whereabouts." Others also agreed with Shui's idea. Wang Durong nodded, "We also have such concerns. So we should focus on the second plan. This plan is to build an observation base on the moon. Because the moon has no atmosphere, it will not be investigated and observed by aliens. Therefore, building a hidden observation base should be able to avoid alien detection." "How do you transmit data to the blue planet?" someone asked. Wang Durong said, "There is only one way to transmit data. That is to launch a rocket or a landing capsule from the moon back to the blue planet. We plan to prepare 3 landing capsules or rockets on the lunar base to transmit the movements of alien exploration spacecraft to the ground in a timely manner. If you want to know whether human self-destruction behavior can deceive alien probes, the first opportunity is to observe when the alien probe reaches the orbit of the blue planet. Will it return directly from the blue planet to deep space, break away from the solar ecliptic plane, and then leave the solar system in a way that humans cannot know now? Therefore, observing the trajectory of the alien probe is the most important task of the astronomical team. If the alien probe continues to move forward, then humans have at least deceived the alien probe. Next, what humans need to do is to improve the atmospheric environment and make the blue planet a habitable planet again. If the alien probe leaves the solar system directly, it means that history repeats itself and human traces are exposed. Humans must actively prepare for war. Therefore, it is very important to observe the movement of the alien probe as soon as possible. The second plan is feasible, and we must arrange for astronauts with good psychological quality to land on the moon." Zheng Lao spoke. "I agree." Yi Linxing and Chang Guangxiong also expressed their opinions. "Okay, let's decide on the second plan." Yi Linxing looked at Zheng Jicheng of the Special Operations Team. "How are you doing?" Zheng Jicheng was in charge of special international missions. "We have taken over more than 30 countries, and are leading the people of these countries to dig underground cities with all their strength. However, according to the current data, only 10% of the residents of these countries can enter the underground city, and the rest of the residents will not be able to enter." For the first time, there was no discussion in the meeting, because this means that only 10% of the population of these countries can survive. This is the cruel reality. No one can change it. The backwardness of infrastructure and backwardness of thinking make the speed of their underground city construction very unsatisfactory. Moreover, even if people can enter the underground city, they dare not say that they will definitely survive. The facilities of the underground city are also a big problem. Although various developed countries have assisted some of the underground city facilities, There is a lack of technicians and accessories. Once there is a problem in one link, the entire underground city will fall into chaos. Yi Linxing said, do your best. The most important thing to abandon now is the idea of saving all living beings. We can't save everyone. This is the end of the world. If we can save all our people, it will be our greatest victory. Others looked at Yi Linxing with a squinted eye. Because it seems inappropriate to say such things in a high-level meeting. Yi Linxing is too young. Saying such things is not good for his future. Mr. Zeng saw what others were thinking, and he said, I agree with what Yi Linxing said. Let's do our own things first. If we are not rich, how can we support others? Our first task is to ensure the safety of our 2 billion people. Okay, the next topic is to build a team. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Mr. Zeng is caring for Yi Linxing. He took the blame on his own initiative, to reduce the pressure on Yi Linxing's shoulders. Yi Linxing also understood, and nodded to Mr. Zeng to express his gratitude. Mr. Zeng lowered his voice, and said to him, don't feel any burden, just say whatever you want to say. You are the youngest here, and you are not guilty of speaking. There are some things that old hands can't say, so you young people need to stand up. Yi Linxing felt a little shocked. It is rare for an old senior to say such words. The construction of 1,000 underground cities has entered the final stage, and various equipment is also being installed. Zhong Hanyang, as the leader of the construction team, began his speech. There are still 1,000 new underground cities under intense construction. For these underground cities, we have adopted 3 construction methods. For those with good geographical conditions, we use the standard double circulation double shield machine to dig downward. The second method is that we expand and reinforce the existing mines, and use them as a small supplementary underground city. For those with insufficient thickness, we use the method of piling up soil to increase the height. Chapter 133, a punishment more painful than the death penalty. The third method is to build steel beams in the natural tianqing to cap it, then pile concrete and soil on top. This type of construction is the most difficult. But the advantage is that it is fast and can complete the underground city in the shortest time. For these newly built underground city projects, we use the method of installing and debugging equipment while constructing. The advantage of this method is that before the end of the world, we can move the population underground. After the doomsday comes, we can continue construction, continue to expand, and improve the environment and area of the underground city. We have transferred nearly 500 million people to become construction workers. Together with the original 100 million construction workers, the 600 million construction workers will definitely ensure that the entire underground city construction will be completed before the doomsday. Hearing this, Yi Linxing exhaled heavily. His efforts have finally paid off. Now, there is only one thing left, which is to detonate the volcano and wait for the arrival of the asteroid. Broken Head Mountain. This is a mountain famous for its steep cliffs. It is located on an island in the ocean. It is more than 1,500 meters above sea level. The entire island is barren. It is surrounded by steep cliffs on all sides. It is known as one of the least suitable places for human habitation. Now, at the top of the cliff, a glass house suddenly appeared. There are 2 people in the glass house. A helicopter slowly stopped on the cliff. Roger got off the helicopter with a smile and walked to the front of the glass house. Who are you? Chu Zixin asked while glaring at Luo Ji. Luo Ji smiled. We have met before. However, your attention was on Yi Linxing, and you certainly didn't notice me. He pointed at his nose. Luo Ji. Chu Zixin understood. You are Yi Linxing's first aide. Luo Ji didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. Chu Zixin's eyes were blazing. Why do you lock me up in this godforsaken place? What are your intentions? Luo Ji shook his head and sighed. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. According to the emergency law, you should be sentenced to death. I saved you. He knocked on the glass wall. This glass wall is made of the best materials. Even if a strong man takes turns with a hammer, he can't break it for a whole day and night. He pointed to the food dispenser. This thing is full of food. A little food will be put in every day, which is enough to keep you going for 8 months, so that you can see the meteor shower. Rogi looked up at the sky. It is said that the most likely place for the asteroid to fall is in this sea area. You have the best viewing angle, a unique first-class seat. Tell me, should you thank me? Chu Zixin. I saved your life, gave you the best viewing position, and built a glass house for you. Luo Ji was in a very good mood, pointing to the glass wall facing the cliff. I am also worried that you are too lonely and want to commit suicide. So, I opened a door here. As long as you push the door open and take a step forward, you will fall off a 1,500-meter high cliff. Die immediately, completely relieved. Luo Ji shook his head in admiration. You said, isn't it that I am considerate of you? Did Yi Linsheng ask you to do this? Although in the past few days, his daily food was only enough to sustain his life, he was still furious. You are wrong again. Luo Ji sighed. You still don't understand Yi Linsheng. He is too saintly, and won't use this method to deal with you. But I am different. I am willing to use all means to clear the obstacles. Luo Ji glanced at Chu Zixin fiercely. To deal with a drowning dog, I also insist on beating him, rather than euthanasia. You have always insisted that your subordinates were killed by Yi Linsheng. But in fact, it had nothing to do with Yi Linsheng. I gave the dilating medicine to Mauzi, and I asked Mauzi to buy it in the coffee shop. I also shone the strong light. Yi Linsheng had no idea at all. Chu Zixin finally understood. He had indeed arrested the wrong person. Luo Ji was telling him this now, and it was impossible for him to lie. This meant that his insistence was all wrong. However, he refused to admit this. You are his staff, and the crime you committed should be borne by him, Chu Zixin said stubbornly. Luo Ji shook his head. You are wrong, very wrong. Your subordinate's death was caused by you. If you hadn't been persistent, if you hadn't forced him to drive while tired, if you hadn't repeatedly urged him to speed up, how could he have died? Luo Ji said with contempt, I have a certain responsibility for his death, but the most direct cause of death is you pushed too hard. Luo Ji turned and looked at the sea. I don't kill people either. Although you violated the state of emergency law, I still firmly advocate not sentencing you to death, but just locking you up here, so that you can enjoy the last moments of your life. Yi Lin is kind-hearted, and is suitable to be a leader. Some things must rely on me to help him complete. He turned and shouted to Lu Mingli, who was separated by the glass wall. Professor Lu, do you plead guilty? Lu Mingli knelt down at once. I plead guilty, I plead guilty. I should never let Chu Zixin bewitch me. Please give me a chance. Team leader Luo, I am willing to contribute all my strength to help build the underground city. Luo Ji shrugged. Well, I will give you a chance. You persuade Chu Zixin, as long as he is willing to admit his mistakes, willing to confess his guilt to the people of the country, I will let you all go. After that, he turned and walked towards the helicopter. When they were about to board the plane, he shouted at Chu Zixin again, You still have 8 months. Cherish your time. Watching the helicopter circling away, Lu Mingli quickly shouted at Chu Zixin through the vent, Chu Zixin, we have already lost. Just bow your head and admit your mistake. I still want to live. Chu Zixin said angrily, You are stupid. Do you think they can really let us go? He is lying to you. He just wants you to torture me before I die. Do you understand? Chu Zixin said angrily. He saw that Luo Ji said he would not kill him. But in fact, he tortured him the most cruelly. Luo Ji locked him up in this uninhabited place. Only gave him the most basic food and water every day, just to make him wait for the end of his life in agony every day. This kind of torture was more uncomfortable and more difficult to endure than shooting him. But he had no choice. Although he was freed by pushing open the glass door and taking a step outside. But he couldn't make up his mind. During these 8 months, he had to live in hunger and thirst, waiting step by step for the asteroid to fall, waiting to be swallowed by the end of the world. The most disgusting thing was that Lu Mingli, instigated by Luo Ji, would keep chattering beside him. He had no peace in his remaining time. He deeply understood what it meant to live a life worse than death. You threw Chu Zixin on a deserted island? Yi Linsheng took the information handed over by Luo Ji. That's the best place for him. Luo Ji's face regained its usual calmness. Is this the behavior of the cruel officials you mentioned? Of course not. Luo Ji pointed to the information in Yi Linsheng's hand. This is it. I will submit this information to the Nirvana Command Center immediately. I'll let you know in advance. Yi Linsheng took a look at it. This is a proposal that will cause a huge response. The proposal requires the most severe means to block the national border and prevent people from crossing the border. At the same time, check the foreigners in the country, clear them all out, and repatriate them, including those who have given up their nationality and changed to foreign nationality. I agree with this proposal, Yi Linsheng said calmly. The resources of the underground city are limited. Ensuring the safety of citizens is the first priority. Repatriating foreigners, this is reasonable. No, you don't agree. It's better. Don't express any opinions. Why? Because it must be done. Luoji looked serious. You have to maintain a good image. This kind of dirty and tiring work, just leave it to others. Recently, people from neighboring countries have been sneaking across the border, which will affect our construction plan. It will also have a negative impact on domestic personnel. These people must be resolutely expelled, otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Yi Linqing asked puzzledly. How could such a proposal affect my image? This is a life-ending move. It will create widespread chaos. You'd better not get involved. Luoji said. Not only that, you should also suggest that, for those foreigners who really help and contribute to the construction of the underground city, we should be given a break. The Nirvana Command can give them special approval to allow them to enter the underground city. Luoji said seriously. Yi Linqing, in this matter, you should show your soft side. Yi Linqing frowned. Appeasement, if we are not strict now, in the later stage, there will be tens of thousands of refugees who will cross the border, enter our country, and try to sneak into the underground city. The underground city we built can only protect itself, and cannot accommodate more people. Luoji put away the information. I said, this matter is best not to do with you. It is a suggestion made by our research team. You don't need to approve it. Just let Zheng Lao and Chang Guangxiong handle it. In this way, your image will be positive, which is good for your future. Yi Linqing was silent. Luoji walked out the door, and turned back to remind him, during the meeting, don't express your opinions. You must maintain a good reputation. And leave the bad reputation to me. Okay. I understand. Yi Linqing agreed dully, watching Luoji walk out. Yi Linqing frowned. Luo Qingyu walked in, and saw Yi Linqing's look and asked with concern, what are you thinking about? You seem to be very worried. Yi Linqing sighed. Your brother is bent on protecting my image, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Oh! My brother is doing this for your own good. Luo Qingyu refilled Yi Linqing's teacup with water. My brother said, you are the youngest one in the Nirvana Command. You must maintain your current image, and not leave any handle or stain. In the future, you may be a leader. He is doing this for your own good. Yi Linqing took the teacup and drank it absent-mindedly. He felt that there was something wrong with what Luo Qingyu said, but he couldn't tell where the problem was. By the way, the experts in the astronomy group have some questions they want to check with you. See when you are free. Wait until the meeting is over. Chapter 134 3 Key Nodes. Yi Linqing had just sat down when Wang Durong, the leader of the astronomy group, and Wang Yiheng, a senior scientist, rushed in. Several people took Yi Linqing with them and walked out. You two, I want to drink some water, Yi Linqing said quickly. Let's go, the astronomy group has some water for you. Wang Yiheng is impatient. People who do research and those who do administration are two completely different types of people. If something happens, it can't be hidden. Yi Linqing had no choice but to follow them to the research group. As soon as he sat down, the expert group began to interrogate Yi Linqing. Since you are a reborn person, let me ask you, what kind of power did the spacecraft you took before you died use? Asked Lu Wurong, an expert in aerospace power. Yi Linqing recalled himself and said, I was inside the spacecraft at that time. But when I was outside, I saw a huge jet pipe on the spacecraft. I suspect it was propelled by chemical fuel. Lu Wurong shook his head slightly. If the alien spacecraft uses chemical fuel as a propeller, their technology should not be much more advanced than ours. How did they achieve superluminal flight? Yi Linqing could not answer. He was very desperate at the time. As the last survivor of mankind, his mind was very confused at the time. He was not so careful in observing the surrounding affairs. Deputy Commander Yi, I suggest you learn art, and then draw the spaceship you see. How big is the spaceship? Is it a daughter ship or a mother ship? Wang Durong interrupted Lu Wurong and asked. This also helped Yi Linqing out of the predicament. He pondered for a moment. Daughter ship. I've seen it on the news. The mothership is huge, and it has been parked in the orbit of the blue planet, and has not come down. So you haven't seen their real spacecraft that travels through time and space? Yes. We have an idea. We should observe the alien probes at close range, so that we can understand the secrets of their interstellar flight from the process of the probes flying. Wang Durong was a little excited. Now, we just need to find the place where the alien probes left, deploy several data collection devices nearby, and capture the various data generated when traveling through time and space. Maybe, we can crack the mystery of interstellar travel. Is it that simple? Yi Linqing was a little skeptical. After all, human beings have not made any breakthroughs in interstellar travel in the past few hundred years. Just by deploying a few data collectors, can human civilization make a breakthrough by leaps and bounds? Some things are just covered with a layer of gauze. Rogi said slowly. You know, Newton was hit on the head by an apple, which broke through the window paper, which made human civilization take a big step forward. These data collectors may be the apple that hit Newton. So you asked me to come here to determine the last place this probe left? Yes. Yi Linsheng closed his eyes and began to recall carefully. After recalling for a long time, he said, I remember the report at that time mentioned the location where the probe left. It used a name I had never heard of, called something like geocentric solar coordinates. And an English name. Geocentric solar ecliptic coordinates. English name geocy? Wang Durong asked. Yi Linsheng nodded. It seems so. Do you remember the specific numbers? I can't remember the numbers after the decimal point. I vaguely remember the numbers before. Yi Linsheng thought about it, wrote down a few numbers, and handed them to Wang Durong. Thanks to Yi Linsheng's interest in finance, he is quite sensitive to numbers. Moreover, this coordinate was a very hot topic at the time, so Yi Linsheng could barely remember it. Wang Durong took a look and frowned. This range is too wide. Luo Ji walked over and took a look and said, aliens will definitely follow objective laws. This alien probe should be an unmanned probe, running according to a certain program. When it leaves the blue planet, it will use the simplest and most direct way to leave. As long as we follow this line of reasoning and combine it with the coordinates, we can find the place where it left. Wang Durong suddenly realized, right. Everyone, goodbye, I am going to figure out where the alien probe left, and we will secretly place some data collectors there. Luo Ji grabbed him and said, are you sure that our purpose of hiding in the underground city will fail? Wang Durong slapped his head. I almost forgot about this. However, even so, it is relatively easy to infer its whereabouts. After arriving at the blue planet, the only planet worth observing in the solar system is Venus. Mercury has no atmosphere and is too close to the sun. There is no need to detect it. So, I infer that if they don't discover our civilization, after leaving the blue planet, the probe will at most detect Venus and then leave the solar system. I calculated both departure points and then installed data collectors on both, and there will be no problem. Seeing Wang Durong leave in a hurry, Yi Linsheng smiled and shook his head. This is how scientific research is. As soon as they have an idea, they immediately ignore it. August. Jianhai City. The summer heat has faded, but people are working harder. Because, the end of the world, like a collision between heaven and earth, is not far away. There is not much time left for people. Yi Linsheng has announced 3 key time nodes. On February 14, the Yellowstone volcano will explode. On February 18, the super-large submarine volcano in the Southern Sea will explode. On February 27, an asteroid will hit the blue planet. Before these 3 key nodes, especially the last node, it is necessary to build a dungeon and hide in it in time, so that humans can safely survive this doomsday. It is sad to think about it. The extinction of dinosaurs was caused by an asteroid hitting the blue planet. And humans, in order to save themselves, have to let the asteroid hit the blue planet. No one knows whether humans can survive this important node. Mousie said goodbye to his little daughter, took his tools, and boarded the shuttle bus. His little daughter cried loudly, and Mousie felt bad. He had just reunited with his daughter not long ago, and now they had to separate again. However, as a famous saying goes, a temporary separation is for a better reunion. He entered the underground city for construction, also to give his daughter a better place to live. The underground city construction adopts a centralized accommodation system. Construction workers need to work continuously for half a month in the underground city, and then take a week off, because the construction space of the underground city is limited. This greatly hinders the progress of the construction. However, according to the current progress, the construction of the underground city can be completed before February next year. The transport vehicle loaded with workers drove into the entrance of the underground tunnel. When he entered the tunnel for the first time, Mousie was still quite excited, because he was participating in the largest project in human history. But after a few months, he had lost his sense of novelty. However, like other employees, he still maintained a strong motivation, because everyone knew that what they were rushing to repair was not a glamour project, but a life-saving project. This underground city was their future habitat. Mousie, why don't you go find your boss and ask him to help you find an easier job? Worker Lao Wu put out his cigarette. Other workers also put out their cigarettes. Once you enter the underground city, you can't smoke, so as not to affect the air quality. Everyone is consciously abiding by this rule. Because, if anyone breaks the rule, there is only one result, that is, expulsion from the construction team, and deprivation of the first choice qualification to live in the underground city. The Nirvana Command issued a clear order. The qualification to live in the underground city will be distributed in 3 levels. The first level, the direct participants in the construction, will directly move into the underground city he participated in. This is Yi Linqing's idea, and it is also a good idea that makes people applaud. In this way, the people who build the underground city will do their best and do their best. Because everyone is fighting for themselves. Put yourselves in their shoes. If the people who build the house build their own house, do you think it will be a shoddy project? The second level, civil servants, such as the police, security bureau, equipment factory workers, school teachers, etc. These people will be assigned uniformly after the construction of the underground city is completed. This depends on luck. Who can be assigned to which underground city is different. The third level. That is the remaining personnel. Some of them did not participate in the work of the underground city for various reasons. Some were lazy and did not participate in the construction of the underground city. And some people who did not abide by the rules were driven out of the construction sites of various underground cities. There are also some lonely elderly people, orphans, etc., all of which belong to this category. They will follow the principle of checking for omissions and filling in the gaps, and go to the underground city that can still accept them to live. And the conditions of these remaining underground cities will not be very good. After this selection standard was announced, people acted in a surprisingly unified manner. Almost everyone actively participated in the construction of the underground city. Because, if you are expelled for bad behavior, you will have to live in the underground city with the worst conditions. This almost determines a person's living conditions for the rest of his life. Because scientists have analyzed that according to the natural purification process of nature, it will be difficult for humans to return to live on the ground in 40 to 50 years. Once you enter an underground city with poor conditions and weak expansion capabilities, it will be a real tragedy. Although the Nirvana Command claimed that after all residents moved into the underground city, they would start digging underground passages between cities, which would allow people to flow between each other and freely choose the underground city they want to live in. But this is just a plan, and no one knows when it will be realized. It's good to make a living with your own hands. Why do you have to go through the back door? Mousie didn't smoke. He had quit. Look at your accomplices. They are all in good shape now. Worker Lao Wu asked persistently. Other workers also looked over. Mousie is also a celebrity. A reporter dug up Mousie's story and let the workers know about Mousie's past. Among Yi Linqing's team, Luo Ji, Luo Qingyu, Ning Saixia entered the Nirvana Command Center. Old Chang Xinqing is now the chief engineer of the Annan County Underground City Project. Xiao Dao is now a technician at the Information Bureau. Even the boss, Lady Han Siwei, who was not very involved, became a manager of the Underground City Project. Only Mousie was still an ordinary worker. There was no way, because Mousie was a scapegoat, theft, murder, all the charges were put on him by people who did not know the truth. Coupled with Luo Ji's suggestion, Mousie took the initiative to give up the position given to him by Yi Linsheng, and chose to be an ordinary worker. Chapter 135 Luo Ji's ambition. He had been a miner in the underground city of Datong Town. He was familiar with underground construction, and could endure hardships. Therefore, he insisted on entering the underground city. He also wanted his daughter to know that he, Mousie, was not a thief, but a person who made a living with his own hands. Don't I have any appearance? Mousie rolled his eyes. Don't forget. I was just promoted to team leader, and it's just right for me to take care of you. A burst of laughter broke out in the carriage. It's great to be able to work normally, Mousie said sincerely in his heart. He really didn't envy others, because now he could live with his daughter. And Aunt Song. Nirvana Command News Department. Ning Saixia was distracted by the pile of information in his hand. Since the declaration of the state of emergency, the news industry has undergone tremendous changes. The news no longer digs up celebrity gossips, no longer makes some sensational headlines, but has become a propaganda tool for the Nirvana Command. What we are pursuing now is not 100 flowers blooming, but unified action. This makes Ning Saixia feel useless. She is a journalist, but there is no economy in the whole country now. Large enterprises, all nationalized. Small enterprises, either merged into large enterprises and then nationalized, or directly disbanded, personnel diverted, and joined the army of underground city construction, factory production, changed from consumption-oriented to production indicators. Quota production is carried out according to headcount, quantity, and allocation, completely out of touch with economic laws, which makes her feel like she has nowhere to exert her strength. The door rang. Come in. Because of Ning Saishia's achievements, she now has a special office and has considerable power in the Nirvana Command. However, she still feels a little idle. Just publicizing the instructions of the Nirvana Command, this is not called news media. Luo Ji pushed open the door and looked at Ning Saishia calmly. Ning Saishia was a little surprised. Dr. Luo. Is there something? Although they belonged to the same team as Yi Linxing. But Ning Saishia and Luo Ji had almost no contact. She had always regarded Luo Qingyu as her love rival. So naturally she had no good feelings towards Luo Ji. You are studying economics. I have a research report here. I need you to take a look. Luo Ji sat down opposite Ning Saishia. Ning Saishia was a little confused. You have an economist like Li Zongsheng by your side. Do you still need me? Li Zongsheng is not suitable. You are more suitable. Ning Saishia was a little confused. The great economist Li Zongsheng was not suitable to read the research report, so why should I be suitable? She flipped through the content suspiciously, and her eyes immediately became serious. This is a paper about the economic life of the underground city. It tells about the conception of the future economic life of the underground city. The underground city of Datong Town is now in closed trial operation. The operation mode of the underground city of Datong Town is still the normal economic operation mode of the country. Led by the state, the local management departments operate in a semi-open and semi-closed manner according to their own characteristics. Electricity, energy, communications, banks, etc. adopt a unified management model. Other industries such as supermarkets, entertainment, consumer goods, etc. adopt a free management model. This is also a widely confirmed method. But this report is not. This report has a faint taste of dictatorship. Who wrote this? Me. You? Luo Ji nodded calmly. I know I am not good at economics, so I want you to check it and help me modify the unreasonable parts. But this will definitely not pass the approval of the command. So I won't go to Li Zongsheng. Luo Ji remained calm. I don't agree with your idea either. Ning Saishia pushed the report to Luo Ji. No. You will be interested. Luo Ji pushed the report back to Ning Saishia. Stood up and left. You can take it. Luo Ji turned around. And finally showed Ning Saishia a mysterious smile. Take a closer look first. And then make a decision. Watching Luo Ji walk out of the door, Ning Saishia was confused. She couldn't understand why Luo Ji would give her such a thing. This is a regression in the way the economy operates. It is also a high-pressure ruling method. Why does he study this kind of thing? This is definitely impossible to implement in the underground city. Now it is only half a year before the end of the world. He is so busy, and he still has the mind to organize these things. What does he want to do? With strong curiosity, Ning Saishia began to look through these contents carefully. After reading this, she did not look away for a long time. In the distant deep space, the alien's long stick-like probe has turned around, and is no longer heading towards the outer edge of the solar system. It obviously believes that there is no point in exploring deeper space. It draws an arc slowly approaching the closer orbit of Jupiter. In Jupiter's orbit, there are also several observation targets. After detecting these targets, it will embark on the final journey, all the way to the Sun. October 3rd. A large manned rocket named Xinxing was launched. Flying to the moon. Astronaut Xin Yuxing was very tense. This time, he had no idea whether he could come back from the moon. This was an unprecedented mission. It was also a very difficult mission. The aerospace experts of the Nirvana Command also said that this time, the chance of surviving safely to the ground was only 10%. But Xin Yuxing had no regrets. Perhaps the only thing he couldn't let go of was that poetic woman. Team leader. If we died, would you regret it? Asked the female astronaut Song Yujiao, who was sitting next to him. Maybe not. Xin Yuxing answered absent-mindedly. This time, there was no broadcast or publicity for the flight. Many people didn't even know that they were flying to the moon. Because of radio silence, they couldn't have any contact with the ground. After the rocket took off, they could only move forward according to the established plan. If we die, I'm afraid no one will cry for us. Song Yuju is an orphan, and she is used to being alone. Don't worry, It won't happen. Wen Shuesong, the astronaut sitting on the right seat, was the most relaxed one. No one will know about our death. The rocket had entered space, and the damn sense of gravity had disappeared. People were also much more relaxed, and they were in a good mood to talk. Space is so beautiful. Song Yujiao shifted her attention. I am actually very grateful for the arrival of aliens. Otherwise, I would never be able to go to space in my life. There are hundreds of astronauts in the National Reserve. There are only 3 launch opportunities each year. Female astronauts have even fewer opportunities. If it weren't for the need to build a base on the moon this time, she wouldn't have been able to go to space, because this mission was too dangerous. Those astronauts who ranked at the top and had family responsibilities were not sent out. This gave Shen Yuxing, Song Yuju, and Wen Shuesong the opportunity. The 3 of them were single and had no family responsibilities. Song Yuju was even an orphan. She was the most suitable candidate. I suddenly don't care whether we die or not. Song Yuju's tone suddenly became calm. Because my greatest dream has come true. I saw the space, saw the blue stars. Shen Yuxing also had this feeling. This is probably what the ancient said. I would be happy to die in the evening if I heard the truth in the morning. Look, the space fishing net. Professor Yang should be in it. Wen Shuesong pointed out the porthole and said, in the space, there was a small net-like object flying. Wen Shuesong recognized that this was a space fishing net controlled by someone. The effect of an automatically operated space fishing net is not very good. It will definitely miss a lot of space garbage. In order to recycle more space garbage, the astronomy team urgently built a batch of returnable space fishing nets, which are directly operated by astronauts in the air, and control the space fishing nets to recycle space garbage. It is imperative to reduce the amount of space garbage as much as possible. According to the time calculation, the one who is currently carrying out the cleaning task in space should be Professor Yang, a senior astronaut, who is operating the space fishing net. Suddenly I feel like I have found an organization, Song Yuju said. The Xinqing spacecraft was moving very fast. As they talked, they were getting farther and farther away from the space fishing net. The destination of the Xinqing spacecraft was the moon. They would be the first batch of builders of the moon base. They might also be the last batch. Nirvana Command Center. Ning Saixia pushed open the door of Yi Linxing. Luo Qingyu left. Right. She left to get the mayor's list. Yi Linxing said casually. That's good. Ning Saixia walked in briskly. What's up? Yes. Ning Saixia looked around carefully, confirmed that there was no one, and then said, have the mayors of the cities in the underground city been selected? Ning Saixia was from the news department, so Yi Linxing didn't need to hide it from her. Yes. Everything has been arranged. According to the trial operation of the Datong Town underground city, it was found that the city management of the underground city was very different from that of the outside world. Each city is an independent space. Power is quite concentrated. This places high demands on the mayor. This morning, the core members of the Nirvana Command were discussing the candidates for the mayors of each underground city. After the underground city is built, it will be completely closed for a long time. Only after several years, when the passages between the underground cities are opened, can rail transportation be established, and the flow of people between cities can begin. This is a great test of the mayor's management ability. Those kind of rogue officials who just eat and wait for death and do nothing can never be the mayor of the underground city. Is Luo Ji the mayor? Yes. According to the regulations, the leaders of the 7 major groups of the Nirvana Command will serve as mayors. Yi Linxing said without hesitation. Ning Saixia hesitated to speak. Yi Linxing felt very strange. This is not like Ning Saixia's style. If you have something to say, just say it. This is the first time I see you hesitating like this. Ning Saixia rolled his eyes at Yi Linxing. Isn't it difficult for me to speak? Between you and me, what is there to be said? After saying this, Ning Saixia's face suddenly became bright. She whispered, can Luo Ji be removed from his position as mayor? Why? He. Ning Saixia searched her brains, but couldn't come up with a suitable word, so she could only say, I don't think he is suitable. As the leader of the research team, he must serve as the mayor. And he must always be in charge of research work. Yi Linxing explained. Don't you think Luo Ji is a bit cruel? Yi Linxing was silent. He did think Luo Ji was a bit cruel. He was cruel to himself, and even crueler to others. However, in extraordinary times, you need to use cruel people. Luo Ji said that. He wanted to be Yi Linxing's cruel official. Although Yi Linxing did not agree with his ideas, he felt that his statement made sense. Let me be frank. If Luo Ji becomes the mayor, he will probably monopolize power and become a dictator. Yi Linxing raised his eyebrows. How did you see that? Ning Saixia thought about it, but still said evasively, he invited me to be his economic planner. I feel that his economic plans are a bit too idealistic. More like a utopian idea. He seems to want to unify the thoughts of the people of the entire city. This is unrealistic. Moreover, this approach may cause problems. Yi Linxing stopped fiddling with his chin. He also felt Luo Ji's tendency. He is the mayor of Jianhai Underground City. It is impossible to remove him for no reason. Yi Linxing touched his chin and thought for a moment. However, our underground city's power structure is not decided by the mayor alone. But there are checks and balances. Each underground city will have a mayor and an inspector. Although the power of the inspector is not as great as that of the mayor, he has the ability to check and balance the mayor. In special circumstances, he can also remove the mayor. Who will be the inspector of Jianhai City's underground city? Can he suppress Luo Ji? Ning Saixia asked back. After thinking about it, Yi Linxing said slowly, I will apply to be the inspector of Jianhai City's underground city. With me watching, nothing will happen to him. Ning Saixia breathed a sigh of relief. In this world, the only person who can suppress Luo Ji may be Yi Linxing. She glanced at Yi Linxing and stared at him. Have you eaten yet? I know a restaurant. It's delicious. But it will close tomorrow. If you don't go today, you won't be able to eat there again. No. I'm too busy. Go ahead. I haven't eaten with you for a long time. Ning Saixia looked at Yi Linxing with some resentment. Yi Linxing sighed, stood up and walked to Ning Saixia, and held her shoulders with his hand. Saixia, I know you like me. But you know, I won't have a relationship before solving the human crisis. You and Luo Qing you won't either? Ning Saixia pouted. No. Yi Linxing said seriously. Then, what about after the alien crisis is over? Ning Saixia asked with some reluctance. At that time, I will seriously consider it. It's a deal. Ning Saixia was not disappointed, but rather excited. When she opened the door, she turned her head and smiled at Yi Linxing. You must keep your word. I will wait for you. Always waiting for you. Southern Ocean. The storm is raging. But on the drilling platform, Gua Haiyang is still operating the instrument and drilling. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. They must drill through the Earth's crust before the second time note arrives. If it were in other places, with the existing human technology, it would be impossible to drill through the Earth's crust, because the thickness of the Earth's crust is at least more than 10 kilometers. But the crater is an exception. Some people describe the crater as a pimple on a teenager's face, which is the thinnest part of the Earth's crust. This drilling platform chooses to drill in the thinnest place. Chapter 136. Then what? It's just that, because it's the seabed, people don't know much about the underground situation. There are a lot of problems here. The progress is slow. In such bad weather, drilling workers from other countries have all hidden in the lounge. Only Qing workers, like Gua Haiyang, are still working. The composition of workers on the drilling platform is relatively complex. There are workers from southern island countries, there are workers from southern mainland countries, and about 1/3 of Qing people. Workers from the three countries work in shifts. However, the work attitude of workers from other countries is really bad. When they encounter such bad weather, they quit. Only the workers from Qin are still working. Yi Linxing also thought about letting Qin take over the project directly. But other countries in the nearby waters don't want to do it, and they have to intervene. It's as if they are afraid that the Qin people will do something small. Boss, we won't do it either. Blue Star is not the Blue Star of our country. Why should we do the dirty and hard work, but they are hiding and slacking off? Deputy Xiaozhu said with a curse. Gua Haiyang looked at the workers. Each of them was tired and staggering. Since the hurricane hit, they have been working for 2 days and 2 nights in a row, and they really can't hold on any longer. He turned around, opened the door, crossed the railing bridge, and walked into the rest area inside. A group of workers from other countries were resting, some were smoking, one was playing cards, and some were drinking. Seeing Gua Haiyang coming in, everyone was ready to slip away. Gua Haiyang scanned the area. Is there anyone willing to work with us? No one answered. We are already behind schedule, and we must catch up now. I'll ask again, is there anyone willing to work with us? Gua Haiyang's face became more and more serious. The situation is very tense, and we must hurry up to work. But still no one answered. Gua Haiyang glanced at Hong Kai. the person in charge of the island country. Captain Hong, arrange your people to hold on, my people can't hold on. Hong Kai looked at the storm outside the window. In this kind of weather, only the desperate people of Yuqin State will work. Guo Haiyang said coldly, the aliens are coming, and if you don't work, you are desperate. Hong Kai shrugged, we don't know whether the aliens will come or not. But working in this kind of weather is really terrible. The workers here are divided into 3 factions, and they don't get along with each other. Guo Haiyang can't lead this group of people at all. Hong Kai stood up and said, brothers, it's late, go back to sleep. Hong Kai's people all left. Guo Haiyang looked at the workers from other countries again. But the workers from other countries also left. Guo Haiyang returned to the construction area with a sullen face. The deputy complained, boss, I can't stand it anymore. How about we stop working for half a day and let the brothers sleep? Before Guo Haiyang could speak, a dozen men came in. The leader was a clever young man named Wan Xiong from the southern neighboring country. He smiled at Guo Haiyang, boss Guo, my brothers are willing to help. Great. My people are exhausted. You replace the next part first. Let them rest first. Guo Haiyang said. Wan Xiong shook his head. We have a condition. What condition? Give us a chance to enter your country's underground city. Wan Xiong said cunningly. Guo Haiyang was startled. Isn't your country also building an underground city? I still believe in you. Guo Haiyang's eyebrows moved. From today on, you guys have to do things like our people. Okay. Deal? Seeing Wan Xiong leading the workers into the construction site, the deputy whispered, boss, the qualification to enter the underground city, how can it be that simple? Guo Haiyang snorted. Agree first, as for whether I can help them get the qualification to enter, I can't guarantee it. Oh my god, you are cheating. There is no way, we must complete the task. December 31st. Tomorrow is the new year of 2026. For humans, 2026 is definitely a critical year. Asteroid impacts, supervolcanic eruptions, extraterrestrial exploration satellites entering the orbit of the blue planet will all happen in this year. And each event is related to the life and death of mankind. As time approaches, although Yi Linsheng still believes in his judgment and his own approach, the noise gradually increases. Many astronomers have argued from various aspects and believe that human actions are meaningless. These astronomers are all senior scholars from various countries. The evidence listed is also very convincing. There are dozens of pieces of evidence, and the most convincing ones are the probes launched into space by humans that are still in service, the ubiquitous space debris, the radio waves that cannot be completely shielded, the magnificent buildings of humans, etc. Any of these may expose the whereabouts of humans. Human civilization, it is impossible to hide from alien probes. Even if humans enter the underground city, alien probes may be able to detect the underground city. After all, a civilization with interstellar travel may also have the means to detect 2,500 meters underground. Moreover, some countries' underground cities are built very roughly, and their depths do not even reach 2,500 meters. These are all hidden dangers. In the eyes of these astronomers, these are all bugs and loopholes. With so many loopholes, how could they be hidden from the eyes of aliens? These voices gradually became louder, and more people agreed with them. The voices against Yi Linsheng also gradually increased. This trend of thought also spread to the country. But Yi Linsheng didn't care. He firmly believed that his persistence was correct. Otherwise, his rebirth would be meaningless. Zheng Lao and Chang Guangxiong also stood on Yi Linsheng's side. But internationally, it was different. Yi Linsheng didn't pay attention to these remarks. Moreover, his energy was not on the international front. The end of the world is coming. I can only save those who are willing to be saved by me. As for the others, whatever they want to do. Are you still holding a New Year's Eve party this year? Ning Saixia asked, putting the teacup on the table. She always intentionally or unintentionally snatches Luo Qingyu's work. Yes. And it must be held grandly. This will be the last new year for mankind on the ground. Yi Linsheng said. Okay. I'll go and promote it now. Walking to the door, Ning Saixia turned around and said, I just saw Professor Shizui and a group of people coming to see you. It seems to be bad for you. Yi Linsheng stood up. Where are they? They were stopped outside by Luo Qingyu. When he came to the outside of the office, Shizui was waiting with a group of scientists. They didn't look good. Yi Linsheng had been mentally prepared. It seems you have questions to ask. Yes. Shizui's face was serious. Yi Linsheng opened the office. Then come in. Seeing a group of experts enter the office, Luo Qingyu came over and asked, Is it okay? Yi Linsheng looked relaxed, but his words were serious. Notify Zheng Jiqing immediately, and bring the most reliable people to seal my office. Without my permission, no one can be let go. Luo Qingyu became nervous. Yi Linsheng tidied himself up, walked into the meeting room, and sat at his desk. Everyone, do you have any questions? Zui took the lead and said, I have a few questions that need Deputy Commander Yi to answer. He took out a document and handed it to Yi Linsheng. Obviously, he came prepared. My foreign colleagues and I conducted a thorough research, and we came to the conclusion that we can't hide it from the aliens. Zui tried to speak calmly, but the Nirvana Command kept saying that everything they are doing now is meaningful. Whether it is meaningful or not cannot be just based on words. It must be supported by data and theory. According to our observations, the alien probe once approached the Starlink Express 2 probe we launched at a close distance. This shows that we humans have been exposed. Also, the jammers you set up in space were turned off in early October. But these jammers themselves are the generators of radio waves. These chaotic radio waves suddenly disappeared, and the alien probes will definitely analyze them. The jammer seems to block the wireless signal. But this is just an attempt to cover up the truth. With the wisdom of alien civilizations, they should be able to easily see through our purpose. The most important point is that if the alien civilization is carbon-based, they will find that Blue Star is a habitable planet, no matter how bad the environment is. The content and composition of the air on Blue Star are enough to show that this is a planet that can be suitable for carbon-based life with a little modification. If the purpose of alien civilization is to invade and occupy, they will definitely come. So, we want to ask you, what is the meaning of creating the end of the world? Yi Linsheng lowered his head and kept looking at the information. There is a lot of evidence and analysis on it. It is obvious that Zui is a rigorous person. He must have planned for a long time before deciding to come and ask for punishment. Yi Linsheng quickly turned to the last page and then gently closed the information. I can't answer any of your questions just now. Pushing asteroids to fall to the blue planet, digging underground cities, turning the blue planet into an uninhabitable planet, these are all your ideas. How can you say that you can't answer me? Zui was a little angry. Yi Linsheng looked up at Zui. His eyes clear and his gaze firm. The only thing I can tell you is that my rebirth is meaningful. I am a scientific researcher. I believe in science and evidence, not feelings. Zui's tone became more and more excited. Other scientists also said, we came here with full preparation. What is the purpose of your coming today? Yi Linsheng asked slowly. Stop the volcanic explosion immediately. Push the asteroid to turn. And let people return to normal life. Zui said with a burning look. Yes, resume normal life immediately. The scientists shouted excitedly. This made Luo Qingyu outside very nervous. At this time, Zheng Jiqing came in with a group of security guards. Luo Qingyu asked them to wait outside the door. She listened to the conversation inside. Yi Linsheng was still very calm. He also kept sitting on the chair and didn't move. Then what? Zui was startled. Then? Yes. Stop the volcanic explosion, push the asteroid to turn, then what? Zui was stunned for a moment. He slowly turned around and looked at the other scientists. Everyone was a little stunned. They only thought about stopping the doomsday from happening, and didn't think about anything else. Chapter 137 Happy Building. We will rebuild it. Without waiting for their answer, Yi Linsheng answered first. Then humans will pretend that nothing happened. Wait for 3 years. The alien fleet will arrive on Blue Star, and then drop a seed of a terrifying creature. 1 year later, humanity will perish, and our Blue Star civilization, our Chinese civilization, will end? This sentence made Zui and others sweat. Then, what? Then wait for human civilization to be destroyed? Yi Linsheng sighed. Actually, I am also very scared. I am also unsure. He stood up and walked to the opposite side of Zui. But we must do something. My rebirth is telling me that I must stick to my ideas. Destroying the blue planet is the only hope for mankind. I firmly believe in this. Zui wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. The whole set of words that he had prepared, under Yi Linsheng's questioning, could not be said at all. Even if there is only 1% of hope, I will do it. Yi Linsheng's eyes were stern. Only when the blue planet is destroyed can there be a glimmer of hope for mankind. This is my answer. He opened the door, and nodded to Zheng Jiqing calmly. Zheng Jiqing walked in, with a team of security guards. Send them all to the underground city of Datong Town in advance, so that they can do their research with peace of mind. Yi Linsheng said. Zui was stunned. You want to lock us in the underground city? Yes. Otherwise, you will affect the enthusiasm of the people to prepare for war. Yi Linxing said firmly. I can't allow your thoughts to spread. Also, I hope you will cooperate with the special operations team, and don't make a big fuss. Yi Linxing stared at Zui and said. The current Yi Linxing made Zui feel a little strange. It seemed that the current Yi Linxing had changed a lot from the first time he met him. Zui sighed. We will. When the security personnel escorted them out, Zui finally said, Yi Linxing, I hope your judgment is correct. Otherwise, you will be the eternal sinner of mankind. Yi Linxing looked at Zui calmly. Even if I become the eternal sinner, I don't care. Because, this is my destiny. Watching the special operations team escort the scientists away, Yi Linxing sat down heavily. He didn't know if what he did was right, but he knew that he had to do it. The arrow is on the string, and it has to be shot. The firing of the arrow cannot be affected by the objections of some scientists. Destroying the ecological environment of the blue planet, this is what must be done. The door opened again, and this time it was Elder Zeng who came in. Elder Zeng, why are you here? Yi Linxing stood up in surprise. What happened? Mr. Zeng sat down on the guest chair. Zui and the others questioned my decision. I could only lock them up. Yi Linxing did not hide it either. My rebirth must be meaningful. My actions must also be meaningful. I firmly believe in this. Mr. Zeng understood. Have you seen Assembly? Yes. In fact, when I was young, I also had the same experience as the protagonist of Assembly. Mr. Zeng said slowly. Back then, I led a team to provide cover. The battle was very fierce. Just like in the movies. Almost half of my regiment died. My deputies came to a conclusion based on the situation on the battlefield that the main force had been successfully transferred and we could retreat. But I refused because I had not received an order to evacuate. Later, the deputy regiment commander and several battalion commanders insisted on retreating because they believed that the telephone lines were blown up and the radio was also damaged. And the headquarters must have given us an order to retreat. It's just that we didn't receive it. The deputy commander also said that there was no gunfire on the surrounding positions, and the number of enemies in front of us was also decreasing, which meant that they were going to pursue the main force. Yi Linxing was moved. You still didn't retreat? No. Not only that, I also removed them from their positions on the spot. What happened later? No later. Our entire unit was dispersed. A regiment of more than 2,000 people finally gathered together. Only a few hundred people were left. Didn't you receive the order to retreat? No, the command center was bombed. All the people in the entire combat command center died. Yi Linxing was silent. Later, I learned from the battle report at that time that, because of our persistence, we delayed a large number of enemy troops, which gave our army a chance to breathe. The headquarters calmly launched a counterattack, and turned the situation around in one fell swoop. What you are doing now is just like what I did at the beginning. Persistence may not necessarily lead to victory, but it must be meaningful. Mr. Zeng patted Yi Linxing on the shoulder. I am optimistic about you, and I will always support you. After watching Mr. Zeng leave, Yi Linxing called Luo Qingyu with a gloomy face. Pack up and report to the Tongjin dungeon. Luo Qingyu was stunned. Why? Yi Linxing did not look at her. He was afraid that he would be soft-hearted. Did you call Mr. Zeng? Luo Qingyu understood, she said anxiously. I am afraid that you will make a mistake. Yi Linxing raised his head, staring at Luo Qingyu. You are just my assistant, not my inspector. Without my permission, you cannot disclose the news to others. Even to Mr. Zeng. Luo Qingyu's tears flowed down. I am doing this for your own good. I know. So, I don't blame you. I just think that you have confused your role. Yi Linxing said solemnly. You are my assistant. Not my family or friend. And certainly not someone who supervises me. Not wanting to see Luo Qingyu crying, Yi Linxing stood up upset and walked out of the office. After closing the door, I heard Luo Qingyu suppress crying from inside. Yi Linxing knew that he was a little harsh on her. And his words were a little harsh. But he had to do it. The New Year's Eve activities were wonderful. Many people sighed that they hadn't had such a wonderful New Year's Eve for many years. However, people also knew that this was the last New Year for humans on the ground. In 2 months, the end of the world will come. For the next New Year, humans will have to spend it underground. Ning Saixia found an opportunity to approach Yi Linxing. Why did you transfer Luo Qingyu away? She is no longer suitable to be my assistant. Then how about I be your assistant? Ning Saixia said excitedly. No need. I have already found a new assistant. Ning Saixia looked up at Yi Linsheng. Why do I not understand you? Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. You have never understood. Otherwise, you would not like me. This sentence made Ning Saixia a little strange. He felt that Yi Linsheng had something to say. But she didn't understand. On New Year's Eve, several people received a call from Yi Linsheng. Xiao Dao, Lao Chong, Song Xiangyang and other members of the Yin sect also received a call from Yi Linsheng. They were all assigned to the underground city by Yi Linsheng, and took up their posts immediately. The only exception was Maozi. For some reason, Yi Linsheng did not assign a position to Maozi. February 1st. Yellowstone Volcano. Several nuclear bombs were installed in the drill holes. These drill holes are more than 9,000 meters deep, which are very close to the asthenosphere of the mantle. There are 4 drill holes here, each of which is equipped with a powerful warhead. Once detonated, it will inevitably blow up the last part of the crust and trigger a volcanic eruption. Meanwhile, the Southern Ocean. The drilling work is still going on. However, it is basically in place. The first step of human self-destruction is ready. Even the nuclear bombs have been delivered. Jianhai City. Outside the Happiness Square, a large group of people gathered. The eyes of these people were all focused on the landmark building in the center of the square, the Happiness Building. This was once the tallest building in the world. It is now also the landmark building of the entire Jianhai City. But today this building will be completely blown up. This also marks the first step for mankind to eliminate the traces of its own civilization. Yi Linsheng also came. Not only did he come, he was also going to personally order the building to be blown up. The people of Jianhai City have deep feelings for this building. With tears in their eyes, people silently watched the workers begin to evacuate from the building. The entire surrounding area, all the people were evacuated. The destruction of the happy building foreshadowed the end of people's happy lives. It foreshadowed the beginning of human beings' endless underground city life. Human beings will have to move underground, becoming cave dwellers like moles. This is a step that mankind must take. If you cannot surpass others in technology, you will fall behind and be beaten. This principle applies everywhere. There was a cry from the crowd. This was from a woman who had worked in the Happiness Building for almost half her life. This cry was also contagious. Soon, almost all the women began to cry. Even the men, their eyes were red. At this time, Yi Linsheng spoke. Dear residents of Jianhai City, I know that everyone is feeling bad. This building carries a lot of our honor and hope. And also carries the youthful memories of an entire generation. No one would be willing to blow it up. Yi Linsheng's tone became firm. But we must blow it up. To burn our boats and risk our lives. This is our only way out. Today, we will blow up this iconic building with our own hands, but I, Yi Linsheng, promise everyone that one day, we will rebuild the Happiness Building with our own hands. Yi Linsheng's words were very inspiring, and someone immediately responded, yes, we will rebuild it. We will rebuild it. More and more people responded. The crying disappeared, replaced by the excited voices of the people. We will rebuild all the traces of civilization that we destroyed today, Yi Linsheng said loudly. He took a deep breath. Detonate. Boom! The building, which was several hundred meters high, collapsed in an instant. The entire Happiness Square was immediately covered with dust. When the smoke cleared, the building had completely disappeared. At this moment, people truly realized that the traces of human civilization on the surface of the earth were being wiped out. This scene happened in countless cities. Chapter 138. It's time to detonate the volcano. The Nirvana Command issued a request that all buildings above 50 meters be blown up immediately. All precious buildings are required to be covered with soil and turned into underground ruins. Buildings that cannot be covered are also required to be destroyed. No matter how precious they are, they cannot be left behind. The same is true abroad. The pyramids, ancient arenas, ancient temples, statues of liberty, sculptures of God, etc., are all destroyed at this moment. The achievements of human civilization for thousands of years turned to ashes. Countless historians wept bitterly, and even wanted to commit suicide to atone for their sins. In order to protect themselves, human beings had to give up some things that had to be given up. February 3rd. People all over the country were mobilized. Underground cities across the country began to accept people to move in. The first group of people to enter the underground city were the first group of residents. They were all engaged in the construction of the underground city. In Jianhai City, the crowd of people moving to the underground city was also huge, and there was no end in sight. Maozi was also among the group. He was holding his little daughter, and Aunt Song was beside him. Aunt Song's hand had been tightly holding Mauzi's arm, fearing that if she let go, she would never find him again. Originally, Aunt Song was not qualified to enter, but Mauzi asked Luo Ji, the mayor of Jianghai Underground City, for an application, and then he and Aunt Song had a wedding ceremony, and Aunt Song followed Mauzi into the underground city as his wife. This also gave the lonely Aunt Song a sense of belonging to home. Dad, is the dungeon fun? Yes. I can play with my phone and tablet when I go to the dungeon, Mauzi said as he turned his head to look at Jianghai City behind him. In a few days, there will be another explosion in the entire Jianghai City, and almost all the buildings will be blown up. Buildings above 10 meters must be blown up. Buildings below 10 meters will be slowly buried by dust and dirt. The whole world will be changed. Mauzi held his daughter and looked back again. Daughter, take another look. This may be the last time you see the situation on the ground. The daughter didn't quite understand. She waved the camera in her hand. It doesn't matter, I took pictures of it. The buses transported people into the underground city one after another, and each bus was full. However, there were no smiles on people's faces, no joy, only tragedy. Everyone knew that this might be the last time they saw the ground in their lives. In the following years, they will spend endless years underground. Mauzi and his family also boarded the bus. Although the bus was packed with people, no one spoke. Everyone was in a heavy mood. Someone played the eru. The sobbing voice made everyone cry. Goodbye. Ground, maybe, never see you again. Lu Yingdong circled in the air in a helicopter. His mission was not only to protect the order of the residents entering the underground city, but also to help prevent people from crossing the border. His helicopter brigade is now deployed on the southwest border. People who want to sneak into the country mainly come from two directions. One is from the southern tropical neighboring countries, including Anhui, Siam, and some ocean island countries. The other is from the southwest Yan state. Although Anhui, Siam, Yan and other countries have built underground cities, the number is obviously insufficient. And smart people also know that the quality of these underground cities is worrying. But Jin state is different. It built underground cities earlier than other countries, and the quality of construction is much better. Most importantly, some people say that the Qin's underground city is not full, and can accommodate more people. Unlike other countries, the underground cities are packed. The helicopter flew over the border, and the situation below was clear at a glance. Inside the border, a large number of people were queuing to enter the underground city. Outside the border, a large number of people were standing outside the border fence, looking at this side pitifully. The number of these people, even more than the people inside the border, and more dense. This made Lu Yingdong feel more pressured. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire was heard. Lu Yingdong quickly controlled the helicopter to fly in the direction of the gunfire. The fence here had been pushed down by people who were trying to sneak across the border. A large number of people were passing through this gap, trying to enter the country. The border soldiers on the ground had to open fire. After the gunfire, several people were lying on the ground, and the blood stained the ground red. But the gunfire did not scare the people who crossed the border, and there were more people who wanted to rush in. The situation was about to get out of control. Lu Yingdong made up his mind, and pressed the firing button of the machine gun. Bang! 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 A burst of bullets was fired at the gap, raising a cloud of dust and smoke. It was very powerful. The people who were shot fell to the ground instantly. The others panicked and hurriedly retreated from the gap. When calm was restored, there were already dozens of corpses on the ground. The co-pilot next to him said with reluctance, "These people, are they not afraid of death?" Lu Yingdong sighed. "If we stay, we will die. If they rush out, there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. What do you think? Will they choose to stay or rush out?" On the ground, some people were cleaning up the bodies, and some began to repair the fence. With the help of the helicopter, people who crossed the border no longer dared to get close. After the fence was repaired, Lu Yingdong turned around and prepared to go to the next patrol point. At this time, he saw a slogan made up of various colored objects on the ground. Yi Linsheng is a butcher, an executioner. Why are they scolding Deputy Commander Yi? If it weren't for Deputy Commander Yi, everyone would have died, the co-pilot said angrily. Lu Yingdong sighed. It's because Yi Linsheng proposed the doomsday plan. They can't enter the underground city, so they can only wait for death. Of course, they have to vent their anger on Deputy Commander Yi. If they had built the underground city well, how could they die? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame themselves, the co-pilot said angrily. different positions, and different ways of looking at problems. Liu Dong's tone was a little more proud. Fortunately, we were born in our motherland, otherwise, we would be like them. February 13th. A piece of news woke everyone up. The asteroid has approached the blue planet and has crossed the critical limit. This means that the possibility of human beings changing the asteroid has been completely lost. Asteroids within this distance can no longer be destroyed. Even if they break, the resulting fragments will all fall into the blue planet. This means that from this day on, humans have no illusions. The blue planet will inevitably be hit by an asteroid. There is less than half a month left for people to move into the underground city. The end of the world is inevitable. On this day, many major events also happened. When the blue planet turned its back on the alien probe, humans launched more than a dozen rockets. Each of these rockets has a mission. The Xinjiang rocket is loaded with equipment and personnel for building a lunar base. The other rockets are data collectors disguised as wandering small celestial bodies. They fly according to a predetermined pattern, and then hide after entering the predetermined position outside the ecliptic plane, and begin to quietly collect all the information around them. This was also the last time humans launched a rocket into space. On this day, the space fishing net that had been working for almost a year was officially recovered. It fell into the atmosphere and burned up. The astronauts took the escape capsule and returned to the ground. The sky now has returned to the ancient times, and there is no satellite in the entire orbit of the blue planet. Under the blue sky, Yi Linsheng looked up and watched these rockets disappear into space, and then he turned around and got into the car. According to the time calculation, the alien probe has left Jupiter and is flying towards Mars. There are already very few planets worth exploring. In 4 months, the probe will reach the orbit of the blue planet. But what people are most concerned about now is not the alien probe, but the small celestial body that can be observed with ordinary telescopes. It will fall to the blue planet within this month. After the fall of this celestial body, it will bring a devastating blow to the creatures on the blue planet. More than 99% of the creatures on the blue planet will become extinct. If humans do not have the underground city to provide shelter, they will be completely destroyed like most animals and plants. The frozen planet seen in the movie Wandering Earth will be staged on Blue Planet. Where are we going next? The assistant took Yi Linsheng's coat and asked softly. To the airport. Tomorrow is the day to detonate the Yellowstone volcano. I must be there in person. You have to go and see it in person when you detonate a volcano. Yellowstone volcano erupts only once every 600,000 or 700,000 years. This time, the detonation is more powerful than its natural eruption. Rogi was very excited. But Yi Linsheng was very calm. Because detonating a volcano is a helpless act. The detonation of Yellowstone volcano and the submarine volcano in the Southern Sea area will be the beginning of the end of mankind. For Yi Linsheng, this kind of thing is a sad scene, not a spectacular spectacle. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day. The new assistant interrupted. Yi Linsheng looked at the assistant strangely, not knowing what she meant by saying this. Detonating a volcano on Valentine's Day is more meaningful. Luo Ji was not as calm as Yi Linsheng. He could not hide his excitement now. All members of our research team will go to the scene to watch and take notes at the same time. This is a rare opportunity. Deputy Commander Yi, why did you choose Valentine's Day to detonate the volcano? The assistant asked persistently. Yi Linsheng did not answer. Women like to make random associations. The time to detonate the volcano should be before the asteroid falls, so that the fall of the asteroid can make the eruption of the Yellowstone volcano more violent. But the distance cannot be too far, otherwise, the superposition effect will not be obvious. Now the new assistant has to associate it with Valentine's Day. This is a bit ridiculous. Women's brain circuits are, as expected, different from men's. The new assistant has a background, and although he is very capable, he is far inferior to Luo Qingyu in many aspects. That's because falling in love is like setting off a volcano, it's like seeking death. Luo Ji shrugged. Although Luo Ji is not particular about details and doesn't know how to read people's expressions, he still sees that the new assistant also likes Yi Linsheng. This makes him a little disgusted. There are 2 reasons for his disgust. On the one hand, he is jealous of Yi Linsheng's attractiveness, and on the other hand, he is worried about his sister. Chapter 139 Super Volcano Explode. The assistant rolled his eyes. Team leader Luo. You must have never been in a relationship, so you don't know the taste of love. When love comes, it's like a volcanic eruption, which can't be stopped. So Deputy Commander Yi wants to detonate the volcano on Valentine's Day, right? The assistant's name is Shualia. She is the great-granddaughter of Zheng Lao. Because of her special status and her familiarity, she is not ambiguous when it comes to Luo Ji. Yi Linqing heard their conversation, but he was not interested in participating at all. These days he has been thinking whether his decision is correct. After the volcano erupts, Blue Planet will begin to enter a doomsday state. At that time, a large number of people will die. And the death of these people is directly related to Yi Linqing. There are also various creatures that will die. The dead creatures are also closely related to Yi Linqing. There is another question that worries Yi Linqing the most. Can he really hide it from the aliens? Can he really save mankind? He has never revealed this idea to outsiders. This has become Yi Linqing's biggest worry. In another 4 months, there will be a preliminary answer to this question. The car started and drove to the airport. Jianhai City. Xu Weimin opened the envelope in his hand with some fatigue. His laziness had long disappeared. Now he is really exhausted. The overall relocation of residents is an extremely cumbersome project, which also keeps Xu Weimin busy every day. However, today is finally his turn to move, and entering the underground city, there should be fewer worries. After opening it, it was a card. Name, Xu Weimin. Number, 938627. Welcome to become a resident of Underground City number 923, Jianhai Underground City. Please report to Jianhai Underground City before February 25th. The amount of items that an individual can carry is 10 kilograms. Xu Weimin finally showed a comfortable smile on his face. Among the 2,000 underground cities in the country, there are actually differences. The best underground city is the one that is excavated by a shield machine and then excavated by various engineering machinery. This kind of city has a reasonable layout, complete facilities, and large capacity. The largest can accommodate millions of people. It is equivalent to today's big cities. The second is the underground city filled with deep pits. This kind of underground city is generally renovated on the basis of natural thinking. The layout is also relatively reasonable. However, the capacity is limited and cannot be expanded. The worst underground city is renovated based on underground caves or mines. This kind of underground city is adapted to local conditions and rebuilt. Not only is the layout unreasonable, but the safety factor is not high, and it is difficult to expand. The general capacity is only below a few 100,000 people. Jianhai Underground City belongs to the first type, which is also the best type. He picked up the phone and called Xiao Shanghai. Old Xiao. Where are you assigned? Don't mention it. Yunnan Underground City, which was rebuilt from the former Yunyang Tinking. It's so depressing. Xiao Shanghai complained. Old buddy. What about you? Jianhai Underground City. Xu Weimin couldn't help but say excitedly. Oh my god, it's a great fortune. But, it seems that the mayor is Luo Ji. Xiao Shanghai sighed. I won't say more. I'm preparing things now. We'll move into the underground city today. If we're late, the volcano will erupt. Don't worry. It will take at least half a month for the volcanic ash to float over. Both of them sounded relaxed, but after hanging up the phone, both of them showed a trace of worry on their faces. Humanity has never faced such a dangerous moment. The eruption of a supervolcano is enough to cause an ice age. In addition, there are 2 supervolcanoes erupting in another half a month. At the end of the month, the asteroid will hit the blue planet. This is a triple critical hit. Can humans really survive this triple critical hit doomsday? No one knows for sure. Yi Linqing's speech was broadcast on TV. Although Yi Linqing spoke with great confidence, Xu Weimin and Xiao Shanghai were both people who had contact with high-level officials. They knew very well that no one was absolutely sure to escape this doomsday. Moreover, even if they escaped this time, whether they could escape the aliens was another unknown. There was another thing that worried them. There was a rumor that Yi Linqing and the people at Nirvana Command could not control the trajectory of the asteroid's fall. If the asteroid fell on the land, then no matter how solid the underground city was, it would collapse instantly. The people in the city would die. It was like buying a lottery ticket. No one knew who would win. If you win, you die. If you don't win, you live. Neither Xiao Shanghai nor Xu Weimin could tell whether the rumor was true or false. They chose not to believe it. But they were still panicking. February 14th. A plane flew over the Chu state. You can see the scenery of Yellowstone Park from the sky. This is a world-famous primitive park. A famous place listed as a World Heritage Site. From the air, you can see herds of bison running wildly, and antelopes running on the grassland. You could also see the clear crater with steam coming out. In the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, there are still traces of construction. The drilling machine had been withdrawn, but the huge borehole was still exposed in the open air. Yi Linqing looked out through the porthole. The nuclear bomb in the borehole had been deployed. As long as the button was pressed, the beautiful scenery here would be destroyed. Herds of bison, antelopes, flying birds, and various plants and animals would die. On the plain, everyone looked out the porthole. The people traveling with them were all experts from the scientific research team, especially the members of the last religion. They all wanted to witness this historic moment with their own eyes. It can be said that, since they had the idea of detonating the volcano 2 years ago, they have been secretly looking forward to this moment. Compared with Yi Linqing's worries, others are more excited than anxious. Various cameras are turned on to record the scene. Various equipment are also started to continuously receive signals from the outside world and collect and analyze air samples. Countdown. We have to stay away from this area. The captain's voice came, and the plane turned around and began to fly towards the periphery. Yi Linqing's heart cannot help but get nervous. In contrast to Yi Linqing, the voices of experts such as Hu Baiyan became louder. Damn, it's finally going to start. The exciting moment is finally here. You must save the data well. This will be one of the most precious data for mankind. Everyone was as excited as if it was a festival. On the ground, the leader of the Chu state opened the password box, and then opened the protective cover on the red button. Although Yi Linqing asked him to press the red button, he was rejected by the leader of the Chu state. There were at least dozens of people who had served as leaders of the state of Chu. But there was no leader who had ever pressed this red button. So, he had to press this button himself, and become the first in history. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the leader pressed the red button. A vibration came. Then, there was an explosion. The black mushroom cloud rolled and flew upwards. The huge shock wave caused the herd of bison, which had no idea of the approaching danger, to be torn apart in an instant and thrown into the air. Large tracts of land were overturned, burying all kinds of animals. After the shock wave, the ground was still not calm. The hard ground broke like tofu, and began to rise and fall like waves. The shaking of the earth became more and more obvious. Even people outside the Yellowstone Park could feel the shaking of the earth. The frightened small animals outside began to run towards the outside in panic. But the undulating earth made them fall over and over again, and they could hardly stand up. It was like a giant dragon lurking underground. It had been desperately trying to break free from the earth's shackles, wanting to escape. Boom! The giant dragon finally broke through the earth and flew into the sky. One of the largest volcanoes in the world, Yellowstone Volcano, erupted. The smoke and dust from the eruption formed a long black column, reaching the sky. When it started to erupt, it was mostly thick smoke and dust. Later, the red magma was also clearly visible. On the ground, after the leader of the Chu state had his fill, he immediately put on a gas mask, and under the protection of everyone, hurried away, preparing to enter the underground city. The entire Chu state is about to enter a bloody phase. The ground is no longer safe. Entering the underground city is the best choice. Luo Ji said with lingering feelings. Go back? The Yellowstone Park is no longer a paradise on Earth, but a purgatory on Earth. Is it really that serious? Zhuo asked curiously. It's even worse than before. Hu Baiyan stroked his beard and said, Magma is okay, but the strong acid, highly corrosive volcanic ash, and poisonous gas erupted by the Yellowstone volcano are the real killers. Within half a month, all the animals and plants in half of Chu will be killed. It has always been Hu Baiyan's dream to detonate a volcano. Now that his dream has come true, it can be regarded as a wish of his. Now he seems to be immersed in happiness, with a smile on his face. Now even if aliens come, I don't care. Hu Baiyan was immersed in his own joy. My wish has come true. I saw the eruption of Yellowstone volcano with my own eyes. It's worth dying for. He danced with joy, more like a madman. Yi Linqing shook his head slightly. The members of the Yin religion are indeed crazy. Hu Baiyan doesn't care about the extinction of mankind. What he cares about is the eruption of the volcano. It's not just him. Almost all the members of the Yin religion are like this. Astronomer Wang Durong stared at the surveillance screen greedily, as if he was admiring his favorite female star, and was taking off the last piece of clothing with the same obsession. Physicist Niu Deso was holding a pile of data analysis, dancing with joy. Natural scientist Shui Weidong's sight is not on the volcano, but on the status of the animals and plants on the ground. Thousands of cameras and hundreds of thousands of data collectors are deployed in Yellowstone Park. These data are being transmitted to the domestic underground city server through various channels. Although only a few devices can collect part of the data on the plane, these data are enough to make Shui Weidong extremely excited. The members of the Yin sect are really a bunch of lunatics. Deputy Commander Yi, I have a suggestion. Arrange a bomber to continue dropping bombs on the crater to make the crater bigger. This will make the volcanic eruption more effective. Hu Baiyan said excitedly to Yi Linsheng. Chapter 140. Is he a madman? Or a scholar pursuing the truth? Yi Linsheng pondered for a moment, and said, I will arrange it. Hu Baiyan turned around and exchanged his thoughts with the geographer beside him. Old Zhou. Did you see that? I said that the volcanic ash would rush directly to a height of 10,000 meters. But you still didn't believe it. He danced with joy, like a child. Others were also busy, excitedly sharing their thoughts and ideas. Seeing the volcanic eruption. I have a new idea. If an asteroid hits the Yellowstone volcano, do you think it will expand the eruption of the volcano? Or will it directly block the crater? Astronomer Wang Durong said suddenly. Of course it was blocked. Even if it can't be blocked, it will be blocked for a large part. If it can't be blocked, it will directly break the crust, exposing the mantle layer here, and this place will really become purgatory. You two are wrong. It should be the power of volcanic eruption and asteroid impact, forming a huge impact, which will make the blue planet enter the ice age ahead of time. Listening to the discussion of these scientists, Yi Linsheng suddenly felt upset. For mankind, now is the end of the world. Most of the human race now feel anxious and fearful. Only they are so excited. Stop arguing. This is not something to be happy about. Yi Linsheng couldn't help but shout. The plane suddenly became quiet. Hu Baiyan looked at Yi Linsheng with some dissatisfaction. He obviously didn't understand why Yi Linsheng wanted to affect his mood. Not only Hu Baiyan, Wang Durong, Niu Desao, Wang Yiheng, Shui Weidong and others looked at Yi Linsheng with some confusion. Yi Linsheng didn't understand their excitement, and they didn't understand Yi Linsheng's disappointment. The atmosphere on the plane suddenly became subtle. This was also the first time that Yi Linsheng lost his temper with this group of members of the Yin religion. If Yi Linsheng lost his temper like this in the Nirvana Command Center, everyone would definitely be cautious. But Hu Baiyan and his people were different. They were crazy themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined the Yin religion before Yi Linsheng rose to prominence. Hu Baiyan immediately said, Xiao Yi, this is a very important moment in science. We are not happy. We are excited. To be able to see the moment of a volcano exploding in my lifetime is my lifelong pursuit. Don't you understand this? Yi Linsheng wanted to say something, but Luo Ji said, both of you, don't rush to speak. Listen to me first. Luo Ji is still very influential in the Yin religion, and his prestige is only second to Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng and Hu Baiyan both chose to keep silent. Yi Linsheng, have you read Lu Cixin's other book, Hearing the Truth in the Morning? Yi Linsheng already knew what Luo Ji wanted to say, but he still chose to remain silent. Hearing the Truth in the Morning is about a person with a high civilization in the universe appearing before humans. He gave scientists a choice. You can answer a scientist's question, but you have to pay the price of your life. And in order to get their own answers, scientists would rather sacrifice their lives. These answers are the answers that scientists have spent their entire lives trying to find the truth. For example, the reason why dinosaurs became extinct, what the smallest particle quark is made of, what is the purpose of the universe, etc. Moreover, it is not just one scientist, but many scientists, who resolutely chose the answer between life and the answer, even at the cost of abandoning their wives and children, and giving up wealth and glory. Rogi's story caused the scientists around him to nod frequently. Obviously, if there is such a choice, they will also choose the answer in their hearts, even at the cost of their own lives. De Lu is also a researcher, and his ideas represent many researchers. Luo Ji turned his head and looked at the scientists around him. The scientists all nodded in approval. To be honest, the reason why they followed you to create the doomsday is not to save humanity, but to pursue the truth. Luo Ji's words were once again nodded crazily by Hu Baiyan and others. Yi Linsheng could only remain silent. Now, he had nothing to do except remain silent. The people on this plane want to see the explosion of the Yellowstone volcano because they want to fulfill a long-cherished wish. If someone can answer the ultimate answer in their hearts, they are willing to sacrifice their lives. Now, do you understand why they are so excited? Yi Linsheng remained silent. Of course, he understood what Luo Ji meant. But Luo Ji chose to communicate with Yi Linsheng in front of so many scientists, using a tone that was obviously to help scientists. This intention was very problematic. Shualia saw the tense atmosphere, and she stood up and said, "What Deputy Commander Yi said makes sense. After all, this is a disaster for mankind. Let's all understand each other. Let's disperse and do what we need to do." Luo Ji smiled. Yes. Yes. Everyone continue to pay attention to your data. Time is running out. In a little while, the plane will fly out of the observation range. Everyone dispersed. Yi Linsheng opened his eyes and looked at Luo Ji sharply. Which underground city is Mr. Hu assigned to? Luo Ji's eyes did not dodge, but stared at Yi Linsheng directly. I built an underground research institute in Jianghai Underground City. Mr. Hu is a specially appointed expert of this institute. Yi Linsheng understood a little. Professor Niu, Professor Wang, Professor Shui and others are also members of this institute. Right? All scientists of the N religion are. Luo Ji looked calm and said, "The task of mankind is arduous. If the aliens have not discovered us, we also need to return to the ground as soon as possible, develop space technology, and break out of the solar system. At least, we must have the ability to protect ourselves. If aliens discover us humans, then, we must seize the time to conduct scientific research and find ways to eliminate alien terrorist creatures. No matter how bad the environment of the underground city is, our scientific research must never stop." Luo Ji's tone gradually became fanatical. "Since I have become the mayor of Jianghai Underground City, I must use my expertise to carry out scientific research to the end. By the way, I also hired Lu Cixin, who wrote the three-body problem, as a visiting professor, to use his wonderful ideas and knowledge of cosmic logic and philosophy to help mankind find a breakthrough direction." Yi Linsheng stopped talking. He knew very well that Luo Ji had a big plan in mind. A big plan that he didn't even know about. And he was moving towards this plan. In a sense, Luo Ji was more determined and crazier than himself. Jianghai City. Although this place has not been affected by the volcanic eruption, the relocation here has obviously accelerated. Mayor Luo Ji announced that Jianghai Underground City will be officially closed on February 25th. At that time, no one is allowed to come out. No one is allowed to enter. Jianghai Underground City is one of the most desirable underground cities for people across the country. Yi Linsheng personally serves as the inspector, and Luo Ji, Yi Linsheng's most capable assistant, serves as the mayor. Jianghai Underground City also has a scientific research group, which has the most advanced scientific research equipment and instruments in all underground cities. Moreover, the famous members of the last sect are almost all in this underground city. These conditions are enough to attract the most famous talents to rush to join. Luo Ji also carefully selected a group of talents to enter the underground city. However, Yi Linsheng noticed that among the members of the last sect, there were also several people who did not enter. Among them, there was the economist Li Zongsheng, and the economic expert of Jianghai Underground City is Ning Saixia. All of this is extraordinary. Yi Linsheng chose to serve as the inspector of Jianghai Underground City, just to use his prestige to suppress Luo Ji and prevent him from doing anything too crazy. On an island somewhere, Chu Zixin, who was skinny, was lying on the ground. The food that was barely enough to fill his stomach every day had made him what he was now. These days, he had been wanting to push open the door, take a step toward the cliff, and end this tormenting life. But he couldn't do it. Lu Mingli's terrified shout came to his ears. "Smoke, smoke, a lot of smoke. They detonated the Yellowstone volcano." Chu Zixin opened his eyes, and in the distant sky, there really was a thick black smoke. Either dark clouds or thick smoke. These lunatics really set off a volcano. Chu Zixin was completely desperate. Humanity has pushed itself into a dead end. Southern Sea. Ruanxiong closed the last valve, turned to face Guo Haiying, and a smile bloomed on his haggard face. "Gu Tu, I fulfilled my promise. Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise." Behind Ruanxiong stood a dozen workers full of hope. Their eyes were like workers who were eager for their boss to pay them. Guo Haiying felt guilty. He had never thought about helping these people get the qualification to enter the underground city. He had also contacted his superiors, but they refused without hesitation. But now he felt guilty. Ruanxiong saw Guo Haiying's guilty conscience, and his heart tightened. He grabbed Guo Haiying and asked in his not very fluent Qin language, "Guo Tu, you promised. You can't fool us. The lives of all of us are in your hands. Gua Haiyang gritted his teeth, walked into the office, and called his boss. But no matter how he asked, his boss refused. In the end, he couldn't get away with it. So his boss said, I'll give you the phone number of the Nirvana Command. Only they are qualified to allocate entry qualifications. A few minutes later, Gua Haiyang dialed the number with trepidation. Xue Lia answered the phone. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Gua Haiyang answered the phone nervously, after listening to your introduction. Deputy Commander Yi decided to give you a special target. He asked you to tell them that the Qin people will keep their promises to those who have made contributions to the Qin state. Gua Haiyang hung up the phone with trembling hands and said excitedly, You have obtained the qualification to enter the underground city. Long live. Ruan Xiong knelt down at once. Remember, your benefactor is not me, but Yi Linsheng. Deputy Commander Yi. Ruan Xiong and his brothers all remembered this catchy name, Yi Linsheng. February 18th. Another important day. The southern submarine supervolcano exploded. One in the south, one in the north, one in the east, one in the west. The explosion of two supervolcanoes completely overturned the entire world. The environment of the blue planet is getting worse every day. The temperature of the blue planet is slowly dropping every day. The real ice age is about to begin. Chapter 141. The place blessed by the country is safe. On the moon. Shen Yuxing looked at the blue planet floating in the deep space, and his eyes in the helmet became surprised. He said hurriedly, They really detonated it. On the blue planet, there was already a black cloud, which was slowly spreading and infiltrating the surroundings. Because they could not get in touch with the ground, they did not know the progress on the ground. Shen Yuxing was also very busy these days, and he had been busy collecting construction materials and supplies from various places. I just finished my work today. It was not until now that he carefully observed the situation on the blue planet. Judging from the black-covered area, the detonation was very successful this time. The environment on the ground is getting worse. Boss, you just saw it. When Xuesong was a little surprised. I thought you were in a bad mood and didn't want to say anything. We didn't dare to say anything more. The communication method they used was also wired communication, which required them to be not too far apart. Song Yujia's voice came. It seems that there will only be 3 of us on the moon. This sentence made the 3 people feel quiet. A manned rocket was launched a few days ago. There were also 3 astronauts on it. But an accident occurred when landing on the moon. The reverse thrust did not start, and the rocket fell heavily to the ground. The lives of the 3 astronauts were also taken away. Launching a rocket is a delicate job, and the last rocket launch mission was too urgent, too tight, and the number was large. As a result, this accident occurred, which made Shen Yuxing a little absent-minded these days. This is one of the reasons why he has only discovered the changes on the blue planet now. According to the time calculation, the supervolcano on the seabed should have erupted now. Wait a little longer, we can see it too. When Xuesong's voice broke the silence, Shen Yu walked to the telescope and looked at the monitoring screen. It exploded, and another dark cloud began to gather over the ocean. Boss, does this mean that from now on, we will no longer get support from the ground? When Xuesong's voice was full of disappointment. Don't think too much. Hurry up and build the base. Make the disguise good. Don't expose the existence of human beings because of us. Shen Yuxing said. The 3 people started working again in a hurry. The task was arduous. They had to rely on their own strength to build a lunar base, so that they could stay there until the arrival of the alien exploration satellite. February 19th. A port in the south. A bus was parked in the port. 2 light armored vehicles guarded the bus, one in front and one behind. Captain Zhuang Xiongjie walked towards the bus fully armed. This was his last mission. Escort the last batch of workers on the offshore drilling platform back to China. This mission is usually a very simple one. But after the eruption of the 2 supervolcanoes, the difficulty of this mission suddenly increased. Because the atmosphere in the south has become very tense. There are very few underground cities built in southern countries, and the number of people that can be accommodated is limited. The population is 70 million, but only less than 30 underground cities have been built. This means that more than 50 million people cannot enter the underground city. Panicked people began to look for various ways to enter the underground city. At this point, it is most likely to cause social unrest. Zhuang Xiongjie is very clear about this, so he is so cautious. He opened the door of the bus and shouted inside, "Why don't you leave?" Gua Haiyang stuck his head out and smiled apologetically at Zhuang Xiongjie. "Sorry, We have to wait for someone. Where is the person? He went to pick up his family. I'll be back soon, Guo Haiyang said. Zhuang Xiongjie frowned. He looked down at his phone. I'll give you another 10 minutes. If you still can't come, we have to leave. It's too dangerous here. Zhuang Xiongjie was not trying to scare them. But it was really too dangerous. The port is still under the control of the military. However, there are more and more people outside. Outside the entire port. At least tens of thousands of people have gathered. And many people are rushing here. These people heard that there was the last bus of Qin in the port. As long as they got on the bus, they could enter Qin. And the Qin people could enter the underground city 100%. So, these people rushed here desperately, wanting to catch this last bus. It was very dangerous for so many people to gather. Once they were instigated, riots could easily break out. Guo Haiyang was just worried. Without a mobile phone, there was no way to contact Wan Xiong. He didn't even know where Wan Xiong was. Wan Xiong left the port yesterday, saying he was going to pick up his family. Among the dozen or so workers, only Wan Xiong insisted on taking his family with him. His brothers all advised him not to go back. The whole country is in chaos now, and it is very likely that he will not be able to come back if he goes. In such a chaotic moment, it is good enough to save his own life. How can he save the lives of his family? In addition, Wan Xiong's home is not in this city, and he has to go to the neighboring county to pick up his family. It was difficult to take his family away. But Wan Xiong insisted on going to pick him up. Guo Haiyang had no choice but to agree. Now, where is Wan Xiong? In fact, Wan Xiong is not far from here. No more than 1,000 meters away in a straight line. But, even at such a short distance, he couldn't get through. The fence of the entire port was blocked by the crowd. He couldn't get through with his wife, children and sister. No more waiting. Let's go! Zhuang Xiongjie put down his wrist. The time was up. The mood of the people outside was very unstable. If it was delayed any longer, something might go wrong. Guo Haiyang sighed. Deputy Commander Yi Linsheng gave Wan Xiong a chance to survive. But he wasted it. However, he could do nothing to help. Wan Xiong's coworkers all looked a little sorry. They were also very nervous now. If they stayed any longer, they might not be able to get out. The door of the bus closed, and the engine started. Wan Xiong, who was outside, saw this scene and became anxious. He shouted at the car, "Don't leave, I want to get on the bus." This sentence instantly ignited the crowd of onlookers. People also found that the bus was leaving. And everyone was excited. They also knew that this was Qin's shuttle bus. The people on the bus were going to Qin's underground city. Where is the safest place in the world? Of course, Qin's underground city. As long as they squeezed into the bus, it meant survival. Moreover, this was almost their last chance of survival. The crowd began to attack the sentry at the door. The guards fired warning shots. But it was useless. The crazy crowd quickly pushed the fence and ran towards the bus not far away. In the sky, just after taking off, Lu Yingnong, who was in charge of the guarding, saw this scene and suddenly became nervous. His mission was to protect the last bus to arrive at the underground city safely. But this chaotic crowd caused a great shock to them. "Captain, this scene, I feel like I've seen it before," the co-pilot murmured. Lu Yingnong was stunned for a moment. He also felt like he had seen it before. Once, on TV, a certain country evacuated in a panic at an airport. And this happened. It was very similar to today's situation. On the ground, Zhuang Xiongjie became nervous. If he was surrounded by these people, he would be finished. He stuck his head out, took out his gun and fired into the sky, trying to deter these people. It had some effect at first. The few people who ran the fastest stopped obediently when they saw Zhuang Xiongjia's gun. But more and more people came behind. And people's fear of the future also exceeded their fear of Zhuang Xiongjie. The crowd began to run towards the bus. Zhuang Xiongjie was ruthless and began to fire into the air, trying to scare these people away. However, there were more and more people. It was impossible to stop them. What should I do? On the helicopter, the co-pilot was a little panicked. Lu Yingnong gritted his teeth. In this situation, there was only one way to calm the commotion. He controlled the aircraft to hover in the air, and then turned on the shooting safety. "Do you really want to open fire?" The co-pilot was a little panicked. "It's not like we haven't fired before." Lu Yingnong gritted his teeth and whispered, "I must take everyone back to the underground city safely." Duh. The dense bullets began to fire crazily, and the dense bullets shot at the blank space on the ground, forming a blank area. The frightened people dared not rush in, and fled to the periphery. Buzz, drive faster, Lu Yingdong yelled, seemingly venting all the anger in his heart that had nowhere to vent. But the bus did not start, but opened the door. Inside the bus, Gua Haiyang had already found Wan Xiong's trace in the crowd. He was following the rioting crowd, running towards the bus. But the bullets from the helicopter cut off their path, blocking him on the periphery, and he dared not get close again. Wan Xiong, come here. The workers stretched out their hands and called out to Wan Xiong. But bullets were flying around the bus, reminding them that whoever got close to the bus would die. Gua Haiyang was extremely anxious, but he couldn't think of any good solution. The armored vehicle in front had already started, but after driving a few steps, it found that the bus did not move. So it had to stop again. Zhuang Xiongji roared loudly, why don't you leave? Gua Haiyang pointed to the front, people are coming. We can't leave him behind. Wan Xiong was also someone who helped everyone at a critical moment, and he didn't want to leave him behind. Zhuang Xiongji saw that in the direction pointed by Gua Haiyang, several people were trying to rush over, but they were blocked by the bullets from the helicopter and didn't dare to get close. He wanted the helicopter to stop shooting, but without a walkie-talkie, without a phone, he couldn't get in touch with Lu Yingdong in the sky. He had a thought, turned around and shouted to the armored vehicle, form a protective formation with me, and rush out. The soldiers in the vehicle rushed out, forming a protective formation. Rush forward. They wanted to take everyone away, leaving no one behind. The bullets gave way, leaving a passage for life. Chapter 142 Lost. After meeting Wan Xiong and his 4 companions, Gua Haiyang and his companions ran towards the bus again. There was a hail of bullets all around, but they were safe and sound. As Wan Xiong and his family ran, they looked around, and they all had a feeling in their hearts. It felt so good to be protected. The bus door closed, the armored vehicle led the way, and the helicopter provided cover. The last bus finally started its return journey. Under the protection of the air and the ground, the bus finally evacuated safely. Entrance to Jianghai Underground City. The sky is still clear. Under the blue sky and white clouds is a land full of vitality. However, everyone knows that this is the last time of life on the blue planet. Luo Ji lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and handed it to Yi Linsheng. I haven't smoked for more than 10 years. Let's smoke for the last time. I won't be able to smoke in the future. The regulations of Jianghai Underground City clearly state that smoking is not allowed when entering the underground city. It has nothing to do with health, but to reduce the cost of air purification. Yi Linsheng did not answer. He kept his eyes on the trucks carrying goods entering the underground city. These trucks were carrying pigs, cattle, sheep and other livestock that had been slaughtered. In Jianghai Underground City, animal husbandry was also prohibited, because raising pigs, cattle, sheep, etc., a large amount of methane and carbon dioxide would be produced, which was a heavy burden on air purification. In the underground city, the only animal allowed to be raised was chicken. Chickens can lay eggs and can produce chicken meat, which are all high in protein. It can effectively supplement protein. And compared with pigs, cattle, sheep, etc., the amount of carbon dioxide produced is much less. And these slaughtered pigs, cattle, sheep, etc. meat will be the last inventory of mankind. In the next few decades, or even hundreds of years, other meats except chicken will be extremely rare food. The food source of the underground city mainly comes from artificial synthesis. Synthetic starch, synthetic protein, synthetic dietary fiber, synthetic oil basically cover the nutrients necessary for humans. In addition, there are also high-yield vegetables available. For example, cabbage, radish, watermelon, potato, sweet potato, winter melon, etc., all of which can be provided. As for some delicate vegetables, they will either become extinct or become extremely high in luxury goods. The future underground city life will subvert people's cognition and become an extremely efficient and extremely single life model. I am not interested in smoking. Yi Linsheng looked up at the sky. In a few days, humans will not see the sun for a long time. We should enjoy the sunshine. A wisp of green smoke spewed out from Luo Ji's mouth, curling up, and Luo Ji kept staring at the wisp of green smoke until it completely dissipated. Then he threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it, and extinguished the cigarette butt. Okay. I have cut off all my thoughts about ordinary life. From now on, I will officially enter the underground city life. How do you plan to manage the underground city? Yi Linsheng still looked at the sky, but his attention was all on Luo Ji. He really wanted to know why Luo Ji wanted to be the mayor of Jianghai underground city so badly. Follow the rules, Luo Ji said calmly. The Nirvana Command has issued administrative rules and regulations for the underground city. And of course, we have to respond actively. This sentence revealed a hint of helplessness and ridicule. However, it made Yi Linsheng feel a little relieved. A heavy truck drove over, and the parts of the shield machine were loaded on the truck. After the underground city was closed, the construction of the underground city would not stop, but would continue until the passages between cities are opened. According to the plan of the Nirvana Command, it will take 15 years to open the passages between the main underground cities. It will take 30 years to open the passages to other parts of the world. A closed world is prone to problems. It will form a closed situation of self-isolation. Only by opening up the passages in an all-round way and forming a huge circulation system can human civilization develop healthily. Opening the passages between the underground cities, this work cannot be delayed. This is the top priority. Although Luo Ji said it very confidently, Yi Linsheng felt that he did not seem enthusiastic. Boss, I'm here. A car stopped in front of Yi Linsheng, and a beautiful young girl got out. It was Shualia. Yi Linsheng was a little surprised. Why are you here? Didn't you go to the core underground city? The core underground city was built near Kyoto. It is the largest underground city in the whole country. The Nirvana Command Center is in the core underground city. Shualia, as Zheng Lao's granddaughter, should go to the core underground city. As your assistant, of course I have to follow you, Shualia said disapprovingly. I submitted a relocation application to Mayor Luo Ji a few days ago. Mayor Luo approved it on the spot. Luo Ji smiled. Welcome, Assistant Zhua. Yi Linsheng turned his head and looked at Luo Ji. When did you approve it? How come I didn't know? Luo Ji's eyes first swept over Yi Linsheng's face, and found that Yi Linsheng didn't seem to be fake. You really don't know? I thought it was Elder Zheng who took care of you. Yi Linsheng looked at Zhuolia. After entering the underground city, you may never see Elder Zheng again, nor your family. It's not too late to regret now. Zhuolia looked up and said nonchalantly, Of course, I have thought about it. I am your assistant, and I should follow you. Watching Zhuolia enter the car, Luo Ji whispered, It seems that Zhuolia was arranged by Mr. Zheng. Yi Linsheng took a deep breath. Take her down first. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are important days. I want to be there in person. Luo Ji was not surprised. Old Yi, your biggest shortcoming is also your biggest advantage. That is, you care about the world and worry about the country and the people. Yi Linsheng smiled bitterly. You are mocking me. I destroyed the ecological environment of the blue planet, which may cause the death of billions of people, and destroyed the remains of human civilization. You actually said that I care about the world. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Luo Ji handed Yi Linsheng a camera. You are a person who cares about the world. This camera is for you. Take a picture of the last glory of mankind and keep it as a souvenir. When we return to the ground in a few decades, we will rebuild the city just like in the photo. The car started. Luo Ji waved his hand, and the car started. Shualia, who said she wanted to follow Yi Linsheng, did not get off the car, but followed Luo Ji. Yi Linsheng felt that Zhuolia's arrival was obviously a mission. As for what the mission was, he did not know yet. He did not want to analyze it. Now, he was focused on the impending devastating impact of the blue planet. Based on the observation data, astronomers concluded that the asteroid that hit the blue planet would fall in the southern hemisphere. There is a 70% chance that the impact site will hit the sea. This made Yi Linsheng feel relieved. After all, the technology was not mature at the time. And in order to prevent someone from changing the trajectory of the asteroid, the thruster settings are not subject to human control. It only moves forward according to the established plan. He has always been worried that due to data deviation, the asteroid will hit a densely populated area. Now that it is confirmed that the impact will be in the southern hemisphere, Yi Linsheng feels relieved. As long as the northern hemisphere is safe, there is hope for mankind. Humans in the southern hemisphere cannot bear the hope of human revival. However, astronomers also said that when an asteroid falls into the atmosphere, it is very likely to explode violently due to the high temperature generated by friction. At that time, the whole world may be hit by asteroid fragments. However, no matter what the result is, more than 90% of the underground cities will be fine. February 20th. Jianghai City has become an empty city. The last batch of citizens are evacuating this city that once created countless glories. Now there is only one kind of people left in the city, that is, the blasting workers, who are setting up explosives. Their mission is to blow up the traces of human existence and destroy the entire city. Let this city with thousands of years of history disappear completely. Not only Jianghai City, cities all over the country are playing this scene. All cities are empty. Humans must evacuate the ground and enter the underground city. Chapter 143. The storm is coming. Jianghai City. The person in charge of the blasting saluted. Report to the deputy commander. The explosives have been deployed. Please give instructions. A group of ants on the ground seemed to sense the danger and were lining up in a long line, heading out of the city. Birds were flying over the city in the sky. Jianghai City has done a good job of greening, and various birds that were originally extinct in recent years have frequently appeared in people's vision again. In fact, there are so many birds that they are a bit disturbing to the people. This is the result of mankind's years of caring for creatures. However, these achievements will soon be destroyed by his own decision. This makes Yi Linsheng feel a little tormented. Now Yi Linsheng has encountered a demon in his heart. If he doesn't break through his demon, it will be hard for him to be happy and to look forward to the future. And personally blowing up the city, is one way for Yi Linsheng to break his demon. He wants to use poison to fight poison and destroy the entire city to stimulate his demon. This is why he stayed here. If I press this button, will the whole city be destroyed? Yi Linsheng stared at a detonator on the ground and asked. Yes. All buildings above 10 meters are equipped with explosives. Yi Linsheng slowly stretched out his hand, without hesitation, and pressed it directly. He is now on a high ground in the suburbs. Looking down, the whole city is in sight. This place carries a lot of Yi Linsheng's memories. High-rise buildings, bridges, stadiums, exhibition halls, theaters, and other giant buildings are all the fruits of the hard work of the working people in the past few decades. After pressing the button, there was a deafening explosion. All the achievements of the people of Jianghai City in the past few decades were wiped out and disappeared without a trace. Jianghai City no longer exists. At the same time, in cities across the country, explosions that destroyed the entire city were taking place. From now on, the traces of human civilization will be completely buried in thick dust. However, Yi Linsheng's inner demons were not removed. Looking at the city covered by dust, Yi Linsheng's uneasiness became even stronger. He began to doubt whether his decision was too hasty. Destroying the blue planet. Is it really the only option? However, Yi Linsheng still suppressed his hesitation with reason. For humans, there is only one way to survive, which is to cut off one's arm. There is no other way. On the southern island, Chu Zixin looked at the dust covering the sky, and he began to get nervous. It was noon now, but the sky was pitch black, just like after the sun went down. Occasionally, a ray of sunlight shone through the gap onto the sea, but it soon disappeared. The wind on the sea was getting stronger and stronger, and the temperature dropped significantly. Lu Mingli was nagging beside him. Professor Luo, save me. Chu Zixin, just admit your mistake, and we can escape from this hellhole. Chu Zixin sighed. Don't dream. In all these days, when has Luo Ji been here? He has completely forgotten about us. What should we do? What should we do? Either we will freeze to death, be poisoned to death, or fall to death. Chu Zixin sat down. He now had a question in his mind. How did he end up like this? It was raining. The rain was turbid, black, and left a trace on the tough glass. There was also a sour smell in the air. Acid rain, Lu Mingli said in horror. That means we might be burned to death. Chu Zixin closed his eyes. He now had only one hope, that this glass house could last until he saw the moment when the planet hit the ground. Jianghai Underground City. Mouzi bent down to pick up the doll on the ground, and gently placed it on the daughter's bedside, and then lowered his head to kiss his daughter's tender face. The daughter opened her eyes. Dad, are you going to work? Mouzi's eyes were full of doting. Yes. What do you do at work? Didn't you say that our room is too small? I go to work, just to change us to a bigger room in the future. Mouzi touched his daughter's hair, and straightened up. The per capita living area in the underground city is only 5 or 6 square meters. It's like going back to 40 years ago. In the first few days, the daughter was not used to it. Dad, then you don't have to go to work. I think a smaller house is better now. I can be closer to Dad, and I won't be afraid when sleeping. Now the daughter's bed is next to the cat's bed, with only a thin wall in between. Andy Song came in and touched her daughter's head. Nan, you have to grow up too. When you grow up, you have to move to a bigger house. Oh, okay, Dad. You go to work. I'll sing for you when I come back. The daughter yawned and closed her eyes again. Mousy glanced at Aunt Song awkwardly. Well, I'm leaving. Although the two are now nominally husband and wife, they still keep their distance. One sleeps on the bed, the other sleeps on the floor. Go. I'll take good care of Nan. Well, you have to take good care of yourself, too. Aunt Song glanced at Mousy, but there was a lot of meaning in her eyes. Mousy shrank his neck and left uncomfortably, riding on the balance bike. Mousy wanted to slap himself all the way. Aunt Song's eyes were very clear, but he didn't dare to take the first step. Previous experiences left him with a psychological shadow on women. Boss, the boss said, today we have to install surveillance. A subordinate came over and shouted at Mousy from a distance. Install surveillance again. Are you not going to drill this tunnel? Mousy is the leader of the underground city excavation team, responsible for the excavation of the shield machine. They said they were short of manpower, and people had just entered the underground city. They were not familiar with it. The navigation system had not been adjusted, and people kept getting lost. Will installing surveillance cameras prevent people from getting lost? Mousy muttered, and then shouted to his coworkers. Leave 2 people to help the engineers adjust the shield machine. And the rest, go install surveillance cameras. Complaints aside, orders from above still had to be carried out, especially since the mayor of Jianhai Underground City was still Luo Ji. He was convinced by Luo Ji. There is no reason to refuse the mayor's order. The workers were very happy. Installing surveillance is to improve the living environment of the underground city. But digging tunnels will not produce any results in a short time. The engineer said that it would take 4 or 5 years to open the nearest urban passage. Now that everyone has just entered the underground city, improving everyone's living environment is the top priority. Boss, tell me, can we take a break the day after tomorrow? Mousy's heart immediately began to churn. The day after tomorrow is the day when an asteroid hits the blue planet. This is a huge crisis for humans. For the animals and plants on the blue planet, it is even more of a doomsday. 99% of the creatures will be extinct. The creatures that remain are mostly low-level creatures or those with extremely strong vitality. The biodiversity of the blue planet will completely become a thing of the past. In order to commemorate the end of life on the ground, the underground city has decided to conduct this live broadcast. For this purpose, the underground city has installed countless cameras around the world. Why rest, watching your home being destroyed? Mousy muttered, turning to get tools. Mousy felt guilty for no reason. The asteroid hit the blue planet, and he was one of the main planners. Thinking that he was also involved in a plan that was about to cause the death of billions of people and the extinction of all species, he was a little terrified. Mayor's office. The space here is not big. Compared to the spacious office on the ground, this place can be said to be very small and shabby. But Luo Ji didn't care. Not only that, he was very excited. Zhuo Liu walked in and sat down comfortably opposite Luo Ji. Mayor Luo, I want to work part-time. Oh, why? Deputy Commander Ye's work is all on the ground. Once he goes underground, there will be no work. I can't sit still. Luo Ji's face was calm. What kind of job do you want to do? I'm studying personnel management. You can arrange it for me. Then go to the personnel bureau. Zhuo Liu was a little surprised. It won't have any bad effects. Right? Luo Ji waved his hand. What bad effects can there be? If you go, you can also help me check and supervise their work. We must make the best use of people's talents. Zhuo Liu stood up. Mayor, your office is too small. It can't accommodate your ambition. He. Luo Ji's pupils suddenly contracted. But his tone remained calm. My ambition is everywhere, and I don't need to stay in the office. Watching Zhuo Liu slowly walk out, Luo Ji's eyes gradually became solemn. In the underground city, the light will change according to the situation on the ground. The entire dome is illuminated by tens of thousands of energy-saving lights. Bright during the day, dim at night. Try to reduce people's discomfort. The temperature here has been kept between 25 and 28 degrees. In this environment, people do not need to turn on the air conditioner and wear fewer clothes, which minimizes people's demand for clothes. In the entire underground city, there are few entertainment venues, and reservations must be made in advance, and there are restrictions on the number and time. People's entertainment, mainly comes from the internet. This is the only advantage of the underground city compared to the ground. The entire underground city has network coverage everywhere. And there is no need to pay, and everyone has a mobile phone, so they can keep in touch at any time. No more shouting to communicate. So most people, when they are free, just watch short videos and TV. However, people also have some doubts. The current short videos and TV series were all shot in the past. Now that we have entered the underground city, with the current conditions, how to shoot short videos and TV series, after watching these TV series and movies, what else can people rely on to pass the time? Xu Weimin walked in the streets with his neck shrunk. He doesn't like balancing cars, because his sense of balance is very poor, and he will fall down when he rides on them. Another thing is that his current job has also changed. The security bureau has been abolished, and even the positions in the security bureau have been reduced. Now there are 3 positions in front of him. One is to be a police officer in the security bureau, one is to be a digger at the construction site, and the last one is to be a worker in the functional area. None of these 3 positions is what he wants. He is already 35 years old, and it takes courage to change careers. If he doesn't change careers, he can only be a police officer, and he may even be governed by his former subordinates. He vaguely feels that someone is deliberately targeting him. Chapter 144. The moment of the great collision between heaven and earth has come. But he can't find any evidence. Now he realizes that being assigned to Jianghai Underground City is not a good thing. Because the mayor is Luo Ji, and the inspector is Yi Linsheng. Almost all the members of the last sect are in Jianghai Underground City. At first, he didn't care. But this time he felt that he was being targeted. He could understand the removal of the security bureau. But he didn't understand why he was transferred to the security bureau as an ordinary police officer. He really wanted to take a gamble, not go to the police station, and just go to the construction site to hang around. In the sky, a celestial body was clearly seen hanging high in the sky. This celestial body was none other than the asteroid that was about to fall into the blue planet. Yi Linsheng put down the telescope. People have given this asteroid a name, called Nirvana. Everyone hopes that, after this planetary collision, human beings can be reborn in Nirvana and create new glory. Nirvana now can be seen with the naked eye alone. Deputy Commander Yi. It's time to evacuate. The attendant urged softly. Have all the residents entered the underground city? Yi Linsheng asked. Everyone has entered. The attendant said carefully. Except for the personnel who installed the observation equipment. Everyone has entered. We also used reconnaissance aircraft to observe various cities. And all those that should be bombed have been bombed. Yi Linsheng turned around and walked into the car wearing a windbreaker. At first, Yi Linsheng was in a relaxed mood. But the closer it gets to the impact, the more uneasy it becomes. After all, this is all the creatures on the blue planet. On the night of the 27th, the brightest and largest star appeared in the sky. This is Nirvana. Every day, it is getting bigger. From a small dot at the beginning, it has now become a dot. It has obviously been captured by the gravity of the blue planet, and is approaching at a very high speed. In every underground city around the world, people are watching the live broadcast outside on the huge screen outside the city hall. Countless cameras were installed on the ground. And now these cameras were transmitting the images of the sky to every underground city. However, due to the influence of volcanic ash, there were not many places where the sky could be seen. It was almost midnight. Maozi hugged his daughter and sat at the door of the city hall, watching the big screen. Next to him, and Song was next to him. Although she had been mentally prepared for a long time, she was still nervous when it really came to this moment. She was so nervous that she was trembling. Maozi saw her nervousness, reached out his hand, and held her tightly. The 3 of them held their hands together, and held them tightly. Although Mayor Luo Ji said that the probability of Nirvana hitting Jianghai Underground City would not exceed 1%. But what if it hits Jianghai Underground City, they will die together? This idea was also the idea of the people sitting in the square in front of the city hall watching the live broadcast. The relatives clasped their hands tightly, staring at the big screen, not even daring to breathe. Xu Weimin was also in the city hall. However, he was not watching the live broadcast with his family, but was on duty. He finally chose to be an ordinary police officer, because he felt that he could not do other jobs. Now, he and other colleagues are maintaining order in the square. His eyes have always stayed on the big screen. The little dot that flashes faster than any star is Nirvana, which is about to hit the blue planet. On a certain island, Chu Zixin looked up at the sky. Dust covered the sky, and nothing could be seen. Today seems to be the impact day. But there was no sound nearby. Loomingly, who was always talkative, was now lying on the ground motionless. I don't know if he was dead. If he died, it would be a real relief. He wouldn't have to endure this torment. Lucky guy. Chuzashin sat down and quietly waited for the last moment of his life to come. At this moment, he suddenly felt very calm. It doesn't matter what happened in the past, whether it was right or wrong. In the face of death, the survival of mankind, right or wrong, what does it have to do with him? Luo Ji and Yi Linsheng were not watching with the citizens outside, they were now in the research team. Astronomer Wang Durong kept reporting the latest data. The distance is 300,000 kilometers, the impact target is predicted to remain unchanged, and it will crash in the southern hemisphere. The speed is 80,000 kilometers per hour, and it is expected to hit the ground in 3 hours and 45 minutes. Yi Linsheng took a deep breath. The most serious crisis in human history is about to come. There are still more than 3 hours before Nirvana enters the atmosphere and hits the blue planet at a speed that destroys everything. So exciting. This is a wonder that countless ancestors will never see in their lifetime. You must record every piece of data carefully. Mad geographer Hu Baiyan excitedly urged the researchers. These data may reveal the truth about the extinction of dinosaurs. It's exciting just to think about it. Naturalist Shui Weidong also walked back and forth excitedly. It's a pity that we can't send out drones to take close-up photos. I really want to fly to the scene. Hearing the excited words of these scientists, Yi Linsheng frowned slightly. He really can't become a scientist. He is also crazy, but it is different from the reckless madness of these scientists. He is crazy to save mankind. But Hu Baiyan and others are just crazy to satisfy their wishes. Luo Ji saw Yi Linsheng's discomfort. He patted Yi Linsheng on the shoulder. Don't mind it. For Professor Hu Baiyan, besides detonating the volcano, his biggest wish is to uncover the secret of dinosaur extinction. The first wish came true a few days ago, and the second wish is about to come true. He can't help but be excited. Yi Linsheng was silent. Luo Ji said again, these days, Mr. Hu has not had a full night's sleep. He is either analyzing the data of the Yellowstone volcano or preparing for the data collection of Nirvana's impact on the blue planet. You may not understand, but I understand it very much. This is his lifelong research direction, and also his lifelong ideal. Luo Ji's tone was slightly envious. If I hear the truth in the morning, I will die in the evening. This sentence is really too essential. Yi Linsheng finally spoke. The price of realizing this ideal is too cruel. Luo Ji gently said something that made Yi Linsheng feel very heavy. Don't forget. You were so crazy at the beginning. And that's why humans have come to this point. Yi Linsheng frowned. I am trying to save the people. And he is just satisfying his own desires. This time it was Luo Ji's turn to be silent. Yi Linsheng suddenly thought of a key question. Luo Ji, what is your biggest wish? This question was somewhat unexpected. Yi Linsheng saw from the corner of his eye that Luo Ji's face, which was originally slightly excited, became serious. He seemed to be choosing his words. And after a long time of thinking, he said, my wish is somewhat similar to yours. That is, to build a world of great harmony. Great harmony world, aren't you studying basic physics? Luo Ji's eyes flashed. Basic physics is actually very similar to humans. Quarks and other elementary particles form protons, neutrons, electrons. They form atoms, atoms form molecules, molecules form compounds, and then form a world of all kinds. The same is true for human society. Various individuals are elementary particles. Two people come together, give birth to a child, and form a family. Many families come together and form villages. Villages come together and form towns. Towns come together and form cities. Many cities combine to form a country. Many countries combine to form the world. And various worlds combine to form the universe. Since the physical world can be orderly, then the human world can also be orderly. Instead of the current chaos and disorder. Rogi's eyes were bright, and it was obvious that his heart was full of passion now. Human society should have a unified rule like the physical world. This will be a world of great harmony for mankind. Our human society is still in a state of chaos and disorder. But one day, human society will find the most stable civilization order, so that it can always exist in the world and never extinguish. Yi Linsheng interrupted him. So, you are also interested in philosophy. I majored in basic physics, but I took philosophy as an elective. Luo Ji said rather conceitedly. I think I am better at philosophy than physics. Yi Linsheng turned his eyes to the TV screen. The planet became brighter. He now began to understand why Luo Ji wanted to be the mayor. He wanted to find the most ideal way for human civilization to exist by managing Jianhai Underground City. Luo Ji probably disagreed with the way society exists now, from the bottom of his heart. Existence is reasonable, Yi Linxing said calmly. You should think about this sentence carefully. Now that he knew Luo Ji's true thoughts, Yi Linxing had a clear mind. He would firmly tie Luo Ji's thoughts, and prevent his thoughts from becoming a wild horse that ran away. Moreover, Yi Linxing also understood that his decision was correct. Only if he served as an inspector could he suppress Luo Ji's thoughts. Otherwise, Luo Ji might bring bad influence to Jianhai Underground City. 2 hours later, there was a collision. Wang Dirong's voice came, and Yi Linxing's attention was also turned to the big screen. Time passed so fast. Time passed so slowly. Everyone's heart became extremely tormented. Attack Tongshan Underground City. Luo Qingyu was also staring at the big screen. However, her heart was a little absent-minded. After Yi Linxing sent her to this underground city, he ignored her, which made her very disappointed. Inspector, our place should be the safest. Mayor Zhu Tianming said affirmatively. The first underground city built under the personal supervision of Deputy Commander Yi, it is the safest. Don't worry. Just as Luo Qingyu was about to say something, the crowd burst into a commotion. It's lit, it's lit. On the big screen, the small dot that had been flickering suddenly lit up, like a huge meteor. This indicates that Nirvana has entered the atmosphere. In the deep space, a huge star is falling towards the ground at high speed. Although the air here is thin, the friction caused by the extremely high speed still makes the star become red and shiny, and it falls straight to the ground of the blue planet. The end of the world has really come. The moment when the planet hits the ground has finally arrived. Chapter 145: The Destroyed World. Within 10 minutes, it will hit the ground. Wang Dirong's voice became louder involuntarily. The impact site, the southern sea area. Yi Linxing looked up at the sky involuntarily, but all he saw was a huge dome. Here you can't see the sky. You can't see the future either. It's finally here. Roji's tone was also filled with uncontrollable excitement. Noah's Ark set sail. In the sky, the originally bright stars now turned red and were particularly large. Even bigger than the moon. This ball of red, brighter and brighter, in the end, even became a dazzling fireball like the sun. The earth was also illuminated by this light. Yi Linxing couldn't help but whispered, "Don't explode. If it doesn't explode, it won't fall into the land. It won't cause a devastating blow to the underground city of mankind." Not only Yi Linxing, people in underground cities all over the world are praying, "Don't explode." However, things that go against one's wishes are the most likely events. Boom, the earth seemed to tremble. Nirvana still couldn't withstand the high temperature inside, exploded in the sky. That huge and bright fireball suddenly exploded. The originally huge body instantly broke into pieces. In the sky, it exploded like a huge and gorgeous firework. The resulting fragments covered the entire sky. Wang Dirong's voice changed, became a little panicked. Because of the high temperature, Nirvana exploded. It was divided into dozens of pieces, and the falling point is being measured. Everyone became nervous. Although some people have predicted that after this celestial body enters space, due to the high temperature generated by friction, it is very likely to explode from the inside. But everyone hopes that it will not explode. Once it explodes, the landing point is difficult to predict. And at the speed of the falling fragments, if it hits near the underground city, it will directly cause the underground city to collapse. The entire city will be submerged in the rock layer. People now are like lambs to be slaughtered. They can do nothing except looking up at the stars. Now, life and death are all in the hands of God. Behind the thick clouds, suddenly a ray of red light shone through. Chu Zixin looked up at the sky. In the dark night, this ray of red light was particularly conspicuous. Now Chu Zixin can no longer distinguish between day and night, because thick volcanic ash covered the sky and filled the whole world. In his world, there was only night, no day. He took off his only clothes and covered his mouth and nose with them, so that he could barely breathe. Now this ray of red light can actually penetrate such clouds. You can imagine how bright the red light is. Suddenly, a fireball with thick smoke broke through the blockade of the clouds and came into view. It's coming. The end of the world is coming. His death is coming. The moon. Shin Yuxing and the other two who were building the base stopped what they were doing. They all looked at the blue planet in the sky, which was mixed with large areas of black and gray. They clearly saw that A ball of fire was rushing towards the ground of the blue planet. The entire celestial body was burning red. And it was heading straight for the land of Blue Star. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. After the three people murmured this sentence, they never wanted to speak again. The mother planet, after the impact of this asteroid, will completely become a planet that is no longer habitable. And they will completely lose their home. After the impact, Blue Star is not even safer than the moon, and more suitable for living. Boom! The fireball exploded, and exploded into dozens of fragments, falling towards Blue Star. Although there was no sound, it was clear from the explosion that Blue Planet was about to suffer the heaviest blow. They wanted to shout, but they could not. The great sorrow blocked their shouts in their throats. Shin Yuxing knew that from this moment on, they had truly become orphans. Orphans without a mother planet. Of the 10 billion people in the world, more than half of them had closed their eyes. Doomsday. Although it was late. Delayed from the night of the 27th to the early morning of the 28th. But it still came. There is a vulgar saying, justice may be late, but it is never absent. The end of the world, is it justice? Yi Linsheng was unsure. The two largest pieces, one will fall in the southern sea, and the other will fall in the southern continent. Wang Durong slapped the table. It is basically consistent with our prediction. As for the small fragments, they will be scattered all over the place, and a small amount of small fragments will fall in the northern hemisphere. Do we have any problems here? Rogi wiped the sweat from his head and asked. There are too many small fragments, and the data cannot be processed. However, the probability is very low, and it will not exceed 1 in 10,000. Luo Ji and Yi Linsheng looked at each other and exhaled softly. 1 in 10,000. There is basically no problem. At this moment, Luo Ji and Yi Linsheng were both selfish. As long as the fragments did not fall in Jianhai underground city, no matter where they fell, they felt it was acceptable. Because this is the price that humans must pay. As long as this price does not need to be paid by oneself, it is fine. People are selfish, including Yi Linsheng. Southern continent. Many people who could not enter the underground city looked up at the sky in fear. The sky was already lit up by fire, and these small fragments, with billowing smoke, flew towards the ground like angry giants. People wanted to run in fear, but they didn't know where to run. The huge roar suppressed the shouts of the people, and rushed over fiercely with the momentum of destroying everything. These fragments, wrapped in thick smoke and flames, cut through the sky and flew thousands of miles towards the ground. This time seemed very short, but also very long. People's ears were blocked by the sharp whistling sound, and they could not hear anything. Everyone was like a headless fly, running east, west, and everywhere. However, no matter how they ran, the red light and thick smoke seemed to be flying towards them. There was no escape. The animals on the ground also found something wrong. They also wanted to run, but like humans, they didn't know where to run. Southern Sea. Boom! The first fragment fell into the sea. The seemingly turbulent sea surface suddenly raised a huge ripple. Circles of waves tens of meters high spread out in all directions. This is not the end. More fragments fell, transmitting layers of waves to the periphery. These are not fatal. The largest piece of debris is about to fall. On the southern continent, the first piece of debris landed a little later, but the damage it caused was even greater. The thick smoke hit the ground, and the solid earth instantly became as fragile as the surface of water, forming a wave, and rapidly spreading to the periphery. No one knew how deep the deep pit was, because the dust and smoke covered the whole world. A large area of nearby creatures and humans disappeared instantly. The image on the big screen was destroyed in an instant. But before it was destroyed, people still witnessed the terrible impact. The broadcast sounded, "Squat down immediately and hold your head and accept the impact." Mauzi quickly reached out his hands, covered Aunt Song and her daughter's heads, and pressed their heads on his knees. He opened his arms and protected the two most important people to him. Aunt Song, who was originally afraid, is not afraid now. She feels that Mauzi, who was originally short, is now as tall as an iron tower. Under his protection, it's really safe. Even if the world ends, Cat can hold it up. Southern Ocean. The largest fragment fell. The moment it came into contact with the ocean, it exploded violently again, blowing the sea surface directly, exposing the seabed. A large amount of seawater was first raised into waves hundreds of meters high, which spread out layer by layer. Then it surged back, filling the huge pit created by the impact. Under repeated agitation, waves hundreds of meters high continue to spread around. The entire sea surface can no longer be calm. The nearby island was swallowed up in an instant. The buildings on the island completely destroyed and submerged. The southern continent, the second largest fragment, also fell. Its fall was devastating. The entire area was covered by the explosion, and an unfathomable deep hole appeared on the ground. The shock wave, like a harvester, destroyed all obstacles in the way. Whether it was humans, trees, buildings, or hillsides, all were destroyed. The huge explosion stirred up smoke that was tens of kilometers high, and the smoke was still rising. The debris created a huge deep pit, directly breaking the Earth's crust, causing the mantle asthenosphere under the crust to erupt. And it began to erupt like a volcano. The boiling magma spread in all directions, turning the world into a purgatory. In a nearby underground city, people were hugging each other, preparing to withstand this huge impact. Boom! A deafening sound came, forcing people to cover their ears. They also didn't hear that there was an extremely unpleasant squeezing sound that was growing. The next moment, the load-bearing pillars of the entire underground city were like tofu dregs shattered. The dome collapsed, pressing the entire underground city. Hundreds of thousands of lives disappeared in an instant. In the gap, a few people were still alive. But they were not lucky. They were extremely unlucky. Because they would walk towards death step by step in the dark underground gap. In the underground city, no one will come to rescue them. They cannot escape. They can only die of dehydration, hunger, and panic. Under the impact of the shock wave, the volcanoes that were dormant or dead also erupted again. Sakura Volcano, Snow Peak Volcano, Tianchi Volcano, Maza Volcano, and other world-famous volcanoes began to erupt one after another. The thick smoke caused by the volcanic eruption, like a beacon tower, conveyed to the world that the end of the world has come. When the shock wave reached Jianhai Underground City, some time had passed since the impact. Even so, this shockwave still made people pale. The whole underground city was shaking, making people feel that in front of nature, human beings were so weak. Even Wang Durong and Hu Baiyan, who had been excited, stopped their work and squatted down with their heads in their hands. After the shock wave, people were still a little panicked. Hurry up and get in touch with other underground cities, check the data. Yi Linqing's voice woke up the others, and everyone started to get busy. Between the underground cities, there are pipelines buried for communication. 3 underground cities have lost contact, and it is confirmed that one of them was hit and collapsed. It is estimated that 200,000 people died. Shualia took a piece of data and handed it to Yi Linqing. Chapter 146. The planet is dead, but humans are still alive. Yi Linqing took a look and saw that the underground city that was hit was an expansion of a mine. The fragile support could not withstand the impact and the earthquake that followed. The population in the city could not survive. What is the situation of our underground city? Mayor Luo has arranged for the rescue team to check everywhere. If any loopholes are found, they will be repaired directly. Shualia turned and left. If Deputy Commander Yi has nothing else to do, I will take my leave first. I still have a lot of things to do. Shualia is now the head of the Human Resources Department and is very busy. Watching Shualia leave, Yi Linqing had some thoughts in his mind. This Shualia seemed to have changed a little. However, now was not the time to think about these issues. He picked up the phone on the table and called Zheng Lao and Chang Guangxiong in the core underground city. At present, the situation of underground cities across the country is good. Almost all underground cities have withstood this test. Only a few underground cities have partially collapsed. But it is not a big problem. However, the situation of the 3 underground cities that have lost contact is not very clear. People have been arranged to go up to the ground to inspect the lines and check the information of the underground cities. The live broadcast on the big screen has ended. People have returned to their respective residences to rest with lingering fear. The current ground situation is very serious. The place where it was hit is barren. The smoke and dust produced by the impact will directly flow into space, and will soon cover the entire blue planet. Because of the superposition effect of the impact, the eruption of the Yellowstone volcano and the submarine supervolcano has also intensified. At the same time, the crustal plates also underwent a series of changes due to the collision. The Qin state did not have a big problem, because when choosing the site, it avoided the places in the plate activity zone. Of the 3 underground cities that lost contact, it was finally confirmed that 2 of them had only partially collapsed. and only one was destroyed by the earthquake. This was a blessing in disguise. However, other countries had serious problems. There are at least dozens of underground cities in the world that were directly destroyed by earthquakes, especially in some areas prone to earthquakes. Huge damage was caused. There are also thousands of underground cities that have partially collapsed due to earthquakes. The severity of the collapse is positively correlated with the quality of the original construction. The better the quality, the safer. The worse the quality, the more dangerous. In the Yin state, which was known for its shoddy construction, half of the underground cities in the country collapsed. Half of the underground cities encountered serious crises. If not remedied in time, the entire underground city will become a death tomb. However, it is now impossible to launch an international rescue. We can only rely on ourselves. On the ground, many dormant volcanoes were stimulated and began to erupt continuously, further deteriorating the ecological environment of the blue planet. People who did not enter the underground city could clearly feel that the weather was getting colder and colder. The temperature was dropping by several degrees almost every day. Around March 5th, the temperature had fallen below the historical record. In some places, especially the North and South Poles, the temperature dropped directly to -70 or 80 degrees. Plants were frozen to death, and animals began to migrate to the warm tropical climate. Insects hibernated early. The sea also began to freeze, slowly forming a dead ice field. The entire blue planet became a world of ice and fire. The erupting volcanoes and the pits were surrounded by boiling magma. Other places were an increasingly cold and frozen world. The snow that fell from the sky was gray-black, containing toxic and corrosive gases. Moreover, the weather became extremely bad because of the combination of extreme high temperatures and extreme cold. Strong winds of more than 10 levels, like daily occurrences, often swept across the world. Acid rain and poisonous gas were like the god of death, coming suddenly and leaving suddenly. People on the ground began to get sick under the influence of low temperatures and poisonous gases, and then died in batches. Corpses were also corroded and melted in the harsh environment. In the whole world, all life was rapidly dying. By April 5th, the entire Earth was covered with a thick layer of ice and ash. Now, if you look at the blue planet from the moon, you can find that the blue planet has become a frozen planet. A dead planet. A dead planet without any signs of life. All traces of civilization, all life, are locked under thick layers of ice and ash. The blue planet now, like Enceladus, Titan, and many satellites of Jupiter, has become a frozen planet. A planet with no signs of life. A planet that is no longer habitable. Jianhai Underground City. Yi Linsheng rode a balance bike, walking in the city. It is mid-April now. After nearly 2 months of adaptation, people have begun to stop talking about the planet Nirvana hitting the blue planet. People have a lot more topics to talk about. At the same time, people have also recognized the reality. If they want to survive, they must start working and seriously improve their lives. Jianhai Underground City has finally returned to its state before the impact, and people are in their positions, doing their own work. In order to soothe people's hearts and improve their lives, Luo Ji ordered the dome to be transformed into a projection screen. Then thousands of projections were installed to project the blue planet's former appearance into the sky. Blue sky. White clouds. This move more or less relieved people's anxiety. It also greatly improved Luo Ji's reputation. A familiar figure also came over on a balance bike. Yi Linsheng recognized him. This was Xu Weiman, the former captain of the Security Bureau, who had locked him up in the detention center of the Security Bureau and had spent a lot of time with him. Good morning. Yi Linsheng greeted him. Xu Weiman was a little surprised and quickly returned the greeting. In order not to disrupt people's biological clocks, the underground city set up day and night according to the previous time. The current time is 8 o'clock in the morning. As for the ground, it is always in darkness, and there is no such thing as day. Good morning, Deputy Commander Yi. Xu Weiman greeted him and prepared to leave. Yi Linsheng stopped. What is your current position? Xu Weiman frowned slightly. He wondered if Yi Linsheng was deliberately mocking him. A small police officer. Yi Linsheng was stunned. You used to be the captain of the Security Bureau. According to the level classification, you are higher than the director of the Security Bureau. Why are you just a small police officer? Xu Weiman looked at Yi Linsheng seriously, confirmed that Yi Linsheng was not lying, then said, the underground city does not need so many security posts. I am lucky to be a police officer. Yi Linsheng nodded thoughtfully, and stepped on the balance bike again and left. Came to the mayor's office. With a light emergency brake, the balance car flew up with the help of inertia, then reached out and grabbed it. Yi Linsheng walked in quickly. I didn't expect you to master the balance car so well. I am most afraid of this thing. I have changed to a four-wheeled car now, Luo Ji said with envy. As the mayor, Luo Ji was still in a hurry and busy with work. He held an iron bowl in his hand and hurriedly ate breakfast. The underground city implemented a centralized rationing system. Individuals do not need to cook and eat in restaurants in various places. The food in the restaurant is not very diverse, but it is enough to fill you up. Luo Ji does not pursue food very much, and he only eats a simple nutritious porridge. This is a purely artificial food, which contains artificial starch, artificial protein, artificial dietary fiber and artificial oil, and a little bit of natural cabbage leaves are sprinkled on it. It is nutritious enough, but the taste is not enough. I met Xu Weiman on the road. He is the captain of the security bureau, but he is only a small police officer, Yi Linsheng said casually. Luo Ji seemed not to see Yi Linsheng's intention, and casually said, he can't be a corps manager. He is not even suitable to be a police officer. You seem to have inquired about every position? Luo Ji then raised his head vigilantly. Personnel is under Zhuo Lia's management. I usually don't ask, but only give suggestions. Yi Linsheng stopped asking questions and changed the subject. I went to see the tunnel excavation site and found that the site was basically in a state of suspension. Oh, there are many places in the underground city that are damaged, and the first task of those workers is to repair the underground city. Is installing monitoring also included in the scope of repair? Yi Linsheng asked. Luo Ji put down the iron bowl in his hand, raised his head, and looked at Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng, we should talk directly. Why be around the bush? Yi Linsheng sighed. You seem to be building a management team that belongs to you. That's right. If you want to manage the dungeon well, you have to work together. Luo Ji started to dig again. People who are disloyal are not suitable to join my management team. Are you playing a big game? Luo Ji changed the subject. Old Yi, don't worry about my business. You should care about yourself. The outside world is not good now. There are many rumors circulating that are unfavorable to you. These remarks are very unfavorable to your image. Yi Linsheng was silent. This is the fact. For Yi Linsheng, the survivors have mixed feelings. Those who love him think that he saved mankind and safely transferred mankind underground, so that they can avoid alien detection. Those who hate him think that he destroyed the blue planet and destroyed human life. Especially the situation on the ground was transmitted to the underground city through various devices, making people see their familiar homeland turned into a dead planet, and the number of people who hated him increased significantly. Everyone was wondering if it was really necessary to destroy the blue planet. Is there a better way to allow the blue planet to avoid detection by aliens? Some people even proposed their own methods, which received a lot of response from the public. It was approved by many people. I think you need to communicate with the public. After all, you are the image spokesperson of our Mojiao. Luo Ji put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand. How to communicate? Hold a defense meeting. I will arrange several experts to ask you questions, and also solicit some representatives in society to do a TV Q&A together. This will help stabilize the people's hearts, Luo Ji said. Yi Linsheng pondered for a moment. Okay, some things really need to be laid out. He felt that Luo Ji seemed to have ulterior motives. However, Yi Linsheng also wanted to tell all the residents of the underground city about his thoughts. Doing so will indeed help stabilize the people's hearts. In the current underground city, the people's hearts are very important. Chapter 147. 2 months later, the mystery is revealed. A TV debate is going on. At the request of Mayor Luo Ji, Yi Linsheng, as a member of the expert group, will answer various tricky questions raised by people at the TV debate. Although this debate was proposed by Luo Ji, Yi Linsheng also agreed. He also felt that it was necessary to resolve the doubts in some people's minds. This is the first time that Yi Linsheng has appeared on TV since the planet hit the blue planet. He looked a lot more haggard. Obviously, he had not been doing well these days. This TV debate was broadcast to the world through the internet. Not only Yi Linsheng attended the meeting, but also civilian representatives selected from the public and expert representatives from the expert group who assisted Yi Linsheng in answering questions. All the audience can also ask questions directly through the hotline, which will be summarized by the experts, and then the core questions will be selected for questioning. The host is Ning Saixia, the young and beautiful head of the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Excuse me, Deputy Commander Yi. The first question that the audience is most concerned about is it really necessary to attract a planet to hit the blue planet? Ning Saixia now looks very intellectual, and her carefully painted makeup shows her mature beauty. But the question she asked is very lethal. Compared with the dazzling Ning Saixia, Yi Linsheng seems much more casual. After hearing this first sharp question, Yi Linsheng's expression was not too excited. His answer also shocked everyone, to be honest. I am not sure either. However, this is the only way for humans to save themselves. We may fail, but at least it is a failure after hard work, not a failure waiting to be killed. This is my answer. This answer caused a lot of discussion among people. The hotline at the scene never stopped. Since the big collision, people's mood has changed. When they first entered the dungeon, people were just a little nervous. But now, they are full of doubts about the future. Humanity has cut off its retreat. The ground is no longer habitable. Without any protective equipment, a person can't survive more than 24 hours on the ground. The big collision shattered people's remaining illusions. Moreover, scientists have analyzed that according to the degree of deterioration of the ground, it will take 70 to 80 years for it to be purified and habitable again. This generation will not live to return to the ground. Thinking of being a mole for a lifetime. People's panic and resentment began to ferment. And Yi Linsheng is the instigator of this incident. People's favorable impression of Yi Linsheng has begun to decline. However, Yi Linsheng does not care about his reputation. He cares more about whether mankind can safely survive this crisis. Ning Saixia turned his eyes to Wang Yiheng in the expert group. Do the experts agree with this statement? Wang Yiheng is not young anymore, and his speech is relatively calm in the entire Moju. According to the information provided by Yi Linsheng, we have come to the conclusion that only by destroying the blue star can we gain a glimmer of hope. This answer is very rigorous, but it is very disadvantageous to Yi Linsheng. And it's a trap. Because the expert's conclusion is based on the information provided by Yi Linsheng. If the information provided by Yi Linsheng is wrong, then this move is wrong. Such an answer is equivalent to saying that the experts are irresponsible. Ning Saixia heard the hidden meaning. She looked at Yi Linsheng with some worry, but Yi Linsheng remained calm. Ning Saixia quickly asked the second question. Deputy Commander Yi, the second question that the people want to know most is, are you really a reborn person? This question is indeed one of the most concerned issues. The identity of the reborn is the main reason why Yi Linsheng is recognized by scientists. Although Yi Linsheng's identity as a reborn has been recognized by the Nirvana Command, people still want to hear Yi Linsheng's answer in person. I am sure I am. Yi Linsheng's expression was calm. I have predicted the time, location and path of the alien exploration satellite. This is enough to prove it. Wang Yiheng added, it is also for this reason that we support Deputy Commander Yi's judgment. Wang Yiheng's attitude was a bit strange. He did not clearly stand on Yi Linsheng's side, but adopted a rational attitude and cautiously chose to support Yi Linsheng. This was in stark contrast to the crazy support of the members of the Yin sect before. Obviously, since entering the underground city, many things are changing. Yi Linsheng now feels that although he is the leader of the Yin sect, the most influential person is not himself, but Luo Ji. However, Yi Linsheng is not greedy for power. He chooses to be indifferent. His responsibility is to supervise Luo Ji and prevent him from doing wrong or bad things. That's all. At this time, a civilian representative asked questions again, and the questions he asked were even more pointed. The questioner was a scholar. He looked at Yi Linsheng and said slowly, Deputy Commander Yi, I have a guess. I don't think you are a reborn person. You may have received information from aliens. They deliberately implanted your current information in your brain, and then made you take the action of destroying Blue Star. In this way, they can take Blue Star without bloodshed. Yi Linsheng smiled. This representative. You have read too many science fiction novels. If aliens can control my brain, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to directly invade the brains of all humans? Moreover, why invade my brain? Wouldn't it be better to directly invade the brains of those in power? There was a burst of good-natured laughter in the meeting room. Ning Saixia raised the third question that people were most concerned about. Excuse me, Deputy Commander Yi. Do you think that everything that humans do can avoid detection by aliens? Hearing this question, Yi Linsheng obviously thought about it. Because the answer to this question is crucial. To be honest, Yi Linsheng is not sure. Human civilization has too many loopholes. Any one of them may expose the whereabouts of human beings. But if you tell the truth, it will definitely attract fierce criticism and dissatisfaction from people. Humanity has made such a huge sacrifice, but in return, the result is that it cannot be concealed. Who can accept it? But if you don't tell the truth, Yi Linsheng can't get over it. Seeing Yi Linsheng hesitate, naturalist Shui Weidong said, "It will definitely work. We have made it foolproof." But this answer is obviously not satisfactory. There are many scientists among the people. Moreover, it has long been circulated among the people that humans cannot hide the aliens. And the audience is very wide. The people who were watching the live broadcast suddenly started to make a noise. At this time, Yi Linsheng spoke again. To be honest, the possibility of hiding it is not high. After saying this, Shui Weidong's face turned pale. This was a slap in his face in public. After a brief silence, the audience began to get excited again. Yi Linsheng waited until the crowd calmed down a little before saying, however, even if we can't hide it, what we did is meaningful. We turned the blue planet into a dead planet. A frozen planet that will not melt within 100 years. Aliens will also temporarily lose interest in the blue planet. We have won at least 100 years of development time for mankind. As long as we make good use of this 100 years, work hard, and strive to achieve technological breakthroughs, by then, even if aliens come again, we will be able to deal with them. This sentence calmed the excited crowd a little. Wang Yiheng added, what we have done has at least bought humanity an extra 100 years. That's enough. At this time, one of the civilian representatives spoke, Deputy Commander Yi. Experts. My name is Xiaoshan. An ordinary person who loves science. I have obtained information about Deputy Commander Yi before his rebirth from various channels. It is said that in Deputy Commander Yi's previous life, humans were destroyed by aliens, who threw a seed of a terrifying creature. Right? Yi Linsheng nodded, yes. The aliens threw a seed of a terrifying creature to the blue planet. The seed expanded rapidly, destroyed the creatures on the seabed, and then invaded the land, and finally killed all the creatures on the blue planet. Every time he recalled this time, Yi Linsheng still felt a little emotional. The collision between heaven and earth was indeed tragic, but being swallowed step by insects brought people a stronger excitement. I was lucky to escape this disaster because I hid underground. But he was found by aliens and died in the end. Yi Linsheng glanced at Xiaoshan. This also inspired me, and gave me the initial idea of letting humans hide underground. Xiaoshan's eyes became sharp. I think hiding underground like a mole is not the best solution. What we should do is to build the Great Wall, build millions of steel troops, and form a solid defense line to kill the terrifying creatures on the blue planet. This sentence immediately aroused great interest among people. This response method is also the most popular among the people, and has the widest influence. The person who proposed it was Xiaoshan. There are still 5 years before the aliens invade the blue star. With the strong cohesion and infrastructure capabilities of our Qin state, we can definitely do this. Xiaoshan's eyes were firm, giving people great confidence. This also won people's praise. Yi Linsheng shook his head slightly. You forgot one thing. The alien fleet is docked above the blue star, and their fleet is very large. They have mastered the ability of interstellar travel, while we have not yet left the solar system, and have not even landed on Mars. This is like our country back then, which was the richest and largest country in the world, but was defeated by a foreign fleet at sea and had to surrender. The reason lies in the backwardness of technology. In the face of the absolute technological gap, we have no chance of winning. Yi Linsheng's words also calmed the hot atmosphere in the venue. Moreover, they carefully prepared for 3 years before coming to Blue Star. Do you think they have no other means except for the terrifying creatures? Seeing Xiaoshan lowered his head to think, Yi Linsheng said, hiding underground is the safest and the best solution. Xiaoshan raised his head again. Are you sure that the aliens will abandon Blue Star? Yi Linsheng raised his head. Wait 2 more months, and we will know. Chapter 148 Removal of Luo Ji from the position of mayor. Ning Saixia added, please tell me in detail, how can we be sure that the aliens will really give up colonizing the blue planet? Around June 15, the alien exploration satellite will arrive at the blue planet. It will conduct a detailed investigation of the blue planet. If it thinks that the blue planet is a habitable planet, it will quickly fly away from the solar system and report to their home planet. Otherwise, the exploration satellite will continue to Venus and continue its exploration journey. Therefore, whether the alien detection satellite leaves directly or continues to move forward is an important basis for testing whether aliens have discovered us. Then wait for 2 months, and we will wait and see. Xiaoshan was obviously not convinced. 2 months later, It will be a critical period for Yi Linsheng. Whether he will continue to stay on the altar or fall. It depends on the movement of the alien detection satellite. The atmosphere in Jiahai City has gradually changed. A pair of invisible hands began to restrict people's actions. First of all items are distributed according to the supply system and per capita. Moreover, items cannot be traded privately. Because the real name system is adopted. Items can be collected by face recognition. Private transactions are severely cracked down. Of course, gifts are allowed. Paper money has completely withdrawn from the stage of history. It is replaced by contribution points. Outstanding contributors can get contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for luxury goods. As for luxury goods, they are no longer fruit phones, BB-8 cars, and brand name bags. Rather, it is something that cannot be reproduced, or the production scale has been reduced. For example, real meat, rare vegetables, green plants, pets, etc. There are also some consumables, such as fashion, accessories, or food brought down from the ground. Anyway, pure natural things are almost all luxury goods, and artificial synthetic things are distributed according to quantity. In the City Hall of Roger, new laws are promulgated almost every day. These laws even strictly regulate people's behavior. For example, spitting is no longer a moral constraint, but directly enters the law. Serious offenders may be sentenced to 3 to 7 days in prison or social service. These changes are quietly affecting people's behavior in life. Because of the harsh living environment and the tense situation, people accepted these changes without warning. Only Yi Linsheng felt that something was wrong, but he could not interfere. After all, because of the special nature of the underground city, each city has certain powers to restrain people's behavior. As long as we follow the Nirvana command in the general direction, there will be no problem. But Yi Linsheng always feels that Luo Ji is building an underground empire. An empire that belongs exclusively to him. At the tunnel excavation site, an engineer slowly climbed to the top, hammered on a nut, smeared engine oil on it, took an electric tool to dismantle it a few times. But it didn't work. So he slowly climbed down and looked for a handy tool in the toolbox. A balanced car slid over silently, and then stopped behind the engineer. "Are you alone?" They all went to install the projector. That's the important project. Ours doesn't count. The words revealed a bit of helplessness. The huge shield machine actually began to rust. The construction site lacked air conditioning, the temperature was very high, and it was humid, so the shield machine, which should have been well maintained, showed a lot of signs of rust. "When did you start digging the tunnel?" Yi Linsheng reached out and touched the body of the shield machine. Not only was there rust, but there was also dust. This indicates that this machine has not been cleaned for a long time. Who knows? "Are you not in a hurry?" "Who said not in a hurry?" The engineer raised his head angrily, but found that the person asking the question was Yi Linsheng, and quickly cheered up. "Deputy Commander Yi, I didn't know it was you." Yi Linsheng looked up at the head of the huge shield machine, which showed signs of long-term disuse. Yi Linsheng waved his hand. "How long has it been since it started working?" The engineer sighed. "When we first came in, we dug about a mile, and then we started to overhaul." The engineer dropped the tools in his hand, and has been overhauling until now. Moreover, there are only 2 of us engineers in charge of technology for such a large project, and we didn't even send a helper. I don't know what the captain is thinking. Yi Linsheng's heart sank. This is intentional. The captain is Maozi, and Maozi is the one who trusts Luo Ji the most. "Where is your captain?" "He is installing the projector." The mayor said that the projector should cover the entire dome, there should be no flaws, and people should not be distracted. The engineer must have been very frustrated, and he said a lot of things in one breath. Yi Linsheng stepped on the balance bike and set off again. The southwest corner of the central dome. Maozi was drilling holes in the stone with sweat all over his forehead. The dust was everywhere, and he was particularly conspicuous under the light. "Mezi?" Maozi was shocked. Only people from the last sect would call him Maozi. He looked up and saw Yi Linsheng at a glance. "Old Yi." "Deputy Commander Yi." Maozi put down the electric drill a little awkwardly, and wiped his hands on his body helplessly. This scene reminded Yi Linsheng of the time when he met Maozi at the prison gate. He looked ordinary, but he was an experienced thief. The image of Maozi is extremely deceptive. However, Maozi now looks a little alienated. Yi Linsheng suppressed the prepared scolding. He wanted to find out what Maozi was thinking. "I just went to the tunnel construction site, and found that you have stopped working for a long time. Yi Lingqing's tone was very gentle, trying not to cause Maozi's disgust. Maozi's face became wrinkled and bitter. Yi Lingqing was very familiar with this look. This was Maozi's look when he was in trouble. Yes. I told Mayor Luo many times. But Mayor Luo said that improving people's livelihood is the most important thing now. After everyone adapts to life in the underground city, it will not be too late to start digging tunnels. After all, these tunnels will not be open for several years or decades. But the people hope to open them as soon as possible. Don't you think so? I know that too. I told Mayor Luo that we should work overtime. Half of the workers would continue to dig, and the other half would maintain the underground city. Maozi shook his head. But it's not possible. Mayor Luo scolded me. So I had to. Yi Lingqing understood that Maozi was a big thief. But he was always embarrassed in front of Yi Lingqing and Luo Ji. Whether he was lying or not, it could be seen at a glance. It was probably because Maozi respected scientists and leaders the most. Maozi did not lie now. Which also showed that the root of all this came from Luo Ji. Mayor's office. Luo Ji was reading a pile of documents. And he didn't even notice Yi Lingqing coming in. Mayor Luo, I want to have a good chat with you. Luo Ji raised his head. His originally calm eyes, after seeing that the person coming was Yi Lingqing, immediately became alert. Okay, let's chat. He picked up the phone on the table. Postpone my schedule. No one should come in without my order. Also, bring me a cup of coffee. Yi Lingqing silently watched Luo Ji do all this. Since entering the underground city, Rogi completely gave up the research project in his hands and concentrated on being the mayor. Moreover, he worked very hard and seriously. Except for the pitiful amount of sleep time every day, the rest of the time was spent on handling official business. Even when eating, he would listen to reports and never be idle. But now, he turned down all the work and concentrated on talking with Yi Lingqing. Obviously, he knew something about Yi Lingqing's intention. I am going to use my right of recall to recall you from the position of mayor. Yi Lingqing's tone was very calm. This was his decision after careful consideration. He found that he could no longer control Luo Ji. Now the entire management basically belonged to Luo Ji. The most surprising thing was Shuolia. She was originally an important figure sent by the Nirvana command to check and balance him. But now she has actually begun to stand on the side of Luo Ji. Many personnel appointments and dismissals were ordered by Shuolia herself. Because of the cooperation between Shuolia and Luo Ji, all managers who disagreed with Luo Ji were transferred. If he didn't take action, the entire Jianhai underground city would be completely controlled by Luo Ji. But Luo Ji's motives were very suspicious. He wanted to build an independent underground city, an ideal underground city. Luo Ji was also very calm, and seemed not surprised at all by Yi Lingqing's words. You are still the same Yi Lingqing, not changed at all? Oh, what do you mean? Yi Lingqing was a little uneasy. Luo Ji's reaction surprised him a little. You still remember to inform me in advance, which shows that you still value our previous friendship. Luo Ji smiled rarely. There was a hint of sincerity in the smile. Don't you want to ask me why? Okay. Why? Rogi's tone was too relaxed, making Yi Lingqing feel bad. However, it has come to this point, and Yi Lingqing must make it clear. Because you are deviating from the requirements of the Nirvana command, and are building an independent kingdom. Yi Lingqing said sternly. An independent kingdom that belongs exclusively to you. Rogi's face regained its calmness. Everything I do now is within the scope of the regulations. That's because I am. If I wasn't the inspector, you would have managed this dungeon according to your own ideas. Luo Ji's eyes suddenly became sharp. So, you noticed it at the beginning. And then you lowered your position. Did not go to the core dungeon. But came here to be an inspector who could dismiss me at any time. Yi Lingqing took a deep breath. No. I don't want to dismiss you. I just don't want you to go the wrong way. The dungeon is not your personal property. It belongs to all the people. You have no right to decide how others should live. Even if life is a mess, you are not allowed to change it. Rogi's tone became aggressive. Yi Lingqing did not speak. He wanted to hear Rogi's voice. The system on the ground is no longer suitable for the underground. On the contrary, there is a very good system that can better adapt to the situation in the underground city. Rogi became excited. We should follow the trend and change our management methods. When encountering professional problems, Rogi will be very involved and easily excited. Now Rogi obviously regards the management of the underground city as a science. Sure enough, you are very dangerous. Yi Lingqing stood up and walked towards the office door. It is right to dismiss you. You can't leave. Rogi regained his calmness, and his voice became cold. Chapter 149, Luo Ji's Utopian World Concept. The door opened, and 2 soldiers stood at the door. Yi Linsheng suddenly realized, so, you already knew why I came to you. He then remembered that Luo Ji's words just now were very strange. He said that he would turn down all the work. But then he added that he wanted a cup of coffee. When he heard this, Yi Linsheng felt a little strange. Because Luo Ji never drank coffee. He said that caffeine would affect his judgment. Now Yi Linsheng understood that the so-called request for coffee should be a code word. Luo Ji had prepared for this day long ago. And even prepared a code word. Yes. Luo Ji did not deny it. Don't you want to hear my reasons? Anyway, he couldn't get out. So Yi Linsheng was not in a hurry. And sat down. You have been on guard against me for a long time. Right? Since you talked to me last time. I knew that one day you would ruin my big plan. Luo Ji said seriously. I can't put people in danger because of you. Yi Linsheng didn't get angry but laughed. Put people in danger? Luo Ji nodded. Yi Linsheng. In fact, you and I are the same kind of people. You used to look like a mercenary businessman. And I was just a scholar who only cared about theories. It seems that we have nothing to do with those great people who have compassion for the world. Yi Linsheng was silent. But you are like me in your heart. You both have the world in your heart. So you will spare no effort to save all mankind. Even if you are ruined. You and I are really similar. We both work hard to achieve our goals. Regardless of the means and cost. And try our best to accomplish them. Yi Linsheng said coldly. It's different. My goal is to save humanity. Your goal is just for yourself. Luo Ji did not refute. He sat down and poured Yi Linsheng a cup of tea. Let me ask you. If the alien probe left directly on June 15th, would you think you were wrong? No. I insist that I am right. Me too. You think you are saving the people. And I think I am saving the people. Restricting people's behavior. Creating a closed circle. High-pressure management. These are not saving the people. Yi Linsheng said fiercely. Luo Ji said calmly. On the contrary. This is exactly the only way to save mankind. He stared at Yi Linsheng. You and I both know that even if the aliens don't discover humans this time, they will come in the future. If we humans can't catch up with them in technology at the fastest speed, we are destined to fall behind and be beaten. And finally be eliminated. He began to get excited. Which is also his common problem. Once he enters the academic field, he will start to become serious and stubborn. All previous management methods have great flaws. Whether they are Eastern or Western. Because they cannot lead to rapid technological progress. What humans are most enthusiastic about is not promoting social progress. Promoting technological progress. Whether it is the League of Nations or the managers of various countries. What they are most willing to do is not these. But internal fighting. If people don't fight each other, we might have discovered the secret of interstellar travel by now. Roger stood up suddenly. It is because of internal fighting. Internal fighting between countries. Internal fighting between factions. Internal fighting between sects. Internal fighting between races. Internal fighting between genders. Etc. Etc. Which consumes countless of our precious resources. This is the biggest obstacle to our progress. Roger waved his fist fiercely. Humanity has entered the most dangerous time. Aliens may come back at any time. Our only way out is to achieve a major breakthrough in technology. We should now give up all the meaningless infighting and devote all our efforts to developing our technology. So that mankind can have a way out. Yi Linsheng shook his head slightly. You locked me up here. Isn't that infighting? Luo Ji's eyes became fanatical. That is to stop the infighting. And it is a necessary measure. He seemed to feel his own loss of composure. And his tone became calm again. Have you heard of Utopia? I know a little. Yi Linsheng understood a little. That is an illusory fantasy country, which cannot be realized. That is because there are no conditions for realization. Luo Ji retorted. Some people have built utopian imaginary countries before. But they all failed without exception. And they failed miserably. Yi Linsheng said. First of all, their ideas are wrong. They are pursuing a spiritual utopia. Luo Ji said calmly. What we have built is a scientific utopia. The purpose of everyone's work in life is to develop technology. This is the only way for mankind to save itself. Secondly, their location is also wrong. It is impossible to build a real utopian world without being isolated from the secular world. Luo Ji pointed to his feet. The current conditions are the best way to realize the ideal country. Here is the best place to be isolated from the world. Such unique conditions is the best opportunity. Yi Linsheng was silent for a while before he looked up and said, "It seems that you have been planning this for a long time. So, you are unwilling to continue digging the tunnel. You just want to build Jianhai underground city into a closed world." "Yes, I had this idea since the first day you found me," Luo Ji said proudly. "In the eyes of outsiders, I am a physicist, but I think I am a physical philosopher. Science is the only truth in this world. As for religion and institutions, they are just byproducts of the development of science and must be abandoned. When you finished describing the end of the world, I knew that the best opportunity to build a utopian country exclusively for the scientific world had come." Luo Ji's eyes were bright, and he looked crazy. "Did you also carefully select the members of the end of the world?" "Yes. They are all great people who are willing to devote themselves to science," Luo Ji said firmly. "They don't actually believe in the end of the world you said. Nor do they believe that you are reborn. I convinced them, and promised to give them a pure scientific research environment, so that they can conduct scientific experiments as they please, without having to worry about funding, people's opinions, or being led by outsiders. Did you convince Shualia? She is a real lunatic." Luo Ji's eyes showed a trace of fear. "She wants to build a spiritual utopia. In order to check and balance you, I can only cooperate with her temporarily." Yi Linsheng understood everything. "But I don't quite understand. Why did you send Luo Qingyu, Xiao Dao, Lao Chong, and your group of cronies to other dungeons?" Luo Ji turned his head and stared at Yi Linsheng. "You seem to be planning something too?" Yi Linsheng did not answer, but stood up and straightened his clothes. "What are you going to do with me?" Luo Ji showed a hint of hesitation. "I can only lock you up." "Lock you up for life?" "No need. The earliest could be June 15th, the latest could be mid-July." "June 15th? Yi Linsheng's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Did you do something? Report the whereabouts of humans to aliens?" Luo Ji was furious. "How is it possible? How could I be so stupid? My enemy is not you, but aliens." Seeing that Yi Linsheng was still confused, he explained, "According to our analysis, the probability of aliens discovering us is more than 90%. So, after June 15, all your efforts will fail, and your prestige will fall to the bottom. At that time, we will propose to remove your supervisory post, and the people will also pour their dissatisfaction on you. At that time, you will no longer be a threat to us. There is no point in confining you." Yi Linsheng asked faintly, "What if the aliens don't find us?" "We will also pull you down from the altar and depose you." Luo Ji did not hide his intentions at all. "Don't you realize that the TV debates and some rumors in the market are all very unfavorable to you? Your image is collapsing bit by bit." Luo Ji was a little complacent. "When the time is right, we will pull you down from the altar. At that time, you are free. However, you were just an ordinary person at that time." Yi Linsheng took a deep breath and walked towards the door. "Let's go. I just need to rest for a while." The place where he was confined was very quiet. Except for the people who delivered food, no one came. This reminded Yi Linsheng of the time when he was detained by the security bureau. The difference was that Yi Linsheng was full of confidence at that time. But now Yi Linsheng was a little uneasy. "It's time to eat." A lunch box was handed in from the window. Yi Linsheng took the lunch box, but felt that the voice was very familiar. "Shu Weiman? Deputy Commander Yi?" Both of them were surprised. "Why are you locked up?" Shu Weiman obviously couldn't believe his ears. He knew that the person who was locked up was a big shot, but he didn't expect that he was the biggest shot. Luo Ji did it. "Yes." Yi Linsheng finally spoke. He opened the lunch box, and there was boiled cabbage inside. This is a scarce commodity nowadays, and can only be obtained by contribution points. At least in terms of treatment, Luo Ji did not abuse Yi Linsheng. Why? Because he wants to establish an independent kingdom. Yi Linsheng's heart moved. Shu Weiman is a person who can be won over. As long as he can get out of here, he can get in touch with the Nirvana Command, and thus formally remove Luo Ji from the position of mayor. Although Luo Ji has placed his own people in important positions. But as long as the Nirvana Command issues an order, Luo Ji will be dismissed soon. Whether it is the Security Bureau or the military, they are willing to obey the unified leadership of the Nirvana Command. Luo Ji cannot change this. Independent kingdom? Shu Weiman was a little surprised. "Old Shu, help me out. I want to stop his behavior," Yi Linsheng said. Shu Weiman looked around and said, after confirming that there was no one here, Impossible. The guards here are tight. If you want to get out of here, you must get the personal confirmation of Mayor Luo and the chief of the security bureau. Old Shu. Luo Ji is in danger now. Everything he does now may turn Jianhai Underground City into his independent kingdom. Shu Weiman looked at Yi Linsheng with a strange look. It is his independent kingdom now. Chapter 150 Reinforcements. It's different, he will. Shu Weiman interrupted him. I understand what you said. Luo Ji wants to control people's minds, want to build a pure idealized paradise. Yi Linsheng was excited. Yes, that's what I mean. This tendency is very dangerous. Can it be more dangerous than you destroying the world? Hearing this, Yi Linsheng was choked. He found that he had nothing to say. What he did before was more absurd than what Luo Ji is doing now. At least, it's wrong for him to imprison me. Isn't it? Yi Linsheng thought of a breakthrough. As a police officer, shouldn't you uphold justice? Shu Weiman. At least you should help me get out. Shu Weiman didn't answer, but knocked on the window. Eat quickly. I'll take the lunch box away after eating. Moon base. Shin Yuxing observed the situation of Blue Star through the window. Blue Star can no longer be called Blue Star. It has nothing to do with blue now. The entire planet is wrapped in a thick layer of dust. You can see with the naked eye that the climate on the blue planet is terrible. One after another. Huge storm eyes are constantly generated, and then disappear. They are generated again, and then disappear again. This cycle continues. Now the blue planet has become a planet where no life can be seen. In space, a long stick-like alien probe has arrived in the orbit of the blue planet. It will stay in the blue planet's space orbit for 10 days. 10 days later. It is their most important task to see clearly whether the alien probe stays or goes. Boss, do you think we can keep it a secret? Wen Xuesong asked nervously. On the surface of the blue planet, there are either hurricanes or acid rain, which is not suitable for living at all. Even if we go back in spacesuits, we probably won't last more than 2 days. We can definitely keep it a secret in such a harsh environment. He said it with certainty. But Shin Yuxing felt very uneasy. Their mission is to build a lunar base and carefully observe the actions of aliens from the moon. This mission is very difficult. People on the ground cannot see the alien exploration satellite. Everything depends on these 3 people on the lunar base. 10 days later, if the alien exploration satellite continues to fly towards Venus, humans can breathe a sigh of relief. However, if the alien exploration satellite directly leaves the solar ecliptic plane and leaves the solar system, it means that human self-mutilation has failed. Everything depends on what happens in 10 days. Core Underground City. In the Nirvana Command Center, Mr. Zeng put down the phone with doubts. It's a bit strange. Every time I look for Yi Linsheng, he is either sleeping or in a meeting. It should be okay. Chang Guangxiong put down the information in his hand and said tiredly. Maybe Yi Linsheng doesn't want to answer the phone. After all, it's a sensitive period now. Mr. Zeng nodded thoughtfully. It's possible. I can see that although Xiao Yi always sticks to his ideas on the surface, he is actually very weak in his heart. If destroying the blue planet can't fool the aliens, the pressure of public opinion will completely crush him. No one spoke anymore. The atmosphere became strangely quiet. The 2 people were obviously worried. Finally, Chang Guangxiong spoke again. Mr. Zeng, you say, can we keep it secret? Mr. Zeng didn't answer directly. Even if we can't keep it secret, I think Yi Linsheng is right. Sitting and waiting for death is not the characteristic of our nation. Mr. Zeng emphasized this sentence deliberately, as if to increase his confidence. Chang Guangxiong saw Zeng Lao's uneasiness. I am worried about Shiya's situation. Zeng Lao stopped talking. If it hadn't been concealed, humanity would have blamed Yi Linsheng for the destruction of the world. This was also a huge stimulus for Yi Linsheng. Can we see alien detection satellites? Zeng Lao changed the subject. No. Our previous detection methods need to actively emit various radio waves, light waves, sound waves, etc. Equipment that passively receives signals has limited effect. Chang Guangxiong sighed. If there is a sky eye, if it is improved, maybe some signals can be received. Unfortunately, the sky eye was blown up at the first opportunity. After all, the target was too conspicuous. It is possible to discover the existence of the sky eye by direct observation from space. Fortunately, we have established a lunar base, and through a short window period, we have also confirmed that the base has been built. We can only rely on the few people in the lunar base. Mr. Zeng understood. By the way, how is the preparation of the receiving team? Ready, The soldiers in several underground cities near the landing site have conducted several adaptation trainings. It should be fine. Jianhai Underground City. The sky is shining with blue sky and white clouds, and occasionally dark clouds gather, and then some scattered rain falls, lowering the temperature under the dome. This is one of the comfort solutions that Luo Ji vigorously promotes. It turns out that the effect is very good. Although the simulation is not so real, it makes people feel good. At least, it is not as depressing as before. But the people walking on the road are still a little solemn. That's because, in a few days, the results will come out. Whether it is meaningful or meaningless for humans to hide in the underground city, it will be clear at that time. The streets are clean and bright. The light in Jianhai Underground City is obviously brighter than other underground cities, even close to sunlight. Because according to the experience of psychologists, bright light makes people happy. Dim light makes people feel depressed. A clean and tidy ground can also make people feel happy. These are the details that Luo Ji focused on. Xu Weimin still walked, and quickly crossed the streets. Without the help of the balance bike, the journey that was supposed to take 20 minutes took Xu Weimin more than an hour. This section of the road made Xu Weimin feel like he was back in his childhood. There were no bright lights and luxuriously decorated shops on both sides of the road. All the stores were small-scale stores, with just an ordinary sign. The stores were mainly consumer goods, with some electronic game arcades interspersed. This kind of video game arcade disappeared 30 years ago. But now it has reappeared. It is an important place for people to relieve stress. Although there are computers, mobile phones, and online games still exist. However, people's mood has changed. Because there is no certain future. People now play games no longer for long-term gaming experience, but for simple and rough instant bursts. Therefore, the old-fashioned video game arcade that plays every few minutes has become a good tool for relieving stress. There are many small cinemas on the roadside that look like old video halls. Nowadays, cinemas cannot have any new movies, so they only play old movies. People who miss life on the ground can spend some allocated movie tickets to reminisce. If movie tickets are no longer available, you can also use contribution points to buy them. But contribution points are too expensive, so people generally prefer to trade in kind on the black market in exchange for movie tickets. Because of various measures, Jianhai Underground City is the best developed among all the underground cities in the world. Not only are supplies sufficient, but people's mental outlook is much better than other cities. Therefore, the experience of Jianhai Underground City is being promoted to the whole world. Take out your mobile phone, swipe a movie ticket. Xu Weimin walked into the small screening room. There are not many people inside. It is theoretically daytime now. Most people are at work. In the dim light, Xu Weimin found his target, and then walked over and sat down. Long time no see. Ning Saixia tilted her head slightly. It's been a long time, more than a year. The lights dimmed, and the big screen began to play the movie. You suddenly asked me to come here. Is there something? Ning Saixia asked. Yi Linqing asked me to come. Xu Weimin couldn't stand Yi Linqing's nagging, and finally decided to help him. He just wanted to pass the message to Ning Saixia, and the mission would be completed. This was not a violation of his duties. Why didn't he come by himself? He was imprisoned, Xu Weimin said. Ning Saixia was stunned for a moment. He is an inspector. Who can imprison him? Luo Ji. Ning Saixia stopped talking. If there is anyone who can imprison Yi Linqing, it is undoubtedly Luo Ji. What does Yi Linqing want to say? He hopes you will notify the Nirvana command to remove Luo Ji from the position of mayor. Why do you want to remove him? Ning Saixia was puzzled. I know that Luo Ji's ideas conflict with Yi Linqing's, but Luo Ji seems to be doing well. Why do you want to remove him? Yi Linqing said that everything Luo Ji is doing now is just a prelude. Luo Ji will definitely have more powerful means in the future. He will build an independent kingdom with highly centralized management. Then, he conducted some experiments on his philosophical ideas. This is very dangerous. Xu Weimin shrugged. That's all I know. I can't remember any more. Ning Saixia stood up. Keep watching, and leave after you finish. Until Ning Saixia walked out, Xu Weimin didn't even look at her. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the city, and he had to be very secretive. The name of the movie is The Three-Body Problem, and some of the content in it seems to be somewhat similar to the real situation. This made Xu Weimin very interested. Datong Town Underground City. Luo Qingyu looked at a document sent from the Nirvana Command headquarters and hesitated. This document requires each underground layer to learn from the advanced experience of Jianhai Underground City and strive to improve the living environment. As the inspector of Datong Town Underground City, Luo Qingyu has the responsibility to supervise the implementation of various measures. Mayor Zhu Tianming walked in with an anxious look. Inspector Luo, these measures are difficult to implement. I heard that Jianhai Underground City installed so many projectors and repaired the dome because it stopped tunnel excavation. We can't stop the tunnel digging work. Or you asked Deputy Commander Yi, what should we do? Luo Qingyu picked up the phone. She also wanted to ask Yi Linxing, but she felt very wronged. Yi Linxing arranged her to be an inspector here without asking for her opinion at all. Moreover, since coming here, Yi Linxing has not called her once. You know, before the underground tunnel is opened, she will never see Yi Linxing again. However, it will take more than 10 years to open the underground city between Jianhai Underground City and Datong Town. It is impossible. In addition, the tunnel digging work of Jianhai Underground City is stagnant, and it is really a long way to go for the two to meet. This made her very resentful of Yi Linxing. Chapter 151 Luo Qingyu's Sadness. She hesitated and put down the phone again. Zhu Tianming knew Luo Qingyu's thoughts. He sighed, turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Luo Qingyu mustered up her courage and dialed Yi Linxing's mobile number again. Beep beep. A prompt tone came from the phone. The user you dialed is turned off. Luo Qingyu frowned. Yi Linxing never turned off his mobile phone. Even when he was sleeping, he would turn the ringtone to the maximum. All this seemed unusual. She immediately called Yi Linxing's office. Hello, this is the Jianhai Underground City Inspectorate office. Please leave a message if you have any questions. The phone kept ringing for a minute, and then it was hung up. Luo Qingyu hung up the phone in confusion. No one answered the phone. This was a little too strange. However, it was normal to think about it. Yi Linxing's new assistant was Zhuolia, and Zhuolia also served as the director of the personnel department of Jianhai Underground City. She should be very busy. Luo Qingyu smiled apologetically at Zhu Tianming. Mayor Zhu, they may be very busy now. I'll contact you later. I'll let you know if there's any news. Watching Mayor Zhu leave, Luo Qingyu felt very uneasy. All this is very abnormal. Jianhai Underground City. Yi Linxing lay on the bed thinking about the future. This is the second time he has been detained. The first time, Yi Linxing was very confident in himself. But this time, Yi Linxing was a little lacking in confidence. Because there is no standard to measure who is right and who is wrong. Unlike the last time, the appearance of the alien detection satellite meant his victory. There was a noise outside the door. And after a while, there was the sound of the door opening. This was the first time since Yi Linxing came in. He stood up and walked quickly to the door. It was Xu Weiman who came forward. Yi Linxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Xu Weiman has spread the news. And the Nirvana Command should have the news. And Luo Ji will have to let him go. The door opened, and Xu Weiman walked in. However, strangely, Xu Weiman was not wearing a police uniform, but a casual outfit. On the construction site, Maozi used pliers to cut the wire, and swiftly got down from the ladder. The phone had been ringing for a while. If I didn't answer it, the caller would probably explode. Qingyu sister, is there anything? Luo Qingyu's hurried voice came. I can't get through to Yi Linxing's cell phone, nor can I get through to his office phone. When was the last time you saw him? Maozi was stunned for a moment. Qingyu sister, I'm just the leader of the engineering team now, and I don't usually see him. The last time I saw him was a month ago. Yi Linxing would never leave his phone unattended for such a long time. Nor would he leave the office phone unanswered. Something must have happened to him. Think of a way to find him. Maozi hesitated. Why not find your brother? I have found him. He said Yi Linxing is now supervising a new project. And there is no signal at the construction site. New project? Maozi frowned. He is the head of the engineering team. If there is a new project, wouldn't he know about it? There seems to be something wrong here. Our construction sites are all covered by signals. Except for the excavation site. And the excavation site has been shut down for a long time. Maozi turned his head to look at the construction surface of the excavation site. And sighed again in his heart. The shield machine is almost rusted. But it has been idle. It's really heartbreaking. I feel that my brother is hiding something from me. Can you think of a way to find Yi Linxing? Okay. Maozi hesitated for a moment. However, I am in a low position, and I may not be able to find him. Just do your best. After hanging up the phone, Mao thought about how to find Yi Linsheng. Fortunately, Yi Linsheng's office is not far from here, and I will go there after get off work. Luo Qingyu hung up the phone, feeling very uneasy. This phenomenon is too strange. She knows very well that Yi Linsheng is a workaholic. He never leaves his phone, not to mention not turning it on, for such a long time. And it's obviously not a problem with the line, because Mao and Luo Ji's phone calls can be connected. But Luo Ji's answer was vague. No one knows Luo Ji better than Luo Qingyu. Once he goes crazy, it will be fatal. She was worried whether Luo Ji and Yi Linsheng had a falling out. Yi Linsheng was locked up by Luo Ji. Thinking of this, she hesitated again and finally called Ning Saixia. If she was not forced into a corner, she really didn't want to call Ning Saixia. This girl was her biggest rival in love. Moreover, she was also in the underground city of Jianhai City. Whenever she thought of this, she felt uncomfortable. However, she had to make this call, because she felt that Yi Linsheng had encountered a problem. I can't get through to Yi Linsheng. Do you know what's going on with him now? Luo Qingyu asked. Oh, do you have something to talk to him about? Yes, I want to ask about the opinions issued by the Nirvana Command to learn from the Jianhai underground city. Luo Qingyu couldn't directly say that she was concerned about Yi Linsheng's safety, so she had to use work as an excuse. He's taking a shower. Wait until he comes out, I'll tell him for you. Boom, Luo Qingyu felt like the sky was falling. Ning Saixia was telling her that Yi Linsheng was already with her. Otherwise, why was Ning Saixia by Yi Linsheng's side when he was taking a shower? However, Luo Qingyu was unwilling to give up. What happened to his phone? It's broken. I have arranged for workers to fix it. He is now using my phone to work. Ning Saixia's tone was a little impatient. Wait for him to come out. I will ask him to call you back using my phone. This? Forget it. I just asked casually. Luo Qingyu hung up the phone. Her heart was filled with sadness. She felt that she had lost Yi Linsheng, and it might be forever. Thinking of this, she felt heartbroken. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. It turned out that Yi Linsheng had asked her to come to Datong Town, but arranged for Ning Saixia to go to Jianhai underground city. All this had a special purpose. Yi Linsheng must have chosen Ning Saixia a long time ago and gave up on her. So he arranged for her to go to Datong Town on the pretext of something. And he deliberately didn't answer her phone calls. It must be like this. Only in this way can it be explained. Mao put away his tools and prepared to go out with them on his back. Mao, let's go have a drink together. A familiar voice came. Mao was refreshed. Mayor Luo, you are here. Don't call me Mayor, just call me Lao Luo. Luo Ji had a rare smile on his face. Let's go, I'll treat you. I haven't eaten natural meat for a long time. Let's have a good drink today. Along the way, passers-by who recognized Luo Ji greeted Luo Ji respectfully, and Luo Ji responded with a smile. This gave Mao an illusion that the current Luo Ji was not the Luo Ji he knew. In his impression, Luo Ji had never laughed as much as he did today. A bowl of braised pork, a bottle of white wine, and a plate of water spinach. Hearing the names of the dishes, Mao's eyes widened. These were common dishes on the ground, but they were even more precious than delicacies in the underground city. Don't worry. It's not public money. It's my contribution points, Luo Ji said casually. It's been a long time since we've been together. Luo Ji also talked a lot, thinking back to the past. Yi Linsheng, Xiao Dao, Lao Chong, and my sister Qingyu, plus you and me, those days were hard, but they were really happy and fulfilling. Mao's heart moved, and he blurted out, why don't we call Xiao Yi? I haven't seen him for a long time. He wanted to test where Yi Linsheng was. Was there really a conflict with Luo Ji? Luo Ji's eyes flickered, but he said in a relaxed and casual tone, you don't know yet? Yi Linsheng insisted on attending the training of the receiving team in person. I can't stop him either. Mao understood it immediately. The support team is the special operations team that sets out to search for the lunar return capsule. The mission is arduous, and extremely difficult, and extremely dangerous. As an inspector, it's not appropriate for him to go into battle personally. Right? Mao said casually. Rogi's eyes were sharp again, but it flashed away, and he became casual again. You know he's not. If he doesn't grasp the whereabouts of the aliens in the first place, he can't eat and sleep. Mao nodded. He knew Yi Linsheng too well. A man who seemed cynical, but actually cared about the world. Yi Linsheng was very persistent in doing things. Once he set his goal, No matter how difficult or dangerous it was, he would move forward bravely. Joining the support team seemed to be Yi Linxing's favorite thing to do. I hope he's okay. I wish everyone is okay. Luoji raised his glass. My sister called him yesterday. But Yi Linxing didn't let me tell her the truth. Luoji drank the wine in one gulp. You know, the environment outside is very bad. Do you remember Jianhai TV Tower? Yes. It was the tallest building in the past. Maozi also took a sip of wine. It had been a long time since he could drink with Luoji like this. When we evacuated, only the upper part of it was blown up. We planned to keep the lower part to see if it could be rebuilt on the original site in the future. After all, it is the landmark building of our Jianhai city. But, what's the matter? Maozi stopped picking up the food. In just these few months, it was corroded by acid rain. Luoji sighed. Last time we arranged for someone to investigate the situation on the ground, we found that all traces of human beings were almost corroded by acid rain and volcanic ash. Luoji picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks for Maozi. Yi Linxing went to join the support team, which is very dangerous. He was afraid that Qingyu would worry. So he repeatedly told me not to tell Qingyu. I had no choice but to lie. Maozi understood. Qingyu also called me just now and asked me to find out where Yi Linxing was. Luoji's eyes became a little sharp. Oh, what did you say? What can I say? I haven't seen him for a long time. Maozi said honestly. Luoji raised his head and stared at Maozi. Are you blaming us for not arranging a good position for you? No. No. Maozi waved his hands quickly. I am only grateful to you and Xia. How dare I complain? If it weren't for you, I'd be a thief now. I wouldn't be able to find my daughter. And I wouldn't be able to start a family. As if to prove his words, he raised his hand and swore, I'm very satisfied with my current life. Luoji suddenly showed a cunning look. Have you ever thought about having another child with Aunt Song? No. No. We just live together. Maozi waved his hands in panic. It doesn't matter. With your contribution, I can apply for a fertility quota for you. Luoji said. This backdoor can still be used. The fertility quotas in Jianhai City's underground city are issued on demand. Without the quota, it is strictly forbidden to have children without permission. Maozi's face turned red. Watching Maozi leave, Luoji's eyes became sharp. He picked up the phone and dialed. Always pay attention to Maozi's phone calls. If there are any calls from outside the city, you must record them and notify me immediately. He stepped on the balance bike carefully and started driving towards the office. Chapter 152 failed. The alien detection satellite left the detention room. The door of the cell was closed again. Yi Linxing had a bad feeling in his heart. You are imprisoned? Xu Weiman looked at Yi Linxing speechlessly. He just helped Yi Linxing pass a message to Ning Caixia, but he was locked up here. And he was locked up in the same cell with Yi Linxing. This is very telling. It seems that Ning Caixia has been captured by Luoji. Yi Linxing sat down, with a heavy heart. Are we going to be locked up forever? Xu Weiman felt wronged. He just helped Yi Linxing pass on a message. No. At the earliest. 10 days later. At the latest. In mid-July. Yi Linxing sighed. His reaction was still a little slow. Although he had predicted that Luoji's motives were impure, he still underestimated Luoji. Luoji's speed and cruelty were much faster than he expected. That's good. Xu Weiman lay down on the bed opposite. I haven't slept well for a long time. Anyway, I can't go out, so I'll have a good sleep. With a little bit of alcohol. Maozi rode a balance bike to the residential functional area. It had been a long time since I had a drink, which made Maozi very comfortable. He bent down to pick up the balance bike. And just as he was about to go upstairs, he suddenly stopped. He just remembered that Luoji's behavior today was too strange. He just received a call from Luo Qingyu. And Luoji showed up. And he even invited him to drink for the first time. You know, Luoji is a busy man now. The city hall issues new regulations almost every day. And these regulations are not spoken casually, but are carefully drafted. Moreover, Luoji is a management maniac. From the formulation of laws and regulations to the distribution of materials, he has to handle everything personally. How could he be so free to come to me for a drink? All this is too strange. Moreover, when he talked about Yi Linxing, he was too deliberate. This shows that Yi Linxing really has a problem. He picked up the phone and dialed Luo Qingyu's number. Qingyu's sister. I have something to tell you. What is it? Luo Qingyu's tone is very bad compared to her attitude in the morning. Something may have really happened to Yi Linsheng. It's none of my business. Luo Qingyu hung up the phone. This made Mao Zi very depressed. Oh my god, what's going on? Mao Zi shook his head. Women, you can never figure them out. The person involved didn't care, how could he? A peripheral person. Care? The moon base. The long stick-like detector appeared in the field of vision again. Shen Yuxing raised the telescope and observed carefully. Today is the 10th day. And the probe has clearly shown signs of leaving. There are traces of accelerated wake at its tail. As for where it is accelerating, it will be clear soon. Song Yuju. If it is heading to Venus. Which direction is it? Shen Yuxing asked. Facing the blue star. At the 3 o'clock direction. Song Yuju calculated and replied. What if it leaves the ecliptic plane? 12 o'clock direction. Hearing Song Yujiao's answer, Shen Yuxing's body trembled slightly. Because, according to the direction of the long stick flying, it was obvious that the tip was heading towards the 12 o'clock direction. The long stick-like aircraft began to accelerate continuously, and its speed was much faster than that of ordinary aircraft. Shen Yuxing put down the telescope in his hand, and felt his feet go weak. This is the moon, where the gravity is only 1/6 of that of the blue planet. It is almost impossible for your feet to go weak. But now Shen Yuxing felt his feet go weak. He couldn't even support his body. It's over, the alien probe is gone. The interior of the moon base suddenly became quiet. Song Yujia and Wen Shuesong both rushed over, raised their heads and telescopes, and looked into space. In the telescope, the long stick-like aircraft was flying above their heads. And above was the most direct direction to leave the ecliptic plane. According to Yi Linsheng, if an alien exploration satellite discovered traces of human activities, it would directly leave the solar system and then fly across time and space to leave here. Now, this alien probe is preparing to leave the solar system. This also indicates that the alien probe has discovered traces of humans. Humanity exposed. Everything humans do is meaningless. Destroying the blue planet is like a joke. It's like a vicious beggar trying to force pedestrians to pay by self-mutilation. But pedestrians just ignore him. Humanity has turned the blue planet into an uninhabitable planet, but the alien probe still discovered traces of humans and left in a hurry. Obviously, they are eager to pass the news of the discovery of human civilization to the aliens. What awaits mankind will be another destruction. What should we do, Captain? Wen Shuesong asked anxiously. Shen Yuxing calmed down. According to the plan, launch the return capsule. We will leave here separately to ensure that the information is accurately delivered to humans. There are a total of 5 return capsules in the lunar base, 2 of which are unmanned return capsules, and 3 are manned return capsules. This is also to be on the safe side. A few hours later, the first unmanned return capsule ignited and took off, flying towards the blue planet that had turned into a great planet. 10 minutes later, the second unmanned return capsule was also launched. Next was the return capsule carrying Song Yujiao. And then the return capsule carrying Wen Shuesong. The last to depart would be Shen Yuxing. His departure date is 1 month later. The reason for this arrangement is that they are worried that the bad ground environment will cause the return capsule to crash. Of the 5 return capsules, as long as one returns safely, it will be a victory. The message can be safely delivered to the ground. Watching the other return capsules take off safely, Shen Yuxing couldn't help but look at the long stick-shaped alien probe. The alien probe was extremely fast, had already escaped the gravity of the blue planet, and was flying towards deep space. In another month, it will arrive at the predetermined location, and then disappear completely in a cross-time and space manner. When the alien probe completely disappears, it will be Shen Yuxing's time to leave the moon. Jianhai Underground City. The expert group of the last religion is meeting. Luo Ji is making a series of work arrangements. For Luo Ji, now is the most critical time. Whether he can realize his ideal and build a utopian ideal country, it depends on this critical month. All this depends on the news sent back from the lunar base. If the aliens leave the solar system directly, Luo Ji will immediately start his action plan. If the aliens go to Venus, Luo Ji will use other means to start implementing his plan. The core of this plan is only one. That is to pull Yi Linsheng off the altar. If the alien probe directly leaves the solar system, it means that Yi Linsheng's plan has failed, and he will be besieged by angry people. Yi Linsheng will also fall from the position of God and become a sinner. And Luo Ji, there will be no one to restrain him, and he can fully exert his ambition. If the alien probe goes to Venus, it will be much more troublesome. He must use a month to use the power of the Navy to discredit Yi Linsheng and pull him off the altar. Luo Ji had no hatred towards Yi Linsheng himself. The reason why he went to great lengths to target Yi Linsheng was because Yi Linsheng was the biggest obstacle to his plan. If Yi Linsheng was not dethroned, his grand plan would not be realized. What is the situation on the ground? The situation is good at present. According to the scheduled time, the first return capsule should land in an hour. The scheduled landing site is near the core underground city, Professor Ma Xingkong said. Luo Ji's eyes turned to Ning Saixia. Director Ning, how is the manuscript you prepared? In terms of writing ability, all the experts here combined are not as good as Ning Saixia alone. She raised her beautiful face and said proudly, Mayor Luo, don't worry. No matter where the detection satellite goes, Yi Linsheng will be just an ordinary person from now on. Luo Ji nodded to Ning Saixia with satisfaction. Very good. Your economic model theory will be realized soon. Ning Saixia also smiled. Your ideal society will also be realized soon. Luo Ji turned his head and scanned everyone. The real dangerous time has come, and the possibility of us hiding it from the aliens is very small. What we need to do now is to catch up with alien technology in the shortest possible time. Detention room. The door opened. Luo Ji appeared at the door of the detention room. He greeted Yi Linsheng and even Xu Weiman. Seeing Luo Ji's look, Yi Linsheng understood. Did the alien probe leave the solar system? It left. Luo Ji handed Yi Linsheng a cigarette. This is a super luxury item nowadays, and Luo Ji only took one. I guess you need this. Yi Linsheng shook his head. I don't need cigarettes to refresh myself. Luo Ji handed the cigarette to Xu Weiman. Xu Weiman quickly waved his hand. He was not afraid of power, but the two people in front of him, one was a hero who saved humanity, the other was a big man who could decide his life and death. He had to maintain a respectful attitude. You can go now. Luo Ji took back the cigarette, carefully put it into an empty cigarette box, then pointed to the door to Xu Weiman. Xu Weiman was stunned for a moment. What about him? He needs protection. Xu Weiman understood a little. Since the aliens left the solar system directly, it means that Yi Linsheng's doomsday theory is useless. He is likely to become the target of public criticism. Yi Linsheng now does need protection. Xu Weiman stood up, tidied his wrinkled clothes, and walked out of the door. Don't go to the security bureau, go to the excavation face, you may be needed there. Luo Ji said slowly. Xu Weiman sighed, lowered his head, and left in a hurry. As long as he got involved with Yi Linsheng, something bad would happen to him. This made him very uncomfortable. He was originally casual, lazy but excellent. But now he became ordinary. Yi Linsheng looked up at the sky, as if he wanted to see through the roof, the dome and the volcanic ash, and looked directly into the space. His heart became gloomy. His efforts failed. Don't be sad. It's not time to fail yet. Luo Ji comforted him in return. Our efforts are definitely not in vain. Although the aliens have discovered us, they may not invade directly. After all, the blue planet is no longer a habitable planet. It is meaningless for them to invade now. And the cost is extremely high. So, we still have time. Chapter 153 Alien Weakness. Yi Linsheng was silent. Of course you don't have time. Luo Ji carefully put the cigarette box into his pocket. Now underground cities all over the world have erupted in protests against you. As far as I know, the Nirvana Command has begun to discuss your stay. Although Zheng Lao and Commander Chang Guangxiong insist on your stay, they will definitely not be able to withstand the pressure of public opinion, and you will soon step down. Luo Ji stood up. For your safety, I can only protect you first, so as not to be attacked by emotional people. Yi Linsheng sighed, although he had thought of this result a long time ago, but when it really happened, he still found it difficult to accept. Who are you going to let take my place? What do you think? Shualia? She is an ambitious girl. Luo Ji walked out of the door, and closed it with his backhand. Even older than her great-grandfather. Listening to Luo Ji's footsteps fading away, Yi Linsheng laid down. The worst thing happened. The whereabouts of human beings were exposed. What I did, is there any meaning? The core underground city. The meeting mentioned by Luo Ji is still going on. In the meeting, there are voices condemning Yi Linsheng, especially the representatives of the scientific community headed by the natural scientist Shurzui. Their criticism is even more severe. In their eyes, Yi Linsheng's actions are too hasty and crazy. Humans should have other ways to fight against the invasion of aliens. Instead of using such extreme means, using self-mutilation to hide the traces of human civilization that are impossible to hide. Just imagine, if we did not destroy the Blue Star, but built a space fleet, full-armed ground defense. With our strong infrastructure capabilities, we could still fight. Shirzui said angrily. Now we have lost all our foundations, even our living world, which puts us humans completely in a passive position. I propose to remove Yi Linsheng and investigate his crimes. Shirzui's proposal received overwhelming support from the meeting. Yi Linsheng supporters mainly come from the Yin religion, Zheng Lao, and Chan Guangxiong. Now the members of the Yin religion are all in the Jianghai underground city, and they can't protect themselves. Although Zheng Lao and Chan Guangxiong are the leaders, they can't help but take care of the public sentiment. After Zheng Lao and Chan Guangxiong discussed, they finally made a decision. Everyone, in view of everyone's unanimous request, we agreed to remove Yi Linsheng from his position. Luo Ji and the members of the Yin religion should also be removed, Shirzui said again. In contrast to the members of the Yin religion, Shirzui has the rigorous scientific attitude that a true scientist should have. So he really dislikes these crazy scholars of the Yin religion. Yes, get rid of all the people of the Yin religion. Many people agreed. Zheng Lao raised his hand and stopped everyone from speaking. Everyone. Jianghai Underground City is now the best developed underground city in the world. We are now launching an activity for all people to learn from Jianghai Underground City. This shows that Luo Ji is competent as the mayor. Moreover, everything today was not caused by the Yin religion, but by Yi Linsheng's own misjudgment, which caused the members of the Yin religion to make wrong judgments. We cannot expand the scope of the attack. At the same time, Jianghai Underground City cannot be in chaos. Yi Linsheng's position of inspector has been removed, and there must be a strong person to stabilize the overall situation. So Luo Ji cannot be removed. After hearing what Zheng Lao said, everyone stopped talking. Notify them immediately. Immediately, remove Yi Linsheng from all positions. Chan Guangxiong signed his name on the document, stamped it with the official seal, and handed it to the staff. Next, we will discuss future countermeasures. Jianghai Underground City. The door of the detention room opened again. This time, it was Ning Saixia who came in. She was wearing a beautiful dress, which highlighted her figure and charm. Her appearance was also carefully dressed up. Yi Linsheng, are you okay? Ning Saixia stood in the middle of the detention room, looked around. Her eyes suddenly turned red. You have been wronged. The environment here is too bad. Yi Linsheng sat up from the bed. His expression was indifferent. What are you doing here? Ning Saixia walked to Yi Linsheng's side and said softly, I am here to confess to you. Yi Linsheng looked at the woman in confusion. Last time you rejected me, saying that you cared about the world and put the safety of mankind first. You didn't have time to consider emotional issues. Ning Saixia sat down next to Yi Linsheng. Now, the safety of mankind is no longer your responsibility. You can consider me. Yi Linsheng frowned. I was dismissed? Ning Saixia took out a photocopied document and handed it to Yi Linsheng. Just last night, the Nirvana Command issued this document. I think I should bring it to you in person and accompany you through this difficult time. She reached out and held Yi Linsheng's hand. You can always trust me. Yi Linsheng gently moved his hand away and said sarcastically, You betrayed me? And you still told me to trust you? Ning Saixia lowered her head, bit her lips gently, and said after a while, I didn't betray you. I asked Xu Weiman to pass the message to you, and you sent Xu Weiman in. Isn't this a betrayal? I'm doing this for your own good. Yi Linsheng stood up, looking down at the girl whom he couldn't see through. I'm just curious. What did Luo Ji give you to make you willing to betray me and follow him? Ning Saixia reached out again, trying to grab Yi Linsheng's hand. I'm not betraying, I'm really doing this for your own good. Yi Linsheng dodged her hand. He really didn't expect Ning Saixia to betray him. Now she keeps saying that it's for her own good. Women, he really can't see through them. I admit that. The future country described by Luo Ji really attracted me. Moreover, Luo Ji knows me very well, knowing that I have been advocating a distribution-based economic model. He promoted me to be an economic official, and gave me a platform to realize my ideas. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Luo Ji and the scientists of the Yin religion said that we can't hide it from the aliens. Because humans are too disunited, there are too many loopholes left. Once people's dreams are broken, you are in danger. This situation is the best for you now. The managers of Jianghai Underground City are almost all members of the last religion. You will not be hurt here. Ning Saixia stood up and hugged Yi Linsheng from behind. You are an ordinary person now. So there is no need to take the safety of all mankind alone. Now, you can consider accepting me. I am an economic official now. with a high status. And I can protect your safety. This may be the best ending for you. Yi Linsheng. Will you marry me? Ning Saixia said in a low voice, hugging Yi Linsheng tightly, fearing that if she let go, she would lose him. Yi Linsheng sighed secretly. He still lacked experience in internal fighting. Luo Ji had been implementing his plan purposefully from the beginning, but Yi Linsheng didn't notice it. He was just a conspicuous target pushed out by Luo Ji to attract firepower, and he was the real behind-the-scenes planner. Has Luo Ji's position as mayor not been removed? No. Your position as inspector has been taken over by Zhuolia. Luo Ji will definitely not be willing to be commanded by the Nirvana Command Headquarters. What will he do next? Yi Linsheng asked. I don't know the details. But there will definitely be big moves. Yi Linsheng said sarcastically. It seems that you are not his core member. Ning Saixia still hugged Yi Linsheng tightly. I am just your core member. Yi Linsheng was a little underestimated by Ning Saixia's persistence. When will you let me out? Wait until the public opinion calms down. Ning Saixia leaned her head on Yi Linsheng's strong back. But I can stay with you tonight. Are you trying to atone for your sins with your body? Yeah. After waking up, Yi Linsheng sat up. He did not let Ning Saixia stay. Yi Linsheng, had not stooped to such a low level that he needed a girl to comfort him with her body. The public opinion outside must be very turbulent. And his resignation was also the best way to ease the public's emotions. Now he needed to think carefully about where the future of mankind was. Also, whether everything he did was correct. He originally believed that his rebirth was meaningful. But after the recent series of events, he began to doubt himself. Did his rebirth really fail? Was it really meaningless? No. It must be meaningful. However, he had not discovered where this meaning was. Jianghai Underground City Conference Hall. An emergency meeting chaired by Luo Ji was being held. This time, the participants were not only the members of the last sect, but also managers of various positions. In the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. The sudden departure of the alien exploration satellite indicated that everything they had done before was in vain. And humans destroyed the environment of Blue Planet in vain. This seems to be an extremely stupid decision. Everyone can't see the future. The people who spoke at the meeting were also pessimistic and had no fighting spirit. Luo Ji stood up. Smiling, everyone. Do you find this fact hard to accept? Everyone nodded silently. Luo Ji smiled. I know. You are all disappointed. I was the same as you. And it was hard for me to accept this reality. But now I have figured it out. It is not time to be disappointed. Our expert group has carefully analyzed it. Facing aliens, we are not without a chance. He pointed to the sky, according to the time. The alien invasion of Blue Planet will be in 3 years. And we can use these 3 years to build an effective defense. The technology of aliens is not so mysterious. In fact, we are only a thin layer of window paper away from the technological level of aliens. As long as we break through, we can catch up immediately. Although Luo Ji's words were not as persuasive as Yi Linsheng, as the mayor of Jianghai Underground City, his words still ignited the enthusiasm of others. Luo Ji became more excited. Based on the existing data, we can roughly estimate the technological strength of the aliens. The aliens did not occupy the blue star by direct invasion, but used the method of throwing seeds of terrorist creatures to eliminate humans. This leaves us a good opportunity. This sentence attracted everyone's attention, and everyone listened carefully. After the terrorist creatures invaded the blue star, they quickly eliminated humans within a year. However, the aliens eliminated all the terrorist creatures in a short period of time without bloodshed. This shows that these terrorist creatures have defects. As long as we find this defect, we can easily eliminate the terrorist creatures and protect our home. Chapter 154 The True Meaning of Rebirth. Although Luo Ji did not mention Yi Linsheng, everyone present knew that. The information came from the reborn Yi Linsheng, Mayor Luo, but humans did not find the flaws of the terrifying creatures, so they were destroyed by the terrifying creatures. Someone asked. That's because the time was short. Not only was the time short, but more importantly, people did not know that the creature had flaws. But we are different now. We already know that the terrifying creatures have flaws. We can find its flaws in various ways. This is like breaking through from 0 to 1, which is very difficult. But breaking through from 1 to 100 is very easy. Once we know that the terrorist creatures have flaws, it will be much easier for us to find them. I believe that scientists can understand this point. The members of the End religion are nodding. This point is also recognized by everyone. just like the chip. The birth of the first chip was very difficult, and took thousands of years for humans. But it only took a few decades to develop from the simplest chip to the powerful chip today. Someone asked, Mayor Luo, even if we defeat the terrorist creatures, what should we do with the alien fleet? Luo Ji smiled confidently. That's not a problem at all. Let me ask everyone, why don't aliens invade directly, but use terrorist creatures to invade? Without waiting for anyone to answer, Luo Ji gave his own answer. That's because they don't want to pay a huge price. More than 100 years ago, when the developed Western countries invaded us, what did they rely on? Ships and cannons. Someone said. Yes, ships and cannons. Luo Ji gave a thumbs up to the person who answered the question. These were all speech skills learned from Yi Linsheng. Do you remember that they blasted open our country's gates, but did not dare to occupy it? Why? Why did they choose to invade from the port city? Because they have few people. If there were no ships and cannons, their small number of people would soon be overwhelmed by the army. The reason why we lost is that we were unable to restrain their ships and cannons. Once we catch up in technology, who will dare to bully us? The terrifying creatures are the ships and cannons in the hands of aliens. As long as we find the flaws of the terrifying creatures, the alien fleet will not dare to invade the blue planet with its limited manpower. Therefore, as long as we withstand the attack of the terrifying creatures, we can withstand the attack of the aliens. We can buy decades, or even hundreds of years, for our human beings. And the appearance of aliens is likely to inspire us, and let us understand the mystery of interstellar travel. The data collectors deployed in outer space can immediately transmit the data. This increases the possibility of us cracking the secrets of interstellar travel. As long as we master the secrets of interstellar travel, we can quickly become strong and resist the invasion of aliens. Luo Ji punched hard. Just like our country, it only took 100 years to stand at the forefront of the world again. Some people in the meeting began to applaud. In the end, everyone began to applaud. People were inspired by Luo Ji's words. After the applause died down, Luo Ji continued, You may wonder, why am I so confident? Then I can tell you the reason, because I am also a reborn person. The venue was in an uproar. This news was so explosive, it was very shocking. I have experienced all of this. I have experienced the defects of aliens, and the failures of our human response in the last life. I will lead everyone to actively prepare for war, and avoid the mistakes that humans have made. We humans will definitely win. Detention room. Luo Ji walked in with a tired face, and sat down in front of Yi Linsheng's bed. I'm exhausted today. Yi Linsheng glanced at him. I heard that you are a reborn person. Luo Ji was slightly startled. Ning Saixia told you. Yes. Luo Ji was silent for a while. You told her that I was lying? No, she is yours. There is no point in telling her. Luo Ji scratched his scalp. Isn't she yours? If she is really mine, how could she betray me? Luo Ji laughed. She just follows her heart. She is the same person as me at heart, and also wants to make a great career that will shake the world. What are you doing here? Are you here to talk to me about women? Yi Linsheng didn't want to talk about Ning Saixia. He had discovered that Ning Saixia was really the same person as Luo Ji at heart. An absolute egoist. For her own research, she would sacrifice everything. As for Ning Saixia's admiration for herself, that was just a woman's characteristic. To expose Luo Ji's true face in front of Ning Saixia, it was equivalent to exposing her own true face, which was meaningless. In another week, you can go out. I brought some wine, and I want to have a drink with you. Luo Ji clapped his hands, and a man came in from outside, bringing 2 bottles of beer and some snacks. These things are luxury goods now. I guess we won't have the chance to drink together in the future. It will happen. Yi Linsheng bit open a bottle of beer, and blew a few mouthfuls into his mouth. He hadn't touched beer for several months, and he really missed it. Putting down the bottle, Yi Linsheng looked at Luo Ji suspiciously. Let me out now. Aren't you worried that I will expose your truth? Luo Ji also blew a few mouthfuls, wiped his mouth, and glanced at Yi Linsheng with a pair of sharp eyes. You are already a civilian. No one believes you. But it's still easy for me to get rid of your mayoral position. Yi Linsheng didn't give in at all. Luo Ji took another sip. It's too late, I'm the mayor. Yi Linsheng frowned. Luo Ji's words seemed very problematic. Did the Nirvana Command issue a new document? Yes. Just after I reported our latest response plan to the Nirvana Command, the Nirvana Command issued a document for all the underground cities to learn our working methods. What methods? Concentrate all efforts on developing science, strive to achieve overtaking on the curve, and break through science and technology. Yi Linsheng frowned even more. A week later? Is a week later the time when alien exploration satellites start interstellar travel? Luo Ji looked at Yi Linsheng strangely. Your sense of smell is always so sensitive. Yi Linsheng. If you were to engage in scientific research, you would definitely gain more than you have now. Yi Linsheng's heart went cold. I know what you are going to do. Luo Ji's hand holding the beer bottle trembled slightly, and he was obviously a little panicked. He said calmly, What can I do? You have to start building a closed utopian kingdom. Yi Linsheng glared at Luo Ji. After receiving the information sent back by the detector, you will cut off the network, cut off the connection with the world, and build Jianhai Underground City into a completely independent world. Luo Ji drank silently, then stood up with the bottle, and looked at Yi Linsheng meaningfully. It would be great if you were on the same side as me. You would definitely be my best assistant. I don't want to let you go now. Yi Linsheng sighed. Jianhai Underground City is now in your hands. I can't influence you. In addition, you cut off the network. I can't get in touch with the Nirvana command. I am no longer a threat to you. Luo Ji did not answer. He walked out of the detention room slowly, and finally looked back at Yi Linsheng. Old Yi, you are the smartest person I have ever seen. No wonder you can be reborn, but I can't. Watching Luo Ji leave, Yi Linsheng drank and fell into deep thought. Logi's plan is being realized. He only lacks one thing now. That is the data of the probes placed in space. These probes have been placed in space for a long time, silently recording all the data. The moment when the alien exploration satellite leaves the solar system and begins to cross time and space, it will definitely generate a lot of useful data. With this data, humans may be able to find a stepping stone for interstellar travel. After the alien probes completely leave, humans will activate these probes through wireless signals, and let the probes start transmitting data to the blue planet. After receiving the data, Rogi will cut off the network and turn Jianhai Underground City into an isolated city. A city isolated from the world. Rogi will start to implement his plan, and build a utopian world according to his ideal model. I remember when I first met Rogi, Rogi said that he built many data models. This ideal utopian data model is one of them. This guy, for his scientific research results, he will do anything. Even the fate of mankind was at stake. But Yi Linsheng was helpless now, unable to stop it. The moon base. Shen Yuxing checked all the cameras several times, but did not find any trace of the stick-like probe. It just disappeared suddenly. Shen Yuxing did not hesitate, took all the data, and boarded the last return capsule, and began to fly away from the moon. At the same time, he also pressed a start button. This is the start button to start the data probe deployed in space to send a signal. The space data detector that receives the signal will transmit the various data collected when the alien satellite leaves to the blue planet through radio. The departure of the alien detector means the restoration of the wireless signal. Humans finally don't need radio silence. The return capsule began to take off, and then flew to the blue planet. When Yi Linsheng walked out of the detention room, he heard a piece of news. The Jianhai Underground City line was damaged by bad weather. Jianhai Underground City temporarily lost contact with the outside world. However, Mayor Luo Ji has arranged a rescue team, which has risen to the ground, to repair the line. Strive to repair the cable in the shortest possible time. At the same time, Mayor Luo Ji issued a series of latest regulations, which will turn Jianhai Underground City into a paradise on Earth. A paradise on Earth, an ideal utopia. Jianhai Underground City became Luo Ji's exclusive world. A test field for testing his various data. In a tavern, Yi Linsheng was drunk. He looked up at the surveillance camera above his head and gestured a cursing finger. At this moment, Yi Linsheng seemed to have become an ordinary person who did nothing. However, only Yi Linsheng knew that he had never given up. He firmly believed that the future of mankind was in his hands. He had to find a way to survive, and lead mankind to continue to survive. Rogi could not lead mankind to victory, only he could. This was also the meaning of his rebirth. Chapter 155 Yi Linsheng's Escape Plan. The Excavation Face Office. Although it is marked as the Excavation Face construction site, the workers here have not been engaged in excavation work for a long time. The tunnel has only been excavated for about 2 kilometers, and has not been excavated for a centimeter. Moreover, these 2 kilometers, most of them were excavated before the residents moved in. The huge shield machine, there are more and more rust, and it is also obvious. Mauzi is now a little discouraged, hiding in the office all day. Every day's work is either installing cameras or installing projection screens for slogans. This kind of work makes Mousie feel unfulfilled. Yi Linsheng walked in and saw Mousie at a glance. He smiled at Mousie. Mousie also raised his head in surprise. He felt a long-lost sense of familiarity. Long time no see. Long time no see, are you interested in having a drink? A tavern on the side of the road. The two sat opposite each other. Like most residents of the underground city, they wore gray-black synthetic short-sleeved shorts. This is the standard outfit in Jianhai Underground City. Yi Linsheng gave Mousie a glass of wine mixed with artificial alcohol. I'll treat you today. Mousie, no, I should treat you, just as a welcome party. Okay. Yi Linsheng put down the glass, and no longer insisted. Mousie filled Yi Linsheng's glass. What are your plans next? Yi Linsheng slowly replied, I don't want to go in again. Mousie pondered for a long time, because Yi Linsheng's answer was very strange. After a long time, he asked, Why are you looking for me today? Yi Linsheng, don't think too much. Just have a meal. Mousie's heart trembled. This conversation also happened 3 years ago. When Yi Linsheng picked him up from prison, he said the same thing. He said the same thing. As a result, he was involved in a shocking case involving nearly 100 million yuan. It was also that meal that pulled him into the end of the sect. Yi Linsheng's answer was obviously deliberate, and had a hidden meaning. Mousie pretended to casually glance at the surveillance camera above his head. These cameras were installed by Mousie himself. Such cameras are spread all over the public areas of the underground city. They closely monitor people's every move. Yi Linsheng was obviously afraid of these cameras. Mousie pondered for a moment. If you have something to say, I will help if I can. If I can't, there is nothing I can do. Yi Linsheng still looked calm. From your appearance, are you ready to be an honest person and stop mixing in the underworld? This is also an old saying that has been said before. Mousie understood what Yi Linsheng meant. It depends on his attitude. In fact, Mousie has thought a lot in the past year. He has been thinking about the difference between Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji. Now he finally figured it out. He is grateful and admires Yi Linsheng. As for Luo Ji, he is only afraid. Yi Linsheng was just asking himself whether to follow him or continue to help Luo Ji. He said without hesitation, I want to mix in the underworld, but where is the underworld in this world? Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. Where there are people, there is the underworld. This conversation was monitored by the surveillance, but the monitoring personnel did not understand it, and did not report it. But Mousie understood. The Jianghu is more fun. Mousie smiled, which showed his attitude. He was still the same Mousie, the one with integrity and responsibility. He didn't want to follow Luo Ji down the wrong path. The following conversation was just some very ordinary content. When he was about to leave, Yi Linsheng asked casually, I heard that Xu Weiman is here with you. Yes. Yi Linsheng shrugged. This guy is unlucky. He has some connection with me. After saying that, he stretched out his hand. Mousie also stretched out his hand and shook it. A note was passed to Mousie's hand. Moreover, Mousie also understood Yi Linsheng's last words, which was to contact Xu Weiman himself, because Yi Linsheng believed that Xu Weiman was someone worth approaching. He was Yi Linsheng's first helper. Xu Weiman will be the second helper. Xu Weiman and Yi Linsheng can be considered as happy enemies. Xu Weiman should now understand that everything he has is from Luo Ji and has nothing to do with Yi Linsheng. The most important thing is that he should agree with Yi Linsheng's ideas. Luo Ji's brainwashing management style is definitely not the future of mankind. It is not difficult to convince Xu Weiman. Jianhai City Hall. A report was handed to Luo Ji, which was a secret document. As long as Yi Linsheng made any special moves, this document would be sent to Luo Ji's computer. Luo Ji took a look. The document contained news about Yi Linsheng and Mousie's meeting. He picked up the phone. After they met, did they talk about anything special? Report to the mayor, we monitored it carefully, no. The whole process was just reminiscing and chatting, without any suspicious movements or words. Luo Ji was relieved a little. Pay close attention to their meetings during this period. If they meet again, tell me as soon as possible. Yes. Luo Ji put down the phone with a heavy heart. What he was most worried about was not the Nirvana command, nor the connectivity of the network, nor the resistance of the people, but Yi Linsheng. He had experienced this guy's ability. He was definitely not an ordinary person to be able to build 1,000 underground cities from scratch. However, he would not interfere with Yi Linsheng's actions. After all, Yi Linsheng had no foundation now, and his status in Jianhai Underground City was very low. When ordinary people saw him, they would spit at him. But what Luo Ji didn't know was that, although the conditions were difficult, Yi Linsheng's plan to escape had already begun. It started when Yi Linsheng met Maozi. A dark cloud came, and it began to rain. The wind began to blow on the ground. Although we knew that these were artificial simulations, it still felt very comfortable. It comforted people's gloomy hearts to some extent. No matter how Luo Ji was in other aspects, he did a good job in these aspects. Jianghai Underground City is indeed very advanced in terms of technology. Artificial rainfall, sky dome, simulated natural wind, forest screen, electronic pets, virtual animals, etc. have appeared one after another, greatly improve people's living environment and mental health. Yi Linsheng put the hood on his head, walked quickly with his hands in his pockets. It has been a year since the alien probe left the solar system, and Jianghai Underground City has also undergone tremendous changes. These changes mainly come from the management. There are screens everywhere in Jianghai Underground City. The most common slogans on the screen are, "Science and technology are the primary productive force. Scientists are the most glorious. I contribute to science and technology." These slogans with clear directions are the reflection of the current policy of the city. All efforts are for the development of science and technology. Luo Ji spent a year, through various laws and regulations to subtly change people's thinking. Science Hope, a spaceship that brings hope to mankind. Luo Ji is the captain. Yi Linsheng firmly believes this. His actions, every moment, are followed by someone. It is still the same now. Knock. 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 Yi Linsheng walked into a building and knocked on a door. The door opened, and inside was warm electronic candlelight, and soft music, and a smiling face appeared at the door. "You are here." Ning Saixia was a little shy. Today is a little special, because Yi Linsheng decided to formally accept Ning Saixia. Tonight, it will be the first day that the two of them sleep in the same bed. No guests were invited, because of Yi Linsheng's special status, and they saved as much as possible. Yi Linsheng handed over a small gift. "I can't afford flowers, you know." Ning Saixia reached out and pulled Yi Linsheng in. "I bought them." There were not only flowers in the room, but also long-lost dishes and fine wine. "Tonight belongs to the two of us, and no one can disturb us." Ning Saixia raised her glass. Yi Linsheng gently embraced her in his arms. His eyes seemed full of tenderness and love, but his hand, secretly put something in her glass. Ning Saixia seemed to be unaware, and the two of them embraced and danced passionately, which was very sweet. Half an hour later, Ning Saixia panted and said, "Should I be charming or drowsy now?" Yi Linsheng was startled. "What did you say?" "I saw you drug me." Ning Saixia's eyes flashed. "But I haven't reacted so far. How should I cooperate with you?" Yi Linsheng was speechless, and he suddenly felt guilty. He shouldn't have used Ning Saixia as a tool for his escape. "Tell me, how should I cooperate with you?" "I should be unconscious," Yi Linsheng said with difficulty. "Alas, you still don't know me very well." Ning Saixia looked at him seductively. "A long time ago, I relied on sleeping pills to help me sleep. Now, I am not sensitive to sedatives. I have long been resistant to these drugs. Others may fall down in 5 minutes, but I need more than an hour." Yi Linsheng was speechless. Obviously, Ning Saixia knew that he must have a plan. But she chose not to expose herself, but to help. "But it's okay, there's still an hour before I fall asleep. We can still do a lot of things." Ning Saixia hugged Yi Linsheng's neck and her eyes moved. "You should leave the underground city." "Yes. Lying is meaningless." "Then take me. I don't want to have regrets in this life. Maybe we will never have the chance to meet again." Ning Saixia raised her head and pursed her lips. Yi Linsheng hesitated. Ning Saixia is very good, but... Ding dong. The doorbell rang at this inopportune moment. Ning Saixia sighed. "It seems that I should go to sleep." After that, she closed her eyes and lay on the bed. Yi Linsheng looked at her apologetically again. This was the only person he felt sorry for. Ning Saixia has always been used as a tool by him. She also understood and was willing. But she took the wrong path. The two were destined not to be together. Chapter 156. The escape plan was discovered. Opening the door, a group of people came into the room. There were Maozi, Xu Weiman and several other acquaintances of Yi Linsheng. Today was also Yi Linsheng's wedding day, so how could they be absent? Also came Maozi's wife and daughter, Xu Weiman's wife and children. Among them, there were several new friends. Mousie and his friends made a fuss until the early morning before leaving. The staff member who checked the surveillance yawned. He had been ordered to monitor Yi Linsheng for a long time. But Yi Linsheng had always behaved normally. He interacted most with Xu Weiman, Mousie, and other friends. But they only met once every few months. And after meeting, the content of the conversation was also normal, without any doubts. It was the same today. Everything was normal. In front of the underground elevator, a group of fully armed maintenance personnel were waiting in line. Everyone was wrapped tightly in space suit-like clothes, so that even their appearance could not be seen clearly. This is a necessary protective measure when ascending to the ground. There were also several off-road tool vehicles on the way. These off-road tool vehicles are small, they do not carry people, they mainly carry machines. Given the current ground environment, large tool vehicles are difficult to pass. The guard guarding the elevator shouted at them, "Manager Mousie, you brought a lot of things this time." Mousie sighed, "We are under a lot of pressure. These cables have not been repaired for a year, and the people have scolded us to death. We must complete the mission this time. Otherwise we will not come back." Since the network was interrupted a year ago, Jianghai Underground City has lost contact with the outside world. And the repair team has not been able to repair the network, which has caused a lot of complaints. But now, these voices have become much smaller, and people have begun to feel that everyone needs to focus on Jianghai Underground City, rather than other underground cities. Moreover, there is a trend that is also growing, that is strong self-confidence that is almost blind. Everyone thinks that Jianghai Underground City is the best developed in the world. Every resident has his own task, and there are no idlers or lazy people. Jianghai Underground City has the most rapid economic development, and has never experienced hunger or collapse accidents. It is said that in the underground cities outside, people often starve to death. Even if the line is interrupted, it has nothing to do with the underground city, but the line outside is interrupted. People in Jianghai Underground City gradually develop a sense of superiority, and think that other underground cities want to learn from Jianghai. This can be proved by the documents of Nirvana Command. The last document issued by Nirvana Command explicitly stipulates that it is necessary to learn advanced management experience from Jianghai Underground City. This is the best explanation. Moreover, because of the advocacy of Luo Ji's team, the current residents of Jianghai Underground City are full of confidence. Anyway, it is impossible to go to other underground cities in a short time, so everyone's attention to the connection network has been greatly reduced. This is how things are in the world. Once you think you are the best, you will never look down on people and things in other places. This point has been verified many times. Therefore, people no longer pay attention to the outside world, but live in a state of blind arrogance and optimism. The guard smiled and said, "No need. There are a bunch of backward areas outside, and it is meaningless to not even connect to the network." Mousie smiled and said, "We also need to transmit advanced experience to the outside world." While chatting and laughing, the group entered the elevator. This is the only channel that directly connects to the outside world. The elevator started to move, and a man who had been following Mousie spoke up, "How long can our equipment last outside?" Hearing the voice, it was Yi Linsheng. Mousie looked up. Although he knew he couldn't see the sky, he still couldn't help looking up. "If the amount of acid rain is small, we can last for half a month." Yi Linsheng glanced at a strong man opposite him, Old Shen. "Can the return capsule hold up?" This strong man was Shen Yusheng. Since returning to the surface, Shen Yusheng was brought into Jianghai Underground City by the search team to take an important position. However, Shen Yusheng felt that he was incompatible with Luo Ji's ideas. A month ago, Shen Yusheng strongly requested to be transferred to the excavation team. Luo Ji certainly supported Shen Yusheng's spirit of courage to go to the front line. However, what Luo Ji didn't know was that Shen Yusheng was already Yi Linsheng's assistant at this time. This was one of the contributions of Xu Weiman and Mousie in the past year. Many people who opposed Luo Ji were quietly networked in by them. In the past year, Yi Linsheng has never been idle. He has been planning his escape plan. In Jianghai Underground City, Yi Linsheng has no chance of turning over. The only way out is to escape. And to escape, Mousie cannot be avoided. Therefore, Yi Linsheng would find Mousie at the beginning. And Mousie did not disappoint Yi Linsheng's trust. It can be said that this entire construction team is made up of people recruited by Mousie. Their mission is to help Yi Linsheng escape from Jianghai Underground City and reveal the current situation of Jianghai Underground City. Jianghai City Hall. A report was handed to Luo Ji, which was a secret document. As long as Yi Linsheng made any special move, This document would be sent to Luo Ji's computer. He opened it and took a look. It was a notice that Yi Linsheng stayed at Ning Saishia's house. Luo Ji smiled. Old buddy, you finally figured it out, good thing. For Yi Linsheng, Luo Ji has always been highly vigilant. He knew Yi Linsheng's ability very well. If he was given a chance, he might be able to make a big splash. So don't be careless. Picking up the phone, Luo Ji called Ning Saishia's office. But the reply came that Ning Saishia hadn't come to work yet. Luo Ji frowned slightly, then called Ning Saishia's cell phone. But the ringing lasted for a long time, and then Ning Saishia's dazed voice came. Who is it? Congratulations, you finally moved Yi Linsheng. Ning Saishia paused and said shyly, thank you. Hey, it's so late. Oh no, I'm late for work. Luo Ji smiled slightly. It's okay, I can take a day off. You give the phone to Yi Linsheng, I'll say a few words to him, and congratulate him. Yi Linsheng? Ning Saishia's voice on the phone seemed confused. He's not here, seems to have gone out. Luo Ji frowned slightly. He hung up the phone, and immediately called the monitoring room. Check the surveillance outside Ning Saishia's door immediately, and see when Yi Linsheng went out. Soon, the phone rang. Mayor Luo, Yi Linsheng has not appeared. But, said, there is a strange phenomenon. This morning, Maozi's wife left Ning Saishia's house. But we don't know when she went in. Luo Ji was shocked. He had a bad feeling. After hanging up the phone, he quickly rushed to the monitoring room. The person in charge of monitoring pointed to the screen and said, yesterday. Near the early morning, Maozi and his wife and children left Ning Saishia's house together. But this morning, Maozi's wife left Ning Saishia's house again. But during this period, she never went in. So, we suspect that Yi Linsheng, pretending to be Maozi's wife, left Ning Saishia's house in the early hours of last night. Luo Ji's heart sank. He knew that Yi Linsheng had finally taken action. He had been on guard. But Yi Linsheng still caught him. He grabbed the phone and called the guard at the elevator. Stop the elevator immediately and prevent the workers from going to the ground. Immediately, Luo Ji was a little depressed. Yi Linsheng was really not honest. The whole year of keeping a low profile was just a plot to escape today. He must stop Yi Linsheng from escaping. The elevator kept rising with the roar of the motor. This place is more than 2,000 meters above the ground. And the time it takes to rise to the ground is so long that it makes people suffocate. Suddenly, the elevator stopped. Yi Linsheng was startled. What happened? Maozi said with a sad face. Someone downstairs turned off the power switch. Yi Linsheng stared at Maozi, and he found that Maozi was very abnormal. Sure enough. The next moment Maozi laughed. I'm just scaring you. One elevator can't go straight to the destination. You need to transfer 2 elevators in the middle. This is also for safety reasons. Xu Weiman smiled and pressed the door opening button. And the door opened. A narrow passage appeared. When everyone transferred all the equipment to the second elevator, and it began to rise toward the ground, Yi Linsheng's heart was completely relaxed. At this time, the elevator stopped again, and all the lights went out. Yi Linsheng said unhappily, Again? Is it interesting? Maozi's voice was a little nervous. Old Yi, this time the power is really out. It should be that the people below discovered our plan. Before he finished speaking, the phone in the elevator rang. Director Maozi, the mayor has issued an order requiring you to stop leaving and return immediately. The elevator was silent. After finally getting out, but when they were less than 2 kilometers away from the ground, they were discovered. Mayor's office. Ning Saishia hurried in. And as soon as she entered the door, she shouted to Luo Ji, How is it? Did you stop him? Luo Ji looked at Ning Saishia with a gloomy look. Are you afraid that he stopped him? Or are you afraid that he didn't stop him? Ning Saishia said angrily, Mayor Luo, I was also deceived by Yi Linsheng. He put sleeping pills in my wine. I slept until you called me. I don't know what happened last night. Luo Ji looked up and down for a long time, then said, Don't worry, he can't run away. They are trapped in the second elevator. I have arranged for someone to take them down immediately by elevator. Ning Saishia breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. Otherwise, I would be laughed at. My husband ran away on the first night of our wedding. I can't live if I tell anyone about it. Women are born to act, and this is vividly demonstrated in Ning Saishia. At least, Luo Ji didn't see any flaws. At this time, the phone rang. Luo Ji picked up the phone, listened for a while, and then hung up again. What's the matter? Yi Linsheng still wants to resist stubbornly. Refused to answer the phone. Luo Ji stood up. But it doesn't matter. The special operations team has already rushed over. He can't escape. Chapter 157 Reinforcements have arrived. In the elevator, Yi Linsheng looked at Mauzi and found that he didn't seem nervous at all. So you already have a plan? Mauzi smiled, and a worker named Wan Xiong behind him turned on the light on his hat, reached out to manipulate the elevator line, and then started the motor on the engineering vehicle. The lights in the elevator lit up instantly. I've been prepared for a long time, otherwise I'd have been working in vain all these years. Mauzi smiled, and started the elevator again. After changing elevators again, they appeared in a deep cave. The group moved upward with difficulty. This was the section that had to be passed every time they entered and exited the underground city. After turning dozens of corners in a row, Yi Linsheng finally appeared on the ground of the blue planet, which had become a ruin. However, this was no longer the world that Yi Linsheng was familiar with, but a completely new and strange world. A world in the dark, where nothing could be seen, only with occasional lightning. There could be a hint of light in the world. This is the ground. Mauzi's tone was full of sorrow. We destroyed this world. Yi Linsheng took a deep breath. We will definitely rebuild it. In the distance, among the layers of clouds, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was like a bright lamp, shining straight down. Although it was fleeting, it gave Yi Linsheng great confidence. Nirvana. If you don't die in the flames, you will be reborn in the flames. He took the first step and stepped into the flying snow dust. We humans must be the latter. There was a thick layer of frozen soil on the ground, which was a fusion of snowflakes and volcanic ash. Under the light, these permafrost layers are all dead gray. Just like this planet, it is dead silent. There are no plants, no animals, no insects, and even no microorganisms. The whole world is bleak. There is only snow dust flying all over the sky. These snow dusts are extremely fine and dry, and they make a rustling sound when they blow on the mask. If there are even a few cracks in the outdoor clothing, these snow dusts, which are finer than dust, may get in, and then get into the nasal cavity, enter the lungs, melt in the lungs, and form silicosis. This is one of the greatest dangers in the world. Others also walked into the ice and snow without hesitation. Yi Linsheng then realized why their repair teams always returned empty-handed. In such bad weather, it would be very difficult to repair a deliberately damaged underground line. Luo Ji put down the phone, and he looked at Ning Saixia with a strange look. Yi Linsheng escaped. He wanted to see whether Ning Saixia was an accomplice or really didn't know. Two clear tears flowed down Ning Saixia's cheeks. She knew that she would never see Yi Linsheng again in this life. She felt sad. She was so sad that she couldn't suppress it. Luo Ji's eyebrows moved. He believed Ning Saixia. Take a day off. Will it affect your work? It's okay. His departure won't affect the overall situation. Luo Ji's eyes were firm. Jianghai Underground City has become an isolated place. No one can remotely control the management here. Not even the Nirvana Command Center. Ning Saixia quickly wiped away her tears. I'm fine. I'll go to the office now. Our economic model needs to be further improved. Watching Ning Saixia leave, Luo Ji picked up the phone. We need to speed up our actions. Replace the people who need to be replaced, and ensure that every important position is filled by our Science Hope people. Although I walked for a day and a night, I felt like I was walking alone in the dark. Except for the occasional beam of light. There was no light in the whole world, and it was dead silent. However, Yi Linsheng was not desperate. Since the sun can occasionally tear apart these thick clouds, then the earth will surely be able to restore its former vitality. Mauzi began to direct the workers to build tents. The engineering vehicles acted as pillars, enclosing a 1-meter-high frame. Covering the frame with a thick tarpaulin, it became a simple tent. Lighting up the heating lamp in the simple tent, it became a good place to rest. The only drawback was that you had to wear a gas mask to sleep. Yi Linsheng took off his thick protective clothing, crawled into the tent, and felt the rare relaxing time. During this period, Yi Linsheng had been strengthening his physical training, just to prepare for now. Therefore, today's fatigue was still bearable for him. Muzzy crawled in, picked up a tablet, and began to check the line. Where is the breakpoint? Yi Linsheng asked. Mauzi pointed to the south. It's just 50 kilometers south. But it takes a whole day to walk even though it's only 50 kilometers. Yi Linsheng turned his head and glanced at the tablet. How were your repairs in the past few times? Don't mention it. Xu Weiman also crawled in, stretched his waist, and lay down next to Yi Linsheng. This tent is only 1 meter high. You can't even sit up straight. The best way is to lie down. I went there 3 times, but I couldn't even find the location. Mousie also sighed. Without GPS positioning, we can only rely on compasses and surveying instruments. It's really difficult to find the breakpoint. These 3 times, we didn't detect any information about the breakpoint. Yi Linxing took a closer look at the tablet again. This is the construction plan of Jianhai Underground City. The red mark is the location of the breakpoint. Do you think? Is this line break a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Yi Linxing suddenly said faintly. Mousie and Shu Weiman sat up at once. What do you mean? Yi Linxing did not answer, but turned his head and looked at Mousie and Shu Weiman meaningfully. Shu Weiman, who was always lazy, suddenly widened his eyes. Oh my God! Now that you put it that way, I also feel that there is a problem. Seeing that Mousie was still hesitating, Shu Weiman slapped him hard. You can't figure this out. Luo Ji wants to build an independent kingdom. Cutting off the network is his long-planned plan. How could he let us really repair the cables? Mousie still couldn't believe it. Mayor Luo wouldn't do that. He would? Yi Linxing's tone was a little strange. Have you forgotten what you did? Mousie stopped talking. In order to achieve the goal, he would do whatever it takes. This is Luo Ji's usual style. As long as he insists on doing something right, he will definitely do whatever it takes to accomplish it, even if it costs a huge price. It is worth it. I understand. This floor plan is problematic. This is not the cable concentration point at all. We can't find the breakpoint at all. Shu Weiman slapped his head and said. Mousie was dumbfounded. Then what should we do? We can't get in touch with Qingyu's sister. Yi Linxing's plan is to pretend to be a worker and rise to the ground first, then find the cable breakpoint, and then ask Luo Qingyu for help in Datong Town. Because with the supplies that Yi Linxing brought, he couldn't reach Datong Town. He could only rely on Datong Town to come to rescue him. But if he couldn't find the breakpoint, he couldn't get in touch with Datong Town. There were only 2 ways for Yi Linxing, either to return the same way, or to run out of ammunition and food and die on the ground. Jianhai Underground City. Zhuolia rushed into Luo Ji's office in high heels. Her face was full of anger. Mayor Luo, I heard that Yi Linxing escaped. Luo Ji frowned and looked at Zhuolia, who was dressed fashionably, and felt very unhappy. Zhuolia played an indispensable role in pulling Yi Linxing out of office. It was because of Zhuolia's replacement of the position of inspector that the Nirvana Command was determined to remove Yi Linxing from all positions. However, Zhuolia's consistent words and deeds made Luo Ji very uncomfortable. She was probably the only person in the entire Jianhai Underground City who wore high heels and colorful fashion. People in Jianhai Underground City all wore gray-blue or gray-white chemical fiber clothes. This was in response to Mayor Luo's call for thrift and diligence. But Zhuolia violated Luo Ji's call with her words and deeds. This trend has begun to spread. It is said that some young girls are beginning to love beauty, and even use their own or their parents' and boyfriends' contribution points to exchange for beautiful hairpins and hairpins. This is a dangerous sign. Yes, he ran away. Luo Ji said calmly. You promised me that you would never let Yi Linxing come back to life. Zhuolia was very angry. But now he ran away. If he escapes to other underground cities and accuses me in front of my great-grandfather, my future will be ruined. It's not that serious. Right? Yes. Absolutely. Zhuolia, who was born in a wealthy family, has a habit of being domineering. You don't know how much my great-grandfather admires Yi Linxing. He must believe what Yi Linxing says. Not me. My position as an inspector is unstable. As an inspector, she has the power to dismiss the mayor, which makes Zhuolia a little arrogant. Her attitude towards Luo Ji has always been so strong. Luo Ji stood up and said calmly with a hint of gloom, in that case, then you should not be the inspector. Zhuolia was stunned for a moment. What? She couldn't believe that Luo Ji dared to say such a thing to her. Luo Ji opened the door and made a gesture of invitation. I said, you are not suitable to be an inspector. I will arrange a new position for you. What do you think? The director of the textile factory? Zhuolia's eyes widened. Luo Ji waved his hand, and the security personnel came over quickly. Zhuolia realized that in this independent kingdom, she, as an inspector, had no power. All her power came from Luo Ji's charity. When the security guards escorted her out, she said angrily, Luo Ji, if Yi Linxing escaped, it would not be good for you. Luo Ji smiled confidently. First of all, It is hard to say whether Yi Linsheng escaped or not. Maybe he will come back in 10 days or half a month. Secondly, even if he went to other underground cities, it would not have any impact. Luo Ji said confidently. Jianghai Underground City is the underground city of all Jianghai people. It is also the base of the Science Hope. No one can stop the progress of the Science Hope. He emphasized, no one can. Including your great-grandfather. Watching Zhuolia being taken away, Luo Ji sat down with a calm face. Looked up at the sky. Yi Linsheng. You can't stop it either. In the tent, the workers who heard the news were dumbfounded. If they couldn't find the breakpoint, all their efforts would be in vain. Looking at the other workers panicked, Wan Xiong said, Deputy Commander Yi, don't worry. As long as I have a breath, I can find the breakpoint. Yi Linsheng patted the young man from the south. Thank you. Wan Xiong's entry permit was approved by Yi Linsheng himself. Moreover, Yi Linsheng specially arranged for him to enter the Jianghai underground city. It can be said that Yi Linsheng is Wan Xiong's savior. This is also the reason why Wan Xiong actively asked to participate in this operation. Maozi said worriedly, Old Yi, what should we do now? If we can't contact the Whispering Sister, our operation will be in vain. Yi Linsheng smiled faintly. Don't forget, I am the Deputy Commander of the Nirvana Command. I personally participated in all the underground city designs. He pointed to a point on the map and said, the rail signal assembly point is here. Maozi was a little curious. 2,000 underground city design drawings. Can you remember them all? That's because the design of the Jianghai underground city is very special. Yi Linsheng fell into memories. When Ma Xingkong showed me the design drawings of the Jianghai underground city, I felt very strange. The underground signal lines of other underground cities are designed according to local conditions, and not all lines are concentrated at one point. After all, such a design would waste a lot of materials and time. But Ma Xingkong insisted on his design. He believed that the lines of Jianghai underground city were concentrated together for easy management. And when drilling downwards, the amount of work was small. Yi Linsheng sighed, thinking about it now. Ma Xingkong was already preparing for his current work at that time. After all, I was not a professional at that time. So I believed Ma Xingkong's words and chose this plan. It was because of this debate that I was deeply impressed. Yi Linsheng said with certainty. All the line assembly points are here. After another day of hard trekking, Yi Linsheng and his team finally arrived at the predetermined target. The scene that appeared in front of them shocked everyone, because the entire line assembly point was blown up. A deep pit was blown out of the entire area. The surroundings were grayish-white, and only here was the deep black land exposed. This was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. It was a premeditated act of sabotage. If you want to repair the cables here, the project is very huge. If you want to rely on the power of Maozi and others, it is impossible. Don't stand there. Find the cables in the northwest direction. And let's contact Luo Qingyi first. Yi Linsheng shouted, waking up the workers who were still in a daze. The workers began to look for underground cables, trying to establish contact with the outside world. 3 days later, Maozi and others finally found the cables connecting to the Western network. A message was quickly delivered to the underground city of Datong Town. After hearing Yi Linsheng's story, Luo Qingyi was shocked, and immediately called the mayor Zhu Tianming, prepare a rescue team, and rush to Jianghai underground city with supplies. Chapter 158 Re-energizing. Let's go. Old Yi. Take care. Maozi and the others said hello to Yi Linsheng. After another day of trekking, they finally found the landing point of the return capsule. In this wilderness, the return capsule is the most reliable and safest shelter. After loading the return capsule onto the engineering vehicle, it was time to say goodbye. The supplies they carried were not enough for so many people to continue to advance for hundreds of kilometers. And Maozi, Xu Weiman and other people with families are reluctant to leave their families. Separation is inevitable. Tell Luo Ji that I forced you to do all this. Yi Linsheng warned. Maozi grinned, don't worry. Luo Ji is crazy. But he has a bottom line. He can dismiss me at most. But he won't touch my people. Yi Linsheng didn't say much. He just said seriously, take care. Between men, a word of take care includes everything. Watching several people trudging away in the wilderness, Yi Linsheng regained his mind and said to Wan Xiong, let's go. The engineering vehicle carrying the return capsule began to move forward in the dark night. The sea! Wan Xiong shouted in surprise. Several people who were originally drowsy suddenly woke up. We are all frozen. Where is the sea? It must be an illusion. Someone muttered and rubbed his eyes. But what appeared in front of everyone was indeed a blue sea, which seemed like a dream in the dark night. Yi Linxing was also shocked. This blue was extremely vast, and extended to a very deep place. What is this? Everyone knew that this was definitely not the sea. When they entered this blue area, they found that it was a lichen that could emit blue fluorescence. This was the first time they saw life on land. I didn't expect that there was life. Everyone was amazed. The area covered by this lichen was extremely vast. At least several thousand square kilometers. The engineering vehicle had been driving for 2 days and 2 nights without leaving. Suddenly, Yi Linxing took out the monitor and tested the air here. The air quality here is surprisingly good. In the future, the air here will not need a gas mask, and it will be breathable directly. I once heard a saying that if humans pollute the environment recklessly, then it will be humans themselves who will perish. And once humans perish, the environment will be reshuffled and return to normal again. Shen Yuxing said seriously. Because the blue planet has life, even if it encounters the worst destruction, it will be reborn again. Humans cannot be eternal, but the blue planet can. This discovery made everyone feel very happy and full of confidence in the next trip. Seeing the familiar cave entrance, Yi Linxing exhaled heavily. Datong Town Underground City. This is the first underground city that Yi Linxing personally participated in. The entrance to the Datong Town Underground City is in a deep mine cave. After stepping into the mine cave, he actually felt like going home. As the elevator descended repeatedly, this feeling of going home became stronger and stronger. When the last elevator door opened, Yi Linxing saw Luo Qingyu with red eyes. She was staring at Yi Linxing, who was still wearing a protective suit, with a look of deep love and hatred. If it weren't for the gray-white toxic dust on her protective suit, she would have rushed over and punched him. You sent me here just to leave you a way out? Luo Qingyu's eyes could probably kill Yi Linxing dozens of times. I guess so. Yi Linxing took off his thick protective suit and stood out with ease. What if my brother is not as you guessed? Are you going to never see me again? Yi Linxing knew that the best way to coax a girl who had suppressed her emotions for more than a year was a big hug. He held Luo Qingyu in his arms, and held her slender body in his arms. It's great to see you again. Luo Qingyu was moved at first, but immediately pushed him away with disgust. What's that smell? Go take a shower. Yi Linxing raised his arm and smelled it. He was almost suffocated by himself. It was really bad. A smell of old sweat mixed with other smells. Hee. Why don't you find me a place to take a shower? I reported your situation to the Nirvana Command. Elder Zhang and Commander Chong meant to let you recuperate for a while. Luo Qingyu looked at Yi Linxing with some trepidation. It's not appropriate for me to take up an important position at this time. There are still many voices against me. Yi Linxing wiped his head with a towel. How about I give you the position of inspector? Luo Qingyu said cautiously. Yi Linxing stretched out his hand and rubbed her hair. Silly girl. Can you give up your position casually? Then what are your plans? Lu Yingdong is here? Yes. Give him to me. Yi Linxing fell on the bed. On the way here, I found a kind of lichen, which can survive in extremely harsh living environments outside. And it can flourish. I want to use his hand to spread this lichen everywhere and accelerate the improvement of the environment. By the way, Mr. Zhang said that when you come, he will have a video conference with you to discuss countermeasures. Luo Qingyu put away Yi Linxing's clothes and threw them into the washing machine. Doing these things made Luo Qingyu feel very relaxed and peaceful. It seemed like she was back to the past, when she was Yi Linxing's assistant. Okay, let me know when the time comes. Yi Linxing was a little sleepy. By the way, also called Zhuangxiangjie. Puff! A mouthful of thick phlegm was spit on the ground, and a pair of military shoes stepped on it, smearing the thick phlegm into a yellow color. Yi Linxing twisted his body uncomfortably. It has been more than a year, and Yi Linxing has never seen anyone spit casually. Obviously, there are not so many rules in the underground city of Datong Town. Yi Linxing. Yi Linxing stretched out his hand. Lu Yingdong, who was handsome and dressed handsomely, stretched out his hand. Zhuangxiangjie. The rough man Zhuangxiangjie also stretched out his calloused hand. What do you think of me? This is a narrow alley in the underground city. Yi Linxing arranged to meet here because he didn't want to put pressure on them. You look younger than you do on TV. And you are also friendly. Lu Yingdong is obviously good at socializing. And his words are also very pleasant. Zhuangxiangjie is a straightforward person. Soldiers should act decisively. It is impossible to do nothing and wait for death. I admire you for this. At least, I support you on this point. Yi Linsheng looked at Zhuang Xiongjie meaningfully. Do you really have no opinion on me? Zhuang Xiongjie's broad body finally moved. Can you say it? Of course. You dismantled my entire company. I still can't find anyone to talk to. Zhuang Xiongjie spread his hands. Even our entire regiment has been torn apart. And no one is together. I just don't understand. Are you afraid that we will rebel? We are all soldiers who have undergone rigorous training. And we are all passionate about the country. Why do you want to do this to us? I have to say this. Zhuang Xiongjie stiffened his neck. Of course. We take obedience as our duty. We accept it. But we feel uncomfortable. Seeing that Yi Linsheng didn't say anything. He added, this is what you want me to tell the truth. Lu Yingdong quickly spoke for Zhuang Xiongjie. I know this too. As far as I know. It seems that only their regiment has this phenomenon. Other troops are uniformly distributed according to the organizational structure, which makes it easier to manage. Deputy Commander Yi should not pay attention to Captain Zhuang's tone. Yi Linsheng looked a little strange. He pondered for a while before saying, you know, I personally gave the order to split you up. Lu Yingdong was stunned. He didn't know what to say for a while. Even you, Lu Yingdong, who was supposed to be assigned to the core underground city, was asked to fight in the Copper Town. At that time, the Datong Town underground city was full, and you and your generals had to squeeze in. Zhuang Xiongjie, who was originally full of anger, suddenly showed a hopeful look. A mission? For a man like him who has been in the military for half his life. The most uncomfortable thing is the current life of being full of crisis, but unable to do anything. It can be said that in the past year, he has been expecting some earth-shaking mission. Yi Linsheng did not answer directly, but said, actually, I have been planning it all the time. Although we have worked hard, we must also be prepared for failure. Your allocation is my preparation for the aliens. In more than a year, the alien fleet will arrive on Blue Star. Last time, they invaded Blue Star by sowing seeds of horrible creatures. But now the conditions are obviously not allowed. It is a question whether biological clocks can survive in the harsh environment of Blue Star. So, how will they invade us? Lu Yingdong thought for a while and said, when air strikes cannot achieve the goal. Of course, there is only ground advancement. Yes, only by entering the ground and fighting us with real swords and guns. Zhuang Xiongjie also said, no. Yi Linsheng said calmly. How many times did Chu, the world's top military power, win by ground attack? Even if it won, it was a miserable victory. Zhuang Xiongjie nodded involuntarily. Indeed, with Chu's strong military strength, after invading a region, it would also fall into the quagmire of fighting. Ground warfare is not the best solution. Then how do they invade? Lu Yingdong asked curiously. He was just a captain of a helicopter squadron, and he had no access to such core secrets. They don't have an absolute advantage over us. Even if they do, we can use our geographical advantage to wear them down. Yi Linsheng pointed to the top of his head. They only have so many fleets, and one less is one less. Moreover, when they have an absolute advantage in power, they are very careful about their lives. Even if they consume more resources, they are unwilling to die. This point is also fully reflected in the Blue Star War. Then how do they invade? Cultural invasion, spiritual invasion, technological invasion. Yi Linsheng's expression became solemn. No matter which one, it is enough to cause internal strife, division, and finally destruction of our human race. Zhuang Xiongjie made a bitter face and rubbed his beard. I don't quite understand. I need your help. Yi Linsheng looked at the two men with different characteristics with his bright eyes. Like Luo Ji back then? Zhuang Xiongjie's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Lu Yingdong was also a little excited. Although many people now know about Luo Ji's story, this does not prevent everyone from admiring Luo Ji in their hearts. Men have always admired the strong. Luo Ji is also a strong man in a sense. If Luo Ji knew that you spit everywhere, you could only eat porridge for this month. Yi Linsheng rolled his eyes at Zhuang Xiongjie. Chapter 159. You are brothers, who can be trusted. Arriving at Luo Qingyu's office. As soon as the two sat down, Luo Qingyu brought them tea. This made the two feel flattered. After all, the person with the highest position in Datong Town actually poured tea for them personally. However, Luo Qingyu felt very comfortable. She liked this feeling, standing aside as an assistant and working silently for Yi Linsheng. Qingyu, you put pressure on them. Please step aside for a while. Lend me the office for a while. Okay. Luo Qingyu agreed briskly, and then left the office, and closed the door. It seemed that he hadn't done this for a long time, but it was so natural and comfortable. Deputy Commander Yi, what do you mean by cultural invasion? Seeing the beautiful girl Luo Qingyu go out, Zhuang Xiangjie was not restrained at all. His voice was also higher. He was really interested. He had a vague feeling that he was going to participate in a major war whose achievements were no less than Luo Ji's. Lu Yingdong was rather reserved, and just patiently waited for Yi Linqing's explanation. Since the aliens have mastered the technology of long-distance flight, then the round-trip time between them and us is within half a year. But in the last life, they took 3 years. This shows that they came up with the best attack plan after careful analysis. Now, the terrorist biological seed plan cannot be implemented, so they must adopt other plans that are not the optimal solution. Among these plans, I predict that they will adopt a plan to split us from within. Use their advanced science and technology ideas to brainwash some of us who have weak willpower or weak thoughts. Lu Yingdong understood a little. There are also those who feel that their talents are not appreciated or are dissatisfied with society. These people are also easily turned against by aliens. Yi Linsheng nodded. That's right. I have seen aliens. Although their appearance is somewhat different from ours, the difference is not particularly large. They are also mortals. Our weapons will definitely cause damage if they hit them. In order to reduce losses, causing internal division and disintegration is their best method. I have read Lu Cixin's book, called Hearing the Truth in the Morning, which tells the story of a group of scientists who, in pursuit of truth, will sacrifice everything, even their own lives. Lu Yingdong stared at Yi Linsheng. Are you also worried that scientists like Luo Ji will be captured by this high-tech knowledge and become their accomplices? Yi Linsheng looked at Lu Yingdong with an admiring attitude. Captain Lu, I didn't expect that. You have also read this book. That's right, this is what I said, technological invasion. However, I'm not worried about Luo Ji. Although I didn't prevent Luo Ji from doing something wrong, I still know Luo Ji very well. He is a determined scientist, not the kind of weak-willed scholar who can be brainwashed into the Advent sect. Yi Linqing said confidently, although Luo Ji betrayed me, he will not betray humanity, and the members of the entire N sect will not betray humanity. Then he changed the subject. He and I are actually very similar. Both of us are willing to give everything to stick to our original intentions. I will not betray humanity. And neither will he. It's just that he chose a different path from me. In the final analysis, we all want to save humanity, but we use different methods. Who is that? Zhuang Xiangjie asked curiously. Yi Linqing shook his head. There is no specific target. In reality, those who are most easily corrupted may be the targets of spiritual invasion, cultural invasion, and technological invasion. He stood up suddenly, walked in front of Zhuang Xiangjie, stretched out his hand and pressed his shoulder. This is why I left you here. I hope you can contact your former subordinates and the people in your regiment to form a secret organization so that we can secretly find these invaders and eliminate them one by one. People from the regiment? Lu Yingdong was a little confused. You don't know? With Zhuang Xiangjie's ability and qualifications, he should have been promoted to the head of the regiment or even a higher position long ago. But because he doesn't pay attention to details and has a bold personality, he is still the company commander. And the current head of the regiment was once a soldier of Captain Zhuang. Yi Linqing's words shocked Zhuang Xiangjie. How do you know all this? Nonsense. If he didn't know, he would have left you in Datong town. Lu Yingdong laughed and scolded. Yi Linqing walked back to his seat again and sat down slowly. When I first became the deputy commander, I was planning this. I chose you from tens of thousands of candidates across the country. Zhuang Xiangjie felt a passion in his heart. This was the feeling of being valued. He had a feeling that following Yi Linqing, he could really achieve great things. He could let those who suppressed him see that he was capable. Now, I have made it clear. Are you willing to join? Yi Linqing looked at the two men with different personalities sincerely and asked eagerly. Zhuang Xiangjie was about to stand up, but Lu Yingdong reached out and held him down. Deputy Commander Yi, I want to ask, is this what the Nirvana Command meant? I am not the deputy commander now. And of course, I cannot represent the Nirvana Command. Yi Linqing told the truth. I will not even tell the Nirvana Command. Why? Lu Yingdong and Zhuang Xiangjie asked in unison. Because we are afraid of leaks, Yi Linqing said worriedly. We cannot predict the strength of the enemy. Are you worried about Zhang Lao and Commander Chong? Lu Yingdong asked tentatively. No. They are all staunch resistance fighters. Yi Linqing sighed. But the Nirvana headquarters is too big, and the staff is too diverse. I can't guarantee that all of them are resistance fighters. Our actions must be concealed, otherwise, the aliens will attack us first. At that time, we will be powerless to save the situation. Lu Yingdong stood up and said, Deputy Commander Yi, oh no Yi. Just call me Xiao Yi. I'll still call you Yi too, I agree to join. Lu Yingdong said readily. This surprised Yi Linqing, because Lu Yingdong always behaved more rationally and calmly than Zhuang Xiongjie. Unexpectedly, he agreed to join first. Zhuang Xiongjie also stood up. Old Lu, you are not nice enough. You held me down, just because you wanted to stand up and express your opinion first. Yeto, I will join too. Yi Linqing stretched out his hand, tightly grasped the hands of Zhuang Xiongjie and Lu Yingdong. Okay, let's work together to save mankind. Work together, the two said in unison. At this moment, the three of them felt like they were sworn brothers in the peach garden. Old Lu, weren't you hesitant just now? Why are you willing to join all of a sudden? Yi Linqing asked with a smile. Lu Yingdong did not hide it. I am a cautious person. However, through your story, I have determined that you really want to do something big. I am also a man who is willing to go through fire and water to save mankind. So of course I have to join. Zhuang Xiongjie suddenly asked, Yeto, do you think we are like Luoji back then? No. Why? He is so cunning. So cunning that I have never noticed it. Yi Linqing smiled. But I have been paying attention to you two for a long time. You don't know me, but I know you very well. Luoji is a scholar. I can't see through him. And you are passionate men. You are brothers who can be trusted. Chapter 160. The alien fleet was blown up. After a burst of artificial rain, the humidity of the air increased significantly. Luo Qingyu's face, like the humidity, became solemn. There were 5 people in the office, except Yi Linqing. All of them were the core management of the Datong Town underground city. Mayor Zhu Tianming, Inspector Luo Qingyu, Deputy Mayor Tian Bincheng, Security Bureau Director Shinchun Sheng. Just now, a video conference of all the management of the underground city ended. Yi Linqing attended as a special guest. The content of the meeting was to discuss how to meet the enemy. This meeting has actually been going on. It was just because the Jianghai underground city lost contact, so this was Yi Linqing's first time to attend. The aliens are likely to arrive on Blue Star within a year and a half to 2 years, and what awaits the Blue Star people will be an arduous battle. Since the mission of concealment by humans has failed, humans cannot just admit defeat, and must face it actively. This is the purpose of the meeting. This is a video conference. But the result of the meeting disappointed Yi Linqing, because no definite plan was given at the meeting. However, it was also within Yi Linqing's expectations. Yi Linqing had worked in the last religion, and also served as the deputy commander-in-chief, and had his own understanding of the existing management system. When working in the last religion, because only Yi Linqing and Luo Ji and other core figures needed to reach a consensus, they could immediately take action. Even in an emergency, Yi Linqing could make judgments and decisions in person when others objected. This makes the efficiency of the last sect extremely high. Only in less than a year can so many things come out. But the Nirvana command is different. It must be coordinated. It is difficult to turn a big ship around. That's the reason. In the past, Zhang Lao let himself enter the Nirvana command, just to use his own vigor to improve the efficiency of the Nirvana command. In fact, Yi Linqing also did it. But after Yi Linqing was dismissed, the Nirvana command slowly returned to the previous rhythm. This is the result of today's meeting. 5 response methods were proposed at the meeting, and 2 of them even hinted at surrender. The mainstream opinion was to actively prepare for war, develop military equipment and technology, build ground bunkers and fortifications, build special ground combat outdoor clothing, and form a large army to fight the aliens in the harsh environment of ice and snow. Military leader Zheng Jiqing also expressed his enthusiasm that he would fight to the last drop of blood and not let the aliens invade the blue planet. His impassioned speech also won warm applause from the audience. Yi Linqing also applauded. He also thought Zheng Jiqing's spirit was commendable. However, if humans really focus on military preparedness, then they are really on the wrong path. Among all people, only Yi Linqing has seen aliens. Aliens can breathe freely on the blue planet, and walk normally, which means that their body structure is not much different from that of humans. In this case, why would they attack the blue planet in such a harsh environment? Isn't this asking for trouble? Yi Linqing also expressed his own views. But because he did not hold any position in the Nirvana command, his speech did not attract much attention. Moreover, there is a trend that is becoming more and more serious. That is, the expansion of local self-control power. Because of the lack of physical contact, all jurisdiction can only be implemented through the internet, which makes the mayors of various underground cities no longer so obedient to the Nirvana command. Especially the Luoji incident, which exposed the vulnerability of the remote jurisdiction of the Nirvana command. Therefore, the mayors spoke more confidently. Even when Commander-in-Chief Chan Guangxiong spoke in person, some people insisted on their own opinions. Therefore, the meeting only came to one conclusion, which was to focus on active preparations for war. And each underground city should prepare for war according to its own situation. As for Yi Linqing's suggestion to pay attention to the possibility of aliens using mental invasion, no one took it seriously. Mr. Lin, what do you think? How should we prepare for war? Although Yi Linqing is not a member of the Nirvana command headquarters now, Xu Tianming and others still respect Yi Linqing very much. After all, without Yi Linqing's support, they are nothing now. Don't prepare for war. No human bunker can stop their attack from space, Yi Linqing said affirmatively. Besides, the aliens will not launch a ground attack. They can't pay such a heavy price. We should focus on preventing alien spiritual invasion, so as not to collapse from within. Before Xu Tianming spoke, Luo Qingyu took the lead and said, I agree. Yi Linqing is the only reborn person, and he should have the clearest grasp of the situation. I agree too. Xu Tianming did not hesitate and raised his hand. The other two did not object. In the underground city of Tongzhen, a war preparation different from other places began. In early February 2030, all residents of the underground city put down their work. Countless people gathered in the square of the city hall to watch the satellite live broadcast. This is a real-time picture sent back by a space telescope launched by humans at the end of last year. Because today is the day when the alien fleet predicted by Yi Linqing will appear. Although we have long known that aliens have discovered traces of humans, we always have a little fantasy in our hearts, thinking that aliens may give up colonizing the blue planet. After all, the current blue planet is riddled with holes, and is no longer suitable for human habitation, nor should it be suitable for aliens, who are also carbon-based creatures to live. Now everyone is watching this live broadcast, just waiting with this slim hope. Fighting the Copper Town underground city. Yi Linqing stood in front of the window, and looked at the huge screen outside the city hall. Luo Qingyu stood beside him. Will they come? Yes, it's just a matter of time. Will they appear at the same time as last time? Yi Linqing was silent, and said after a long while, if that's the case, then it will be more difficult for us to defend. Why? This shows that they are very confident in destroying us. No extra preparation time is needed. Luo Qingyu also fell silent. If the aliens arrive as expected, that would really be the worst. By the way, I have never asked you, how many spaceships does the alien fleet have? Thousands. Yi Linqing's mind appeared the appearance of the alien fleet. Especially the huge mothership, which is several kilometers long. When it appeared, humans panicked. It took a year for this space fleet to arrive at the Blue Star, but this year, it was the most tormenting year for mankind, but also the most united year. Yi Linqing sighed. Unfortunately, our defense is useless. Luo Qingyu rolled his eyes at him. United? I remember someone was hiding in an underground bunker, hanging out with his girlfriend. Yi Linqing was so embarrassed that he could only touch his nose. It's not that he doesn't want to unite. After he saw the alien detection satellite, he was sure that humans couldn't win. So he wanted to dig an underground bunker to hide. Besides, you can't hide alone underground. Otherwise you will definitely have mental problems. When you chose to hide, you didn't think that if humans were extinct, you and your girlfriend wouldn't be able to support human civilization. Luo Qingyu was unwilling to change the subject. I just don't want to go to war and die. I thought, when humans saw that they were going to fail, they would choose to negotiate, but who knew, the aliens had no intention of negotiating at all, they just wanted to exterminate humans. Yi Linqing frowned. This is also the reason why I will do my best to fight against them after my rebirth. There was a cry of surprise from outside. Yi Linqing looked. It turned out that the time was up. However, because of the delay of the picture, there was no trace on the big screen. The space telescope has been searching for two locations, which are the two places where the alien probe appeared and disappeared. And this is the most likely place where aliens will appear. As time passed, Luo Qingyu's hand could not help but hold Yi Linqing's hand. She was very nervous. In fact, everyone was very nervous. Except Yi Linsheng, because Yi Linsheng knew that aliens would definitely appear and there would be no surprises. Maybe there was another person who was not nervous. That was Luo Ji, who had lost contact. He must have been preparing for this day. The delay was about 7 or 8 minutes. At this time, Luo Qingyu's phone rang. Luo Qingyu was startled. At this time, who would call her? Brother? Luo Qingyu exclaimed. The next moment, she handed the phone to Yi Linsheng. My brother asked you to answer the phone. Yi Linsheng slowly took the phone. Yi Linsheng. I am Luo Ji. You will watch the live broadcast immediately. Luo Ji's voice was calm with a hint of madness. I will show you that my approach is the most correct. You will see what we have done. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yi Linsheng called back, but he could not get through. There was a cry of surprise from outside. Yi Linsheng and Luo Qing looked out the window and saw Luo Ji's head on the big screen. His eyes were bloodshot. Obviously he had been staying up late. People of the world, Luo Ji, proudly announced that we have deployed a large number of space mines in the area where aliens are about to appear. The aliens will have to not come, or if they come, there is only one way to go. Luo Ji's voice was always calm with a hint of madness. But this news instantly ignited people's passion. And people cheered excitedly. After all, this is the best news for mankind. Core Underground City. Nirvana Command Center. The staff was in a panic. They were hacked into the live broadcast network by Luo Ji, which made them panic. Everyone quickly looked for the source of Luo Ji's signal. The staff reported to Niao Lao and Chang Guangxiong regretfully. We are trying to block the signal. Zheng Lao raised his hand. No need. Let him continue. However, we should trace where his signal comes from, and it is best to establish contact with Jianhai Underground City. At the same time, pay close attention to the landing point of aliens, and see if the situation is true. Yes. The live broadcasts of various underground cities are still continuing. Rogi still said in his special tone, our Science Hope team will do our best to stop the invasion of aliens. Please wait and see. After speaking, the screen disappeared, and turned back to the live screen. This scene made people all over the world, from being uneasy, turn to being excited. Everyone hoped that this time, Luo Ji could really become a hero who saved humanity. Fighting the Copper Town dungeon. Yi Linsheng looked at Luo Ji, whom he had not seen for nearly 2 years, and felt very emotional. This guy really has been working hard to fight against aliens. He chose to upgrade technology and actively prepare for war. It can't be said that it was wrong, but it can only be said that it was used in the wrong direction. Moreover, Luo Ji had obviously repaired the network signal a long time ago, but just deliberately kept it disconnected. This shows that he does not want to accept anyone's leadership anymore. Can what my brother said come true? Luo Qingyu asked nervously. Impossible. Yi Linsheng denied it categorically. If the aliens were so reckless, they would not be able to fight a war across the stars. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a cry of surprise from outside. Here they come. The alien fleet is coming. On the big screen, there was a fuzzy bright spot. In this area, the starry sky was dim, and there were almost no stars. But this bright spot is very conspicuous. Is it coming? Luo Qingyu nervously held Yi Linsheng's hand. Yi Linsheng shook his head. It is difficult to observe a single alien spaceship with the naked eye. Only when a large fleet appears at the same time can it be discovered. This bright light does not look like a fleet, but more like an explosion. My brother's plan succeeded? Luo Qingyu was a little surprised, and a little worried. Core Underground City. Nirvana Command Center. The situation analysis came out quickly. Report, an explosion occurred at the place where the target was scheduled to appear, and the range of the explosion is highly consistent with the range where the alien fleet may appear. Analyze whether the one blown up was the alien fleet. Chang Guangxiong couldn't help but sigh. I have to say, Luo Ji is crazy, but his ideas are really advanced. I wonder, how did he launch the space mine, and we didn't even notice any movement? Mr. Zheng raised his head slightly, with a gleam in his eyes. This shows that Luo Ji is ahead of us in space technology. This speculation surprised Chang Guangxiong so much that he couldn't speak. The same conversation also took place in the underground city of Datong Town. Rocket power expert Lu Wurong pushed the door open and said, it seems that Luo Ji's aerospace technology should be ahead of Nirvana Command. And the network technology is also ahead. Otherwise, they can't hide it from everyone and do such a big thing. Did the alien fleet get blown up? Luo Qingyu asked nervously. It must have been blown up. As for whether it was a spaceship or a whole fleet, it's hard to say, Lu Wurong explained. At this time, there was another round of cheers outside. Because the Nirvana command confirmed a piece of news. In the area where the aliens were expected to land, there was a violent explosion. Although the specific situation has yet to be determined, this news is enough to cause a sensation among people. Originally, people still regarded Roger as a traitor, but now his image has changed all of a sudden. Someone outside began to shout long live. Obviously, Roger was regarded as the savior. In the town hall square, people started their first carnival since entering the underground city. This scene was happening in all the underground cities around the world that could watch the live broadcast. It seemed that all of humanity was boiling with excitement. Except Yi Linsheng. Because he knew that if the aliens could be dealt with so easily, they would not have been able to grow to the current level. Chapter 161, Uncovering the True Face of Aliens. The excitement lasted for a whole day. On this day, people generously exchanged their contribution points for the food that they usually couldn't bear to eat, and celebrated. Today's explosion proved one thing, that is, aliens are not invincible. Humanity, returning to the ground, is just around the corner. By the way, some people started to bring up Yi Linsheng's past. People were saying, if it was Luo Ji who was reborn, Blue Star wouldn't be like this because of Yi Linsheng. This conclusion made Yi Linsheng laugh and cry. Now Luo Ji's reputation was instantly raised a lot, while Yi Linsheng's reputation was completely suppressed to the bottom. Yeto, should we continue with our plan? In a small restaurant on the roadside, Zhuang Xiongjie, with a stubble on his face, picked up a chopstick of artificial meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The small restaurant here is very different from the small restaurant in Jianhai Underground City. The chefs tried their best to make the artificial meat taste as good as real meat, so they kept working on the taste. These are forbidden in Jianhai Underground City. Don't be affected by the news. Yi Linsheng was very calm. Although his reputation had fallen to the bottom, he still believed in his own judgment. Before the aliens are completely defeated, we should not shake the morale of the army first. Lu Yingdong walked in, sat down heavily, and picked up the chopsticks to eat without hesitation. How is it? Yi Linsheng asked. Don't say it, the power of science is strong, you can't refuse to accept it. Zhuang Xiongjie, who was sitting opposite, kept winking at Lu Yingdong. Lu Yingdong was confused. Yi Linsheng noticed it. And he laughed and scolded, You big man Zhuang, what do you think I am? You think I am a petty person? I am not that petty. If Luo Ji's theory is correct, I will apologize to him in front of the whole country. Zhuang Xiongjie laughed. I thought you were uncomfortable listening to it. Lu Yingdong muttered, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Didn't you say that the power of science is strong? Zhuang Xiongjie stared at Lu Yingdong. Doesn't this mean that Luo Ji is stronger than you two? Lu Yingdong and Zhuang Xiongjie, two men with different personalities, have now become best friends who talk nonsense. Of course not. I'm talking about the aerospace dynamics expert Lu Wurong. After he joined our team, he upgraded the drone. Now it can stay in the sky for almost a year without coming down. Completing the global seeding mission, the difficulty has been greatly reduced, Lu Yingdong said. Lu Yingdong's mission is to spread the lichen named Blue Ocean to the world. Originally, due to the bad climate, the seeding work progressed slowly. With the addition of aerospace dynamics expert Lu Wurong, everything became simple. He improved the power system of the drone, installed solar panels, and allowed the drone to penetrate the dust zone up to 10,000 meters high, enter the area close to vacuum, automatically use solar energy to charge, and then so after reaching the target. This technology allows the drone to fly in the sky for a long time without landing. Only when it needs to replenish seeds, it will return to the ground. We calculated that all regions in the world now have blue ocean seeds. What we should do now is to wait. Wait until these blue oceans form a vast ocean. Suddenly, there was some commotion among the pedestrians outside, and many people came out of the house and gathered towards the city hall. Yi Linsheng's heart moved. Don't eat, something must have happened. You go to our workshop, I'll go to the mayor. As soon as the door was opened, Xu Tianming, with a gloomy face, came over and said solemnly, Alien spaceships have appeared. Security Bureau Director Shen Chunsheng also looked worried. The Nirvana Command expert group confirmed that yesterday's explosion was a mine clearance operation by aliens. After the explosion, the expert group used a variety of technical means to confirm that alien spaceships have appeared. Space mines are useless, Shen Chunsheng said regretfully. Although it was expected, Yi Linsheng still felt a little regretful. Yi Linxing noticed that the two people were talking about alien spaceships, not alien fleets, which was a bit strange. How many spaceships are there? 3. Yi Linxing was stunned. 3? Only 3. There seems to be something going on here. In the previous life, there were not 3 ships in space, but thousands. Is there a giant space mothership? Yi Linxing asked. No. Nirvana Command confirmed that the size of the 3 spacecraft should be only about a kilometer. Luo Qingyu added. What is their speed? Basically the same as the probe's speed. It will take about a month to reach Blue Star. Yi Linxing touched his chin. That means that the aerospace mothership did not come. Otherwise, it would take them at least a year to reach Blue Star. What does this mean? Luo Qingyu asked. Zhu Tianming, Shen Chunsheng and others all looked up at Yi Linxing. From the moment the alien spaceship appeared, they were more convinced that Yi Linxing was the core. Yi Linxing did not answer. He lowered his head and walked slowly. This change was unexpected by Yi Linxing. He thought the alien fleet would invade in large numbers. But he did not expect that only 3 space battleships were sent. This result was a bit unexpected. Finally, Yi Linxing stopped. I know. In the last life, because they were full of confidence, they sent a large fleet to prepare for colonization. In this life, the environment of Blue Star was destroyed, and they could not colonize directly. So they only sent 3 space battleships. It seems that these aliens look down on us, and do not take us seriously at all, Shen Chunsheng said angrily. Yi Linxing is calmed down. I hope that they look down on us. Only then will we have a chance. What should we do? Luo Qingyu asked. 3 battleships. Not yet aerospace motherships. This is obviously not prepared for a land war, Yi Linxing said confidently. We have been preparing for nearly 2 years, and it should be useful. A month later, 3 space battleships arrived at Blue Star, stayed in space, and quietly overlooked the Earth. They did not launch an attack, nor did they make any movements. Just floating. After the initial panic, the people in the underground city slowly regained their composure. It was rumored that the aliens underestimated the Blue Planet, and after arriving at the Blue Planet, they found that the Blue Planet had been destroyed and could not land. So they stayed in space. There were also rumors that the aliens had no ill intentions at all, and were bewitched by Yi Linxing. They came with the purpose of peace. These rumors gradually fermented and spread. Under these rumors, and the threat of alien warships overhead, the whole world is divided into several factions. In addition to the Advent faction, and the War faction at the beginning, there are now dozens of factions such as the Peace faction, the Coexistence faction, the Extreme faction, and the Spirit faction. The Peace faction advocates that humans should take the initiative to contact aliens, and live in peace and friendship. The Coexistence faction advocates that humans should set aside an area for aliens. Both sides should not interfere with each other. The Extreme faction advocates that in order to protect themselves, humans should be willing to be the younger brothers and followers of aliens. This faction is mainly represented by the underground cities in Western countries. The Spirit faction believes that the aliens are showing miracles, that they are gods, and that humans should worship them. Basically, except for the War faction, the others are seeking peace. The power of the Advent faction is now beginning to emerge, and it has obviously become much stronger. They even shouted slogans, saying that they would welcome the rule of aliens. All of this is slowly developing. All of this is also under Yi Linxing's surveillance. Yi Linxing's office. Yi Linxing picked up the phone and dialed a number. Xiao Dao, how is the data I asked you to check? Xiao Dao is now the data director of Guangzhou Underground City, which is also a chess piece deployed by Yi Linxing. Guangzhou Underground City is a computer database concentration. It is also the National Underground City Data Processing Center. Xiao Dao is now the director of the center, with a high authority. There is a lot of data, very complicated, but it is basically certain that our network has been invaded, Xiao Dao said. Yi Linxing snorted coldly. I knew it. This is the means of attack by aliens. All the networks of the Peace faction have signs of invasion, especially the Advent faction. They are now exchanging data frequently. It is obvious that they are in close contact with aliens, Xiao Dao said anxiously. Boss, should we report these? What's the use of reporting? Now many mayors are Peace factions, and they will certainly protect their own people. Yi Linxing snorted. I guess they don't know it themselves. They are being brainwashed by aliens, and they think they are communicating with some wise people. Just ignore them? Of course not. We must cut the grass at its roots. The first thing to do is to find the way and location of their invasion, cut off their retreat, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop, Yi Linsheng said in a serious tone. First, do a good job of monitoring. Don't let them discover our existence. August. Although it is a golden and fiery season, the people in the underground city have no feeling. People have gradually lost their perception of weather and seasons. Although the dome sky curtain also changes the picture from time to fit the season, it is impossible to leave any special impression in the summer without scorching sun, heavy rain, watermelon and cicadas. Moreover, people were not in the mood to care about the changing seasons. Because, yesterday, there was a new piece of news. At the landing point, another alien spaceship appeared. Although it was still not an alien fleet, it was still a heavy blow to people. This shows that aliens will continue to send spaceships. Pushing open the simple glass door, a hot air with a mixture of various smells came out of the room. This is Yi Linsheng's office. It is also their secret gathering point. Yi Linsheng shook his head. How long have you not showered? No one in the room paid any attention to him, still staring at their computers and working. Yi Linsheng didn't care. He walked straight to his workstation and sat down, turned his head and asked Lu Yingdong, whose eyes were red from staying up late, what did you get? Lu Yingdong sent a piece of data to Yi Linsheng. This spaceship is not big. It should be only 50 meters in size, much smaller than the previous two. Also, the appearance is also very different. The other three looked like coffins, while this one looked like an ordinary aircraft, and seemed to be streamlined. Some people suspected that this was a landing spacecraft that could enter the atmosphere for combat. Someone next to him interrupted. Only one landing spacecraft? Yi Linsheng shook his head. How dare these aliens be so bold? I think it's a near-Earth exploration spacecraft, Zhuang Xiongjie said. Impossible. If it's a near-Earth exploration spacecraft, why not put it in these three? Why fly it alone? Such discussions were also widely exchanged between the Nirvana Command and various underground cities. People are speculating where this spaceship came from. However, until this spaceship approaches the blue star, no one knows what their purpose is. Mid-September. The phone rings and interrupts Yi Linsheng's dream. Just now, the aliens had an internal conflict, and the fourth spaceship was hit just as it approached the blue star, and is now making an emergency landing. Lu Yingdong's voice of surprise and joy came. Yi Linsheng woke up completely. Internal conflict? Yes. The spaceship was hit just as it approached. I saw that the spaceship had entered the atmosphere. Can you track the location of its landing point? Let's rush over, Yi Linsheng said excitedly. I have urgently raised all drones to the ground and prepared to take off to track them. Yi Linsheng quickly put on his clothes and called Zhuang Xiongjie. Notify everyone. And everyone will meet at our gathering point. Yes. Yi Linsheng hurried out of the house, stepped on the balance car, and quickly rushed to the gathering point. Yi Lin had a hunch that the hope of human survival lay in this crash. As long as the secret of interstellar navigation could be obtained from this crashed plane, there would be hope for mankind. He picked up the phone and called again. Qingyu, come to my office quickly. Something big is happening. When they entered the assembly point, more news came. The spacecraft was falling at a very high speed. The hull had generated high temperatures due to the intense friction with the atmosphere. However, the spacecraft as a whole remained intact and did not explode. It seemed that only the power was damaged. It is currently impossible to predict the crash site, but it is generally predicted that it should be within the scope of our country, Lu Yingdong said. Great. Huh? It slowed down, Lu Yingdong exclaimed. Not only did it slow down, but its shape also changed. The wings became larger, and the air resistance also increased. Expected crash site? Wait a minute. Because the data has changed. It needs to be recalculated. 10 minutes later, Lu Yingdong finally determined the crash site. The expected crash site is on the ice field hundreds of kilometers northwest of the underground city of Datong Town. Yi Linsheng turned his head and shouted to Zhuang Xiongjie, who had just come in. Old Zhuang, prepare the search team. We have to set off as soon as possible. Remember? Bring weapons. I want to see if these aliens are invulnerable. Yeto, you want to go too? Zhuang Xiongjie was a little surprised. I haven't seen them for many years. I miss them so much. Yi Linsheng smiled. A few days later, on the western ice field of Datong Town, in the dim light, a spaceship still emitting smoke appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was very excited. The true face of the aliens, at this moment, is finally revealed. Chapter 162 Alien Captives. Several soldiers holding various weapons slowly approached the strange spaceship. Although it also had wings, they were not triangles commonly used by humans, but regular polygons. The entire spaceship was about 50 to 60 meters long, comparable to the length of a large passenger plane. The nose of the aircraft was stuck in the snow and dust, and most of it was buried. And the fuselage, in the wind and sand of the past few days, was also covered a lot. The blue ocean on the ground was destroyed, and the fuselage looked very strange in the fluorescent light. This spaceship is not like a space shuttle, because it has no landing wheels. However, these are not what surprised Yi Linsheng. But in Yi Linsheng's memory, there is no such style of spaceship. This is the first time he has seen it. Don't shoot easily. I don't think this is an internal conflict. The aliens on this spaceship may not be in the same group as the one above, Yi Linsheng said. Zhuang Xiongjie walked to the fuselage carefully, shining the light for a long time, but found nothing, Yeto. The fuselage is very solid. There is no damage. I guess the hatch is at the nose of the plane. Engineering vehicle, get on. A small engineering forklift started working. I checked, there are no signs of human walking around, which means the driver is still inside. Zhuang Xiongjie walked over and said. Yi Linsheng nodded, and said to the soldier in charge of the alert, be alert. If you find the other party is hostile, take decisive action. After a long wait, the nose of the plane finally came out. 3 aliens were found, but they don't know whether they live or die, Zhuang Xiongjie reported. However, we can't open the hatch. Just at this moment, the soldier in front yelled, raise your hands, or I'll shoot. Yi Linsheng and Zhuang Xiongjie rushed over, and saw through the broken glass window that there was a humanoid object inside holding what should be some kind of weapon, and panicking at the people outside. But this humanoid object was very flustered, looking at this, looking at that, and couldn't settle down. Yi Linsheng knew in his heart that this was not the alien he had seen. This was an alien with a different appearance. The aliens he had seen before were very ugly, at least according to the aesthetics of the Blue Star people. But this alien was different, looking very close to humans. Yi Linsheng walked over, signaled all the soldiers to put down their weapons, and then made a quiet gesture to the people inside. The alien inside calmed down a bit, but was still very cautious. Yi Linsheng took the gun from Zhuang Xiongjie, and then demonstrated the action of putting the gun down. The alien hesitated for a moment, and finally put the weapon aside. Yi Linsheng pointed at the hatch again, and signaled him to open it. The alien hesitated again, put on the space helmet, and then pressed the power button. The hatch opened, and Yi Linsheng nodded to Zhuang Xiongjie, and signaled him to go in alone. This one should be injured, the other 2 are dead. Zhuang Xiongjie muttered. You know what, the alien spaceship is really strong, it's not damaged even though it looks like this, and all the dashboards are good. The alien obviously understood that. If he didn't obey Yi Linsheng's command, he would definitely die, so he also became very cooperative. When the alien stood up on one leg, Yi Linsheng found that he was half a head taller than the big man Zhuang Xiongjie. But he was not strong. Even though he was wrapped in a space suit, he was still very thin. Zhuang Xiongjie arranged people to build an outdoor base to guard this aircraft. I will take 2 people to take the aliens back to the underground city. Also, no matter who asks, just say there are only 2 aliens, both are dead. Yi Linsheng turned his head to look at the aliens. Through the visor of the space helmet, Yi Linsheng saw a face similar to that of a human. This made him more certain that this was not the alien race that killed humans. This was another race. In the simple tent, Yi Linsheng took off his helmet and let out a heavy breath. It feels so comfortable without a gas mask. The alien hesitated for a moment, he took out an instrument to test the air, and then took off his helmet. After seeing the true appearance of this alien, Yi Linsheng was stunned for a moment. The helmet will be deformed to a certain extent, so when looking at it, I feel that the outline of this alien is a bit delicate. After taking off the helmet, I found that this should be a woman. Because the appearance is more charming, the outline is very delicate. Of course, it could also be a man. Just like those androgynous young celebrities, who were popular before the end of the world. Yi Linsheng took out a piece of artificial food, and was about to put it in his mouth. After thinking for a while, he handed it to the other party. Do you want to eat it? Horse racing is vicious. The alien muttered. Food. Yi Linsheng handed it to him. Horse racing is vicious. The alien pushed it away. Yi Linsheng's heart moved. He took the food and put it in his mouth. He took a bite and said seriously, eat it. The alien took out the instrument again and pointed it at Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng gave him food, but he pushed it away again. Yi Linsheng was puzzled. The alien stuffed the food into Yi Linsheng's mouth. Yi Linsheng understood a little, took a bite, and said, "Eat." The alien took it back with satisfaction. Yi Linsheng's heart moved. It seemed that this thing had the function of automatic learning. It should be an adaptive translator. He raised his hand and said to the device, "Hand." He raised his foot and said, "Foot." When he entered the underground city of Datong Town, Yi Linsheng realized that he had worked so hard all the way, but he only taught this machine about 100 words. It is still unknown when the automatic translator can learn human language and act as a translator. Entering the underground city, the aliens looked around curiously, and the equipment in their hands was recording something. Yi Linsheng turned to Zhuang Xiongjie and said, "This thing must not be taken away by him." Someone passed by in front and looked at them curiously. Yi Linsheng's heart moved. "Lao Zhuang, be alert. Don't let anyone know that we are back with aliens. Also notify your people, all blockade line information." "Yes." Zhuang Xiongjie turned to the soldiers and said, "Take out the tactical cloak, put on the mask and sunglasses." Yi Linsheng also helped the aliens hide their tracks, and the group continued to move forward. Arriving at a secret base, Yi Linsheng led the aliens in. The aliens saw the cables and circuits, and suddenly took out the device, and was about to plug it into the computer interface. Zhuang Xiongjie rushed forward and grabbed the device. The alien seemed to be stunned for a moment, and immediately raised his hand, muttering a word he had learned, "Learn. Learn. Learn." Yi Linsheng understood that this device had an automatic learning function, and it could improve learning progress by connecting to the internet. He thought about it, chose a standalone computer that could not connect to the internet, and plugged the device into it. Although this computer could not access the internet, it had a lot of e-books, movies and academic books. If this device was smart enough, it should be able to learn a lot. Yi Linsheng took the alien to the innermost room, and then signaled him to take off the space suit. The alien hesitated for a moment, but finally took it off. After taking off the space suit, Yi Linsheng confirmed that it was a female alien, because she had almost the same parts as humans. The biggest difference was her legs. Her legs were actually bent at the knees. Just looking at this point, she looked like a horse, but the other shapes should be consistent with humans. The aliens' clothes were also similar to those of humans. They were all made of soft fabrics, which showed the figure very well. Looking at this alien walking in the room in a charming way, Yi Linsheng was a little dumbfounded. "MD, have I been single for too long? I actually think a horse is handsome." Chapter 163 Aliens confirm. Doomsday Plan is a success. However, look carefully, her feet are not bent at the knees, but the ankles are high, or the forefoot is separated from the sole. It's like the front half of a person's foot is on the ground, and the back half is upright. It's a bit like a horse hoof. This structure seems to be very good at running, and this structure also makes it very graceful when walking. Yi Linsheng smiled bitterly. "I was actually studying this thing." He walked out and closed the door. Before he could communicate with the alien normally, it was impossible to let her out. It turned out that the alien's intelligent translation device was quite powerful. In just 10 days, he had mastered the essence of translation from scratch, and was able to have a formal conversation with the alien. The temperature in the room was about 26 degrees, and the alien woman was sweating all the time, obviously not used to this temperature. The fans were shaking their heads and blowing air, which allowed her to sit quietly. "When will you let me out?" "It depends on your cooperation." Yi Linsheng looked at the woman. Although he had seen her many times, every time he saw her, he still felt strange. Her face was long. Her eyes were big. Her brows were high. She had a bit of a Western skeleton, but she looked more like an Oriental. Yi Linsheng handed the woman a glass of water. "What's your name?" "Ji Lu Wuding Xia." The woman mumbled something, but the translation was this: "Your name seems to be a code?" "Yes. In the Interstellar Alliance, if you don't use codes to distinguish, it is very easy to have the same name. Gil represents the galaxy, Sherwu represents the planet, Ziding represents the area where I live, and Xia is a unique name that is different from others." "Oh my god, you just use your ID card as your name." Yi Linsheng shook his head. "Now I have a few questions for you. If your answers pass our review, then I will guarantee your safety and give you freedom." Xia obviously didn't understand the meaning of Yi Linsheng shaking his head. She said, "I am not your enemy. You shouldn't have detained me." Yi Linsheng was unmoved. "First question, Are you in the same group with them? Yi Linxing pointed to the top of his head. Xia understood this action. No. They are from a notorious civilization galaxy, called Puja Civilization. I am the planet inspector of the Interstellar Alliance, responsible for reviewing the development rights of Virgo planets. Because it was observed that Puja Civilization once appeared here, my colleagues, and I came here to observe. The dialogue was difficult, because both sides had too much information to understand. However, after difficult communication, Yi Linxing finally understood a lot of things. At the end of the conversation, Yi Linxing asked the question he wanted to ask the most. I built an underground city, detonated a volcano, and pushed an asteroid to fall to the blue planet. Is it right or wrong? Xia thought about this question for a while, and then said, there are countless habitable planets in the entire universe. These habitable planets have always been the object of competition among various civilizations. However, interstellar travel is very expensive, and some civilizations without strength will be occupied by other civilizations if they discover habitable planets. The Interstellar Alliance constantly receives complaints from these weak civilizations. In order to encourage interstellar development and to limit interstellar wars, the Interstellar Alliance stipulates that any civilization that discovers a habitable planet without civilization can permanently own the sovereignty of this planet. Other civilizations are not allowed to occupy it by force. But we have indigenous civilizations, Yi Linxing said. Xia's eyes became solemn. Yes. The Interstellar Alliance stipulates that, in order to protect the diversity of civilizations, as long as there is an indigenous civilization on a habitable planet, then it is not allowed to be occupied, but can only be protected. The discoverer will only have the priority to trade. Otherwise, they will be severely punished, or even expelled from the Interstellar Alliance. Once expelled from the Interstellar Alliance, it will be fatal for this civilization. Without the protection of the Interstellar Alliance, any civilization can divide their territory. But the Puja civilization is notorious. They have their own way to achieve their goals. Yi Linxing's heart moved. They planted the seeds of a terrifying creature, and let this terrifying creature exterminate the indigenous civilization. After the indigenous civilization is completely destroyed, they will declare this an ownerless planet and occupy it. Right? How did you know? This time it was Xia's turn to be surprised. Yi Linxing finally understood that he was not right, but had hit the mark by accident. Because the volcano exploded, the asteroid was pushed down, and the rich animal and plant resources on the blue planet were directly destroyed. And the terrifying creatures need the energy of other creatures to grow and develop. The most terrifying thing about the terrifying creatures is not their individual combat capabilities, but their huge numbers and endless division speed. Without these animals and plants as nutrients, the terrifying creatures cannot gain an advantage in numbers, and are no longer terrifying. The Puja civilization cannot send a fleet to occupy directly, which violates the regulations of the Interstellar Alliance. That's why they sent out 3 spaceships, hoping to find a new way to destroy humans at the lowest cost. Then they can occupy the blue planet. They did that before, Yi Linxing said vaguely. Xia said, we have received similar reports before, but because there is no evidence, we cannot prosecute them. As a supervisor, I received internal information this time, saying that the Puja civilization may take action. So I tracked their coordinates and came here. She showed a painful look. I didn't expect that they were so crazy that they suddenly attacked our spaceship and destroyed our spaceship. I just came here. Yi Linxing understood everything. His insistence was indeed right, because destroying the blue planet is the only way for humans to save themselves. Only by detonating volcanoes and pushing asteroids down can the ecosystem of the blue planet be completely destroyed, and the plants and animals on the ground be destroyed. Leave no chance for the terrifying creatures to reproduce and grow. I should have saved Xia's life. In the previous life, Xia should have died from the interception of the Puja civilization. The conversation could not go on, and Yi Linxing slowly stood up. The information he received today was too strong, and for a moment, Yi Linxing could not digest it immediately. The current situation is very clear. The fleet of the Puja civilization is using various methods to destroy mankind, and the information provided by Xiaodao shows that the spiritual weapons of the Puja civilization have now infiltrated the underground city, and many inexplicable experts and public intellectuals have jumped out to promote their theories. Especially the Advent sect, which has occupied a great deal of public opinion. Puja civilization is not only good at invading with terrifying creatures, but also good at invading with spirits. The phone rang, and it was Xiaodao boss. I went to the ground information pipeline concentration point in person and found a device similar to insects. These are the physical terminals for aliens to invade the network. I brought one back and am studying it now. Xiao Dao's tone was hurried. I suspect that there are such things in information concentration points across the country. Do you want to notify other underground cities and conduct an internal cleanup? Will they monitor the telephone network? Don't worry. I used an absolute encryption method, and it is impossible to be eavesdropped, Xiao Dao said confidently. Very good. Don't alarm them for now. You should quickly find a way to launch an electronic attack and wait for my order. Yi Linxing said solemnly. An information war is about to begin. You should pay attention and keep it confidential, especially your information center. There must not be any traitors. Once you find something wrong, contact Zhuang Xiongji immediately. It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Yi Linsheng is planning to build 3 combat units. One is the action unit led by Zhuang Xiongji, Dark Moon. This group of people is composed of Zhuang Xiongji's former subordinates and comrades in arms. They have all been assessed and trained by Yi Linsheng and have the ability to resist brainwashing. They will not sell out the interests of mankind. They set up special action teams in each underground city and secretly develop their strength. The second is the air strike force formed with Lu Yingdong as the backbone, Spark. The main force is the controlled drones. The third is the information force headed by Xiao Dao, Lightning. They are personally checked by Xiao Dao and selected by a group of people with strong technology and strong thinking. Based in the Guangzhou Underground City Data Center. Data is being collected everywhere. These 3 teams are now developing quietly and are not showing up. After the Luoji incident, Yi Linxing has become a little wary of people from the outside world. He only feels at ease with people he has personally reviewed. Arriving at the studio, Yi Linxing's core team has gathered here. Although this group of people is not as strong as Luoji's team, nor as comprehensive as the Nirvana Command, they are very efficient and united. Logically speaking, the Nirvana Command should be the strongest and most comprehensive, but the people are the most complicated. The last sect is very strong, and the people are united. But they have 2 minds with Yi Linsheng. Only the current team is slightly insufficient. But it makes Yi Linsheng feel most at ease. Everyone, let me report the results of my communication with aliens. Yi Linsheng's words immediately aroused everyone's interest. They all stopped their work and stared at Yi Linsheng. I don't know if you know that the solar system belongs to the Milky Way, and the Milky Way belongs to the Virgo supercluster. In the universe, there is an interstellar alliance. The headquarters of this interstellar alliance is located in the core of the Virgo supercluster. There are many civilized planets there, and their technological level is far higher than ours. In the eyes of other civilizations, our blue planet is an indigenous planet in a wild area. Yi Linsheng looked at everyone. Do you understand what I mean? Isn't it just the true state in the age of discovery? Zhuang Xiongji smacked his lips. We all understand. There was a burst of laughter in the meeting hall. In fact, this was everyone hiding their inner nervousness. Humans have always been lonely. Since the beginning of civilization, they have been very lonely. Lacking the technology for interstellar travel, the nearest star is 4 light years away. With the current flight technology, it would take hundreds or thousands of years to fly over. There would be no communication between civilizations. Therefore, people are also prepared to be alone forever. They just rely on fantasizing about UFOs occasionally to cheer themselves up. As a result, people's beliefs have been hit hard in recent years. The sudden appearance of aliens made people panic, and Yi Linxing's words were even more exciting. There was actually a flourishing and colorful interstellar alliance outside. Chapter 160 for the Interstellar Alliance in the Virgo Galaxy. In order to protect indigenous planets, the Interstellar Alliance stipulates that indigenous planets with civilizations cannot be occupied or colonized, and can only be developed and traded. Yi Linxing pointed to the top of his head. The fleet above us belongs to a rogue planet called Puja Civilization. Their goal is to occupy Blue Star. They originally planned to destroy the humans on Blue Star by sowing the seeds of terrifying creatures. And then, they would occupy the ownerless Blue Star, which would not be against the rules. Aerospace power expert Lu Wurong suddenly realized, if we hadn't destroyed Blue Star, the seeds of terrifying creatures should be growing and developing in the sea of Blue Star. When they landed, they would be unstoppable, and humans would be finished. It seems that the Doomsday Plan really worked out by accident. Yi Linsheng nodded. He also understood the meaning of his rebirth. The meaning of his rebirth is to stop the Puja civilization from invading the Blue Planet by using the seeds of terrifying creatures. And in the technological war and the spiritual war, humanity can still fight and will not be completely helpless. This is the whole meaning of his rebirth. Why was it not Luo Ji who was reborn? Yi Linqing also understood this. Because Luo Ji was a scientist. Science, to some extent, is similar to religion. It makes people extremely persistent. Luo Ji told Yi Linqing about Lu Cixin's novel Hearing the Truth in the morning. And he himself agreed with the plot. In order to explore the results of their own scientific theories, scientists are willing to sacrifice their lives, their families, and everything else, just for an answer in their hearts. And this is likely to be used by Puja civilization. They must be ahead of humans in technology. And they can use the results of technology to induce scientists to betray humans. This is actually true. Many public intellectuals on the internet are scientists themselves. Now they are all staunch members of the Adventists. On the contrary, people like Yi Linqing will not be captured by mental warfare and technological warfare. Puja civilization will not give up. According to the news from the Lightning team, Puja civilization has begun to use network invasion to start mental warfare and technological warfare. Our mission is to smash their plans and protect the interests of the people. Yi Linqing pointed to the top of his head again. This is why Puja civilization did not send a fleet, but only sent 3 spaceships. Yeto, what civilization is that horse-faced girl? Zhuang Xiongjia's words caused everyone to smile knowingly. Everyone was full of curiosity about this alien woman. Jiru civilization should be a core civilization of the Virgo Interstellar Alliance. Yi Linqing smiled. She may be the key to our victory. Speaking of this, Yi Lin's face became serious. Remember, her existence is the biggest secret, and it must not be leaked. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to be rescued. Yi Linqing knew very well that it was impossible and unrealistic to defeat the Puja civilization by relying solely on humans. The best way for mankind is to use Siya's power to seek help from the Interstellar Alliance. Siya's life is related to the survival of mankind. For this plan, an internal annihilation war must be fought. The key issue now is to repair the spaceship and let Siya escape back to the Interstellar Alliance for help. Lu Wurong put forward his own opinion. Yi too. Talk to that alien woman and ask her to tell us the secret of interstellar travel technology. In this way, we can build a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. And the Puja civilization will have no way to deal with us. Yi Linqing sighed. I asked a long time ago. She is just an inspector, not a technician. Then dismantle the spacecraft engine, and we will crack it ourselves. Lu Wurong said excitedly. I am familiar with this. Many of our country's key technologies, don't they all come from this? Yi Linqing smiled bitterly. I asked carefully, the core components of the spacecraft engine are all produced by the most technologically advanced civilization in the universe. Countless civilizations have dismantled it, but no one has succeeded. We only have this one spaceship. If it breaks down, humanity will be in dire straits. We cannot take risks on this point. Yi Linqing's tone was very serious. Lu Wurong's expression also became solemn. In this case, the level of development of this civilization should be much higher than other civilizations. Even one dimension higher. However, thinking that the spaceship is within the control of humans, Lu Wurong still did not give up. You let Siya tell us what kind of technical means are used to allow their spaceship to cross the limitations of space and travel in the stars. Yi Linqing thought for a while and said, Lu Gong, let me ask you a question. If Siya agrees to tell you the secret of interstellar travel, in exchange, will you agree to help her escape? Other people looked over at once. Lu Wurong was stunned for a moment. He looked up and thought seriously. After a few minutes, he finally looked at Lin Xiao and said, I'm afraid I will. He sighed. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yi Linqing was not surprised at all. No, as expected. Lu Wurong is in his 50s this year, and has studied rocket propulsion for a lifetime. In his dreams, he thinks about how to use the most effective way to push rockets into space, and even travel between stars. This is his lifelong dream. So, if Siya really traded with this condition, he really couldn't bear it. Yi Linqing turned his head and looked at the others. Zhuang Xiongji. Didn't you always think that my worry was a bit too much? Now you see, Lu Gong is a scientist around us. He knows very well the importance of Siya to us, and also knows very well the importance of Siya to mankind. But in front of the bait of technology, he still couldn't resist the temptation. You can see from this how much pressure you are under. Lu Wurong lowered his head and dared not speak. Yi Linqing reached out and patted him. Thank you, Lu Gong. You spoke the truth and gave us a reminder. Now I can tell you that there are many ways to obtain the latest technology. The technology of Puja civilization and Jilu civilization is just a drop in the ocean compared to all the technology of the Interstellar Alliance. If you want to explore the secret of interstellar travel power, wait until we get in touch with the Interstellar Alliance, and everything will come naturally. If you figure this out, you won't agree to such a request. I won't be tempted and brainwashed by Puja civilization. Lu Wurong woke up from his dream. Yes. I can leave the sea alone. Why should I be tempted by such a small bait? I am really obsessed. Many scientists are like this. If they go astray, they will be tempted by alien civilization. Yi Linqing stood up and said, Our battle is crucial. We must clear up these noises. Core Underground City. Nirvana Command Center. In front of a desk, a piece of white paper was spread out on the table. An old man with gray hair, holding an electronic brush in his hand, raised it in the air, but could not write. Compared with a few years ago, Zheng's appearance has not changed much, because he is also a beneficiary of Zhao Liang's telomerase technology. The invention of telomerase technology, although it cannot make people rejuvenate, can keep people in their current state. Telomeres will no longer shorten. Cells can continue to metabolize, and he can always maintain his current state. Chan Guangxiong walked in, stood aside with his hands behind his back, and did not disturb Mr. Zheng. He knew very well that Mr. Zheng was not writing now, but thinking. Finally, Mr. Zheng moved, but he did not write, but threw the pen away. Yi Linqing told me a piece of news, but asked me not to tell you. Mr. Zheng turned and looked at Chan Guangxiong. What do you think his purpose is? Chan Guangxiong's eyebrows jumped. What kind of news? News that can change the future of mankind. Chan Guangxiong vaguely guessed something. Is it related to the alien spaceship? Yes. The news reported by the Datong Town underground city to the Nirvana Command was that an alien spaceship was found, and the 2 crew members on the spaceship were dead. The hull has been guarded by the stationed army. At the crash site, the underground city of Datong Town is the most powerful. Therefore, the task of guarding the spacecraft was naturally taken over by Datong Town. However, almost all the underground cities are very eager for this spacecraft, especially the scientists in the core underground city, who all want to use this spacecraft to discover the technological level of aliens. That means Yi Linqing wants to occupy the spacecraft. Chan Guangxiong said. Do you think I should keep my promise? Mr. Zheng looked at Chan Guangxiong and asked. Chan Guangxiong felt that Mr. Zheng was testing him. You should obey. Mr. Zheng patted Chan Guangxiong on the shoulder with a sense of relief. Thank you for your understanding. Then I won't tell you, lest I break my promise. This sentence came unexpectedly, making Chan Guangxiong very surprised. This is not like Mr. Zheng's style. Whatever the matter, Mr. Zheng always speaks directly. When has he ever been so hesitant? Did they find something? Mr. Zheng waved his hand. The only thing I can tell you is that we did nothing wrong in detonating the volcano and pushing the asteroid down. He seemed to feel that his tone was not enough, and emphasized again, not only is it not wrong, but it is the only answer. Chan Guangxiong felt that this news must be very important. Zheng Lao should have told the commander-in-chief. But the old man was still cunning. He set a trap for me to fall into. As a result, he really didn't say anything now. The more he didn't say, the more Chan Guangxiong wanted to know. In less than a day, he found out the content of the conversation between Yi Linqing and Zheng Lao. It turned out that there was a third alien, and the third alien was still alive, and revealed extremely important news. And this news is spreading in the upper circles. Another news is also spreading, that is about the control of the spacecraft. Dozens of underground city mayors have proposed to take over the control of the spacecraft from the Datong Town underground city, and have submitted written applications. The secret war has officially begun. Yi Linqing, why did you tell Mr. Zheng about Xia? Bringing a plate of fried artificial meat, and a plate of jelly made of artificial starch, Luo Qingyu sat gently beside Yi Linqing. She likes her current life. Even though she has nothing, she has Yi Linqing, and that's enough. If he were on the ground, Yi Linqing would fly around all day long, and as her assistant, she would rarely see him. Now, in Datong Town, Yi Linqing can't go anywhere. Except for the occasional few times, when he goes to the ground, he stays here all the time. He's always by her side. Yi Linqing looked at the dishes with a bitter face. Artificial meat again, artificial jelly, I'm really tired of eating them. Don't interrupt, tell me, why did you tell Mr. Zheng? Luo Qingyu gave Yi Linqing a reproachful look. Didn't you say that? The news about Sia should be kept absolutely confidential? With a frown on his face, Yi Linxing picked up a chopstick and said, Mr. Zheng is my biggest obstacle at the moment. Our actions must thoroughly convince Mr. Zheng. Yi Linxing's eyes became fierce. I want to eradicate the Advent sect in one go. And this requires Mr. Zheng's permission. Luo Qingyu rolled her eyes. Forget it, I know Mr. Zheng very well. He is wise, sharp, and steady, and it is impossible for him to agree to such a crazy action. So, he needs to be severely stimulated. Chapter 165. Eliminating the Adventists. In the core underground city. In the Institute of Science. Shurzhui gestured to the astronomer Du Buiqing, who had just entered, indicating that the door should be closed. He lowered his voice and said, I have heard a piece of news. There is still an alien alive. We must get this alien. This is the key breakthrough direction of scientific research. Du Buiqing is a core figure in the astronomy community of the core underground city. He stood up excitedly. Really? The walls have ears. Shurzhui lowered his voice. This is an absolutely confidential message, and Commander Chan doesn't know it. How about it? What are your ideas? Du Buiqing stood up. I will risk my life to go to Datong Town. Haven't we just made a batch of engineering vehicles that can be assembled? We will drive this. Are you going to? Of course. Du Buiqing returned home and immediately sent a message. There are living aliens in the underground city of Datong Town. You asked Zhenli what to do. Soon, a message came back. Zhenli said, this person must die. We use all means to kill this person. To prevent the fire of civilization from being extinguished. What can I do? You don't have to do anything. Just keep an eye on the latest developments. Yes, sir. Top-secret messages were delivered to countless underground cities. Among them, there was also one that was delivered to the Guangzhou underground city. Xiao Dao intercepted the message and immediately called Yi Linxing. Boss, the target message has appeared. These messages all have the same content, requiring the sniper to kill the surviving alien. Yi Linxing's tone became cold. It's faster than I thought. Nirvana Command Center, as expected, has been infiltrated. There is also darkness in the underground city. It is now the early morning. A dozen fully armed soldiers put on thick outdoor clothing and are preparing to set off. In the middle of this group of people, there is a tall person whose entire body is covered by a mask. Her protective clothing is also different, more like a space suit. Outside the space suit, there is another layer of special raincoat. Yi too, I asked them to turn on the artificial rain and the highest setting, so that fewer people will come out. Zhuang Xiongjie chewed a kind of chewing gum specially developed for quitting smoking. It can be used repeatedly, and it can keep its fragrance. You must keep it secret, and don't let anyone know. Yi Linxing looked around, and there were no pedestrians on the whole street. It's hard to keep the balance and speed of a scooter on a moonlit night, so most people won't come out unless it's urgent. Sia's exposure is serious. If she dies, all our plans will fail. Yi Linxing asked in a low voice. Are you sure the escort is ours? Yes. Okay. Let's go. Yi Linxing waved his hand. Zhuang Xiongjie stretched out his hand and gave the order to set off. In the darkness, the group quickly moved towards the elevator. Yi Linxing saw their figures disappear. And then he turned and walked into the studio. They didn't notice that in the alley. There was a pair of eyes that saw everything. An hour later, the group appeared on the ground and started to set off towards the underground city closest to the Datong Town underground city. This underground city is called Qinshan Underground City. It is a small underground city. With a population of 400,000, it was rebuilt by filling the original coal mine. The biggest feature of this underground city is that its layout is very complicated. Because it was rebuilt based on the mine, many living areas are hidden in the corners. It is the most suitable place to hide Sia. The distance of more than 100 kilometers, if it was in the past, it would only take 1 or 2 hours to drive. But on the ice field, it takes at least 5 or 6 days. These 5 or 6 days, the underground city is not quiet at all. Various opinions began to attack the Datong Town underground city frantically. On the one hand, they attack Yi Linxing for still having influence in Datong Town, which is disrespectful to human life. They also attack Datong Town for occupying alien aircraft and not letting others get close, which is extremely selfish behavior. The biggest attack was on the war faction. Experts from all walks of life jumped out and widely promoted the benefits of cooperating with aliens. There were even people who licked the aliens, proclaiming that only by surrendering to the aliens wholeheartedly can peace be won for mankind. One after another, The Adventists came to the surface. These arguments were not popular at first, but as more and more senior experts and scientists came out to support the cause, the wind direction began to change. Among these experts, there are many familiar names. Some are scientific researchers who have won national honors. Their influence is huge. Although it was only a short period of 4 or 5 days, the public opinion has begun to change greatly. Qishan Underground City. Zhuang Xiongjie finally arrived here with a group of tired soldiers. According to the previous requirements, Qishan Underground City also carried out artificial rainfall, so that no pedestrians would catch their actions. In the dark night, the group came to an extremely hidden area after many twists and turns. But their actions were still watched by several pairs of eyes in the dark. A dim light enveloped half of the house in darkness. Zhuang Xiongjie walked in with the tallest team member. This is where you live. Remember, don't come out, don't show up. I know you were very upset, but when we think of a way to repair the spacecraft, you will be relieved. After walking out of the house, Zhuang Xiongjie made a phone call. Yedo, the people have been settled, and the journey is smooth. My people will continue to guard here. Yi Linqing's voice came. You all have to pay attention to safety. This operation is very dangerous. Understood. Attack the Tongzhen Underground City. Zhu Tianming, who originally had a round face, has now lost a lot of weight, which is also a common state of people in the underground city. The number of obese people is decreasing, while the number of thin people is increasing. Artificial food has ruined people's taste. Eating is no longer a pleasure, but a job. Old Yi, I'm under too much pressure. Almost all mayors across the country are forcing me to give up control. Zhu Tianming wiped the sweat from his head and looked at Yi Linsheng. Yi Linsheng knew that this was Zhu Tianming's attempt to seek support from him. This time, Zhu Tianming was helping Yi Linsheng under the pressure of the whole country. Even the Nirvana Command issued an order, requiring Datong Town to hand over the control of the spacecraft. But Yi Linsheng disagreed. Not only did he disagree, but he also spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to build a defense base on the ground, dedicated to guarding the spacecraft. And a cordon was drawn. No one was allowed to approach the spacecraft within 10 kilometers. Otherwise, they would open fire, without mercy. Yesterday our people opened fire and injured a soldier on the beam. Zhu Tianming wiped the sweat from his head again. There is no way. Although he has lost weight, his sweating problem remains. Old Zhu, this spaceship is the only hope for us humans. If we can't keep it and let it fall into the hands of the Adventists, we will be finished. Yi Linsheng comforted him. Zhu Tianming sighed. The Adventists are too rampant now. I heard that Mayor Shao of Hengliang Underground City has officially declared himself a member of the Adventists. He also said that he would use force to seize control of the spaceship. Yi Linsheng picked up the phone and called Mr. Zeng. Mr. Zeng, do you have any plans for the growing power of the Adventists? What suggestions do you have? Yi Linsheng looked serious. Clean it up. And resolutely clean it up. Mr. Zeng hesitated. This matter involves a wide range of people and has a huge impact. Yi Linsheng's tone became strange. Mr. Zeng, I remember you said that the purpose of letting me serve as deputy commander was to become a catfish and activate Lao Mu's command center. I remember this very clearly. Mr. Zeng said solemnly. What do you mean? The information I have about aliens has been leaked. You have been infiltrated by the Adventists. Impossible. There are many pacifists among the experts in our Nirvana Command. But there is absolutely no Adventist. After being excited, Mr. Zeng immediately regained his composure. Even if it was leaked, it could only have come from you. Mr. Zeng, I hope you can conduct an internal investigation first. Yi Linsheng hung up the phone. Yi Linsheng was already very disappointed with the Nirvana Command. But he had to rely on the power of the Nirvana Command. Qishan Underground City. In a hidden room somewhere, a raid plan against aliens is underway. In this room, many important figures in the underground city gathered. There was the captain of the Special Operations Team, the deputy captain of the Security Bureau, and the dean of the Academy of Sciences. They had only one goal, which was to get rid of the aliens. A few hours later, an action team was assembled. These people turned on the artificial rain, turned off the lights, and then in the rainy night, headed towards the secret corner where the aliens were imprisoned. When Yi Linsheng was awakened by the phone, it was still nighttime. Zhuang Xiongjie's low voice was on the phone. They launched an attack. Is anyone injured? Yes. They are so cruel that they used high explosives and blew up an entire area. Zhuang Xiongjia's voice became extremely angry. Including the person we are protecting. A total of 5 people were buried in the soil. The explosion also triggered a chain reaction in the Qinshan underground city, causing collapse in many places and heavy casualties. I estimate that at least hundreds or thousands of people will die. Yi Linsheng frowned. He didn't expect that this group of people was even crazier than he thought. In order to kill Xia, they were willing to let a large number of ordinary people die with her. You bring the remaining people back quickly. Our clearing operation must start immediately. The news that the only alien died in Qinshan underground city spread quickly, causing a great shock in the underground city. Everyone knew that this assassination was definitely from the Advent sect. The main members of the Advent sect are all social elites and scholars. This caused great indignation among ordinary people. Those public intellectuals and scholars of the Advent sect became the targets of fierce attacks. The management of the Nirvana Command was also very angry. Especially Mr. Zeng, who was furious and issued a severe order, requiring the formation of a special action team in the entire underground city to eliminate the Advent sect. Attack the Tongshan underground city. In a secret room, Yi Linsheng handed a set of strange-looking clothes to Xia. It's finally time for you to go out freely. Put it on, and I'll take you out for a walk. He walked out the door, picked up the phone and dialed, action. Remember, don't leave anyone alive. The Advent sect. All must die. Chapter 166. Luo Ji's crazy idea, exchanging millions of lives for flight technology. In almost all underground cities, a special action team suddenly appeared. They were well organized and moved quickly. This action team shuttled through the streets and alleys and rushed straight to the target groups one by one. The Qinshan Underground City Administrative Office. A group of fully armed personnel rushed in, and the leader shouted loudly, "We are the Special Action Team under the Nirvana Command, and we have been ordered to wipe out the Adventists." Mayor Xiao was terrified, and he pointed at the leader tremblingly. Aren't you Deputy Company Commander Xia? When did you become a member of the action team?" Deputy Company Commander Xia sneered. "Mayor Xiao, the evidence is conclusive. You are the Adventists. According to the order of the Nirvana Command. Surrender immediately." Mayor Xiao turned his head and looked at the director of the security bureau behind him. "Director Zhu, you should say something. Isn't this Deputy Captain Xia under your charge?" "Kneel down!" Deputy Captain Xia yelled. Their special operations team has been dormant for a long time in preparation for today's operation. Today, it's time to check the results. Mayor Xiao was still struggling, and Director Zhu wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. Bang! A drop of blood sprayed into his mouth. He was surprised to find that Mayor Xiao was shot in the chest and fell. The gunshots continued, and a large-scale clearing operation began. These special operations teams obviously had clear goals. They accurately found the target people one by one, and then killed them. The entire city hall was a sea of blood. This scene was played out in almost all the underground cities. By the time the Nirvana Command Center reacted, the Adventists had been completely wiped out. "Yi Linsheng, you seem to be using me as a gun." Mr. Zheng's tone did not show any emotion. But Yi Linsheng knew that this should be a sign of Mr. Zheng's anger. However, he was not afraid. For the continuation of human civilization, he was willing to bear all the infamy. "No way, my influence is too weak. I can only rely on your reputation. From the time I gave the order to the first gunshot, it took less than 10 minutes. I want to know, what did you do?" Mr. Zheng's tone was still calm, but that kind of anger can be felt through the screen. Yi Linsheng looked at the old man on the screen. He saw that the old man looked older. Obviously, this action dealt him a huge blow. "Okay, but it will take a long time. I have plenty of time." Zeng refused to give in. "Okay, I'll tell you in detail," Yi Linsheng said frankly. "When the alien spacecraft arrived at the blue planet, I predicted that they would use technological warfare and spiritual warfare to divide us internally and disintegrate us. They will use the internet to find suitable targets and brainwash them. This group of people are mainly those who hate society, those who are persistent in scientific research, and those who are dissatisfied with their treatment. These people have become the current Adventists. These people are omnipresent. Even the Nirvana Command Center has been infiltrated. In order to fight these people, you are willing to let the surviving alien die?" Zeng Lao's tone became sharp. "If the alien doesn't die, how can you be so angry and really want to kill?" Yi Linsheng was still unhurried. Zeng Lao looked into Yi Linsheng's eyes, and suddenly understood something. He calmed down again. How do you plan to clean up the influence of aliens on the internet? How to prevent similar things from happening? Yi Linsheng said calmly, it has been cleaned up. We intercepted a device, which is similar to an intelligence system. It can learn autonomously based on the information on the internet, automatically find targets, and automatically brainwash targets. The code name of these devices is called Truth. My people dismantled this equipment, and specially compiled a whole set of viruses for this equipment. Just before we took action, the virus broke out, causing all these devices to overload and burn. Yi Linsheng said confidently, at least, in the short term, the aliens will no longer be able to brainwash humans. Mr. Zeng pondered for a long time before saying, Yi Linsheng, I want to remind you that in addition to mental warfare, the aliens have another method. What method? This is the first time Yi Linsheng has heard of it. When all auxiliary means are ineffective, it's time to fight for real. I believe they must have a last resort. We may not be able to afford this resort. Zeng Lao sighed. Yi Linsheng, you are still too hasty. If you slow down a little and give humans more time, they may not use the last resort. But now, they may have considered using the last resort. You may have pushed humans into a desperate situation. Zeng Lao hung up the video angrily. This was the first time Yi Linsheng saw Zeng Lao lose his temper. However, Yi Linsheng did not regret it. Too many bloody lessons told him that, when dealing with the Adventists, he should not be soft-hearted. He must use thundering means. Yi Linsheng leaned heavily on the back of the chair, and began to think seriously, what exactly is the final means of the aliens? How should humans deal with it? Before Yi Linsheng thought clearly, the result came. Yi Linsheng received a strange call. After pressing the answer button, he heard Luo Ji's familiar voice. Yi Linsheng, take my sister and evacuate the underground city of Datong Town quickly, the aliens are going to destroy it. What's going on? You can't say more on the phone, I'm going to the ground now, let's arrange a meeting place. Luo Ji's tone was very urgent. Yi Linsheng was shocked. He understood that this was what Zeng Lao said about the last resort of aliens. It was half a month later that I saw Luo Ji again. Luo Ji brought a team of people, and met Yi Linsheng on the ground. This is a ground base built by Datong Town. There are basic heating and air filtration equipment, and a row of low sheds that are wind-resistant and earthquake-resistant. It can provide a place for people working on the ground to rest. Yi Linsheng took off his protective clothing and got into the shed. Luo Ji followed in. This was the first time the two met after the alien spacecraft appeared. Why didn't you bring my sister? Luo Ji saw at first glance that Luo Qingyu was not in the team. She is an inspector. She will not leave her post until she understands the situation. Yi Linsheng stared at the man with glasses. Luo Ji was haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, and he was in a bad mood and lacked sleep. Luo Ji was immediately angry. Hurry up and notify her. Let her come out. The Datong Town underground city is about to be finished. His care for his sister was fully revealed at this moment. It seems that you know something. Yi Linsheng lit the blowtorch and began to boil water. Also, why are you here? Luo Ji's expression became strange. Jianghai underground city was occupied by the Adventists. I was also dismissed. Yi Linsheng's expression also became strange. Aren't you from the Adventists? A year ago, the network between Jianghai underground city and the outside world was connected. It was just cut off by Luo Ji. Only one-way communication is possible. Luo Ji can send information to the outside, but they cannot send information to Jianghai underground city. Yi Linsheng suspected very early that, with the research spirit of that group of crazy scientists, it would be difficult for them not to be bewitched and bribed by aliens. Yi Linsheng suspected very much that Luo Ji should have been bewitched by aliens. The basic characteristics of people who are most easily bewitched are, the higher the intelligence, the greater the achievement, the easier it is to be tempted. Many experts in the Nirvana Command Center were brainwashed. They were all wiped out by the Special Operations Team during this clearing operation. Of course I didn't. Otherwise how could I escape? Luo Ji said angrily. Maybe it's because you are a spy. Yi Linsheng did not give in. The two glared at each other, and confronted each other for several minutes. At this time, Yi Linsheng said, seeing your anger, I will believe you for the time being. Tell me, what means will the aliens use to destroy the underground city? Luo Ji sighed. If you let your people take a closer look through the space telescope, you can see that the aliens are pushing an asteroid to fall to the blue planet. They can precisely control the direction of the asteroid. And an asteroid of about 100 meters can destroy the entire Datong Town underground city. Why do you want to blow up the Datong Town underground city? Because the truth knows that the surviving alien is in the Datong Town underground city. Rogi looked at Yi Linsheng with contempt. Your trick can only deceive ordinary people. But not my eyes. That alien has always been under your control. Yi Linsheng's eyes were blazing. So, you revealed the news to the truth? For the first time, Rogi lowered his head in shame. Yi Linsheng rushed over and said, your selfish behavior will kill the entire human race. Do you know that? Luo Ji broke free from Yi Linsheng's control and said with difficulty, I want to get the secret of interstellar flight from them. You should quickly notify Luo Qingyu and ask her to evacuate the underground city. Yi Linsheng said angrily. What about the others? Datong Town underground city is one of the largest underground cities in the country, with a population of several million. Where do you want them to escape to? Luo Ji pushed his glasses awkwardly and said with difficulty, this is not a problem I am considering. Human beings, there must be sacrifices in order to have a tomorrow. If I can exchange the lives of millions of people for the technology of interstellar travel, I am willing to do it. Yi Linsheng had long experienced Luo Ji's madness, and he also knew that this guy could do it. If you tell Luo Qingyu the truth, she will not leave. Yi Linsheng glared at Luo Ji. She will insist on staying to atone for you. Let her see the space. An asteroid with a diameter of 100 meters is flying towards the blue planet. In 2 months, it will fall to the blue star. The probability of it hitting the underground city of Datong Town is more than 70%. She must leave. Yi Linsheng took a deep breath. I know her better than you. She won't leave. Luo Ji panicked. What should I do? Let me ask you. How are you dismissed? Luo Ji sighed. I strongly oppose the truth to hit the blue star with an asteroid, but was dismissed by the new inspector. Yi Linsheng's heart moved. Have you mastered the core technology of interstellar travel? Luo Ji nodded with a strange look. Mastered. But it's useless. What do you mean? Although I have mastered the theoretical knowledge, I can't make a flying vehicle. Luo Ji said. It's like our country knows the principle of large engines, but can't build them. Our industrial and material technology is not up to standard. Yi Linsheng's eyes lit up. I guess there should be a way to prevent Datong Town from being destroyed. Chapter 167 The Principle of Interstellar Engines. On this day, everyone was shocked by a piece of news. At 8 o'clock tonight, the alien CEO will appear on the live TV screen and broadcast live to people all over the world. At the same time, she will answer questions from experts and relevant personnel. And the place where Sia temporarily lives has also been exposed, which is in the Tianqing underground city less than 200 kilometers away from the Datong Town underground city. In order to ensure Sia's safety, the Tianqing underground city has taken the most stringent security measures. In order to see the aliens, almost all the residents gathered in the square outside the city hall. This live broadcast is said to be related to the life and death of mankind. This is also a consolation activity after the strong crackdown on the Adventists. After all, suddenly killing so many famous scholars and upper-class elites has a great impact on society. Tianqing underground city. Xiao Shanghai, with a beard, also stood in the city hall square, watching the live broadcast. He is just an ordinary citizen now. Both he and Xu Weimin were tricked by Yi Linsheng's people. However, he does not hate Yi Linsheng. This kind of thing is very common in the workplace. He also knows very well that Yi Linsheng, a busy man, has no time to deal with him. The people who tricked him must be Yi Linsheng's men. Here they come. After the TV screen flashed, a slightly strange face appeared. Although it looks very charming, it always feels weird. Wow, the aliens look pretty good. They are so tall. Kill the aliens. Some excited people started to shout slogans. Someone else shouted, why are you yelling? Be quiet. The live broadcast began. The host asked, what's your name? According to the custom of Blue Star, you can call me Sia. Why do you want to exterminate humans? Do you want to occupy Blue Star? The host asked straight to the point. This question caught everyone's attention. Sia smiled slightly. You are wrong. I am not your enemy. I am your friend. The 3 spaceships flying around the Blue Star are your enemies. They are called Puja civilization. They are a notorious race. Sia has mastered the Blue Star language after these days of practice. It must be said that Sia's talent in language is very outstanding. Beside the live broadcast room, Yi Linsheng silently watched Sia's answer and nodded secretly. Choosing to expose Sia here was Yi Linsheng's plan to save the underground city of Datong Town. This plan was not an ordinary plan, but a helpless move to sacrifice the car to save the general. He deliberately let Sia show up. so that the Adventists thought that Seiya lived in the Tianqing underground city. The Tianqing underground city was one of the smallest underground cities nearby, with a population of only 200,000 to 300,000. Yi Linxing wanted to use these 200,000 to 300,000 people to save the millions of people in Datong town. Let Seiya be exposed here. Let the Puja people know that Seiya is not in Datong town. Let them adjust the direction of the small celestial body, so as to avoid the range of the Datong town underground city. This is a helpless move, but it is also something that must be done. This live broadcast can also dispel many doubts in people's hearts, and relieve Zheng Lao's pressure. It can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. The live broadcast is still going on, and the issues that people are concerned about are also exposed one by one. People all over the world finally understand one thing, that Yi Linxing did nothing wrong back then. If it weren't for Yi Linxing's self-destructive act, humanity would be facing extinction now. The live broadcast lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended. During this period, experts from the Nirvana Command Center also asked many questions through the video. These questions answered people's doubts very well. What people want to know most now is, what kind of existence is the Interstellar Alliance? What kind of existence is the prosperous Virgo galaxy? After the live broadcast ended, Xiao Shanghai slowly turned around and prepared to leave. A man came over and said hello, long time no see. Xiao Shanghai looked up and his eyes fixed, Yi Linxing. Yi Linxing looked around. I didn't expect you to be here. Xiao Shanghai said with resentment, isn't it all arranged by your headquarters? Yi Linxing was stunned for a moment. He understood what Xiao Shanghai meant. He lowered his head, not knowing what to say. There was no way to explain this kind of thing. Watching Xiao Shanghai leave, Yi Linxing finally spoke, I'll write you a note. You take your family to play the Copper Town dungeon. No. It's not bad here. Xiao Shanghai didn't want this kind of charity. No. You need it. Yi Linxing's tone was firm. This made Xiao Shanghai hear something else. Yi Linxing took out his phone and called Zhu Tianming in front of Xiao Shanghai, Mayor Zhu. I recommend a talent to you. Xiao Shanghai. After hanging up the phone, Yi Linxing whispered, within a month. Bring your family to report. Remember? Remember. Xiao Shanghai understood that Yi Linxing really meant something. Leaving the Tianqing underground city is very important. The sky was still dark. Although the blue ocean had been spreading, it had been improving the ground environment, but it would take a long time for the volcanic ash and other substances in the air to settle down. Yi Linxing and Luo Ji appeared at the place where the aircraft crashed. The entire aircraft was covered with a layer of black cloth, and there were fully armed guards outside. There were also drones patrolling in the air from time to time. The security measures here have reached the extreme. Walking to the front of the spacecraft, Luo Ji approached the damaged area and checked it carefully. After a long time, Luo Ji straightened up and said to Yi Linxing, it can be repaired. Yi Linxing was overjoyed. Really? Luo Ji nodded. The core components are not broken. Lu Yingong, who is in charge of guarding, said with some disbelief, Professor Luo, you are not a mechanic. Can you tell? If you know the principle of this engine, you can also tell. Lu Wurong, a busy aerospace dynamicist, became interested. Professor Luo, please tell me in detail. I work on aerospace propulsion, but I really can't figure it out. Yi Linxing also watched curiously. He didn't understand either. This engine, Yi Linxing invited several experts in this field to check it out, but no one could understand it, let alone repair it. He even called Lao Chong from more than 1,000 kilometers away, just to see if he could repair the engine. But this group of people was helpless. That's because you don't understand the principle. Luo Ji sighed. It took me a huge price to understand the principle. I don't know if you understand the four-dimensional theory. The world we live in is just a three-dimensional world, and all our theories cannot jump out of the three-dimensional framework. No matter what kind of power is used, the basic principle is to rely on throwing objects to propel the spacecraft forward. But this engine does not rely on this method to fly. It uses the method of changing space. Rogi took out a piece of paper and drew a dot on each side. Look at these 2 points. They are far apart, almost at the two ends of this paper. To get from one point to another, you need to cross the entire paper. But the principle of this engine is not like this. It does not rely on pushing the spacecraft from one point to another to achieve the purpose of movement. Rogi folded the paper, bent the 2 points together. This engine changes the surrounding space, just like folding this piece of paper. In this way, people can walk from one point to another without moving. Rogi pointed around. The same is true for the three-dimensional space we are in now. The Virgo galaxy is 40 million light-years away from us. Using traditional methods, no matter what civilization, it is impossible to travel through the stars. The principle of this engine is to allow the spacecraft to enter the four-dimensional space as a whole, and then return from the four-dimensional space to the three-dimensional space. The time spent in the middle may be only a moment, but it can cross the distance of 40 million light-years and reach the Virgo galaxy cluster. Rogi looked at the others. Do you understand? Everyone had a confused look on their faces. Yi Linxing almost said, I understand you, sister. To put it simply, this engine is a particle accelerator. It is also a super high-speed particle collider. Luoji found that it was impossible to make these people understand by explaining the theory, so he simply changed the way. From the mechanical principle, this is an accelerator that accelerates tiny particles. It allows particles to quickly increase to the speed of light in such a small circular orbit. When particles collide at high speed, controlling the result of the collision can allow the spacecraft to enter the four-dimensional space briefly. Lu Wuron's eyes lit up. In that case, can we copy an engine like this? Unfortunately, it is impossible, Luoji said. As far as I know, among the billions of civilizations in the Interstellar Alliance, there are only 2 super civilizations that have mastered the technology of developing engines. There is another civilization that has mastered half of the technology. In such a small engine, it is impossible to accelerate tiny particles to the speed of light. There is also precise spatial position locking technology. It is also a core secret. Otherwise, without knowing the precise spatial position, you can start the engine at random and have no idea where you will travel to. It may fly directly to a star, and the plane will be destroyed and everyone will die. The 2 civilizations have said that no matter how they disassemble it, it is impossible to crack the engine manufacturing technology. And energy. Driving particles to collide at high speed requires huge amounts of energy, especially when the speed is close to the speed of light. The greater the energy demand, all of these require energy sources to provide energy. This energy source, like gasoline, must also be purchased from these 2 super civilizations. Rogi turned to Lu Wurong and said, however, I just saw that the main components of the particle accelerator were not damaged. What was damaged were the peripheral energy supply systems. This should be reparable. What do you think? Lu Wurong and several mechanical experts were all frowning. Lao Cha raised his hand. I can try this. As long as it's mechanical, I can deal with it with a simple method. The other experts looked at Lao Chong, as if he were a fool, but Lao Chong didn't care. After another day of inspection, the experts backed off, and told Yi Linxing that there was really nothing they could do about this engine. Chapter 168 Virgo Galaxy, we are here. The various components on it. I can't understand them at all, let alone comprehend them. The only one who said he could give it a try was Lao Chong. However, Lao Chong, a local expert, was obviously not taken seriously by the decent mechanical experts, who simply ignored Lao Chang's ideas. In the end, Yi Linxing made the decision to try it out. If this engine cannot be repaired, human beings can only watch the Puja people push small celestial bodies to the blue planet one by one and destroy the underground cities one by one. In 3 to 5 years at most, humanity will be completely extinct. This spaceship is the only hope for mankind. Yi Linxing finally made up his mind. Lao Chong, Luo Ji, you two should cooperate with each other and start repairing. This spaceship will be handed over to you. When the first 100-meter-long small celestial body pushed by the Puja people began to accelerate towards the blue planet, Luo Ji and Lao Chong finally reported to Yi Linxing that the engine had been repaired. As for whether it is reliable, no one knows. However, no matter what, Yi Linxing must give it a try. Yi Linxing also decided to go to the Interstellar Alliance in person. He did not trust others. In addition to saving mankind, his purpose for this trip was to find the secret of his rebirth. His rebirth did not seem to be accidental, but rather an action specifically targeting the Puja civilization. If he found the secret of rebirth, perhaps humans would be able to master the right to interstellar travel. There are 3 seats in the cockpit, in addition to Yi Linxing and Xia. Lu Yingong, who is good at flying various aircraft, was originally planned to go with him. But Luo Ji dissuaded him, because Luo Ji said that he was the most suitable candidate. Although Yi Linxing thought Luo Ji's words were ridiculous at the beginning, he found that Luo Ji's words made sense after careful consideration. He needed a helper who understood science and strategy at the same time. At the same time, The two people must cooperate tacitly. There is no more suitable candidate than Luo Ji. Finally, after careful consideration, Yi Linsheng decided to choose Luo Ji as the third person. Looking at the originally well-organized interior of the spacecraft, now it has become a bunch of colorful copper wires. Yi Linsheng was a little scared. Can this really work? It works. Old Chang patted his chest through the protective suit. Our Old Chang's craftsmanship, since you modified the car, when has it ever failed you? Yi Linsheng looked at Luo Ji with a strange expression. Luo Ji was obviously guilty. But he still said calmly, "It can be done, right?" The most speechless person was Sia. She looked at the spaceship that was originally full of modernity, which had turned into a mess. She felt a little guilty. Go ahead. If you don't go, all humans will die. Yi Linsheng muttered. Maybe it can be done. He grabbed the handrail and prepared to climb. Luo Qingyu stood behind and suddenly said, Yi Linsheng, you can't get hurt. You promised me that you would marry me when you come back. Yi Linsheng didn't look back, but just waved his hand and continued to climb. In order to appease Luo Qingyu, he did promise her that he would marry her as long as he came back safely. However, this time, the sea of people was vast. The stars were vast. And whether he could come back or when he would come back was unknown. If he doesn't come back, don't wait foolishly. Find someone who is okay and marry him. Luo Ji muttered, and followed Yi Linsheng into the cockpit. The last person to board the spacecraft was Sia, who was even more panicked than Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji. She really couldn't believe that this pile of cables could really repair the spacecraft. The hatch was closed, and Sia ignited the spacecraft's ordinary engine. There were two types of engines on the spacecraft. One was an ordinary engine, which could be propelled by fuel. The other was an interstellar engine, which was specially used for folding space and traveling through space. The huge ejection rack began to stand up. This was made by the core technicians of Datong Town. It was used to eject the spacecraft to help it take off. Boom! With a loud noise, Yi Linsheng felt as if he was being pressed down on the seat by someone, squeezing hard. This feeling was like being sat on by an 800-pound fat girl, unable to move at all. Luo Ji next to him was not feeling well either. After all, they were not professional astronauts and had not received any training. But Sia had already adapted to it. She calmly controlled the spacecraft to increase horsepower. After breaking away from the inertia of ejection, the spacecraft began to accelerate under the propulsion of the engine. In almost the blink of an eye, the spacecraft broke through the layers of clouds and mist and appeared in the sky. The long-lost sun shone down, and there was peace all around. The feeling of squeezing also disappeared. As the altitude increased, the wonderful feeling of weightlessness appeared. Sia found a few bottles of liquid from the spacecraft and handed one to Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji respectively. This is a bone strengthener, which will not make the bones loose due to weightlessness. Yi Linsheng suddenly realized, no wonder you didn't need any adaptive rest when you arrived on Blue Star, and you could walk directly. Sia smiled mischievously, but I can't guarantee that it will work for you Blue Star humans. After all, our body structures seem to be different. Luo Ji's voice suddenly became low. Meteorite. Looking through the porthole, in the deep space, a bright asteroid can be seen flying towards the ground. This is the asteroid pushed by the Puja people, and the destination is the Tianqing underground city. They found us. Sia suddenly became alert. She grabbed the joystick. Let's speed up and leave them behind. Yi Linsheng saw 3 huge spaceships floating in the sky. Each ship was much bigger than the one they were on. One of them was breaking away from the team and chasing them. Will they catch up? Our ship is the fastest. They can't catch up, Sia said, while controlling the ship to speed up. But I don't know if it still has the original performance after your magic modification. How did you get hit last time? That was a sneak attack. Sia's men were not slow at all. It can be seen that she is very skilled in driving. Boom, a strong push came from the back. And the speed of the spacecraft increased again, and it was flying towards the space at a very high speed. And the spacecraft of the Puja people in the distance was left behind. What do you think they will do? Yi Linsheng looked at the spacecraft behind, and said with some concern, will they push the large celestial body to land, and completely destroy the life on the blue planet? Yes, Rogi said with certainty. I have talked with the truth many times. His code of conduct is to achieve his goal, and he will do whatever it takes. After they see us escape, they will definitely use all means to destroy the evidence of their invasion of the blue planet. It is very likely that they will trigger a giant celestial body to hit the blue planet. completely destroy humanity, Rogi said. For example, the moon? Yi Linsheng was shocked. It is difficult for them to push the moon. I think they will find a celestial body of tens or hundreds of kilometers among the many satellites of Jupiter or Saturn, and fall to the blue planet, Rogi said. Or, find a suitable one from the passing celestial bodies, and push it to the ground. Luo Ji's tone was solemn. What should we do then? Xia asked nervously. It should take about 2 or 3 years from finding the large celestial body to pushing it to fall. We must inform the Interstellar Alliance of the Blue Star within 2 or 3 years, Luo Ji said. Xia relaxed. Then it's okay. We will return to the Interstellar Alliance. If everything goes well, it will take at most 3 months. Of course, the premise is that these clues and brains of yours can work. In space, this spaceship carrying all the hopes of mankind is flying perpendicular to the solar ecliptic plane, toward the outside of the solar system. In the distance, a fireball was falling toward the ground. That was the first planet pushed by the Puja people. The target was the Tianqing underground city. The Blue Star humans, who had suffered so many disasters, once again ushered in the moment of a great collision between heaven and earth. Seeing the explosion of the Blue Star again, Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji were in a bad mood. However, this was what they had to endure. The spacecraft flew towards the designated location without stopping for a moment. A day later, news came from the ground that the Tianqing underground city was hit and collapsed as a whole. The underground city has a population of 200,000 to 300,000 people, except for less than 100 people who survived. All of them died. After learning that Yi Linsheng had left in a spaceship, Zheng Lao and the Nirvana Command also sent a message. The message only contained 4 words: must win. This was also Zheng Lao's true inner thought. After suffering so many disasters, humanity had paid such a high price. This was the only remaining luxury. The cabin of this inspection spaceship was very small. In addition to the cockpit, there was only a small rest cabin. Apart from that, there is almost nothing else. Can you bear living in such a small environment for a few years? Luo Ji, who was always silent, also spoke for a rare time. Normally not for long. We take action once, at most half a year. Moreover, we will take turns to rest after returning. Xia handed 2 translators to Luo Ji and Yi Linsheng. I have input the Blue Star language into it. You can use it to communicate with people from other planets. Luo Ji asked again, don't you have such a thing as super-distance communication? Xia stuck out her tongue. Super-distance communication? Of course. Quantum communicator, even if it is across a distance of tens of millions of light years, can communicate at all times. However, it is very expensive. Expensive? Isn't it just a device? Yi Linsheng asked curiously. The Blue Star people have also studied quantum communication technology, so the cost is not that high. The patent fee is high. Anyone who uses long-distance communication must pay enough. Xia pointed around. Let me put it this way. If I conduct 2 long-distance communications, the money I spend can buy another spaceship. Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji took a breath. Interstellar engines, long-distance communication, and super energy are the core technologies of the Interstellar Alliance, and they are all in the hands of 2 super civilizations. Xia's tone was somewhat helpless. When you enter the Interstellar Alliance, you will find that the role of the Interstellar Alliance is very limited. The 2 super civilizations are the ones who really have the right to speak. Oh, by the way, there is another core technology that is also in their hands. They rely on this technology to continuously plunder the wealth of the entire universe. What technology? Yi Linsheng asked. Xia smiled charmingly at Yi Linsheng. It is the telomerase technology you just developed. So, you will face a very embarrassing situation. If you join the Interstellar Alliance, you can no longer use the telomerase technology casually. Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji looked at each other, and both had a bad feeling. It seems that joining the Interstellar Alliance is not a good thing. We have arrived at the space folding point. Xia's expression became nervous. Get ready. We are going to the Virgo Galaxy. Chapter 169 Interstellar Alliance Journey. This is a lonely place. There are no stars, no sun. The nearest planets are very far away from them, so far that they look like a small dot. The emptiness around them makes people feel that they have been abandoned by the whole world. Fortunately, there are still 3 people on the spaceship, and they can still talk. Are you sure those threads are okay? This is the 10th time Xia has asked this question. Yi Linsheng had to divert Xia's attention. Sia, how did you learn our Blue Star language in just 1 month? Sia was obviously led astray by Yi Linsheng. The biggest feature of our Jilu civilization is language ability. Even if it is a strange planet, without the help of intelligent translators, we can basically master the language of a strange civilization within a month. She pointed to her brain. We all have left and right brains working together. So we are very talented in language. Most of the inspectors of the Interstellar Alliance are from us. The Jira people. Are all aliens like you with their knees turned back? Luoji interrupted. Sia glanced at Yi Linsheng. You have seen aliens, don't you? Answer him. Luoji shrugged, got off his seat, and went to check the threads again. After the inspection is completed, they will start the interstellar engine and travel through space. This cannot be sloppy. Do you think there is reproductive isolation between us? Yi Linsheng asked with his head tilted up. Sia laughed, and she glanced at Yi Linsheng charmingly. Why not? Try it, and you will know. Ahem. Yi Linsheng. You promised my sister. Luoji's voice came from the belly of the cabin. Do your job well, Yi Linsheng said unhappily. After Yi Linsheng's interruption, Sia finally calmed down. Luoji floated out of the cabin, and then fastened his seatbelt. I checked it, and there was no abnormality. It can be started. Sia became serious, and Yi Linsheng and Luoji also became serious. The survival of mankind depends on this one. Sia solemnly pressed the start button. After a loud sound, Yi Linsheng felt that the surroundings seemed to have changed, but it seemed that nothing had moved. Why is there no movement? Yi Linsheng asked. Sia's eyes were full of joy. I'm back. I'm back. The planet ahead is where the Interstellar Alliance is located. Yi Linsheng then realized that although there were stars all around, the layout was very different from before. Moreover, the stars were even denser. Almost the entire sky was filled with densely packed stars. This was indeed the location of the most prosperous galaxy. That's it? Luoji was very disappointed. Without feeling anything, the spaceship had already completed the crossing. This was different from the cool and fantasy crossing scene I imagined. Yes, you are now in the core area of the Virgo galaxy. Unconsciously, Sia's tone changed. She became full of confidence and pride. She was no longer the somewhat flattering Sia. This was also normal. How could a person who is alone in a place 40 million light-years away from his hometown not smile? Now, it was Yi Linsheng and Luoji's turn to apologize. We are going to the headquarters of the Interstellar Alliance now. It will take about a month to fly. I will report this to my superiors. Don't worry. As long as my report is successful, the Puja people must evacuate within 3 months. Otherwise, they will be removed from the Interstellar Alliance. Sia skillfully turned on the communication equipment, and then mumbled into the microphone. Using the translator, it can be heard that Sia was reporting the intelligence of Blue Star and the actions of the Puja people. After the report, she turned to Yi Linsheng and said, it will take about half an hour. After half an hour, humans will be safe. By the way, Yi Linsheng, you must not tell anyone that you are a reborn person. Sia's expression became serious. In the Interstellar Alliance, reborn people are a taboo topic. If people know about it, it may be very disadvantageous to you. Why? This is the first time Yi Linsheng knew about rebirth. Now it seems that his rebirth is not an isolated case. I don't know the details, but it's always right to be careful, Sia said. Half an hour later, the reply came. After listening to it, Sia smiled and said, our supervisor has reported it to the Interstellar Alliance. The Interstellar Alliance takes this matter very seriously. You can rest assured now. Humanity is absolutely safe. Yi Linsheng and Luoji looked at each other in surprise. Just this? A radio solved the crisis of the end of mankind? Did he think things were too complicated? An hour later, the exact news came. The Interstellar Alliance responded, and has sent a fleet to the solar system, asking the Puja people to withdraw their fleet. At the same time, the Interstellar Alliance welcomes your Blue Star civilization to join the Interstellar Alliance family. As an indigenous civilization, you will accept the blessing and protection of the Interstellar Alliance. Things are going so smoothly that it is unbelievable. Is there any punishment for the Puja people? Yi Linsheng asked. Sia thought for a while. According to convention, the Interstellar Alliance will send an investigation team into the solar system to conduct an investigation. However, according to your story, you destroyed the blue planet. It had nothing to do with them. The evidence of the meteorite that destroyed the Tianqing underground city must have been destroyed. As for sowing the seeds of terrifying creatures on the blue planet, they often do this. But because of your rebirth, they have not done this. It cannot be counted as evidence. The only crime, maybe they destroyed our aircraft, causing the death of 2 inspectors. But they can find excuses for these, and then pay a large amount of compensation to settle it. Sia said apologetically, to be honest, the Interstellar Alliance cannot punish the Puja civilization based on the existing evidence. The only punishment may be a fine. Luoji was angry. The death of 700 million or 800 million people, just let it go like this? Sia sighed. This is reality. However, the Interstellar Alliance is launching a fundraising campaign to help Blue Star. We will provide you with dozens of air purification equipment to help you quickly restore the climate of Blue Star. Let you return to normal life as soon as possible. Luoji wanted to say something, but Yi Linqing stopped him. Thank your supervisor for us, and thank you too. Without you, our human race would be really finished. He turned to look at Luoji. At least, we still have more than 2 billion people alive. Especially our Qin people, basically all alive. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. This is the truth everywhere. Yi Linqing said seriously. Now what we have to do is to work hard and turn the Blue Star civilization into a powerful civilization. At that time, it will not be too late to take revenge. Sia looked at Yi Linqing strangely. I am afraid I have to pour cold water on you. In the hundreds of thousands of years of history of the Interstellar Alliance, no civilization has ever been able to catch up from backwardness to advancement. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, we have discovered countless civilizations. When we discovered them, they were at what technological level, and until now, they are still at what technological level. As for you Blue Star people, it should be the same. This sentence really was like a bucket of cold water, making Yi Linqing and Luoji feel cold all over. There has never been an exception? Luoji asked unwillingly. Sia was silent for a while. There are some, but too few. That's fine. Yi Linqing and Luoji blurted out at the same time. This is their confidence. And also their confidence. Strange Blue Star people. Sia muttered. And then walked out of her seat. You guys drive. I want to take a nap. This month, Luoji and Yi Linqing spent almost all their time on studying. The direction of study is the characteristics and technological level of each civilization, and the affairs of the Interstellar Alliance. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask Sia. At the same time, Sia also deliberately asked the two of them to learn a language called the Sage Civilization. By the way, you also need to give your civilization a name. Blue Star Civilization is too common and extremely easy to confuse. The way Sia spoke now was a bit like an elementary school teacher. Patient, but a little condescending. Yi Linqing and Luoji looked at each other and blurted out, Chinese Civilization. Huaxia. This name is good and very distinctive. Sia smiled. That's it. Pay attention. We are going to enter the spaceport. The headquarters of the Interstellar Alliance is located on a planet that claims to be permanently neutral. This planet is absolutely neutral and avoids all forms of opposition. The name of the planet is Neutral Star. Above Neutral Star, there are 2 satellites. One is similar to the Moon, and the other is much smaller and has a higher orbital altitude. The neutral spaceport is on the orbit of the smaller satellite. Looking at the spectacular scene outside the porthole, Yi Linqing was filled with emotion. He felt like he had integrated into society. The spacecraft had shut down all its power and was flying by inertia. A long mechanical arm stretched out and grasped the bow of the spacecraft. Under the traction of the mechanical arm, the spacecraft slowly docked at the port. In the entire port, there are at least hundreds of thousands of docked spacecraft. This spectacular scene made people stunned and excited. This made Luoji and Yi Linqing feel like country bumpkins. In fact, these technologies are just a layer of window paper. Once we break through it, we can catch up immediately. Luoji swallowed hard, and his words sounded like comfort and determination. Definitely. Yi Linqing also agreed. Sia looked at Yi Linqing with a sympathetic look, but did not speak. It seemed that in her eyes, Yi Linqing and Luoji's idea was a luxury. All your current expenses are raised by the Interstellar Alliance. Sia pointed to the dock. You need to take the space elevator from here to land on the ground. These all cost money. They will be deducted from your fundraising amount. You have to understand. Luoji did not react, but Yi Linqing noticed something strange. These fundraising amounts, are they much? Sia looked at Yi Linqing meaningfully. Enough for you to settle down here. Yi Linqing heard it. Enough to settle down. This means, not enough to return to Blue Star. He and Luoji might be trapped here. Chapter 170: A Small Step for a Man. A Giant Leap for Mankind. Rogi's attention was all on the space elevator. Humanity has wanted to build a space elevator for a long time. However, because it is too difficult to build, it has only remained in the laboratory stage. What material is used as the cable of the space elevator? Rogi asked. Sia thought for a while before saying, when you were on Blue Star, you asked me many questions about science. I didn't answer. It's not that I'm conservative, nor that I don't trust you, but in the Interstellar Alliance, the work is very detailed. I'm an inspector. Our main task is to quickly master a new language. Sia pointed to the space elevator. As for these technological things, I don't understand them at all. I haven't been exposed to them since I was a child, nor have I learned them. Moreover, our system does not allow us to be interested. If you have any questions, you can ask the smart assistant. It should be able to answer your questions better than me. Luoji asked, how detailed are they? The spacecraft docked, the hatch opened, Sia led the two people to float forward along the long corridor. We will start to divide people at the age of 12. Those with scientific research ability will enter the scientific research channel. Those with technical ability will enter the technical channel. At the age of 18, there will be no large classes. They will all be small classes one by one. Almost 1 or 2 people in a class. If a person enters the skill channel at the age of 12, he can only learn skills for his whole life. When he is 18, he enters the cooking class, and he can only become a chef for his whole life. And chefs are also divided. Let's put it this way. In a cooking class alone, you are determined to be a side dish chef, a nutritionist, or a chef from the age of 18. It is impossible to change for a lifetime. This is even more true in science. Those who study the cable materials of space elevators will only engage in this research for their whole lives. It is impossible to cross over to other disciplines. Luoji frowned. Aren't there people who specialize in general science? Yes, very few. General science is also a subfield. The passage is full of air, and floating in the passage, you don't need to wear a space suit. Now Yi Linsheng and the others are wearing their own clothes. Your clothes reveal your identity. Sia's eyes turned to Yi Linsheng and Luoji. Do you want to buy a set of clothes? What identity? Luoji asked sensitively. Sia was choosing her words, and for a moment she seemed to stutter. What kind of identity can we have? We are just like the natives on the blue planet. Yi Linsheng laughed at himself. Aren't we just an indigenous civilization? That's right. Sia said apologetically. Your clothes in this world are not ugly, but they are very ethnic. I won't change them for the time being. Yi Linsheng said. What do you mean I won't change them for the time being? I will never change them. Since entering the Interstellar Alliance, Luoji has become more talkative. This is not surprising. Luoji is most proud of his scientific literacy. Now what he sees and hears around him is telling him that his scientific knowledge is here, but he is just a little brother. His psychological changes, that is inevitable. Floating in the air also requires skills. Sia has a strong floating ability, and it is obvious that she is an expert. Yi Linsheng and Luoji seem a little clumsy. Especially when they have to carry a large box with them, they look even more embarrassed. People often collide with boxes, which attracts the attention of others. We followed the long passage to the parking hall. There were many people gathered here, waiting in line to take the space elevator to land. These people were of different shapes and sizes. There were indeed very few people with inverted knees. But because inverted knees can easily highlight a woman's figure, Sia attracted the attention of all kinds of people. Yi Linsheng was relieved. He was not a pervert. Everyone's aesthetic taste was similar. Unlike Yi Linsheng, Luoji's attention was not on the aliens, but on the high technology around him. The entire elevator extends all the way to the ground. There are 3 maintenance and sightseeing platforms in the middle, which can help people who are not used to the gravity of neutral stars get used to it. The entire space elevator forms a regular octahedron shape, with a total of 8 lifting systems. 4 sides descend, and 4 sides rise. There is not only one elevator cabin on the entire elevator, but countless elevator cabins. Like a cable car, it goes back and forth. It's our turn. Let's go. Sia flew in with her small suitcase. The elevator is not big, and can accommodate 8 people at a time. Each person has a reclining chair. There is also a cabinet under the reclining chair, which contains various packaged foods. I'm tired. Let me sleep first. Sia yawned. It will take 2 days and 2 nights to land on the ground. I guess you will be too excited to sleep. But I can't stand it. Seeing Sia wearing an eye mask and earplugs. Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji both felt Sia's attitude change. She began to dislike Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji's rusticity. This is understandable. In Sia's eyes, Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji are just a group of natives who have just entered the metropolis. The other people in the group looked at Luo Ji and Yi Linsheng with even more disdain. This is the reality of society. Whether it is the Interstellar Alliance or human society. This is very realistic. Looking down on races that are inferior to themselves is a common problem of all civilizations. The elevator began to descend. This feeling is very strange. The surrounding is the deep space, and the feet are the distant blue-green earth. The elevator is descending to the ground at a constant speed. Old Yi, why can't the indigenous civilization catch up? Rogi was obsessed with technology. Yi Linsheng pondered for a moment. It should be related to patents. For example, on our blue planet, developed countries are reaping the wealth of the world with various patents and intellectual property rights. The two super civilizations here should be relying on these to control the Interstellar Alliance. All 8 seats in the elevator were occupied. Some people were also communicating, but they were communicating in a completely incomprehensible language. Fortunately, the intelligent translation assistant can translate the other party's language, which allows Yi Linsheng to listen carefully to the conversation between aliens. Mom, can we go to space to play next time? Son, this space trip cost us 5 years of savings. If it weren't for your graduation trip, we wouldn't be able to come to space. What a pity. Mom, can I come to play when I make money in the future? Son, you are assigned to the landscaping skills major. If you want to come to space again, you have to save up for 5 years, like your parents, before you can come. That's good. When I go to work, save up for 5 years. I will come to space again. And come to the neutral star again. This conversation surprised Yi Linsheng. The life of aliens was really frozen early. These space elevators do not land directly on the ground, but need to make 3 transfers. In the middle of the space elevator, there are 3 transfer stations. Seeing the puzzled look on Roger's face, Sia explained, this is to prevent storms. If a large storm occurs, the last section of the space elevator on the ground will be retracted to avoid breaking. When the weather improves, it will rise again and dock. Once I waited for a month at the transfer station before returning to the ground, and I was exhausted. Sia took out a small mirror and began to put on makeup. Finally, we arrived at the last transfer station. The news from the ground came that the weather conditions were good and we could land smoothly. The last transfer station already had some gravity, so people could stand on the platform and wait. From this position, we could see some of the ground conditions clearly. This is a highly developed planet. There are almost no primitive landform features. Half of the planet is covered by sea water. It can be seen that this is a beautiful planet, no less beautiful than the Blue Star. Thinking about the current situation of Blue Star, Yi Linsheng's heart was full of bitterness. Detonating volcanoes and pushing asteroids down. Although these measures saved mankind, they destroyed Blue Star. The price was too heavy. Luo Ji saw Yi Linsheng's mood, and he whispered, "It's done. It's done. What we can do is to do our best to recover the losses. Puja people, we must seek justice and make them pay for their blood debt with blood." Luo Ji's eyes became cold. "I'm afraid there's no chance," Sia said lightly. "If you don't want to be destroyed, you have to join the Interstellar Alliance. If you join the Interstellar Alliance, you have to abide by the interstellar regulations. Unless the Puja people dig their own graves and are expelled from the Interstellar Alliance, you can't touch them." Yi Linsheng said lightly, "That's not necessarily the case." Luo Ji stood beside him. "I completely agree with this point. Everything depends on human efforts." At this moment, the two people seemed to have returned to the feeling of their first meeting. At that time, no one believed that they could build 1,000 underground cities, drive planets to collide with the blue planet, and stir up the whole world. But they did it. Now, they are going to create a miracle again. Sia shook her head slightly. For her, she had seen too much of this. The natives were full of confidence before they saw the prosperity of the Interstellar Alliance. After seeing the prosperity of the Interstellar Alliance, they immediately became ashamed and no longer dared to brag. She regarded Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji as such people. Although Yi Linsheng looked handsome, but it still could not change the fact that they were natives, country bumpkins. The last elevator started to run. This time, they clearly felt the existence of gravity. The body began to become heavy, just like when they were on the Blue Star. Neutral Star is a little bigger than your blue star, and the gravity is also a little bigger. The residents are also shorter, and you too should be considered tall people here. Sia finally introduced them. A special car will come to pick you up later. Remember? All your expenses come from the donations. These funds may be related to the reconstruction of your planet, so use them carefully. In addition, remember to find the financial staff and get the money as soon as possible, to avoid more trouble. This is my last advice to you, Sia said softly. Boom! The elevator landed on the ground. Yi Linsheng and Luo Ji couldn't help but bend their legs. It was like someone was pressing them. The elevator door opened, and the two looked at each other and took the first step in human history together. I don't know how it happened, but the two of them said in their hearts, a small step for an individual, a big step for mankind.